The previous chapter could be deemed a perfect conclusion, yet now an unruly sequel has emerged. Now we interrupt this broadcast for a special news report. Today, a multitude of terrorists have appeared across the globe, wielding a peculiar device that pierces the human body to extract energy. According to investigations, these terrorists seemingly belong to the same organization. Citizens are urged to exercise caution while traveling. If any suspicious activity is observed, please report it to the relevant authorities without delay. Below are the distinctive tattoos of the organization's followers. Please be vigilant in identifying them. Immediately, the television screen displayed several images like a slideshow. The images depicted muscular men, each adorned with an identical black mark on their foreheads. While dining, a special news bulletin suddenly interrupted the program. Upon hearing the announcement, Son Wukong turned sharply to gaze at the television screen. Upon viewing the images, he could not help but furrow his brows. That emblem. Familiar, too familiar. It was the sinister mark of the evil sorcerer Babidi. Has it finally come to this? As Son Wukong pondered, Wukong, Wukong, he heard someone calling him. Oh, what is it? Seeing Son Wukong lost in thought, Bidalai called out to him twice. Why are you so distracted? Chi-Chi also looked at him with concern. At this moment, it was lunchtime. Son Wukong had wandered off somewhere and had not returned. Seated at the dining table were Son Wukong, Chi-Chi, Bidalai, the Ox King, and two nannies hired to care for the three children. Ordinarily, nannies were not permitted to dine at the same table as their employers. However, Son Wukong's family did not mind this. It was merely a matter of adding a few extra sets of chopsticks. There's trouble. Son Wukong pointed at the television, which continued to replay the news. This shouldn't be anything serious, right? Chi-Chi inquired. Well, it probably isn't a major issue. Let's eat first, Son Wukong replied with a smile, returning his focus to his meal. The ball is gone. What further turmoil could Babidi possibly incite? After the meal, Son Wukong instantly teleported to the heavenly temple. Upon encountering Dandy, Son Wukong immediately spoke. Dandy, quickly help me find someone. Sensing Son Wukong's energy, Piccolo, who was hovering in midair, opened his eyes and descended. What has happened? Piccolo and Dandy asked in unison. Hey raised the situation. A peculiar group has emerged on Earth, and they pose a significant threat to its safety. Son Wukong recounted the news he had just seen. I need to speak with their leader, but it seems that individual has employed special methods to mask their energy. Is that so? I haven't seen any alien spacecraft arrive on Earth these past few days. Dandy replied incredulously, moving to the edge of the heavenly temple to survey the world below. Could it be the handiwork of humans? Piccolo furrowed his brow, standing alongside Dandy as they surveyed the Earth below. Even though Piccolo was no longer the god of Earth after merging with the Elder Kai, he retained the ability to observe the world from the heavenly temple. There are a total of 38 individuals, each wielding a special energy collector. Thousands of ordinary people have already fallen victim. Fortunately, they have merely had their energy drained and have not perished. After some rest, they should recover. Damn it, I simply failed to patrol the mortal realm today. Dandy clenched his fists, filled with regret. He lamented how insidious these evil forces truly were. At that moment, the voice of the North Kai echoed in the air. Hey, Wukong, are you listening? Yes, just go ahead and speak. Son Wukong surmised that the North Kai was likely reaching out regarding matters related to the sorcerer Babidi. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him to contact him without cause. Do you remember the incident where the South Kai was killed? I remember. That was several years ago, before Bojack invaded Earth, wasn't it? Yes, that was the time. We have finally uncovered the identity of the killer. A sense of foreboding washed over Son Wukong. The individual the North Kai was about to mention was likely Babidi. The North Kai continued. There is an evil sorcerer who has recently gathered numerous wicked warriors, traversing the galaxy to collect energy. A few years ago, he was active in the southern galaxy. The death of the South Kai is connected to him. Son Wukong's heart sank. It was indeed true. It was that wretched Babidi who was responsible. This evil sorcerer is named Babidi, and he is said to be a descendant of the malevolent sorcerer Babidi, who created Majin Buu long ago. I suspect he is collecting energy to resurrect Majin Buu. Wukong, I must inform you of an even more troubling piece of news. Babidi is likely on Earth at this moment. Son Wukong sighed. It seems you're correct. I am currently having Dandy locate his whereabouts. Just then, whoosh, whoosh, three sounds of breaking air resonated. Three individuals arrived at the heavenly temple in succession. They were Son Wukong, the Kaishin Asin, and the Kai attendant Jebit. Son Wukong had teleported from the North Kai's realm. The Kaishin and Jebit had sensed Babidi's presence, prompting their arrival on Earth. Upon meeting, the Kaishin bestowed an award for foresight upon Son Wukong. Wukong, it is fortunate that you had the foresight to relocate the sealing sphere of Majin Buu. Now, Babidi's descendant has truly emerged. Son Wukong nodded. Indeed, our immediate priority is to locate Babidi and his associates. Dandy stepped forward and bowed to the Kaishin, saying, Lord Kaishin, I have a question. There have been no alien spacecraft sightings on Earth recently. How did Babidi suddenly appear? The Kaishin smiled and replied, Dandy, you may not be aware, but Babidi is well-versed in dark magic. His abilities may even surpass those of his father Babidi. He likely utilized a spell akin to instant transmission to traverse space and arrive on Earth. I found him, the Kaishin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. He had pinpointed Babidi's hiding spot. Excellent. Truly worthy of being called Lord Kaishin, Dandy responded. Meanwhile, Son Wukong grew excited. Wukong, do you think this Babidi is a formidable opponent? Alas, the old habit resurfaced. Son Wukong replied, I don't know, but since he is a sorcerer, we must be cautious of his magic. Enough talk. Wukong, Wukong, Piccolo, follow me, the Kaishin commanded as he leaped from the heavenly temple. Lord Kaishin, why not just teleport there directly? Son Wukong couldn't help but remark, yet he followed the Kaishin nonetheless. Piccolo and Son Wukong jumped down as well. Because I need to discuss some matters along the way. Many are still unaware of Babidi, the Kaishin explained. At that moment, the air rippled. Trunks and Vegeta arrived via instant transmission. Wukong, what's going on? I sensed your energy converging, so I thought there was a special operation underway. Trunks explained to Son Wukong. He then joined the group. Vegeta, however, merely huffed and turned his head away. Observing the aloof Vegeta, Son Wukong genuinely worried that he would eventually suffer from neck issues. 072. Babidi is fuming. Since everyone is here, allow me to share some insights about the evil sorcerer Babidi. Turning to the gathered individuals, the Kaishin Asin began recounting Babidi's history. Fortunately, Wukong had the foresight to relocate the sealing sphere of Majin Buu to the Kaishin realm, thus averting a catastrophe. Babidi will now be unable to locate Majin Buu. Our mission now is to eliminate Babidi and the wicked warriors he has gathered. Vegeta remarked coldly, then they are doomed. This place is home to all the strongest warriors in the universe, and they are walking into a trap. The Kaishin smiled at Vegeta. Hee, do not underestimate Babidi. He may have summoned some formidable subordinates. Oomph. Vegeta crossed his arms, unimpressed. Lord Kaishin, I am quite eager to see what this Majin Buu looks like, Son Wukong said, rubbing his hands together, his eyes practically gleaming. Upon hearing his words, the Kaishin was taken aback. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. He promptly rejected Son Wukong's request. Though both were scions, the disparity in their personalities was striking. Mr. Wukong and Trunks were both remarkably composed, yet Son Wukong and Vegeta appeared somewhat reckless. What a curious contrast in their identities. Who truly is the father here? Meanwhile, at this very moment, in a basin on the Yunzabit Heights, a colossal spaceship lay buried underground, with only a small opening visible on the surface for entry and exit. Within the lowest chamber of the spaceship, a diminutive, grotesque creature resembling a bug, Babidi, was fuming with rage. Damn it, what is happening? Where is Majin Buu? Where has the sealing sphere of Majin Buu gone? Babidi, standing at a mere 50 centimeters tall, with skin the color of excrement, looked like a dung beetle. Now, in a fit of rage, his shrill voice echoed as he spat wildly, his ugliness amplified. Beside him stood a towering figure draped in a blue cloak, with skin as pink as dawn, none other than the formidable king of the demon realm, Dabura. Dabura inclined his head and spoke. Lord Babidi, is it possible that someone has tampered with matters before our arrival? Indeed, it must be so. It could only be that scoundrel, the East Kaioshin. He alone knows the whereabouts of Majin Buu, and it infuriates me to no end. Babidi gasped, his forehead veins bulging, consumed by rage. Dabura offered consolation. My lord Babidi, even if we cannot locate him, it matters not, for you now possess me. Even in the absence of Majin Buu, we can dominate the universe. No one shall be our match. Babidi cast a sidelong glance at Dabura and scoffed. Humph, you are still far from the caliber of Majin Buu. He is my father's most perfect creation. Upon hearing Babidi's words, Dabura felt a twinge of indignation within, yet he dared not voice a retort. Though he was the king of the demon realm, he had fallen prey to Babidi's malevolent sorcery, marked with an M upon his forehead, rendering him subservient to Babidi's whims, devoid of any rebellious thoughts. Failure to comply would result in unbearable torment. He nodded. Yes, yes, my lord Babidi, what shall we do now? Babidi sneered. Drain every ounce of energy from the earthlings, then obliterate this planet. Someday, I shall find Majin Buu and exact vengeance upon that East Kaioshin for my father. Indeed, my lord Babidi, I eagerly await that day. Dabura flattered, his tone obsequious. By the way, is that fellow still asleep? Babidi inquired suddenly. Indeed, that scoundrel. Go rouse him. But, my lord Babidi, he does nothing. Upon waking his temper is rather foul. I simply cannot abide his slumber. Awaken him for me. Does he dare defy me? Affirmative. Dabura complied, turning towards the second level. Meanwhile, Son Gohan and his companions descended upon a mountaintop in the Yunza Bida Highlands. The Kaioshin pointed towards a location within the basin, saying, Babidi's spaceship is concealed there. Do you see that entrance? Indeed, several nodded in agreement. Their vision far surpassed that of ordinary beings, allowing them to see great distances. At that moment, a muscular giant plummeted from the sky, wielding a standard energy collector, and entered the spaceship's entrance. It appeared he had returned from gathering energy. What shall we do now, Gohan? Trunks inquired. With Trunks' question, the others turned their gazes towards Son Gohan, subtly indicating a reliance upon his leadership. It was undeniable that in terms of power, Son Gohan currently held the title of number one. Even Vegeta, who perpetually gazed at the sky at a 45-degree angle, could not help but admire the terrifying strength Gohan now possessed. They were utterly oblivious to the true level of Gohan's capabilities at that moment. Son Gohan replied, The enemy is in the light. While we remain in the shadows, we are currently executing a surprise attack. What else can we do? Naturally, we shall seize the opportunity while they are distracted and incapacitate their spaceship. Well, take as many as we can. The group felt a surge of unease. It was exceedingly difficult to guard against powerful, cunning opponents. Watch me. Son Gohan grinned, raising his hand towards Babidi's spaceship, unleashing a blue energy sphere that soared forth. Whoosh! A brilliant light pierced through heaven and earth. The energy sphere detonated upon contact with the ground. Boom! The earth trembled, and flames soared into the sky. A massive mushroom cloud ascended, engulfing the entire valley in a thick haze. Dust swirled and debris flew, as a substantial portion of the Yunza Bida Highlands was razed. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their hearts racing at the sight of the cataclysmic explosion. At that very moment, at the epicenter of the explosion, a bloodied Babidi propped himself against a protective shield, fury boiling over as he spat blood. Wretched, who has dared to destroy my spaceship? Damn it, you've obliterated the energy I painstakingly gathered for years, you beast, Awa. He coughed up another mouthful of blood, his complexion pale. Dabura, his cloak laden with dust, shook off the debris and wiped the blood from his mouth, reporting to Babidi, Cough, cough. My lord Babidi, in addition to the destroyed energy, Pui, and Goku, along with dozens of warriors, perished in the explosion. And that fellow? Babidi inquired. He was still asleep. Just now I hadn't the chance to awaken him, so it's likely. Curse it, forget about him. Let's see who is responsible for this mischief. I shall kill him. Yes, my lord Babidi, Dabura responded respectfully. Babidi and Dabura took to the skies, where they spotted Son Gohan and his companions. Damn, it's them. Dabura, go punish them. Babidi pointed a trembling finger, his body shaking with rage. His years of labor had been reduced to naught, all thanks to this very group of individuals. Unforgivable. They must be slain to quench the fire of his wrath. Fury had clouded Babidi's judgment. Understood, Dabura replied, then descended alongside Babidi to confront the group. Who are you? What audacity! How dare you destroy my spaceship? You seek death. Babidi, concealed behind Dabura, peered out, his anger causing several strands of hair to fall away. Then he beheld the Supreme Kai of the East amidst the throng. Damn it, East Supreme Kai, it is you who orchestrated this. I want you dead. Chapter 073, Vegeta's First Battle. Babidi, seething with rage, concealed behind Dabura, spewed forth his arrogant proclamations. Dabura, eliminate this Supreme Kai. Yes, Lord Babidi, Dabura responded loudly. Taking a substantial step forward, his eyes fixated menacingly on the 7 individuals ahead. Humph, it is you who shall perish here today, Babidi, retorted the East Supreme Kai with a sharp retort. Yet, his gaze towards Dabura was laden with caution. He was acutely aware of Dabura's formidable background and turned to explain to those beside him, this hulking figure is the Demon Realm King Dabura, whose strength is unfathomable. Exercise caution. Upon concluding his warning, he immediately retreated behind the others. Dabura, with a derisive snort, remarked, Humph, now that you know my name, will you still engage in futile resistance? Foolish brute, what nonsense are you uttering? I shall be your opponent, Vegeta retorted with a similar scoff, stepping forward to confront him. Observing Vegeta's eagerness to engage, Goku interjected hastily, Vegeta, I wish to have a go as well. Humph. Then let us settle it with a game of rock, paper, scissors to determine who strikes first. Very well, let's proceed, Goku declared with fervor. Thus, Goku and Vegeta commenced their fierce contest for supremacy. Scissors, rock, paper, scissors, rock, paper. The spectacle was quite intense. Dabura and Babidi exchanged glances of disbelief. Dabura further taunted. Enough squabbling, why not confront me together? Silence. Vegeta glared back fiercely. Dabura, infuriated, felt the veins on his forehead throb, vowing to teach this arrogant fool a lesson. The game concluded after a minute, with Vegeta emerging victorious, destined to face Dabura. Humph. Vegeta huffed disdainfully, raising his chin, his fists clenched tightly. As his dark hair transformed instantaneously into a brilliant golden hue, a golden aura blazing fiercely around him. In an instant, a powerful energy surged forth from him, stirring tumultuous winds in its wake. Son Gohan cast a surprised glance at Vegeta, astonished by the remarkable achievements he had attained in merely a few years. Such an aura. It was unmistakable, similar to the power he and Trunks exhibited upon their first emergence from the hyperbolic time chamber. In just 2 to 3 years, Vegeta had ascended from a novice Super Saiyan to his current formidable state, a testament to the extraordinary effort he had exerted, far beyond what an ordinary person could fathom. This prowess was significantly greater than what was displayed during the climactic battle against the fully realized Cell in the Z timeline. With a powerful shout, Vegeta unleashed his full energy, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed towards Dabura. Humph, seeking death, Dabura sneered, conjuring a large blade from thin air and swinging it menacingly at Vegeta. The latter, moving with remarkable agility, evaded Dabura's strike and reappeared at his right side, delivering a fierce punch aimed directly at Dabura's face. The impact resonated like a thunderclap as Dabura managed to deflect Vegeta's crushing blow with his sword. The two warriors shouted in unison, locked in a fierce struggle, their energy waves radiating outward in ripples. The battle was on the brink of exploding into chaos. Sensing the danger, Babidi hastily retreated. The clash intensified, with Vegeta and Dabura exchanging countless strikes, the air filled with the sound of thunderous collisions. Then, with a tremendous force, their fists collided, sending shockwaves that shattered nearby stones into dust, and the ground around them sank deeply. Vegeta staggered back, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth, flipping through the air before barely regaining his balance. It became evident that he was still considerably weaker than Dabura. A direct confrontation yielded little advantage. Yet, true to Vegeta's character, surrender was not an option. He soared into the air, his hands moving rapidly as he unleashed a barrage of energy spheres towards Dabura, a classic tactic, the prince's signature strategy. However, it was well known that such an assault, while visually impressive, would be futile against a superior opponent, yielding no tangible results other than widespread devastation and light pollution. As anticipated, Dabura emerged from the smoke, swiftly closing the distance to Vegeta, bringing his sword down in a decisive strike. Yet, defeating Vegeta in such a manner was unlikely. Vegeta clasped his hands above his head, seemingly triggering an extraordinary defensive technique, successfully halting Dobra's blade. With renewed fervor, Vegeta unleashed another surge of energy, flames of determination enveloping his hands as he forcefully twisted to the side, shattering Dobra's sword into two pieces, rendering it useless. However, the exertion left Vegeta gasping for breath, sweat pouring from his brow. Dobra, undeterred, discarded the broken blade and launched a fierce knee strike that struck Vegeta's abdomen, sending him flying. What followed was a relentless barrage of punches and kicks, forcing Vegeta into a defensive stance as he retreated, overwhelmed by Dobra's superior might. Yet, with a triumphant roar, Vegeta ignited his energy once more, radiating brilliance that pushed Dobra back. At that moment, Son Goku called from afar, "Vegeta, is it time for me to take over?" "Shut your mouth, Kakarot." Vegeta snapped, his gaze fixed fiercely on Dobra, his breaths growing increasingly labored. Yet his pride would not allow him to yield. And he defiantly challenged Dobra, "Humph, is this all you can muster?" Pathetic. Dobra's eyes narrowed with cold intensity as he launched an energy blast at Vegeta. Vegeta leaped high, evading the attack, but the energy sphere hurtled towards the onlookers at an alarming speed. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet gasped in horror, but seeing others remain composed, they reluctantly held their ground, attempting to appear unfazed. The energy orb screamed towards them, growing ever closer. In a flash, Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and struck the incoming energy ball with a powerful punch, sending it exploding in the distance, creating another mushroom cloud. Vegeta, now soaring high above, erupted with laughter, his hands alight with energy, as if he were harnessing the brilliance of a radiant sun. "Ha ha ha, Dobra. Do you dare to face my ultimate move?" "Vegeta, that energy could destroy the Earth," the Supreme Kai exclaimed in alarm. But Vegeta, unbothered, pressed on, his resolve unshakable. "Prepare yourself for the final flash," he bellowed, unleashing a cataclysmic blue beam that descended upon Dobra. In an instant, the world seemed to shift, as if only Vegeta's attack existed in the cosmos. The final flash surged forth with breathtaking speed, leaving Dobra with no time to evade. In desperation, he summoned his utmost strength to counter, grasping the overwhelming force of Vegeta's attack. "You think I would fear you?" Dobra retorted defiantly, gripping the final flash as sizzling sounds emanated from his palms, smoke rising from the intense heat. His feet dug into the ground, carving deep grooves as he was pushed backward. After being propelled several meters, Dobra let out a visceral scream, veins bulging, finally redirecting the final flash to the side. The overwhelming energy, trailing a long tail, soared past, shattering mountains and piercing the atmosphere, exploding in the vastness of space. In that moment, a brilliant light enveloped half the Earth, blinding everyone in its path. The final flash seemed to drain Vegeta of his last reserves of strength. He descended to the ground, his left hand resting on his right arm, each breath labored and heavy. As the blinding light dissipated, Dobra tended to his scorched hand, looking down at Vegeta, who could barely stand. With a mocking grin, he said, "Impressive, you actually managed to injure me. Are you the strongest among them? What a pity." Dobra approached Vegeta, who struggled to focus, his vision blurring. "But Vegeta, cannot possibly be defeated like this. I have yet to be defeated. Ah ha ha. Alas, your prowess does not match the boldness of your words." Dobra laughed heartily, quickening his pace, a fierce aura emanating from him as he charged forward. "Is this where it ends?" Vegeta felt an insatiable regret. At that moment, a figure materialized from thin air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the advancing Dobra flying. He tumbled through the air, rolling several times before crashing into a weathered stone, which shattered into fragments upon impact, scattering debris everywhere. Dobra sprang to his feet, a look of astonishment on his face. Who is this? Such formidable power. He looked up to find a young man, seemingly no older than 17 or 18, with golden hair and a sword on his back. That kick had made him sense the breath of death. He had not anticipated such overwhelming strength from this individual. "Father." "The Senzu Bean," Trunks exclaimed, producing a Senzu Bean and tossing it to Vegeta. Son Gohan bestowed upon Trunks 2 magical beans, which he carried with him. Although the beans he cultivated had yet to mature, for seeds remained, prompting Gohan to share 2 with Trunks. Vegeta, taken aback by Trunks possessing the beans, dismissed the thought. For the present moment demanded his attention, he seized the beans and consumed them. Observing this, Son Wukong grew anxious. "Trunks, You have violated the rules. It is my turn now. Silence, Kakarot. This foe shall be dealt with by me. I have yet to be defeated, Vegeta retorted. Having regained his strength, and even grown stronger after consuming the beans. Vegeta, you are cheating, Son Wukong expressed his discontent. Trunks furrowed his brow and interjected, Father, allow me to vanquish him. Time had dragged on long enough for Vegeta to engage in a one-on-one battle. Trunks, unable to bear the situation any longer, felt compelled to intervene. Trunks, you two shall step aside, Vegeta commanded. Trunks sighed and resigned. Very well, he is my father. He hypnotized himself, suppressing his anger, and returned to his previous position. At that moment, Vegeta's countenance twisted with rage. He clasped his head with both hands and knelt. In an instant, beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead, revealing an expression of immense agony. In that moment, Vegeta's veins bulged, and he was drenched in sweat. Father, what is happening? Trunks exclaimed, sensing the dire situation and rushing to assist Vegeta. However, he was caught off guard as Vegeta, in a sudden frenzy, struck him away with a single punch. Vegeta trembled as he rose, unleashing a thunderous laugh. His aura expanded and surged, swiftly transcending the threshold of Super Saiyan 1. Within mere breaths, he was enveloped in crackling lightning and successfully ascended to Super Saiyan 2. Ha ha! His laughter echoed wildly, as if primal instincts had returned. The onlookers, Piccolo and Son Wukong, perceived the Vegeta they had encountered during the initial invasion of Earth. What is happening? What has become of Vegeta? The Supreme Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Piccolo, equally bewildered, remarked, Vegeta has unexpectedly broken through to Super Saiyan 2? Incredible! No, Vegeta's aura is off. It is far too volatile. Son Wukong furrowed his brow. Son Gohan, however, understood the cause. Vegeta had been enchanted by Babidi. Through this enchantment, he had augmented his strength and forcibly surpassed the limits of Super Saiyan 2. It could be said that he had turned misfortune into fortune. This battle had not been in vain. It had honed his combat prowess and allowed him to transcend his limits. Moreover, Vegeta was not easily subdued. The M emblem on Vegeta's forehead became increasingly pronounced, marking his enchantment. At that juncture, a sharp voice pierced the air. Vegeta, cease your skirmish with Dabura. Go forth and eliminate that Supreme Kai. It was Babidi, who had returned, hidden behind a weathered stone. Silence. Vegeta struggled to turn his head toward Babidi's direction. What? You dare defy my command? Babidi exclaimed in disbelief. Those under his enchantment were typically incapable of opposing his orders. Failure to comply resulted in excruciating headaches, and in severe cases, cerebral hemorrhaging that rendered them incapable of functioning normally. Eliminate the Supreme Kai. Babidi, undeterred, reiterated his command. Vegeta knelt once more, fists pounding the ground with force. Silence. How could I heed your command? I am the noble prince of the Saiyans, you despicable insect. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Vegeta stood upright, fully unleashing the aura of Super Saiyan 2, causing the ground beneath him to crack and splinter like a spider's web. Babidi, rendered speechless, had never encountered such a being. Nearby, Trunks gazed at Vegeta with a mix of emotions. His father's pride exceeded his expectations. Meanwhile, the Supreme Kai's pupils narrowed as he remarked, Babidi. It is Babidi who has ensnared Vegeta. Son Wukong cast a fleeting glance at him, implying that even he could perceive it. Lord Kaioshin, there is no need to state the obvious. Kill him. I shall proceed to eliminate Babidi. As he spoke, Kaioshin soared into the sky, heading towards Babidi's location. Son Gohan shouted from behind, Lord Kaioshin, please be cautious. At that moment, the battle between Vegeta and Dabura reignited. Upon transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Vegeta's strength surged significantly, causing Dabura to find himself at a disadvantage, teetering on the brink of defeat. Suddenly, Dabura spat at Vegeta, who raised his hand to intercept the projectile, only to find the saliva splattering onto his white glove. To his shock, Vegeta realized that his glove was rapidly turning to stone. How repugnant! He exclaimed, swiftly removing the glove and casting it aside. With a shattering sound, the glove fragmented into pieces. Meanwhile, the Kaioshin, attempting to confront Babidi, was abruptly sent flying backward, spewing blood. What happened, Lord Kaioshin? Jebat exclaimed, astonished. He rushed to catch the Kaioshin and immediately cast a healing spell. The Kaioshin quickly regained his composure, but cast a fearful glance towards the direction where Babidi was hiding. Babidi has another accomplice? Accomplice? Jebat marveled. Didn't Babidi's minions consist solely of Dabura? Indeed, I sensed an unusual presence moments ago. I did not expect there to be another who could conceal their energy. Father, Uncle Piccolo, let us investigate. Son Wukong ascended into the sky. Son Wukong and Piccolo followed closely behind. The three of them soared towards Babbidi's direction. Upon witnessing their departure, Jebet inquired of King Kai, "What about us? Should we simply remain here and not hinder their efforts?" At this juncture, King Kai had attained a clear understanding of his own abilities. The commentator, merely an observer, remained detached from the unfolding events. In the sky, Sun Wufan and his companions gazed down at Babbidi's hiding place, only to witness Babbidi being hoisted by the neck with a single hand. He thrashed about helplessly in midair. "Frisia?" Piccolo exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the ground below. "No, it's not Frisia," Sun Wufan replied, shaking his head. On the ground, Babbidi's complexion turned ashen as he dangled helplessly, kicking his legs in desperation while staring in terror at the man who should have been under his control. The man gripping him bore a striking resemblance to Frisia, yet was taller and more imposing, adorned in hues of white and purple, exuding an aura of strength far surpassing Frisia's diminutive form. This was none other than Frisia's elder brother, Cooler, renowned as the most brilliant warrior of the Frisia family. Babbidi's frail hands clawed at Cooler's fingers in a futile struggle. "Cooler, what are you doing? Let me go?" he pleaded. "Of course, I intend to kill you, Babbidi. Useless beings devoid of value should not exist," Cooler replied, a glint of cold malice flickering in his eyes as he tightened his grip. Babbidi gasped for breath, panic rising within him. "You dare betray me? Release me," he cried. "Not only do I dare betray you, Babbidi, but I also have the audacity to end your life. Did you truly believe you could control me?" Recalling Vegeta's earlier defiance and glancing at Cooler's unrelenting smirk, Babbidi felt a terror that pierced to his core. What, then, had been the purpose of his earlier compliance? The opportunity for contemplation slipped away as Cooler declared, "Die?" With that, he fixed his gaze upon Babbidi, and in an instant, Babbidi's head exploded in a gruesome spray, his lifeless body collapsing in a heap. With Babbidi's demise, the ominous M mark on Cooler's forehead vanished. Not only he, but also Vegeta, Dabura, and the Earthlings once under Babbidi's sinister influence regained their senses, freed from his control. However, the battle between Vegeta and Dabura raged on, escalating to a fevered intensity. Although their powers had diminished following the removal of Babbidi's spell, their combat remained fiercely vigorous. Vegeta had not regressed from Super Saiyan 2, rather. He now embodied a weakened form of the transformation, akin to a youthful Sun Wufan from the Z timeline, capable of fiercely contending with Dabura. Drawing on his seasoned combat experience, Vegeta gradually gained the upper hand, while Trunks stood by, supporting his father. Piccolo, with his keen ears, had absorbed every word exchanged between Cooler and Babbidi. Without turning his head, he informed Sun Wufan and Sun Wukong, "The individual below is named Cooler." "Cooler? He really does resemble Frisia," Sun Wukong mused, stroking his chin in curiosity, as the sight of Cooler inevitably brought Frisia to mind. Meanwhile, Sun Wufan frowned, troubled by Cooler's appearance. If memory served him correctly, based on the timeline of the films, Cooler was supposed to have appeared around the time Sun Wukong fell victim to a viral heart disease, purportedly to confront Sun Wukong, only to have bested him twice over. Suddenly, Sun Wukong unleashed his extraordinary powers, transforming into the legendary Super Saiyan. With a single Kamehameha wave, he propelled himself into the sun. Yet, despite this, Cooler remained unvanquished, subsequently morphing into a metallic form that nearly obliterated planet Namek. On that occasion, both Sun Wukong and Vegeta found themselves perilously close to demise at his hands. He was indeed a formidable adversary. However, upon delving into his memories, Son Gohan discovered that this incarnation of Cooler had not set foot on Earth over a decade ago. This revelation implied that he was making his official debut now. Could it be that his father's demise from heart disease deterred him from coming earlier? Or perhaps, due to Trunks altering the timeline in the Z dimension, Cooler's appearance was prematurely advanced? In any case, there was a notable discrepancy in the timeline. Ladies and gentlemen, after such a prolonged observation, are you not yet prepared to descend? Cooler extended his palm towards the trio in the sky, his hand pulsating with energy, poised to unleash a cataclysmic strike at any moment. Son Gohan, Piccolo, and Sun Wukong exchanged glances before gracefully descending to a spot not far from Guldo. Upon witnessing their arrival, Guldo withdrew his turbulent energy, observing the trio with keen interest. "Ah, so you are Sun Wukong, the Super Saiyan who killed my brother," Guldo remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. "Indeed, I am Son Wukong. And who might your brother be? Son Wukong stepped forward, his fists cracking with anticipation, a thrill coursing through him at the sight of his adversary. My foolish brother often laughed in such a manner. Ho 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 ah. I see now it is Frieza. I never anticipated that Frieza had a brother. So, have you come to avenge him? Son Wukong suddenly comprehended. No wonder Gula bore such a striking resemblance to Frieza. Ah, no, that's not quite right. It should be that Frieza resembles this Gula. Humph. My foolish brother and my dim-witted father were outmatched. They met their demise, and why should I seek vengeance for them? Yet, judging by your demeanor, it appears you intend to eliminate me as well. Do you not? You scions truly embody the essence of villainy. Ah, that is not my intention. I merely wish to engage in a duel with you. But what if I were to desire your demise? The gaze of Gula suddenly became perilous. Ha. I am not so easily vanquished, replied Son Wukong, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Oh, is that so? Gula retorted, and in an instant, his figure flickered, appearing before Son Wukong with astonishing speed, delivering a punch that sent him flying. A once stalwart petrified forest was shattered upon the impact of Son Wukong's body. Erupting with a thunderous roar, Old Son, Piccolo cried out anxiously, adopting a defensive stance. Father is unharmed. He can withstand a beating. Son Gohan spoke, his brow slightly furrowed. This level of power seems somewhat amiss, does it not? It far surpasses that of Frieza. Moreover, Son Gohan was aware that the Goldo before him had not yet reached his ultimate form. He still possessed an additional formidable transformation compared to Frieza. Speaking of which, that transformation was rather impressive. Shaking off his thoughts, Son Gohan turned to the Goldo standing beside him, who was observing him with curiosity, and inquired, Goldo, you are the one who killed the South Kai, aren't you? Goldo looked down at Son Gohan, who stood half a head taller than him, wearing an expression of icy disdain. Humph, and who might you be? I am Son Gohan, he replied. The person you just sent flying is my father. Suddenly, Son Wukong's Son Gohan unleashed a powerful strike, landing a lightning-fast punch to Gula's abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air. Gula's trajectory mirrored that of Son Wukong moments earlier. With a resounding crash, the countless weathered stone formations erupted, enveloping the area in a cloud of dust and producing a thunderous roar. Ha, how delightful. Yet, Gula swiftly ascended into the sky, reappearing a few meters opposite Gohan. Son Wukong too soared back into the fray. Both warriors had exchanged blows, yet neither sustained significant harm. Instead, they were filled with exhilaration. Son Wukong flexed his muscles, bouncing eagerly, and proclaimed loudly, Gohan, hold your fire for now. Allow me to engage him first. With a sense of resignation, Son Wufan shrugged his shoulders, signaling for the other to proceed. Gula glanced at Son Wufan before turning his gaze towards Son Wukong, lifting his chin with a derisive smirk. You seem rather lacking, Son Wukong. I am no fool like Frieza. I have no interest in engaging with you in your current state. Oh, so I am underestimated, Son Wukong remarked awkwardly, scratching his head. How about this? With a mighty shout, he transformed into a Super Saiyan, his body enveloped in a blazing golden aura, his golden hair standing on end. Gula crossed his arms, shaking his head in disdain. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? It hardly impresses. It might only suffice against my brother, a mere weakling. Then what about this? Son Wukong exclaimed, gathering energy anew. His aura intensified, shimmering with electric arcs, an overwhelming force emanating from him. Super Saiyan 2. Now this is becoming interesting. But I have not merely spent the past decade eating and sleeping, Gula laughed heartily. Come then, let me bring you to your end, Super Saiyan Son Wukong. Suddenly, Gula burst into laughter, his body radiating a purple glow as he charged towards Son Wukong. The collision of the two was fierce, sending Son Wukong flying backward. Gula's power had reached astonishing heights. Even in his Super Saiyan 2 form, Son Wukong found himself at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Boom. Brilliant flashes of light streaked across the sky, a testament to their fierce exchange and swift movements. With a thunderous roar, another weathered stone mountain erupted. As the very earth began to fracture beneath their might, Gohan and Piccolo swiftly departed from the battlefield, observing from a distance. Piccolo, filled with astonishment, remarked, This Gula is astonishingly more powerful than Frieza, capable of contending with Goku? Yet, he immediately refuted his own statement. No, that cannot be right. He is merely suppressing Goku. How could that be possible? Son Gohan remarked, Is it not reasonable for an elder brother to surpass his younger sibling in strength? Moreover, it is not solely we who are advancing. Perhaps, in the past, he was indeed comparable to Frieza, But over the course of more than a decade, circumstances may have arisen that enhanced his prowess. Piccolo nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this perspective. However, Goku is still concealing his true power. He has yet to unleash his Super Saiyan 3 form, and this Goldo is certainly no match for him. Let us hope so, he added. Suddenly, an energy sphere hurtled towards the two of them. Damn, it's a stray attack. Son Wukong effortlessly sent it flying with a single sweep of his hand. Whoosh. Son Wukong and Gula moved with remarkable speed. Yet, Gula always managed to stay a step ahead, consistently arriving before Son Wukong. Huh. The sound of fists raining down followed. Striking furiously, Son Wukong found himself weary from defense, being forced to retreat repeatedly in search of an opportunity to break through. Meanwhile, on the other side, Vegeta had concluded his battle, having obliterated Dubra with a single energy wave, leaving his aura utterly extinguished, presumably ascending to heaven. Consequently, Trunks and Vegeta joined the ranks of spectators. Who is that? To think he could overpower Uncle Wukong, Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. In comparison, he believed his Super Saiyan 2 strength paled in comparison to that of Son Wukong. Thus, the individual engaged in combat with Uncle Wukong must possess even greater power. How could he not be taken aback? Vegeta's expression was equally grim, for despite having forcibly ascended to Super Saiyan 2, his strength was still far inferior to that of Trunks. Son Gohan explained that as Frieza's brother, known as Cooler, Vegeta was taken aback, as he had not anticipated that Frieza possessed an unseen sibling. Trunks, however, remained unfazed, as he had never encountered Frieza himself. Some tales of Frieza's deeds were recounted to him by Son Gohan during their childhood. Meanwhile, as they conversed, Cooler raised his hand, merging his fingers, the tips shimmering with light as he unleashed a barrage of purple energy beams that sliced through the air, targeting Son Goku. This technique bore resemblance to Frieza's death beam. Piccolo had suffered greatly from this attack. Back on Namek, during his second transformation, Frieza had used this move to leave Piccolo questioning his very existence, utterly defenseless. Son Wukong swiftly evaded, darting madly through the barrage of beams. However, the death rays were excessively dense, and he finally sustained injuries, a gash marring his arm, blood streaming profusely. Even his face bore a painful scratch, searing with agony. This dire predicament compelled Son Wukong to act decisively. Seizing an opportunity, he executed a sudden teleportation, creating distance. He then clenched his fists tightly. A long, piercing howl shattered the silence of the sky. His energy surged uncontrollably, his hair lengthening and thickening. Oh, how the sinister Saiyan concealed his true power. Gula crossed his arms, wearing a look of anticipation. Thunder rumbled from above, causing the very earth to tremble. Waves of energy rippled outward, marking the completion of the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. His hair cascaded down to his waist, eyebrows vanished, and his pupils gleamed a striking emerald green, reminiscent of precious jade. The visage of Son Wukong exuded an unexpectedly sinister and audacious charm. A face befitting a villain, indeed. It seems that you, at this moment, embody the essence of an antagonist more than I do, Gula remarked with a mocking grin. Humph. Let us commence the next round. Son Wukong snorted coldly, his countenance radiating an air of icy ruthlessness. In the blink of an eye, he vanished into thin air, only to reappear behind Gula, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the nape of his neck, a precise strike to a vulnerable point. Before Gula could even register the attack, he was sent hurtling away. As Son Wukong transitioned from Super Saiyan 2 to Super Saiyan 3, his power surged immensely. Observing the defeated Gula, he instantaneously teleported beside him, his fist raining down like a torrential storm, each strike echoing against Gula's form. Taste this, Son Wukong proclaimed, thrusting both hands downward, pressing an energy sphere firmly against Gula's chest. In the next moment, Gula was propelled into the earth by the energy orb. The sphere detonated, causing the ground to tremble violently. An area spanning several kilometers was reduced to rubble, leaving the Earth King gravely injured. A colossal mushroom cloud ascended skyward, engulfing all in its wake. The onlookers hastily retreated to the side, regaining their vision only after the chaos settled. At that moment, the center of the explosion erupted with Gula's thunderous laughter. His energy began to swell uncontrollably. Had he concealed his true strength? Piccolo stood astonished. That vile creature. Vegeta clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Suddenly, a wave of purple energy surged upward, dispersing the surrounding smoke. Gula slowly ascended into the air, his appearance transformed. Compared to before, he now appeared significantly more robust. His arms and thighs were thicker and more muscular, and he had gained considerable height. Moreover, his upper body seemed to be encased in a pearlescent armor, safeguarding vital areas. From his head, for horns extended backward, and even his face was shrouded in armor. His eyes glowing red, devoid of pupils, exuding an aura of menace. Additionally, his shoulders jutted out like protective breastplates, from which two long horns sprouted from his back. Blades akin to daggers emerged from his arms and the tops of his feet, enhancing his capacity to assault adversaries. A thick tail, pulsating with purple energy, arched behind him, its sharp and elongated tip glistening ominously, revealing its lethal nature. Gula was enveloped in violet flames, flickering upon his skin, his overwhelming presence almost palpable. The spectators were astonished by Gula's transformation, yet what astonished them even more was the sheer intensity of his energy. At that moment, Gula's power eclipsed even that of Super Saiyan 3 Son Wukong, reaching a terrifying zenith. Son Wukong's expression turned frosty. He realized he was facing a formidable adversary this time. Ha ha, it's my turn now, Son Wukong. Gula chuckled, transforming into a bolt of purple lightning, charging towards Son Wukong with an astonishing speed. Ha ha, Gula laughed boisterously, sweeping a leg through the air, producing a series of explosive sounds. Son Wukong swiftly raised his arms to block, only to be sent flying by a powerful kick. The tremendous force left a sweet taste in his throat, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Such was the overwhelming strength. Gula had no intention of letting Son Wukong off so easily. He swiftly brought his hands together, unleashing a colossal energy sphere pulsating with alternating shades of purple and black, hurtling towards Son Wukong. As Son Wukong barely steadied himself, he looked up just in time to see the menacing energy sphere barreling towards him. With a resounding shout, he summoned the full might of Super Saiyan 3, channeling his energy into a powerful counterattack. 077. I am Gula. This is my story. Consider this chapter an epilogue. I am Gula, the most gifted warrior in my family. Cough. Speaking of my family, since I became aware, only 3 of us have remained. Myself, my foolish brother Frisia, and our father, King Cold. 3 individuals forming a family. Isn't that rather impressive? Yes, impressively cold. Remember, I'm not making a cold joke here, for our names and personalities are as frigid as the winter's chill. My brother, lacking mastery over his power, developed several deceptive transformations to prevent energy loss, often presenting himself in a foolish guise, which is quite laughable. However, I am different. I inherently command my power with perfect precision, operating at full capacity. Thus, I have no need to resort to meaningless degenerate transformations. My appearance is far cooler than his. Additionally, allow me to share a secret. Even Frisia may not be aware of this. In fact, I possess the ability to undergo one more transformation, significantly amplifying my combat prowess. I will always have one more form than Frisia. After all, as the elder brother, it is my duty to safeguard my younger sibling. Nevertheless, my brother gradually matured, and I take solace in seeing him thrive in the northern galaxy. To avoid overshadowing him, I ventured to the southern galaxy to develop my own prowess. Notably, I have become a formidable overlord in this region, a prominent figure in the southern galaxy. In a short span, I established the illustrious Gula Legion, with the Gula Mecha team as my trusted elite, leading the entire legion. For over 2 decades, the Gula Legion dominated the southern galaxy, encountering few rivals. Life indeed felt as desolate as snow, until one day, I received alarming reports from the northern galaxy. What? My inept brother was defeated by a scion, and subsequently, both he and our father were ruthlessly slain? What an infuriating revelation. Is it true that my family has been reduced to just me? Damn it, this is utterly unacceptable. I rarely resort to profanity, but this situation is unbearable. Those scion monkeys, how could they be so formidable? I distinctly recall that within their ranks, a power level slightly exceeding 10,000 was deemed the pinnacle of their capabilities. How is it possible that Frisia, with a power level of 120 million, was vanquished by an ant? This is absurd, beyond belief, and utterly preposterous. Oh. Later I learned that it was a being named Son Wukong who transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan, responsible for the deaths of Frisia and our father. What is this Super Saiyan that father often spoke of? Is it truly so fearsome? Can one amass such wealth in just over a decade starting from a mere 10,000? This is outrageous. So this is how the game is played? You can mutate an ant to kill an elephant, while I, an elephant, cannot evolve? You are allowed to exploit these absurdities? I refuse to accept this. How can I become stronger? Father never imparted this knowledge to us. However, given my already unmatched power, why pursue further strength? Yet now, circumstances have changed, and I find myself in a predicament. Although I surpass Frieza in strength, I cannot dismiss the possibility that this Son Gohan, the Super Saiyan, may also transcend his limits. Indeed, there are precedents. Both Frieza and our father fell before him, and I could easily meet the same fate. Thus, as the last remaining member of my family, I must remain composed and revive our family's legacy. I must ensure that those damn Saiyans understand that our cold lineage is not to be trifled with. But how can I grow stronger? I pondered this for an extended period, until one day, an evil sorcerer appeared in the southern galaxy. This individual was up to no good, and I yearned to eliminate him. However, the hulking figure beside him, named Dabura, seemed formidable. I soon discovered an intriguing fact. Individuals who fell under the sorcerer Babidi influence became stronger. Coincidentally, just as I was feeling drowsy, an opportunity presented itself. How delightful! I intentionally allowed myself to be controlled by him. Yet that foolish reptile remained oblivious, basking in his own arrogance. Let him revel for a while. Indeed, after being enchanted, my strength surged. This was promising. Furthermore, the grotesque sorcerer possessed many techniques from which I could learn, such as methods to conceal my presence. Quite beneficial. I learned eagerly. Over the years, this sorcerer led me on a rampage, killing and absorbing energy in pursuit of reviving a being called Majin Buu. What an obsessive fixation. I could not comprehend it, yet at times I admired his tenacity. Nevertheless, such an ugly creature deserved to perish. However, I soon realized that this enchantment did not indefinitely enhance my power. My strength stagnated once more, and this wretched creature made me yearn for his demise. He wanted me to assassinate the so-called South Kai? How amusing. After spending many years in the southern galaxy, I too had longed to eliminate him. An utterly useless old fool. What purpose does his continued existence serve? He merely lingers on that desolate planet, resting and recuperating, is he not? Retirement? Joyrides? Listening to music? Nonsense. He must die? Babidi, that vile creature, transported me to South Kai's planet. However, I intended to observe this so-called deity covertly, day in and day out. He remains on that wretched planet, neglecting the affairs of the mortal realm. Ah, yes, it is fortunate that he does not intervene. Otherwise, the Gula Legion could not have flourished so effortlessly. Oh, this fellow possesses quite the arrogance, with peculiar supernatural abilities. Why is he always bickering with that North Kai? It is utterly tiresome. Oh, training can lead to strength? Merely exercising the body. Is that all it takes to become stronger? And he boasts about that Super Saiyan named Son Gohan? That fellow merely cultivates to grow stronger, does he? It is not a sudden mutation from an ant into an elephant, is it? Ah, I believe I have stumbled upon a revelation. What is this about inviting someone to the Grand Kai's planet for a contest? What does this tournament entail? Would you kindly elucidate, you scoundrel? Your vague words are driving me to the brink of madness. By the heavens, I could very well end your existence. Cursed North Kai and South Kai. Enough. Let us proceed with destruction. I shall swiftly sever the head of the South Kai with a swift strike. A worthless being, unworthy of existence, merely a drain on resources. Upon witnessing my act of slaying the South Kai, that grotesque Babidi appeared rather pleased. Very well, I shall spare you for the moment. I must first delve into the nature of this cultivation. As that accursed North Kai stated, is it merely a matter of physical training? Yet, on the other hand, physical training sounds rather cumbersome. Perhaps I shall give it a try. Exercising for a day or two over the course of a month should suffice. Lo and behold, to my astonishment, my battle prowess has indeed increased. Quite remarkable. It seems that the one known as Son Goku, the Super Saiyan, must have trained for several months. Otherwise, how could he have possibly defeated Frieza? Regarding the rapid advancement in strength of Cooler and Frieza, this text offers the following premises and analyses. 1. They possess exceptional bloodlines, allowing for swift progress in their cultivation. 2. Psychological torment is also a form of training, akin to accumulating strength over time, facilitating rapid enhancement of power. 3. They harbor immense potential, similar to potential release. After training, this potential accelerates, but it is finite. Once their potential is fully realized, their training progression will decelerate and revert to a normal pace. 078. Fierce battle, Son Gohan versus Cooler. Son Wukong was continually forced back by the ominous crimson energy sphere. He pressed his palms firmly against the sphere, his feet carving deep furrows into the ground as he struggled to maintain his ground. How infuriating! Gula had grown exceedingly powerful. Son Wukong swallowed the blood that had risen to his throat, fighting desperately against the overwhelming force. Humph! Gula let out a cold snort, and with a sudden thrust of his hands, the energy within the sphere surged with even greater ferocity. This is bad, really bad. I can't hold on much longer. Son Wukong's arms bulged with strain, his visage contorted in agony, and his breath began to falter as the battle took a dire turn. Without reinforcements, he feared he might be consumed by this energy sphere. Just then, sensing the peril, Son Gohan's figure flashed onto the battlefield. "Dad, let me take over," he declared, placing his hands against the energy sphere. Instantly, Son Wukong felt a significant relief from the pressure. Son Wufan, undeterred, instantaneously entered a state of unparalleled energy. "Go, Wufan. Defeat him." Son Goku pressed his right hand against his chest, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, breathless as he gazed upon his son. "I will," Wufan affirmed with a nod, and then, with a mighty shout, unleashed a surge of silvery energy that enveloped his entire being. He propelled himself forward, pushing the energy sphere of Gula as he raced across the ground. "Ah, so Wufan has arrived," Gula remarked with a hint of intrigue, observing Wufan as he dashed forward, maneuvering the energy sphere with determination. Panting heavily, Son Wukong reverted from his Super Saiyan form back to his usual appearance and gradually flew towards the direction of Piccolo and the others. Old Son noticed Piccolo's intention to assist him. Son Wukong waved his hand with a wry smile and said, "Piccolo, it's unnecessary. I can still hold on." On the battlefield, Son Gohan ran faster and faster, then launched a powerful kick that sent an energy sphere soaring into the air, whistling as it hurtled toward Gula. Whoosh! Gula barely managed to evade it. The energy sphere grazed him, leaving a deep gash on his shoulder. Subsequently, the sphere soared into the vastness of space, eventually exploding somewhere unknown. However, Son Gohan paid no mind to such matters. With a swift instant transmission, he appeared beside Gula, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches that struck with incredible ferocity. Under the weight of such a relentless assault, Gula was forced to retreat repeatedly, struggling to defend himself. In the next moment, Son Gohan delivered a powerful kick that sent Gula flying away, his body resembling a meteor, igniting sparks as it scraped against the air. As Son Wukong raised his hand, a sphere of energy was swiftly hurled towards Gula, exploding upon impact. However, Gula quickly activated his energy shield. The deafening blast obliterated the shield he had just erected, forcing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Despite this, Gula sustained only minimal injuries, demonstrating the remarkable resilience of his defenses. Yet, Son Wukong's onslaught seemed to target him with unerring precision. Energy spheres rained down relentlessly, each striking true and leaving him in a state of distress. Unlike the ineffective barrage of Prince Vegeta, Wukong's attacks resembled a well-calibrated assault. Wukong is truly formidable. Piccolo couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, just moments ago, I was being overwhelmed by Gula, and now it's Wukong who has turned the tide against him. Son Goku replied with a smile. After a brief respite, Son Wukong felt revitalized. Trunks, with his eyes sparkling with intensity, seemed to perceive himself as the one engaged in battle, brimming with excitement. Vegeta remarked, "I am not surprised by Gohan's accomplishments. He has always possessed extraordinary talent since childhood." The others were taken aback, never expecting to hear words of praise from Vegeta. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gula was engulfed in flames of fury due to Gohan's relentless assault, his body drenched in blood. "Ah!" Gula roared in rage, his purple aura surging fiercely, sending ripples of energy outward that deflected Gohan's attacks in all directions. In an instant, energy spheres erupted in all directions, accompanied by thunderous explosions. The ground cracked as if it had endured a series of powerful nuclear detonations, leaving the Earth in a state of profound distress. "Ha ha ha, Gohan, I was right. You truly are the strongest among them." Gula, ignoring the blood trickling from his mouth, laughed heartily. "Behold my technique, supernova explosion." He raised his hand toward the sky, summoning a colossal golden energy sphere that blotted out the sun, expanding in diameter to several hundred meters in an instant. During battle, Son Wukong's son, Gohan, prefers silence. With remarkable swiftness, he concentrated the Kamehameha wave. His hands, clasped at his waist, radiated an unparalleled brilliance. "Huh!" roared Gula, propelling the colossal supernova in the sky. Yet, astonishingly, He directed it not towards Gohan, but rather sent it crashing towards the ground. Son Gohan unleashed a furious exclamation, darting to the ground with remarkable speed. The tumultuous Kamehameha wave surged forth from his hands, propelled skyward. A mesmerizing blend of blue and gold enveloped the heavens, dividing the sky into two distinct hues. Ah! The veins on Gula's body bulged, while the muscles in Son Gohan's arms throbbed with intensity. With a mighty roar, Son Gohan unleashed his energy, causing the Kamehameha wave to swell to more than double its original size, pushing back the colossal golden energy sphere that measured over 100 meters in diameter. "Ow! I can't hold on," Gula shrieked, his arms trembling with fatigue. "Run! I must flee quickly, or it will be the end." He hastened to escape, but the massive supernova he had conjured was overwhelming. Despite moving with the swiftness of lightning, the gigantic energy sphere melted away a substantial portion of his thick tail. The searing pain contorted his features, and blood gushed from the severed tail, painting the sky crimson. Now, he appeared disheveled and gasping for breath. His injuries far more severe than those of Son Goku moments earlier. Boom! The supernova energy sphere collided with the Kamehameha wave in the upper atmosphere, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The blinding radiance and energy shockwaves swiftly engulfed half the Earth, causing the ground to tremble as if the planet itself were experiencing a subtle earthquake. Fortunately, this cataclysmic explosion did not occur on the surface. Otherwise, the entire planet would face annihilation, disintegrating into brilliant cosmic fireworks. Gula's chest heaved as he wiped the blood from his lips, fixating his gaze on Son Gohan below. In that moment, Son Gohan raised his hand, pointing several fingers skyward, unleashing streams of energy that soared towards Gula. What a troublesome adversary he is. Gula dodged swiftly, yet his leg was pierced once more by the energy. Instead of fear, he trembled with exhilaration, erupting into boisterous laughter. "Ha ha ha, Son Gohan, today I shall ensure your demise," he bellowed, his voice booming as an intense wave of energy erupted from his body. Sun Wukong's fingers converged at his brow, as the spell of the magic light cannon gradually took shape. Golden Legend, Golden Gula, Magic Light Cannon. With a mighty roar, Sun Wukong unleashed a massive energy beam entwined in hues of purple and gold, aimed directly at Gula. However, at that moment, the energy emanating from Gula became so dense that it rendered the surrounding air murky and distorted. The magical beam, akin to a powerful projectile, seemed to collide with an invisible wall of air, causing its velocity to diminish by a third. Just then, a blinding golden light surged into the sky, piercing through the very fabric of heaven and earth. The dual-hued magical beam, radiant in purple and gold, unleashed by Son Wukong's son, Gohan, was unexpectedly deflected by a powerful wave of energy, causing its trajectory to veer off course and shoot into the distance. The onlookers were struck with awe at the intensity of Gula's force. Piccolo's mouth gaped wide enough to accommodate an entire egg. What a terrifying aura this was. Gula's energy had surged once more, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space. Such overwhelming power. Son Wukong and Vegeta clenched their fists, their bodies trembling ever so slightly, not from fear, but from the exhilaration that accompanies the presence of a formidable opponent. Though they were not adversaries, the pure-blooded Scions possessed an indomitable and combative spirit. The boiling courage coursing through their veins was undeniable. Uncle Wukong, consume this senzu bean. It appears that Gohan may require our assistance, Trunks said, furrowing his brow as he produced the soul senzu bean and offered it to Son Wukong. Just then, Jebet and King Kai descended from the heavens. "Allow me to assist in healing Son Wukong," Jebet proclaimed, casting a healing spell upon him. Son Wukong's condition instantaneously returned to its pinnacle. Trunks silently retracted the divine beings. They had just presumed that the Kaioshin and Jebet had retreated back to the Kaioshin realm. Son Gohan furrowed his brow deeply. With both hands, he hurled energy blasts toward the resplendent figure of Gula, who radiated a brilliant light. However, his seemingly terrifying energy dissipated without inflicting any real harm on Gula, the very epicenter of the storm. Gula's aura continued to intensify, transcending its previous limits and ascending to an unprecedented realm. No wonder his defenses were so formidable, akin to an indomitable cockroach. He had indeed reached that pinnacle. As Gohan gazed toward the direction of the surging golden light, an intense fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. Gradually, the smoke began to clear, revealing Gula's form to the onlookers. Golden, a dazzling expanse of gold. In that moment, Gula's entire complexion underwent a dramatic transformation. His body appeared to be forged from pure gold, resembling a golden deity of war. This was his new form, Golden Gula. Gula erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Son Gohan. I must concede, you are indeed formidable. You have compelled me to assume this form. It is hard to believe that I could become this powerful. Son Gohan remarked, so? Is it now referred to as Tycoon Gold Gula? Let's call it Golden Gula, shall we? What do you think of my invincible stance? Are you not taken aback? I am indeed somewhat astonished, yet it was within my expectations, Son Gohan replied. Ha, such audacity, Gula retorted with a cold snort. His eyes suddenly emitting two beams of purple light directed at Son Gohan. Son Gohan sidestepped, but at that moment, a shiver ran down his spine, instinctively sensing impending danger. Oh no, Gula had appeared behind him unnoticed, delivering a powerful kick to his back. The impact caused Son Gohan's spine to crack audibly, breaking into two segments, sending his body hurtling away. The intense pain startled him, for Gula's speed was astonishingly swift. Fortunately, his formidable self-healing abilities swiftly mended the injury, reconnecting his spine. With a sudden swoosh, Son Gohan vanished mid-air, only to reappear beside Gula in the next instant. Gula smirked and struck with a knife-hand blow, instantly slicing the visible Son Gohan in half. Yet, in the following heartbeat, Son Gohan's form re-emerged, multiplying from 1 to 2, then from 2 to 4, 4 to 8, and finally 8 to 16. 16 figures surrounded Gula, each conjuring a radiant energy sphere poised against him, unleashing a cacophony of explosive sound. What technique is this? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Trunks clarified, this is the proliferation technique from planet Yardrat. Proliferation technique? Vegeta inquired, puzzled. It resembles Tien's four-way fist, Goku pondered, stroking his chin. Ah, a mere parlor trick. Gula laughed heartily, as the golden aura around him erupted, obliterating 15 of the phantoms into dust. However, Son Gohan's true form had already soared above Gula's head. Is that so? Then how about this? He declared, solar flare. As Gula laughed mockingly and tilted his head back to face Son Gohan, the latter unleashed a thunderous shout, as if a sun had exploded in the sky. A blinding white light engulfed the surroundings. Ah, my eyes! Gula bellowed, feeling the searing pain that rendered him temporarily blind, tears streaming down his face. Boom! The relentless energy detonated around him, sending shockwaves that stirred the very earth beneath. Ah! Gula found himself at the epicenter of the explosion. Not only blinded but also experiencing a burning sensation across his skin. He had sustained injuries, albeit minor, yet he was indeed hurt. How could this be? In his golden state, he had been wounded? Was it truly possible to be harmed with such a disparity in power? This was outrageous. That despicable Son Gohan had employed a treacherous tactic. As energy blasts continued to explode against Gula's visage, Son Wukong swiftly increased the distance, swiftly donning a suit of remarkably elastic battle attire. He then raised his hand towards the heavens, summoning a sphere of energy as round as a full moon, which ascended into the sky. With a sudden contraction of his 5 fingers, he commanded, explode. A thunderous roar resonated through the air. A resplendent full moon now illuminated the night sky. Gula, barely regaining his vision, gazed at the celestial body shining in unison, rubbing his eyes in bewilderment, and inquired, what have you done? As Son Wukong gazed at the artificial moon in the sky, his body suddenly reverted to its normal state, and the rhythmic thumping of his heart began to resonate intensely. Shall I show you my transformation? Are you brave enough? The fervent heartbeat made his speech somewhat faltering. Transformation? Cooler stood there, arms crossed, perplexed but unimpressed. His arrogance led him to disdain the underhanded tactics employed by Son Wukong. Among the onlookers, Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. An artificial full moon? What is this kid up to? What use is it for him to become a giant ape? His battle power pales in comparison to that peculiar form he possessed earlier. Is Wukong really going to transform into a gorilla? Son Goku expressed his confusion. Trunks, suppressing his curiosity about the moon above, explained. Brother Gohan can transform into a giant ape and then ascend to the form of a Super Saiyan. Both Vegeta and Son Goku were momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, King Kai and Jebbet had witnessed Gohan's golden giant ape form and found nothing particularly strange about it. However, upon realizing that Gohan intended to transform into a giant ape, Cooler burst into laughter, arms still crossed. Foolishness. What advantage is there in becoming that grotesquely ugly giant ape? Not only does your battle power diminish, but your speed will also decline. Fine, Go ahead and complete your transformation. What of it? Cooler regarded Gohan, who was rapidly expanding into the giant ape form. With a sense of disdain for such a foolish transformation. 080. Super Saiyan 4 beneath the resounding engine of the Emperor. His eyes captured the light waves emanating from the artificial full moon, and his tail began to react. Soon, Son Wukong transformed into a towering black ape, standing an imposing 25 meters tall. His blood-red eyes radiated an intense, murderous aura, brimming with primal ferocity, and his breath became wildly savage and bloodthirsty. A thunderous roar erupted from the gaping maw of the colossal beast, as a golden aura surged forth. The once jet-black fur of the giant ape was instantaneously bathed in a brilliant golden hue. The hair atop the giant's head fluffed up dramatically, resembling the iconic hairstyle of a Super Saiyan. This was the state of the Super Saiyan Great Ape, embodying the formidable power of the Super Saiyan while in the form of a colossal simian. The combat prowess surged, with the ape's strength amplified tenfold and the Super Saiyan's power escalating 50-fold, culminating in an astonishing total enhancement of 500 times. In this formidable state, Son Wukong's aura surpassed even that of his previous mysterious form. However, in terms of agility, he found himself somewhat lacking. The Super Saiyan Great Ape's combat capabilities were heavily skewed towards strength and defense. Son Wukong and Vegeta stood astonished, their perceptions of the Saiyans being profoundly challenged by the unfolding spectacle. Yet, despite this revelation, the current Son Gohan still fell short in combat power compared to Gula. Oh, but the transformation is far from complete. Thunder rumbled ominously in the heavens, and blue sparks flickered across the golden ape's body. Son Gohan, having transformed into a great ape, successfully ascended to the Super Saiyan 2 form. His golden fur gleamed like countless golden needles. This transformation had previously evaded him, yet now it was achieved. His base power now far surpassed that of a few years prior, a testament to his relentless training that honed his strength daily. A tempestuous aura surged forth, accompanied by incessant lightning and thunder. The winds howled, creating a haunting melody. The great ape form's power multiplied tenfold, while the Super Saiyan 2 form escalated the power by a staggering hundredfold, culminating in an astonishing thousandfold increase. Fascinating, but still a far cry from my prowess. Gula mused, though a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes at Gohan's unusual transformation. Yet, he remained entirely confident in his own strength. Kid, are you ready yet? He asked with a hint of impatience. What's the rush? Are you afraid of me? Gohan retorted with a smirk, provoking Gula, who scoffed dismissively. The golden ape then struck its chest twice, its massive fists clenched tightly, muscles swelling into a formidable golden titan. The previously subdued energy surged once more, roaring back to life. The aura climbed rapidly, akin to a soaring eagle. The hair on the great ape's head grew wildly longer. Witnessing this, Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Is this Super Saiyan 3? When did Gohan master this form? In truth, 2 years prior, Son Gohan had indeed unlocked the Super Saiyan 3 transformation. However, in comparison to his unique and enigmatic power, Super Saiyan 3 bore numerous disadvantages, which led him to refrain from utilizing it. Consequently, everyone assumed he had yet to master this form. A terrifying energy began to envelop the surroundings, casting a shadow over the skies. The relentless thunder echoed above, and the very earth quaked as if it could scarcely withstand such overwhelming power. Gula's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The great ape's Super Saiyan 3 form offered an increase of tenfold, amplified by an extraordinary 400-fold boost, resulting in a magnificent increase of 4,000 times. At that moment, within the golden ape, Son Gohan experienced a profound and wondrous realization. The world fell silent, unbound, and free. A flash of inspiration illuminated his mind. Son Gohan's blood-red pupils contracted sharply, and his heart began to race once more. The towering golden giant ape, standing at a height of 25 meters, swiftly diminished in size. In an instant, a radiant golden light pierced through the clouds, sending ripples of golden energy cascading outward, clearing the previously overcast sky. Forgive me. This is my first time transforming into this form, so I am still somewhat unaccustomed. Son Gohan's voice emanated from the heart of the golden radiance. The onlookers gradually began to discern his appearance. At this moment, Son Gohan had grown from 186 centimeters to an impressive 210 centimeters, his physique appearing more robust and powerful. His thick, tousled black hair cascaded over his shoulders, with a fringe of black bangs falling across his forehead. His eyes, now deep and striking, showcased a stark contrast between the blood-red irises and luminous golden pupils that radiated an otherworldly glow. The dark red eyeliner accentuated an indescribable allure. At this juncture, Son Gohan's upper body was adorned with dark red fur, his arms similarly covered in wild, dark red hair, exuding a primal aura. Each wrist was encircled by a gray wristband. His lower half was clad in loose-fitting black cargo pants and gray combat boots, presenting a striking figure. A fluffy dark red tail swayed behind him in the breeze. Son Wukong felt the formidable power surging within him. His fighting prowess had surged by a staggering 4,000 times, akin to that of a Super Saiyan 3 in its great ape form. However, he now bore the immense strength of the great ape in his human form, thereby eliminating all the shortcomings associated with both the great ape and the Super Saiyan 3. In this state, every aspect, be it stamina, speed, strength, defense, endurance, or energy consumption, was nothing short of perfection. He had truly become a quintessential hexagonal warrior. Moreover, the energy expenditure was at an all-time low. Yet, this form possessed an astonishing increase in fighting capability, exceeding 4,000 times. The sheer terror of it was unfathomable. At this moment, Son Wukong finally comprehended why Vegeta and GT could transcend Super Saiyan 3 and directly transform into Super Saiyan 4. This so-called Super Saiyan 4 is, in essence, the Super Saiyan 3 form sustained by a human body while bearing the might of a great ape. Thus, it is both Super Saiyan 3 and Super Saiyan 4. Although uncertain of the accuracy of this understanding, Son Wukong embraced this interpretation for now. Observing the formidable energy radiating from Son Wukong, everyone was rendered speechless, including Trunks. Wasn't it agreed that they would transform into golden great apes together? Yet, why did Wukong seem to have quietly become more impressive? Piccolo was equally bewildered. What transformation is this? Is this still Wukong? It was truly astonishing that Wukong's power had surged to such an extent, altering even his appearance. Son Wukong marveled at this development. Wukong always had a knack for surprising others. Vegeta's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. He glimpsed a potential path forward. Perhaps he himself could not achieve such an evolution, but he firmly believed that Trunks could. His son possessed that capability. The Kaishin clenched his fists in delight, exclaiming that Wukong's energy now rivaled that of Cooler, and victory was surely within reach. Jebbet shared this confidence, affirming that Wukong would undoubtedly triumph. Trunks, filled with excitement, clenched his fists tighter, exclaiming how incredible Wukong was. Cooler, gazing upon the Super Saiyan 4 form of Son Wukong, felt his battle spirit surge, his blood boiling with fervor. Come on, Son Wukong. After keeping me waiting for so long, I hope you won't disappoint me, he bellowed, his golden aura blazing fiercely as the surrounding space warped around them. Let us see who will emerge victorious. Son Wukong's fighting spirit also soared to unprecedented heights. At this moment, it seemed that what coursed through his veins was no longer mere blood, but seething magma. Note, the storyline of this book intertwines the unique timelines of GT and Super, allowing for characters from both realms to potentially appear, crafting a new independent narrative. The author will strive to integrate and render the power system and storyline more coherent. Thus, scenarios like Super Blue and Master Roshi's parody with Krillin will not exist here. After Gohan, the path leads to Super Saiyan 4, with the divine aura of Super Saiyan 4, perhaps a breakthrough of limits? Following, that is the beast form. And we shall speak of the subsequent realms later. Here, it is highly probable that Goku and Vegeta will continue along the divine path. Please refrain from criticizing me. Thank you. In the battle between Super Saiyan 4 and the golden form, two figures transformed into radiant beams, colliding with tremendous force. Their fists met, unleashing a powerful shockwave that obliterated the surrounding space. Boom. Son Gohan staggered back several steps. In his first encounter after transforming, he deeply felt the terrifying power of Golden Gula. The combat prowess of Golden Gula was, in fact, significantly greater than that of his current Super Saiyan 4 form, rendering him formidable. Was this truly the limit of his capabilities? Gula sneered as he charged toward the retreating Son Gohan. However, instead of withdrawing, Gohan teleported directly in front of Gula and delivered a powerful punch to his face. Consequently, Gula's head was jolted to the side, while Gohan received a crushing blow to his chest. A shockwave erupted. Both warriors spat out blood, their energies forcing them apart by several dozen meters. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Gula and Son Gohan unleashed a dazzling aura once more, recklessly rushing towards each other. Fists collided, legs struck, and their tails entwined around each other's necks. They employed an array of outrageous techniques. Boom, boom, boom. Their speed was so astonishing that it eluded the naked eye, leaving only the sensation of violent shockwaves reverberating through the air. The spectators were left in a state of awe. Powerful, frenzied, swift. What level of combat was this? It was far beyond their own capabilities. Whoosh. Gula's eyes widened as two violet beams shot towards the closely positioned Son Gohan. As Son Wukong retracted his head, two beams grazed over him, singeing a considerable amount of his hair. He bent his knees and delivered a powerful right punch, producing a sound akin to an explosion of air as it struck Gula's abdomen. A tremendous surge of energy erupted from Gula's back, radiating brilliance and shearing off a distant mountain range. Gula, enduring the intense pain in his stomach, retaliated with a fierce knee strike aimed at Son Wukong. But the blow was effectively blocked by Son Wukong's crossed arms. Once more, an energy storm erupted. Following the violent clash, both fighters swiftly distanced themselves, standing several meters apart in midair. After an intense bout of combat, both were slightly breathless, their internal energies noticeably depleted. However, both were extraordinary beings, endowed with remarkable recovery and endurance capabilities. Within moments, they regained their full strength. Observing Son Wukong, who appeared to be unharmed and agile, Gula expressed his astonishment. How do you manage this? Have you not exhausted yourself at all? The same could be said for you, Son Wukong replied, equally surprised. Gula's current form clearly indicated a full output of energy, yet his stamina showed no signs of decline. Had it been Frieza, engaging in such a complete energy mode would have resulted in a noticeable drop in his vitality. This clearly illustrated that Gula's energy control surpassed Frieza's by a significant margin. Let us continue. Gula scoffed, as the purple-gold aura surrounding him flared intensely once more. He swiftly charged towards Son Wukong, his right hand trailing behind as he concentrated a glimmering energy sphere. Son Gohan's techniques mirrored his opponent's. In an instant, the two collided with tremendous force, and the two energy spheres erupted in a cataclysmic explosion in the air. Amidst the cacophony of the blast, the fabric of space was violently torn asunder, creating a vibrant, iridescent rift. Positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, both combatants felt their bodies numb from the shock, blood crimson trickling from the corners of their mouths. Son Gohan abruptly retreated several dozen meters, as a surging golden aura coalesced around his right hand, forming a 2-meter-long energy sword. This was the Spirito attack form, an extraordinary technique that concentrated energy into a singular point, exponentially amplifying its destructive power. With a swift motion, he teleported beside Cooler, the imposing energy sword slicing through the air toward him. Cooler's pupils constricted in alarm as he raised his hand to forcibly block the energy blade, only to be met with a grievous gash that spilled forth crimson blood. Excellent, it was effective. With a grin, Gohan brandished his right hand, unleashing a series of radiant energy slashes that struck Gula with remarkable precision. Infuriated and anxious, Gula swung his massive golden tail towards Gohan. However, to his astonishment, Gohan raised his hand in defense, and the energy sword blazed brilliantly, severing a substantial length of Gula's tail. It was only due to Gula's impressive defensive capabilities that the outcome was not far worse. Letting out a primal roar, Gula summoned a protective shield. The resulting shockwave forcibly pushed Gohan out of his attack range. He gazed at Gohan's energy, soared with a mixture of fear and confusion, unable to comprehend how such a technique could inflict harm upon him, especially since his combat prowess was ostensibly superior to Gohan's. In his current form, he had already grazed the realm of the divine. Yet, how could he possibly be unable to triumph over that flamboyant scion? It seemed utterly implausible. Unable to grapple with this reality, Gula resolved to abandon close combat for the time being and opted for a ranged assault instead. With this thought, his eyes erupted with destructive beams, and his hands unleashed a torrent of energy blasts directed at Gohan, an archetypal strategy of a prince. Suddenly, the energy sword in Son Wukong's hand vanished, and a flowing layer of silvery, tangible aura enveloped his entire body. It resembled a coating of liquid mercury shimmering upon his skin. Spirito's defensive form, energy liquefaction, sacrificing offensive power for robust protection. It absorbs a portion of the opponent's energy for his own advantage. Son Wukong raised his hand to deflect the waves of destructive purple energy. However, numerous concentrated energy blasts struck him nonetheless. An extraordinary scene unfolded. The shimmering silver aura enveloping Gohan absorbed a significant portion of the energy before erupting violently. The weakened energy wave was utterly incapable of breaching Gohan's defenses. Moreover, his power only continued to swell. Gula watched in astonishment, on the verge of cursing. However, the defensive form ultimately has its limits. After sustaining sufficient damage, it abruptly dissipated. Son Wukong had no intention of prolonging this situation any further. He resolved to take the initiative. Whoosh! A figure darted forward. Son Gohan activated his instantaneous movement, appearing beside Gula in the blink of an eye. The energy sword in his right hand surged forth, striking towards the golden Gula at a speed that transcended light itself. A sense of dread coursed through Gula, as every cell in his body relayed perilous signals to his brain. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted from him, propelling him upwards into the vast expanse of the sky. Gohan's energy sword strike missed its target. In an instant, he teleported once more and pursued his opponent. One chased, the other fled. Ultimately, there was no escape. As Son Wukong's energy sword struck the formidable Gula, a significant portion of his tail was severed. Triple supernova. Gula bellowed in exasperation as three colossal golden spheres of energy converged in the heavens above. With a forceful thrust of his hands, he sent them plummeting from the sky, bearing down upon Son Wukong and the earth beneath his feet. The massive energy sphere, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, descended with a deafening roar, voraciously consuming the surrounding air and creating a colossal energy vortex above. Do not engage the Sun family. Such a massive energy sphere will obliterate the earth. The onlookers' eyes widened in horror at the impending catastrophe. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks each transformed into their most formidable forms, poised to collectively confront Guldo's triple supernova. Naturally, Piccolo was no exception. Even the Supreme Kai and Jebet began to gather their energy, standing beneath the colossal golden energy sphere. Son Wukong's black hair billowed as his pants fluttered in the fierce wind. The intense heat wave from the triple supernova evaporated all surrounding moisture, rendering the air unbearably scorching. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Son Wukong showed no signs of retreat. His hands, clasped at his waist, had already amassed a formidable surge of energy. The tenfold Kamehameha. With a resounding shout, the incredibly powerful tenfold Kamehameha was unleashed. A colossal blue beam of energy soared upwards, countering the descending triple supernova. As the two immense forces collided, they instantaneously siphoned away all the air in the vicinity. Boom! At the epicenter of the energy clash, an unprecedented wave of ferocity erupted, engulfing the entirety of the earth in an instant. Son Wukong, Trunks, Vegeta, Piccolo, along with the Kaioshin and Jebet, unleashed a torrent of energy waves that soared skyward, bracing against the colossal triple supernova above. In an instant, rays of vibrant colors converged and surged forth, striking awe into the hearts of all present. Even Krillin, Yamcha, Tien, and Dumpling rushed to the scene, joining the fray and channeling their utmost strength into energy blasts directed at the celestial sphere of overwhelming energy. Although their current powers were but a mere whisper in the grand scheme, retreat was never an option, for behind them lay their cherished homeland. As they witnessed their beloved friends and family fighting with unwavering resolve, Gohan's emotions swirled in complexity. He unearthed a deeper, more formidable strength within him. With a resounding cry, he unleashed a powerful shout, his muscles quaking as the Kaioken multiplied tenfold, becoming an unstoppable force. This radiant beam of light pierced through the heavens, pushing back the formidable triple supernova of Gula. What? Gula's eyes widened in disbelief. Veins bulged across his body, beads of sweat trickling down his furrowed brow, his visage contorting into a grimace of rage. I can't, hold on, he bellowed, feeling his limbs weaken. Unable to maintain the pressure on the colossal energy sphere, he was on the brink of being consumed by the very supernova he had unleashed. No, I cannot perish here. Gula's gaze hardened as he resolved to make a drastic decision. He abruptly retracted his energy and turned to flee beyond the atmosphere. Without Gula's continuous output of energy, the tenfold Kaioken surged forth, propelling the supernova at an incredible velocity into the void of space. Yet, as Gula made his escape, he met a grim fate. The supernova collided with him, driving him further into the depths of the cosmos. Damn it! Gula shouted in despair, frantically striking at the energy sphere. Suddenly, A tremendous explosion erupted from the colossal energy ball, engulfing his form. His anguished screams were swallowed by the chaos. On this day, the solar system erupted with terrifying waves of energy, sweeping across a vast portion of the northern galaxy. The scattered brilliance lingered, and the haunting echoes of the explosion persisted for several minutes. On Earth, all those who had participated in the battle were utterly spent, feeling as though their very essence had been drained, leaving them utterly powerless. Son Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks, the three great Super Saiyans, had returned to their normal states. Even though they merely participated in the final energy clash, the presence of a formidable foe like Gula left them with a profound sense of helplessness. At last, we have triumphed. The words of the Supreme Kai brought everyone's spirits back to life. A collective sigh of relief escaped their lips. Krillin and Yamcha, disregarding their appearances, plopped down onto the ground. Trunks gazed at Gohan in bewilderment, pondering what his brother was still doing. At that moment, Gohan remained aloft, lost in the vast expanse of the starry sky. The battle had concluded, yet he seemed still entranced. Suddenly, Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. The energy of Gula, albeit diminished, lingered. What? The crowd gasped in shock, their faces paling in an instant. How could this creature still be alive after such a powerful explosion? This monstrous being was truly terrifying. Surely he would return for vengeance. As anxiety enveloped everyone, Son Wukong pressed his 2 fingers to his forehead, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. Vegeta, who was watching intently, was momentarily stunned. Where did he go? Mr. Wukong has gone to pursue Gula, the Kaioshin explained, as he was able to perceive Son Wukong's direction. What? We Saiyans cannot survive in the vastness of space. Has this boy lost his mind? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression one of utter incredulity. Son Wukong remained remarkably composed. Gohan is far more intelligent than I, and he must have devised a method to traverse this realm. He is not one to act impulsively. In the vast unknown of the cosmos, only the upper half of Gula floated aimlessly. This remaining portion was battered and bruised, flesh torn and bloodied, with one eye completely blind. Yet, even in such a state, he continued to cling to life, a testament to the tenacity of Gula's spirit. But the detestable Saiyan. Whoosh! Suddenly, Son Wukong materialized. Cooler, taken aback, squinted one eye at Son Wukong, suspecting he was merely experiencing an illusion. A Saiyan has ventured into the cosmos? This feels utterly surreal. Cooler, your vitality is indeed remarkable. How are you still alive after all this? The voice of Son Wukong coalesced into a thread, penetrating the ears of Gula. Gula was taken aback. This was no mere illusion. The red-haired monkey had indeed traversed into the cosmos. How on earth did he accomplish this? Gula was on the brink of madness. In truth, Son Wukong himself was not the least bit surprised. At this moment, his existence in the vastness of space posed no challenge whatsoever. This was not merely due to his transformation into a Super Saiyan 4, which endowed him with formidable strength, enabling him to disregard the vacuum of the universe. Rather, it was connected to the wish he made back on Namek. He had acquired attributes akin to those of Majin Buu. This wish not only bestowed upon him extraordinary regenerative and restorative capabilities, but also the ability to survive in the cosmic void, even if Gula were to grow stronger. Son Wukong was confident he could outlast him. Damn it, you wretched scoundrel. Gula was seething with rage, his eyes now filled with boundless hatred. His upper body, all that remained of him. Son Gohan extended his right hand, palm open, pointing at Gula with a cold remark. Had you not harbored thoughts of annihilating the earth, I might have spared your life. What a pity. However, rest assured, I shall have a word with King Inma on your behalf. The fury in Gula's eyes transformed into sheer terror. Was his demise inevitable? I don't wish to die, he exclaimed in despair. In the midst of Gula's horrified gaze, an inexhaustible surge of energy erupted from Son Gohan's palm, instantly engulfing half of his body. Ah! Damn Son Gohan! Gula screamed as he was utterly obliterated. As Gula was reduced to nothingness, Son Gohan instantaneously teleported back to Earth. At this moment, he had not relinquished his Super Saiyan 4 form. This state demanded minimal energy, thus not hindering any actions. Son Gohan wished to further immerse himself in this new transformation and ascertain its effects on his physique. Upon his return, the others surrounded him, their eyes filled with both curiosity and astonishment as they beheld Son Gohan in his Super Saiyan 4 state. Gohan, all taken care of? Yamcha was the first to inquire. Yes, he is likely on his way to the afterlife now, Son Gohan nodded in affirmation. Huh. Gohan truly has a sense of humor, Yamcha chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Gohan, your transformation is remarkable. I hardly recognize you. Krillin remarked, raising his hand to gauge the height difference, only to find that his own bald head barely reached Gohan's chest. Ah, Sun Wukong chuckled. Haha, this is merely a transformation. Once it is undone, I revert to my original form. Remarkable, Gohan. He praised his son generously, giving his sturdy shoulder a hearty pat. Vegeta remained silent, yet his gaze persistently scrutinized Gohan. He was aware that eventually, someone would pose the inquiries he was eager to have answered. As if on cue, his beloved son Trunks began to inquire, Gohan, what kind of transformation is this? It's incredibly cool. He had an irresistible urge to tug at the dark crimson fur adorning Gohan's form. Oh, this is an alternative transformation that channels the might of the great ape while maintaining a human shape. Let us call it Super Saiyan 4. Super Saiyan 4? Gohan, is it possible for me to achieve this transformation? Sun Wukong asked with curiosity. Son Gohan nodded and patiently explained, in theory, it is possible. However, father, you lack a tail, and maintaining rationality while transforming into a great ape may prove to be quite challenging for you at this moment. Is a tail necessary for transformation? Son Goku inquired, somewhat puzzled. This is my first time undergoing such a transformation, so I am not entirely certain. But I believe that the prerequisite for this transformation is to assume the form of a golden great ape, he added. Vegeta interjected, stating, a Saiyan without a tail might still achieve the great ape transformation by amplifying the Blutz wave. How does one enhance this Blutz wave you speak of? Son Goku asked. Still confused. Vegeta shot him an annoyed glare and retorted, I have no idea. Son Wukong, firstly, I have not provoked you, Vegeta. Beside him, Trunks gazed enviously. I too wish to experience this transformation someday. It is truly magnificent. Son Wukong smiled and said, well, once you enhance your foundational combat power to the level of transforming into a Super Saiyan 3, you should be able to achieve this transformation. Trunks' eyes sparkled with anticipation. The Supreme Kai patted his chest, exhaling a sigh of relief. Phew, that was terrifying. I am truly grateful that Gohan triumphed over Cooler, otherwise, I felt I would have met my demise at his hands. The strength of Frieza, this brother, is indeed unfathomable. Indeed, indeed. They all chuckled heartily, filling the air with a sense of jubilance. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts, a liberating joy following their narrow escape. Subsequently, Sun Wukong is destined for the underworld. The gathered crowd disperses, intent on collecting the Dragon Balls to restore the devastation wrought by the recent battle. Meanwhile, in a distant realm of the highest order, the God Realm, lies the planet of destruction. This planet, shaped like an inverted triangle, is home to a colossal withered tree that dominates much of its surface. This peculiar tree remains barren year after year, and it is said that it has withered and flourished for millennia, yet whether it will bear fruit remains a mystery. There is no distinction between day and night here. The sky is a vibrant tapestry, perpetually illuminated in daylight. The sovereign of this planet is none other than Beerus, the god of destruction from Universe 7. His monotonous life continues day after day, year after year, untouched by the passage of time. For the gods, time is their most abundant resource. Boredom drives Beerus to sleep whenever he has a moment to spare, often slumbering for thousands of years at a stretch. Culinary delights and pleasant dreams are his eternal pursuits. At this moment, Beerus rolls over in bed, tumbling to the ground with a thud. He opens his bleary eyes, yawning repeatedly. Rubbing the sleep from his eyes and stretching lazily, he dons his robe and sluggishly exits his bedroom into the living room. In his living room resides a prophetic fish, capable of foreseeing events yet to unfold, a truly wondrous creature. Beerus absent-mindedly flicks the fish on its head. The prophetic fish, feeling wronged, covers its head and whimpers, too timid to voice its displeasure. Yawning once more, Beerus meanders to the window, pushing it open to gaze at the scenery outside. Whis, whis, he calls out, his voice echoing. In an instant, a tall figure appears. Whis, the angel of Universe 7, clutching a beautifully crafted staff topped with an upright halo. At its center rests a black magical orb the size of a Dragon Ball. Whis is tall, strikingly handsome, with pale blue skin and a large light blue halo encircling his neck. His silver hair defies gravity, rising dramatically. It is evident that he is male, though the rest remains ambiguous. Whis's smile is radiant, exuding humility and warmth, akin to the sun breaking through the chill of winter, making those in his presence feel rejuvenated. Lord Beerus, what troubles you? Whis inquires respectfully. Beerus displays a hint of irritation, his face clouded with discontent. Curse it. I just had a nightmare that startled me awake. Oh, what was this dream about, Lord Beerus? Whis asks. Beerus muses, stroking his chin in contemplation. I seem to recall someone attempting to kill me, posing a grave threat to my existence. Whis chuckles lightly, covering his mouth. How could anyone possibly harm Lord Beerus? After all, dreams are merely dreams. But I've heard that dreams can be prophetic, haven't I? What do you think, prophetic fish? Beerus turns his gaze to the fish swimming in its tank. Huh. Is it about me? The fish pops its head up and nods. You see, Whis, even the prophetic fish can curse. Then tell me, how long have I been asleep? Beerus yawns once more. You have slumbered for less than 50 years, Lord Beerus, Whis replies with a smile. Ah, how dreadful. My sleep quality has indeed declined, Beerus laments, resting his chin in his hands, visibly troubled. Has planet Vegeta been destroyed? Beerus inquires next. Indeed, it was obliterated by Frieza, Whis responds. Frieza has shown some efficiency in his destruction. What has become of him now? Beerus asks. Frieza was killed by a Super Saiyan named Son Goku, Whis reveals. Beerus's eyes widen in disbelief. A Saiyan managed to slay Frieza? You jest, Whis. Whis shakes his head. I assure you, Lord Beerus, it is true. Son Goku transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza. The legendary Super Saiyan? Is he truly formidable? Beerus queries. Well, it is not merely a question of prowess. In any case, Frieza has been vanquished, but the number of surviving Saiyans is now quite scarce, Whis explains. Beerus, scratching his head in frustration, remarks. I intended to let Frieza destroy planet Vegeta before I stepped in to eliminate him. Who would have thought this Saiyan would do me a favor? Alas, the more I ponder it, the more uncomfortable I feel. Whis, where are the surviving Saiyans residing now? Beerus asks. Allow me to search, Whis responds, raising his staff and planting it on the ground. The black crystal at the top of the staff illuminates, revealing a dazzling starry sky. The planets swiftly recede, ultimately locking onto a blue planet. Lord Beerus, the surviving Saiyans currently inhabit a planet known as Earth in the North Galaxy, Whis informs him. Earth? Wasn't that planet nearly wiped out by those foolish dinosaurs? Beerus questions. That was a long time ago, Lord Beerus. You have been asleep for quite a stretch. Whis explains with a smile. Is that so? With your words. I can't shake the feeling that the threat of being killed in my dream is somehow linked to this Earth. Oh, what a headache, Beerus exclaims, banging his head against the windowsill, causing it to shatter. The prophetic fish trembles in fear. Beerus approaches the fish once more, flicking it on the head. Prophetic fish, do you believe anyone could truly kill me? Or do you think there exists someone capable of being my rival? The fish, with teary eyes, replies. No one in this world can slay you, but if you wish to stretch your limbs, perhaps there is someone who could match you. A spark of interest ignites in Beerus's eyes. Oh, who? Speak quickly. The fish responds. The legendary Super Saiyan God may prove to be your equal. Super Saiyan God. What is that? Beerus asks, perplexed. In any case, it is a Saiyan, Whis interjects. How utterly dull. Let us venture to Earth, shall we? How far is it from here? Beerus exclaims, loosening his robe, which slips to the floor. Whis turns away, covering his eyes. Beerus, unfazed, rummages through his garments to don the attire of a god of destruction. It is not very far. You could reach it in the time it takes to watch an episode of an animated series, Whis states. Then let us hurry and depart. Beerus urges, now fully dressed. Very well, Lord Beerus. With a smile, Whis responded and struck the bottom of his staff against the ground. In an instant, Whis and Beerus transformed into a beam of white light, soaring towards Earth. Meanwhile, on Earth, a gathering convened at the sacred temple, summoning the eternal dragon. The cerulean dragon, 100 meters long, spiraled above the temple, while the sky remained shrouded in darkness. They had yet to make their wish when a radiant light descended from above. This light illuminated the square, revealing the arrival of two unexpected figures, Whis and Beerus. At that moment, Gohan was still in the underworld. Yet all the Z fighters stood at the temple, accompanied by the Kais, Jebit, Dondi, and Bobo. Upon the sudden appearance of these two strange individuals, curiosity sparked among the crowd. It was then that Vegeta, upon catching sight of Beerus, was struck with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. The dragon, sensing the tension, broke into a sweat, its face turning pale with fright. Unfortunately, the Supreme Kai and Jebit did not recognize Beerus at all. The cerulean dragon lowered its head, attempting to appear smaller in the presence of such formidable company. My deepest apologies, Lord Beerus. I did not expect your esteemed presence on Earth. I should not be speaking to you from such a lofty position. Indeed, it was true. It was Beerus himself. Vegeta's forehead glistened with sweat, and he appeared utterly distressed. Trunks noticed his father's unease and patted him on the back, startling Vegeta. Father, what is wrong? Vegeta remained silent. Meanwhile, the others were filled with intrigue regarding Beerus and Whis, as they sensed no energy emanating from them. Hearing the dragon's words, Beerus glanced up at it, remaining stoically silent, embodying the aloof demeanor of a destroyer. He then tilted his head and beheld the Supreme Kai, whose expression of self-importance made Beerus furrow his brow in discomfort. Could it be that this nightmare I just experienced is connected to this individual? He pondered. What a foolish Supreme Kai, running about and mingling with these Saiyans. Does he have a death wish? Far away in the realm of the Kais, the elder Kai was in a state of panic, jumping around with anxiety. What ignorance! How could they not recognize even Beerus? He thought, filled with a mix of urgency and frustration. Simultaneously, beads of sweat cascaded down the forehead of the North Kai, haunted by unpleasant memories at the thought of Beerus' arrival. Hello, I am Son Goku, Goku announced as he approached to greet them. The dragon's voice had resonated loudly, and everyone, including Goku, had heard its earlier words. Yet, Goku only recognized Beerus' name, unaware of his true nature. Witnessing Goku's reckless boldness, Vegeta's pupils dilated, and internally he screamed, Is Kakarot out of his mind? Vegeta knew of Beerus. He had encountered the destroyer in his youth and understood the terror he embodied. With keen interest, Beerus scrutinized Goku. Are you the Super Saiyan who defeated Frieza? He inquired. Indeed, that was me. What of it? Are you here to avenge Frieza? Goku replied nonchalantly. Beerus burst into laughter, but his expression swiftly turned cold. Do you know of the Super Saiyan God? He asked. Super Saiyan God? I'm afraid I don't, Goku admitted honestly. Then let me see what abilities the one who vanquished Frieza possesses, Beerus remarked with a smirk. Are you challenging me? If so, I accept, Goku said eagerly. Beerus, with his hands clasped behind his back, simply gazed at Goku, ready for what was to come. With a resounding roar, Son Wukong instantaneously transformed into the form of a Super Saiyan, his entire being enveloped in a golden aura. Oh, is this the essence of a Super Saiyan? No wonder he was capable of vanquishing Frieza. With a swift leap, Son Wukong rapidly approached Beerus, his fists raining down upon him. Yet, Beerus merely swayed slightly, causing all of Son Wukong's punches to miss their mark. Son Wukong realized that this state was futile, so he transformed into Super Saiyan 2 once more. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. He could not even graze the hem of Beerus' attire. Damn it, why don't you fight back? Son Wukong exclaimed, executing a backflip before transitioning into Super Saiyan 3. His hair cascaded down to his waist, his eyebrows vanished, brow ridges pronounced, and a tempestuous aura enveloped him, crackling with lightning. Oh, you wish for me to retaliate? Beerus squinted, a cold smirk playing on his lips. Yes, let me witness your strength, Son Wukong declared loudly. Very well, Beerus nodded in agreement. Son Wukong bellowed, channeling the essence of Super Saiyan to its zenith, then darting towards Beerus with the swiftness of light. He drew nearer, ever closer. Suddenly, Son Wukong noticed a slight curl at the corner of Beerus' mouth, followed by a broad smile. Then, with a flick of his finger, he playfully flicked Wukong's forehead. Boom! Son Wukong was flung into the air, landing with a thud on the ground, his hair swiftly returning to its natural black hue as he succumbed to unconsciousness. What? The onlookers were astounded, their eyes nearly dropping to the ground. The legendary Super Saiyan 3, Son Wukong, was vanquished in an instant by a mere bump on the head? Can you believe it? Surely, this must be a dream. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Son Gohan, who was engaged in a pleasant conversation with King Yin and had just sent Gula to paradise, suddenly sensed something amiss. Had his father's energy just surged into the underworld, only to vanish in an instant? What on earth was happening? In the heavenly temple, the crowd was in utter disbelief as they witnessed Son Wukong being defeated so effortlessly. Who was this formidable individual capable of such a feat? The Super Saiyan 3 Son Wukong, no less. As Wukong lay unconscious nearby, Kaioshin and Krillin rushed to his side, with Jebit trailing closely behind. Wukong, are you alright? Krillin exclaimed, shaking Son Wukong. Meanwhile, Kaioshin placed a healing spell upon Wukong, casting a stern glance at Beerus as he did so. Regardless of who you are, when Son Gohan returns, he will not spare you. Beerus, with an incredulous expression, glared at Kaioshin, nearly bursting with frustration. How could you, a Kaioshin, be in such a predicament? And who on earth is Son Gohan? Is he truly that impressive? Does such a remarkable being exist in Universe 7? To dare claim that he would not forgive me? This is quite the revelation. Beerus tilted his head towards Whis. Understanding Beerus's thoughts, Whis responded with a smile, Lord Beerus. Son Gohan is indeed the son of Son Wukong. Oh, is that so? Beerus squinted, an ominous aura enveloping him, causing the surrounding air to grow heavy. Yamcha, Tien, Piccolo, and Kaiatsu had gathered around Son Wukong, examining his condition. Under Kaioshin's healing spell, Wukong slowly regained consciousness. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Trunks remained rooted in place, while Dandy and Bobo stood beneath a tree, uncertain of what to do next. Vegeta's fists were clenched tightly, turning pale. Trunks, vigilant, had one hand resting on the sword of a hero at his back, cautiously observing Beerus and Whis. Beerus scrutinized Vegeta and Trunks with keen interest, ultimately fixing his gaze on Vegeta, a smirk playing on his lips. Vegeta 4, do you not remember me? Vegeta's body suddenly froze. I remember, Lord Beerus. Father knows these two strangers? Trunks's eyes brimmed with confusion. Others shared similar sentiments, their astonishment mounting as they observed the interaction between Beerus and Vegeta. They could perceive Vegeta's current state of disarray, a stark contrast to his usual proud demeanor. This indicated that Vegeta recognized these two sudden arrivals, whose identities were undoubtedly extraordinary and terrifying. So terrifying, in fact, that even Vegeta, who feared neither heaven nor earth, felt a twinge of dread. Beerus inquired, Vegeta, tell me, do you know of the Super Saiyan God? Vegeta, his fist still clenched, replied tersely, I do not. True to his character, Vegeta was rather aloof, understanding the wisdom and saying little to avoid errors. You do not know? What about Son Gohan? Is he aware? Beerus pressed on, his curiosity piqued by this individual praised by Kaioshin. Vegeta wrestled internally, deciding to offer a few more words to avoid appearing overly dismissive and inciting Beerus's ire. Son Gohan should return shortly. We will need to ask him. Oh, so this Son Gohan is indeed the son of Son Wukong? Beerus continued to inquire. Yes. And he's also a Saiyan? Indeed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Son Wukong sat up, clutching his head. Wukong, how do you fare now? Inquired the king of the worlds. I am well, merely a bit of a headache. What a formidable opponent, Son Wukong replied, grinning through the pain, and then rose to his feet. At that moment, a swift whoosh echoed through the air. Suddenly, Son Wukong appeared beside Trunks, having teleported back. Upon recognizing the forms of Beerus and Whis, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, as he had feared that Goku might have fallen. However, he could hardly have anticipated the arrival of these two formidable deities. Beerus and Whis immediately sensed Son Wukong's presence and turned to observe him with curiosity. At that moment, Son Wukong had reverted to his normal state, no longer resembling a Super Saiyan 4. Gazing at him, Beerus promptly inquired, Are you the Son Wukong they speak of? Son Gohan beamed with joy. Indeed, I am Son Gohan. After speaking, he swiftly leaned towards Trunks, whispering instructions into his ear. After Son Wukong finished speaking, Trunks hurriedly departed. Observing Trunks' exit, Vegeta cast a hesitant glance at Son Wukong, caught between concern and restraint. He feared that Son Wukong might inadvertently provoke Beerus, leading to the annihilation of the entire Earth. However, he found himself at a loss for words to directly caution Son Wukong, as it might suggest an unwarranted concern for him. Just as he wrestled with his thoughts, Beerus inquired once more, Boy, are you familiar with the Super Saiyan God? Son Wukong nodded in affirmation. Upon finishing his reply, he felt a sudden jab at his waist. Upon turning his head, Son Wukong discovered that it was Vegeta. Vegeta lowered his voice to an almost inaudible whisper. You better refrain from speaking recklessly, you little brat. This is Lord Beerus, the god of destruction, and he is formidable. Exercise caution. Understood. Son Wukong felt a peculiar sensation at Vegeta's sudden display of concern. Upon hearing Son Wukong mention his knowledge of the Super Saiyan God, Beerus visibly perked up. With his hands firmly placed on his hips, he exclaimed loudly, Then where is he now? Summon him forth so that I may engage him in battle. Meanwhile, in Son Gohan's ears, the voices of King Kai and Old Kai resonated simultaneously. both imparting to him the identity of the god of destruction, Beerus. They cautioned him to exercise utmost vigilance. Absorbing the divine instructions, Son Gohan spoke, Lord Beerus, the Super Saiyan God, to be precise, does not refer to a singular individual, but rather to a transformation of the Saiyan race. A Super Saiyan who has mastered the divine essence may be regarded as a Super Saiyan God. At that moment, the celestial dragon's voice emerged, albeit lacking in confidence. Does the one who summoned me still have a wish to make? Son Gohan glanced up and shot at a glare. The dragon promptly shut its mouth, continuing to serve as a mere backdrop. Beerus scrutinized Son Gohan from head to toe and, with a hint of impatience, remarked, "Oh? Have you mastered the divine aura and learned this so-called Super Saiyan God form?" Son Gohan shook his head earnestly and replied, "Not at all. However, I am aware of how to transform into that form and can manifest it swiftly." Beerus waved his hand dismissively, snorting, "You better be quick. I just woke up, and my temper is not at its best. Should you provoke my impatience, I shall obliterate the earth." "That would be unacceptable, Lord Beerus," Son Gohan protested, shaking his head. Just then, Trunks reappeared in an instant. "Why would that be unacceptable?" Beerus sneered, raising his right hand, where a surging purple-black energy began to coalesce at his fingertips, seemingly ready to annihilate the planet. "Ah, Lord Beerus may be unaware, but our Earth is renowned as the homeland of gourmet cuisine, the finest in the universe. The dishes crafted by Earthlings are unparalleled, a harmonious blend of color, aroma, and flavor. Their vibrant hues and exquisite fragrances are utterly tantalizing. Merely catching a whiff can be overwhelming." Beerus's expression turned curious as he listened, swallowing hard. The energy at his fingertips dissipated unknowingly, his eyes widening in astonishment. "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed it is. Trunks, bring it forth," Son Gohan exclaimed with enthusiasm. As soon as he finished speaking, Trunks swiftly conjured 2 grand tables, which soon overflowed with an array of delectable dishes. As Beerus beheld the bountiful spread, he couldn't help but feel his nostrils twitching in anticipation. Not just Beerus, but the elegantly poised Whis was also visibly intrigued, his nose twitching and his eyes gleaming with excitement. Son Gohan observed their performances with a smirk of amusement. After all, being a foodie made it all too easy to manipulate them. His previous instruction to Trunks to prepare a feast was a masterstroke. It was certain that after sampling Earth's culinary delights, even if Beerus were to kneel and plead for the annihilation of the planet, he would vehemently decline. Those who oppose the allure of exquisite cuisine shall not be forgiven. It indeed appeared quite delectable, wouldn't you agree, Whis? Beerus swallowed hard. He indeed. "I wonder how it tastes," Whis responded with a chuckle. "Lord Beerus, Master Whis, if you take a seat, you shall soon find out," Son Gohan beckoned, pulling out chairs for the two. As expected, Beerus and Whis settled down, wrapping themselves in napkins. Soon, the table was filled with delightful exclamations of "Wow, this is delicious." As the clinking of cutlery echoed, Beerus devoured his meal ravenously, while Whis maintained a more refined demeanor, yet his eyes sparkled with astonishment and admiration, rivaling that of Beerus. Vegeta, however, was left utterly astounded by Son Gohan's series of remarkable maneuvers. Could the god of destruction be so easily appeased? Was this tactic not akin to the principle of offering courtesy before hostility? Vegeta felt he had gleaned a lesson. "Ahem, Lord Beerus, Master Whis, please enjoy your meal. If you find yourselves still hungry, I shall prepare more, but for now, I must confer with my companions regarding the matter of Super Saiyan God." Beerus waved his hand dismissively without lifting his gaze. In truth, he was already reveling in delight. Even if Son Gohan failed to conjure the Super Saiyan God, it mattered little. The banquet before him had alleviated 90 of his concerns. "Come, let us move over there," Son Gohan gestured to Trunks and Vegeta, heading towards Goku and the others. Upon approaching, Son Gohan noticed the Kaishin's face was marred with despondence. Just moments ago, the elder had revealed Beerus's identity, leaving the current Kaishin feeling somewhat disheveled amidst the turmoil. Son Gohan had an inkling of the situation and stifled his laughter. He gathered everyone and explained the identity of the god of destruction, Beerus. Upon learning of such a terrifying being, those who were previously unaware turned pale with fear. Recalling how Super Saiyan 3 Goku was effortlessly defeated with a mere finger, they realized that Son Gohan's words were far from exaggerated. The strength of this god of destruction, Beerus, was undoubtedly more formidable than they had imagined. After introducing Beerus, Vegeta could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, Son Gohan, what was it you mentioned to him about the Super Saiyan God? What is a Super Saiyan God? Son Gohan replied, I was just about to explain this Super Saiyan God to everyone. This so-called Super Saiyan God requires 6 righteous-hearted Saiyans to come together to achieve. What does that mean? Goku asked, perplexed. Son Wukong continued, if 6 Saiyans, each possessing a heart of justice, concentrate the light of their righteousness upon one individual, that person shall transform into the legendary Super Saiyan God. Trunks furrowed his brow, finding the notion somewhat peculiar, akin to a ritual. Son Gohan nodded. Indeed. It can also be perceived as a form of ritual. Piccolo inquired, do we need 6 Saiyans with hearts full of righteousness? Is this sufficient now? Let me count. Goku, Gohan, Trunks, Goten, Little Wu, and Little Fong? Can children also participate? Nearby, Vegeta clenched his fists, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. Trunks interjected, ahem. I believe that my father possesses a righteous heart as well. Is that so? Piccolo regarded the fierce Vegeta with skepticism. Piccolo, once Beerus departs, I shall eliminate you, Vegeta declared ominously. The others, upon hearing Vegeta's threat, found merit in Piccolo's assertion. Vegeta is indeed quite fearsome. His righteousness remains questionable. Am I supposed to fear you? Piccolo retorted defiantly. Witnessing the escalating tension between the two, Son Gohan promptly intervened. All right, enough of this bickering. What time is it? I shall go and fetch Goten, Little Wu, and Little Fong. Please, do not cause any trouble. Very well, very well. After issuing his instructions, Son Wukong instantaneously vanished from the heavenly temple. A few minutes later, Chi-Chi arrived, cradling Son Goten, while Son Wufan held Little Fong, and bitterly carried young Wu. Son Wutian has already learned to walk and babble. Yet the less than 1-year-old Xiao Wu and Xiao Fong still require being cradled in arms. Chi-Chi set Wutian down, and he joyfully hopped over to Son Wukong, grasping the hem of his pants to climb up. Haha, Wutian, come here, let daddy lift you up, Son Wukong chuckled, bending down to hoist Son Wutian into the air. The lifted Wutian erupted in fits of laughter. Observing this, Xiao Fong tugged at her father's clothing, eager to join in. Does Xiao Fong want to be lifted too? Son Gohan inquired with a smile at the cherubic girl in his arms. Though Xiao Fong could not yet articulate words, her delightful laughter resembled that of a porcelain doll. All right then, Son Gohan replied, raising Xiao Fong as well. Meanwhile, Xiao Wu gazed enviously at the uncle who was a year his senior, feeling a mix of admiration and a hint of childishness, turning his head away. Do you wish for your mother to lift you as well? He asked. And Xiao Wu's silence was an implicit agreement. Then let us have your mother lift you, said Bai Dilly, interpreting Xiao Wu's demeanor as envy towards his uncle and sister, and she proceeded to elevate Xiao Wu into her arms. As they played, the group began to deliberate on who should assume the mantle of the Super Saiyan God. A consensus emerged. Everyone agreed that Son Gohan should take on this role. After all, he currently possessed the greatest strength, and upon transforming into a Super Saiyan God, his power would likely reach its zenith, thus enhancing their odds against Beerus. Upon hearing this, Son Wufan shook his head. His current strength had already surpassed that of Son Wukong, Trunks, and Vegeta. Therefore, in this round of enhancement, he decided to let Son Wukong take the lead. After all, this Super Saiyan God, to put it bluntly, could be mass-produced. In the subsequent stages, Son Wukong's mastery of the divine realm poses no challenge. The pivotal aspect lies in Son Wukong's awareness that Beerus would not annihilate the Earth at this juncture. Thus, Beerus emerges as an exceptional mentor, capable of expediting Son Wukong's comprehension of the Super Saiyan God transformation, presenting a mutually beneficial scenario. Furthermore, there exists another significant consideration. Son Wukong's son, Son Wufan, wishes to assess Beerus's strength by observing the battle between Beerus and Son Wukong. Therefore, considering all these factors, Son Wufan resolves to have Son Wukong become the first Super Saiyan God. The discussion has concluded. Son Wukong handed Xiao Fong to Piccolo and then approached Beerus and Whis. In a remarkably brief span, these two deities had consumed nearly all the food on the table, exhibiting a Saiyan-like appetite. However, it was primarily Beerus who had devoured the majority, while Whis had partaken of only a modest portion. Son Gohan inquired with a smile, Lord Beerus, Whis, how is it? Is the flavor satisfactory? Beerus let out a satisfied belch. Quite. Mediocre, rather ordinary. Surely you meant to say it was delicious? Son Wukong's son, Gohan, regarded him with suspicion. What have you deliberated upon? When will this Super Saiyan God emerge? Beerus, wiping his mouth with a napkin, replied. We are merely waiting for the two esteemed elders to finish their meal. Once they have concluded, we shall transform. Whis responded with a gentle smile. Ah, Mr. Gohan. I am quite looking forward to it. 7 figures stood in 2 rows behind Son Wukong. Gohan and Vegeta pressed their right hands against his back. Vegeta's left hand clasped Trunks' hand, while Trunks held Goten's hand with his other. Goten was cradled in Chi-Chi's arms. Meanwhile, on the other side, Videl held Pan and stood behind Gohan. Gohan rested one hand upon Goku's back, while grasping the hand of Little Wu with the other. It was the essence of righteousness, not merely a manifestation of ki, Gohan elucidated. Yet, what precisely constitutes this righteousness, and how might it be conveyed to Goku, remains a conundrum. After all, the concept of righteousness is inherently elusive, unlike ki, which can be wielded with ease. Its existence is profoundly difficult to define. After several minutes of effort, a radiant light erupted around Goten, enveloping him entirely, akin to a vast golden bubble. This brilliance swiftly spread to Trunks, and then to Vegeta, ultimately encasing Goku as well. Simultaneously, a similar spectacle unfolded with Gohan and Little Wu, creating a chain reaction. The golden bubbles interconnected the group, radiating an overwhelming luminosity. The previously overcast sky transformed as the dark clouds morphed into a resplendent gold. Such golden clouds are typically seen in the realms of the divine and near the serpent path. This marked the inaugural occurrence of such auspicious clouds in the mortal realm. Subsequently, centered around the Hall of the Gods, the golden clouds in the heavens began to swirl, forming a colossal golden vortex. At the vortex's core, sunlight, spring rain, hail, and snowflakes transitioned swiftly through the seasons. Following the snowfall, suddenly, Son Wukong's body became transparent, and then he soared into the sky. Oh, the aura of a deity? Beerus revealed a meaningful expression. Has it finally arrived? The Super Saiyan God. Everyone gazed in astonishment at the translucent Son Wukong in the heavens. At that moment, Son Wukong appeared entirely transparent, as if transformed into a sphere of light, gradually shifting to a faint red hue. Before long, he descended from the sky and stood upon the plaza of the heavenly temple. A profound silence enveloped the scene. No one uttered a word, all eyes fixed upon him. Meanwhile, the Shenron, serving as a backdrop, felt somewhat awkward. After all, the once pitch-black sky was now transformed into a resplendent golden hue. Exposed to the golden sunlight, it felt a profound sense of insecurity. The last investment in the essence of life, the dragon, now declared a failure. Investment does not equate to authority. The radiance emanating from Son Wukong gradually dissipated, allowing everyone to finally discern his current appearance. Now, Son Wukong's form had become considerably more slender and emaciated than before, and his once black hair had transformed into a fiery crimson hue. Even his eyebrows and pupils were no exception, appearing as a vivid scarlet. The overwhelming aura that once surrounded him was conspicuously absent. It was an extraordinarily peculiar sensation. He stood right before you, yet it felt as though he were positioned at a great distance. You could not perceive his presence, nor could you sense any trace of his life force. Was this the realm of the Super Saiyan God? Or perhaps, was this the essence of divinity itself? However, Gohan could still detect the fluctuations of life emanating from the Kaioshin. Yet, he found himself unable to sense anything from Son Wukong. Coughing slightly, it seemed somewhat impolite to speak of Kaioshin in such a manner. In this state, Wukong appeared far less robust than he had moments ago, as Krillin voiced his confusion. Son Wukong remarked, perhaps this method is more suited for combat. Father, how do you feel at present? Son Wukong inquired. Son Wukong glanced at his own body and leaped a couple of times. Ah, I feel so light. Whis chuckled as he spoke to Beerus. It seems we have succeeded. Lord Beerus. Beerus grinned widely. Hee, I am quite exhilarated. As he said this, he stepped forward. Son Wukong, come forth and let me witness the power of the Super Saiyan God. I hope you do not disappoint me. Of course, Lord Beerus. Son Wukong felt a surge of confidence in himself. Under the gaze of all present, Beerus and Son Wukong ascended to the sky, positioning themselves several meters apart. Both fixed their unwavering stares upon each other, not blinking. After a few seconds, Son Wukong resolved to take the initiative and launched his attack. Bang! As Son Wukong clenched his fists, a golden-red aura ignited around his form. With a sudden surge of energy, he propelled himself towards Beerus. launching a ferocious blow aimed squarely at Beerus's visage. Yet, Beerus merely extended a solitary index finger to counter that formidable punch. Upon the collision of fist and finger, a cataclysmic explosion of energy erupted. A dense fog enveloped the surroundings in an instant, as the tempestuous shockwave swept forth, shattering the golden clouds above. So, what insights have you gained after transforming into a Super Saiyan God? Beerus inquired nonchalantly after effortlessly deflecting Son Wukong's attack. Son Wukong exclaimed, "I am quite astonished." "Is that so? What is it that surprises you?" To which Beerus inquired, "I am surprised that my power has reached such heights. And I am equally astonished that Lord Beerus can effortlessly deflect my attack with but a single finger." "Ha ha ha, is that so?" Beerus chuckled heartily. "Come now, Lord Beerus. Let me witness the might of a god of destruction." "Humph, very well," Beerus responded with a grin, his right foot suddenly launching towards Son Wukong. Son Wukong raised his hand to block and began to counterattack. With a single punch, Son Wukong struck Beerus in the chest, only for Beerus to respond by knocking Wukong's head askew with his own fist. Their four legs collided relentlessly, engaging in a fierce and visceral melee. In the heavens above, two radiant beams flickered and intertwined, clashing against one another. The golden red energy and the purple energy collided incessantly, unleashing tempestuous storms. The gale swept through the divine temple, forcing everyone to shield their faces with their hands against the fierce winds. Trunks remarked, "It seems Uncle Wukong is on par with Lord Beerus." Beside him, Whis smiled in silence. Vegeta scoffed, "Fools, they are merely warming up. They have yet to unleash their true power." Piccolo interjected, "That may be true, but Wukong is considerably stronger now than before. Earlier, he was dispatched by Lord Beerus with just a single finger, yet now he is exchanging blows." In the sky, Beerus and Son Wukong engaged in yet another clash. Boom. Following the impact, the two were sent flying apart once more, landing several dozen meters away. Son Wukong expressed with a hint of regret, "It is a pity that this power is not the result of my diligent training, but rather a temporary acquisition through the assistance of others. How I wish I could attain it like Gohan." "Oh, is Gohan truly that formidable?" Beerus inquired. "Then why do you aspire to transform into a Super Saiyan God?" Son Wukong erupted with fury, his golden red aura surging powerfully. "I wish to engage in a genuine battle with Lord Beerus, rather than being defeated by a mere flick of his finger," he exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, such ambition." Lord Beerus laughed heartily, but then his expression suddenly turned cold, and in an instant, he vanished. The next moment, he reappeared, delivering a swift kick to Son Wukong's abdomen. Son Wukong spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Immediately thereafter, Beerus raised his hand and released two purple energy spheres that pursued Son Wukong relentlessly. After being kicked and sent tumbling, Son Wukong swiftly regained his balance, evading the two energy spheres that relentlessly chased him. Unexpectedly, Beerus appeared above him and delivered a powerful punch to his body. Struck with immense force, Son Wukong plummeted rapidly towards the ground. 088. Master Beerus's online teaching. Son Wukong's body descended like a meteor, plunging into the ocean. The sea erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, sending waves soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. Shortly thereafter, Beerus arrived, and the two engaged in a fierce battle beneath the water, exchanging blows for over 100 rounds. Son Wukong and the Z warriors were unwilling to miss such a spectacular battle. They soared into the air above the ocean to continue watching the clash. The two combatants engaged in a fierce duel in the sea, conjuring a powerful tsunami that surpassed the intensity of a level 17 typhoon. The sky oscillated between torrential rain and radiant sunshine, interspersed with flashes of lightning and booming thunder. This bizarre weather left all inhabitants of Earth trembling in fear. The denizens of this world were always prepared to perform sit-ups in their coffins. Boom. Another colossal wave, hundreds of meters high, erupted skyward as Son Wukong and Beerus burst forth from the water, once more shifting the battlefield to the heights above. Ha-da-da-da-da. Son Wukong launched a frenzied assault, his fists raining down in a relentless barrage, yet all his efforts were effortlessly thwarted by Beerus. With a disdainful snicker, Beerus delivered a knee strike that sent Son Wukong flying once more. In swift succession, he clasped his hands together and instantaneously appeared before Son Wukong, executing a powerful volleyball spike that propelled him through the air again. This cruel cycle continued, with Son Wukong being batted about like a volleyball, a spectacle too brutal for the onlookers to endure. It became evident that despite Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan God, his strength still paled in comparison to Beerus. Overwhelmed by the relentless beating, Sun Wukong's fury ignited, and a golden-red aura erupted around him, breaking free from Beerus's grasp as he began his counterattack. However, to Beerus, Sun Wukong's strikes were mere child's play, hardly worth his attention, though Beerus occasionally feigned being hit by a few blows. A keen observer would discern that he was merely toying with Sun Wukong. Gradually, the divine energy enveloping Sun Wukong diminished until it ultimately faded away, returning him to his black-haired form. Unbeknownst to him, he continued to engage Beerus in combat. As time passed, Beerus's gaze turned increasingly intrigued. For although Sun Wukong had reverted from his Super Saiyan God form, he exhibited an indomitable spirit, as if on the brink of a breakthrough. With a cold smirk, Beerus landed a punch that sent Sun Wukong soaring, before ascending into the sky. He then unleashed a colossal golden-red energy sphere that hurtled towards the ocean. Oh no, Goku won't be able to withstand this attack. Gohan, what shall we do? Piccolo anxiously inquired of Gohan. It fell upon Gohan to intervene and block this massive energy sphere, for they all understood that he was the only one capable of withstanding such a formidable force. Even Vegeta and Trunks watched anxiously, their eyes fixed on Gohan, awaiting his decisive action. Don't worry, look, Dad's energy is rising, Gohan proclaimed. Indeed, amidst a cacophony of roars, Sun Wukong transformed once again into his Super Saiyan form, charging towards the descending energy sphere. At that moment, although he had reverted to the first level of Super Saiyan, the intensity of his aura surpassed even that of his usual Super Saiyan 2 form, soaring to unprecedented heights, though he remained oblivious to this newfound power. Sun Wukong braced himself against the energy sphere, unleashing a furious roar. Lord Beerus, I shall not permit you to destroy the earth. The thunderous bellow reverberated across the surface of the sea. Surprisingly, Sun Wukong transformed once again into the form of a Super Saiyan God, his hair, eyes, and eyebrows ablaze in vibrant red, with golden red waves of energy soaring into the heavens. Beerus's eyes sparkled with excitement. It was precisely as he had anticipated. Boom! A tremendous energy sphere was obliterated by Sun Wukong. Soon, the sky returned to a serene calm. Sun Wukong's hair had returned to its ebony hue, his garments tattered, and he stood panting, gazing intently at the composed Beerus hovering high above. As Beerus descended and positioned himself opposite Sun Wukong, he regarded him with keen interest, saying, Have you not yet realized it? You are now capable of transforming into a Super Saiyan God. What? Sun Wukong stammered in surprise. Under Beerus's prompting, he became aware of an unusual presence within his own being. Astonishingly, he could sense an additional aura, divine energy, within him. After his transformation, a trace of divine essence lingered in his body, indicating that with diligent practice, he could master the form of Super Saiyan God without relying on the strength of his comrades. In the midst of Sun Wukong's astonishment, Beerus continued, Very impressive. I haven't had a good workout in quite some time, and you managed to draw out 70% of my power. Wait, Lord Beerus. You weren't using your full strength just now? Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Meanwhile, in the distance, Son Gohan smirked, pondering that Beerus's power must indeed be measured on a scale of 100. It was glaringly obvious. Beerus grinned broadly, of course. Did you think a destroyer god possesses only this much power? Ha ha ha. Well, thank you for your guidance, Lord Beerus, Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Beerus then turned his gaze toward the distant Son Gohan, proclaiming, Now it is your turn, Gohan. Beerus had long harbored a grudge against the Kaioshin and Sun Wukong's flattery. He was eager to witness what strength Son Gohan possessed. Given Beerus's challenge, Gohan eagerly accepted, realizing that such a remarkable mentor was a rare find. Have you not noticed? Father has already begun to grasp divine energy. Even Master Kaido cannot teach like this. Son Gohan soared beside Son Goku, in front of Beerus. With a fleeting glance, Beerus remarked, Hurry and transform into a Super Saiyan God. I shall await you here. Sun Wukong's face radiated with joy. Perhaps we can postpone that for now. Lord Beerus, why not first witness my transformation? Beerus, perplexed, responded, Which transformation are you referring to? As several black question marks appeared above Beerus's head, Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly. The energy surrounding him began to boil with intensity. A thunderous roar erupted. A golden giant ape's phantom emerged behind Sun Wukong, radiating from his core. Torrents of golden energy cascaded outward. The surface of the sea beneath the feet of the onlookers rippled in concentric circles. The clouds above churned once more. Crack! Thunder rumbled across the horizon. The golden giant ape behind Gohan swiftly retracted, plunging into his body. Immediately thereafter, Gohan underwent a profound transformation, reverting to the form of Super Saiyan 4. His thick, unruly black hair cascaded down his shoulders, and his robust physique was adorned with prominent, well-defined muscles. A dark red fur enveloped his exposed skin, showcasing his primal power. Observing the transformed Gohan, Beerus squinted, a sense of familiarity washing over him. What was this? A reversion to the Saiyan ancestral bloodline? Beerus remarked coldly, "Very well. Gohan, allow me to witness the might of your transformation." 089. Super Saiyan 4 versus God of Destruction. Son Gohan withdrew, transforming from a participant into an observer. Son Gohan's golden aura surged mightily, its waves of energy stirring the heavens. Beerus raised his right hand, palm directed towards Son Gohan. In an instant, his 5 fingers emanated a spectral glow, and an energy sphere shot forth with a piercing speed towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan tilted his head aside, evading the violet energy sphere, and in an instant, his figure vanished. The next moment, he reappeared before Beerus, delivering a tremendous blow with a fist larger than a cauldron, striking fiercely against Beerus's chest. The impact was thunderous. A blinding flash erupted. Beerus's body was sent flying by the force of this powerful strike. With a swift motion of his hand, Son Gohan unleashed 5 energy spheres that shot forth from his fingertips, whizzing toward the retreating Beerus. A sinister smile crept across Beerus's face as he tumbled through the air, his body forcibly aligning itself. With a series of deft swipes of his right hand, he effortlessly swatted away the 5 energy spheres. The spheres crashed into the ocean's surface, erupting in a thunderous explosion that sent torrents of seawater soaring into the sky, while the heavens wept in a torrential downpour. Indeed, he is significantly stronger than Son Wukong, Beerus remarked, unreservedly impressed. Although it was merely the initial exchange, he had already discerned the extraordinary prowess of Son Gohan. Though this transformation of Son Wukong's Son Gohan may not embody the divine essence of a Super Saiyan god, his power surpasses that of the earlier Son Wukong by a considerable margin. Indeed, this individual possesses remarkable abilities. It is no surprise that both the Supreme Kai and Son Wukong recently extolled his virtues. Is this mere mortal capable of shaking the very foundations of divinity? How intriguing. Truly captivating. As this thought crossed his mind, a glint of cold light flashed in Beerus's eyes. He leapt into the air, instantly appearing beside Gohan. This is troubling. Every cell in Son Wukong's body transmitted ominous signals to his mind. Son Gohan raised his hand to block. Beerus's sweeping leg strike landed precisely on Son Gohan's arm. The point of impact calculated with impeccable precision. Son Wukong felt a sudden numbness in his arm as his figure was forcefully propelled backward. Beerus, seizing the opportunity, pursued relentlessly. Son Wukong immediately raised his hand to gather energy. Spirito assumed the attacking stance, channeling his energy into a sword of ki. A 2-meter-long energy blade erupted from his right hand, cleaving towards the oncoming Beerus. Beerus raised his hand to grasp the energy sword, only to have the blade strike against his hand, producing a shower of sparks. The sound of clashing echoed incessantly. A flicker of surprise flashed in Beerus's eyes. The sharpness of Son Wukong's energy blade exceeded his wildest imagination. He initially believed he could shatter the blade with a mere gesture. To his astonishment, he suffered a relentless barrage of strikes from Son Wukong, leaving his skin tingling. In an instant, Son Wukong transformed his slicing motion into a thrust, the energy sword flickering as it lunged towards Beerus. As the formidable energy blade surged towards him, Beerus clasped his palms together, attempting to trap the blade. Just as he let out a disdainful grunt and prepared to exert force to snap the blade, he was taken aback to find the energy sword had vanished from his grasp, now poised in Son Wukong's left hand, delivering the same attack anew. Beerus was nearly exasperated. While it was improbable to breach his defenses, no one desired to be pierced by such a sharp object. It would be utterly disheartening. He deftly leaped back to evade Son Wukong's onslaught, his hands swinging with precision as he launched 2 energy spheres simultaneously towards Son Wukong. With a swift whoosh, the energy swords executed a double strike. The 2 energy spheres Beerus had hurled were sliced into 4 pieces, exploding behind Son Wukong with a thunderous crash. Amused, Beerus chuckled, beginning to amplify his power. Clearly, the strength he had wielded against Sun Wukong was insufficient to contend with Sun Wukong. Purple flames ignited around his body, distorting the very fabric of the void. His power surged, and he proclaimed, "Haha! Though your technique is rather peculiar, it is futile against absolute strength." With that, he dashed towards Sun Wukong with astonishing speed, faster even than instantaneous movement. As soon as the thought flashed through Sun Wukong's mind, Beerus's fist wind was already howling towards him, causing his face to sting with pain. Sun Wukong, without a hint of reservation, concentrated all his strength into his right fist and unleashed it with equal fervor. The two fists collided with a thunderous impact. A resounding explosion reverberated through the air, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the roar of thunder as a tsunami surged skyward. Centered around their clash, powerful waves of energy radiated outward in all directions. From a vantage point high above, one could witness the Earth's surface erupting in a brilliant display of light, while terrifying shockwaves rippled outward into the depths of the cosmos. The planet trembled once more. In an instant, the ocean beneath their feet was completely evaporated, causing the Earth's surface area to shrink by a staggering 10%. The onlookers were filled with trepidation and awe. The aura that Son Gohan now emanates is far more terrifying than it was during his recent battle with Gula. They all find it difficult to comprehend how Son Gohan's power has surged yet again in such a brief span of time. However, upon recalling Son Goku's prowess, which had also escalated significantly, they come to terms with it. It is well known that the Son family, father and son, have long exhibited peculiar behaviors, a tendency that has not emerged overnight. After Son Gohan and Beerus clashed their fists, both were thrust backward several steps. Son Gohan lowered his head to glance at Earth, offering a wry smile. "Lord Beerus, let us ascend to greater heights." Very well. The two of them, one clad in red and the other in purple, soared toward the lofty skies. A cacophony of sounds erupted as they collided and pursued each other relentlessly, shattering the clouds above. The visceral intensity of their combat ignited a fervor within Son Gohan, fueling his resolve as he grew increasingly formidable. Initially lacking in mastery over his Super Saiyan God transformation, his proficiency surged wildly, and his energy continued to amplify. This exhilarating battle was a sheer delight. Aware of Beerus's unfathomable power, Son Gohan held nothing back. Unleashing his full strength with every move, he endeavored to transcend his limits, eager to discover the extent of his capabilities. Every cell in his body vibrated with exuberance, as if reborn, greedily absorbing the divine essence emanating from Beerus during their clash. After a grueling half-hour of combat, Son Gohan's energy did not wane. Instead, it grew more abundant and refined. With a thunderous roar, both Beerus and Son Gohan concentrated their energies into a singular sphere and crashed them together. Following a violent explosion, their heads collided once more, stars exploding around them. The fervor in their eyes was at its zenith. They parted ways, and Beerus regarded Son Gohan with an increasingly enigmatic gaze. He noted that the Son Gohan before him seemed oblivious to fatigue, growing ever stronger and bolder with each exchange. Furthermore, he gradually discerned that Son Gohan's attacks began to incorporate traces of divine energy. What could this mean? Son Gohan has not transformed into a Super Saiyan God. Furthermore, through this prolonged battle, Beerus has gradually come to understand Son Gohan's transformation into a Super Saiyan. The transformation of Sun Wukong's son is entirely distinct from that of the Super Saiyan God. While the Super Saiyan God embodies the path of divinity, steeped in the essence of divine energy, the Son Wukong before us appears to traverse an entirely different extreme, enhancing and refining the bloodline of the Saiyan race. His stamina is astonishing, and his defensive capabilities are remarkably formidable. This form seems almost to be born for combat. Yet, what is the peculiar trace of divine energy intertwined within this power? Could it be that Sun Wukong's son aspires to harmonize the two, simultaneously cultivating both his bloodline and divine essence? Moreover, the trace of divine energy within his being is peculiar, unlike that of Sun Wukong, which was acquired through ritual. The faint aura of divinity within Sun Wukong's body undeniably emanates from the energy possessed solely by this god of destruction. In that moment, Beerus found it exceedingly difficult to assess the situation. As the great battle drew to a close, he felt as though a child of his had been taken away, a sentiment both absurd and unprecedented. It was an experience beyond imagination, a spectacle unseen and unheard. "Lord Beerus, shall we proceed further?" With a piercing gaze, Sun Wukong inquired. "Continue, of course," Beerus replied with a chilling smirk, preparing to engage once more in battle. He felt an unsettling discontent within, craving the release that combat could provide. Come on, haha. The two erupted into hearty laughter in unison, before resuming their fierce confrontation. As the fight escalated, they broke through the atmosphere, plunging into the vast expanse of the cosmos. As they drifted further apart, their figures became completely obscured. The spectators grew anxious. They were unable to venture into space and had no choice but to return, disheartened, to the plaza of the Divine Temple. Observing their despondency, Whis chuckled. Do you wish to witness the battle? Indeed, Son Wukong nodded. Do you have a solution? A trivial matter, Whis assured, gently tapping the ground with his staff. In an instant, the black magical orb atop Whis' staff emitted a radiant glow, projecting into the air. Immediately, the scene of Son Wukong and Beerus engaged in combat materialized above. The onlookers couldn't help but express their astonishment. Presently, Son Wukong and Beerus found themselves in a lifeless star system, battling upon a small asteroid. Son Gohan struck fiercely at Beerus, only for Beerus to soar into the sky. Evading the blow, Son Wukong's fist struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the planet beneath his feet to erupt in a thunderous explosion, disintegrating into dust. Beerus raised his hand towards the heavens, launching a dazzling, fiery energy sphere downwards towards Son Wukong, who stood suspended in the void. Son Gohan exuded an overwhelming aura. The tenfold Kamehameha transformed into a mesmerizing interplay of red and blue, surging toward the golden sphere of energy capable of annihilating this galaxy. Boom. The two forces collided, and the image projected by Whis became a blinding white, obscuring the details of the battle. In the depths of the unknown cosmos, the tenfold Kamehameha clashed with Beerus' searing energy blast, creating a stalemate. The tremendous waves of residual energy rippled outward, transforming several small planets into stunning displays of cosmic fireworks. Son Gohan began to elevate his energy once more. The tenfold Kamehameha grew even more potent, its energy column becoming increasingly robust. Sensing the transformation of the Kamehameha, Beerus was taken aback, pondering how this young warrior could still amplify his power, a feat that seemed utterly astonishing. He noted that Son Gohan was merely in his mid-20s. How could one attain such an extraordinary level of strength? It is well known that beings like him, the god of destruction, have existed for eons. To evolve to Son Gohan's current prowess in just over 20 years was indeed unfathomable. If granted a few millennia more, what might he become? Cough, cough. Such thoughts were unthinkable, let alone spoken. In any case, the imagination faltered. Witnessing Son Gohan intensify his energy output, forcing back his scorching energy blast, Beerus raised his hand to exert pressure. The searing energy blast surged forward once again, bearing down on Son Gohan. Under Beerus' pressure, Son Gohan's visage contorted in agony, veins bulging on his hands as the blood within him boiled. He could hear the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat and the rush of blood coursing through his veins. His body became unbearably hot, radiating an ominous heat. Suddenly, boom. The fiery energy blast and the tenfold Kamehameha erupted violently between them. The colossal energy swept outward, erasing this galaxy in an instant. Puff. Son Gohan tilted his head back and spewed a mouthful of blood, collapsing into the vastness of the universe. Beerus, too, clutched his chest and staggered back several steps. Observing the direction in which Gohan had fallen, Beerus felt a wave of complex emotions. What a kid, he is stirring up my blood pressure. I wonder how he is. He must be severely injured. With this thought, Beerus flew towards Gohan, eager to assess his condition. However, halfway there, he witnessed Gohan springing back to his feet as if nothing had happened, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. In a brief moment, the god of destruction found himself at a loss for words. This kid's potential is astonishing. I can only imagine how far he will grow in the future. Now that he was close, Beerus decided to inquire. So, how are you? Are you all right? I'm fine. You really caught me off guard just now, Gohan replied. Not just you. I was startled as well, Beerus silently critiqued. Clearing his throat, he suggested, let us call it a day, no more fighting for now. Sure, that works. Gohan nodded, stretching his limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds throughout his body. May I ask, what transformation is this? Beerus inquired curiously. Super Saiyan 4, Gohan answered honestly. Beerus nodded in approval. Super Saiyan 4, quite impressive. Lord Beerus, I'm also curious. How much of your true power did you use in that last battle? Gohan asked with interest. Cough. Let us keep that a secret for now, Beerus replied, placing his right fist beneath his nose and clearing his throat. Still playing this game? Preparing to patch things up later? Son Gohan felt a sense of helplessness in his exasperation. However, he decided it was futile to delve deeper, as it bore no significance. Sighing, he resolved to return to Earth. Subsequently, upon a swift, instantaneous relocation, Son Gohan returned to the sacred world of the Kais alongside Beerus. The moment they arrived, Trunks and the others gazed at Son Gohan with an even greater admiration. If the earlier battle between Goku and Beerus had broadened their horizons, then the confrontation between Son Gohan and Beerus left them utterly astonished. Could it be that the Saiyans were capable of such feats? It truly shattered everyone's preconceived notions. Upon seeing her father return, Little Fong insisted on rushing back into his embrace. Son Gohan took Little Fong from Piccolo, gently squeezing her delicate, rosy cheeks. Content. She nestled her head into Son Gohan's chest, intending to remain there forever. Observing the forlorn Shenron in the sky, Son Gohan chuckled as a classic line resurfaced in his mind, once again besieged by memories of the past. Hey, Shenron, it's time to clean up the mess. Subsequently, the representative of intellect, Piccolo, began making wishes to Shenron. The first wish was to resurrect those who had perished due to Babbidi's machinations. The second wish aimed to restore Earth, which had endured 2 cataclysmic battles. When it came time for the third wish, he sought the counsel of Beerus regarding the planets destroyed during the conflict. Beerus remarked that those planets were dead stars that ought not to exist, thus deeming their restoration unnecessary. Consequently, the third wish was to fortify the Earth's core, strengthening it significantly. The 3 wishes were successfully granted. Shenron finally breathed a sigh of relief, respectfully bidding farewell to Beerus before transforming into 7 streams of light and soaring into the distance. At that moment, Beerus was enjoying a meal. Noticing Beerus feasting, Son Gohan touched his stomach, realizing he too felt a pang of hunger. After all, having endured such an intense battle, it was entirely reasonable for his body to signal a need for replenishment. Cradling Little Fong, Son Gohan made his way toward Whis and Beerus. Son Gohan initially believed that Beerus and Whis were simply enjoying the leftover food from earlier. However, upon approaching, he was astonished to discover a new, steaming array of delectable dishes laid out before him. What was the situation? Who had prepared this feast? As Gohan pondered these questions, he observed Bobo and Dandy continuously bringing forth food from the Supreme Kai's palace. How remarkable! Dandy and Mr. Bobo truly know how to make things happen. Dandy cheerfully remarked. Mr. Bobo has prepared a great deal. Everyone can partake. It felt reminiscent of a post-battle gathering. Food has an unparalleled ability to uplift one's spirits. When it was his turn to contribute, the Supreme Kai conjured several square tables and a multitude of chairs. Everyone busied themselves with setting the table, serving dishes, and filling bowls. Thus commenced the inaugural food festival at the Supreme Kai's palace. After they had feasted, Whis inquired with a smile, Mr. Gohan, who taught you this martial arts prowess? Faced with the enigmatic angel, Gohan chose to be candid. I learned from Uncle Piccolo and my father during my childhood. And since then, I have been exploring and practicing on my own. It was evident that Gohan had surpassed his mentors. Truly remarkable indeed, chuckled Whis. Beerus, casting a sidelong glance, quipped, Whis, are you developing an admiration for talent? Do you intend to mentor him? Ah, it seems Lord Beerus has seen through me. Whis replied with a chuckle. But I must disagree. Beerus shook his head. Why not? Whis inquired, still smiling. Because this boy is evidently more suited to my path. It would be better to leave him to me. Though he thought this, Beerus would not express it openly. There is no reason, he declared, arms crossed. Gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, Gohan sensed a glimmer of another Vegeta in the air. Indeed, Beerus was inclined to impart some knowledge to Gohan. Yet he wished to further assess him. As the opportunity to receive guidance from the angel approached, Gohan remained unhurried, confident that time was on his side. He was acutely aware of Whis and Beerus's vulnerabilities. Mastering them was merely a matter of time. Eat well, everyone, indulge yourselves, he urged. Thus, Gohan successfully summoned the 2 formidable beings through the banquet. As they prepared to depart, Beerus approached the Supreme Kai, his expression grim as he admonished, You rascal. Refrain from wandering about so much. The outside world is perilous. The Supreme Kai, bewildered, could not comprehend Beerus's intent. Was it concern or a veiled threat? Regardless, he nodded in agreement, recognizing the overwhelming power of his interlocutor. Minutes later, Whis, bearing 2 bundles of food, ascended into the sky with Beerus. vanishing into the vast expanse of the galaxy as they returned to the destroyer planet. In the days that followed, everyone continued their rigorous training, returning to a tranquil existence. 2 months later, Vegeta underwent a Super Saiyan God ritual, relishing the exhilarating experience. However, after sparring with Goku, he discovered that despite both being in the Super Saiyan God form, Goku's strength far surpassed his own. Yet, it was to be expected, as Kakarot had accumulated far more experience in training. 3 months swiftly passed. Krillin unexpectedly reconnected with his unforgettable first love, Marin. The two reignited their passion, embarking on a midlife romance that culminated in a whirlwind wedding just a month later. From that day forth, Krillin enjoyed a life filled with the joys of married bliss. Yamcha, though envious and intrigued, had no desire to find a partner for marriage. He envisioned himself as a free-spirited wanderer, claiming the entire Earth as his home. As for Tien and Kaiatsu, their bond as devoted training enthusiasts left little room for traditional family life. It seemed unlikely they would ever settle down. Such was the essence of their existence. Life is not predetermined. Not everyone is destined to marry and bear children. Some come into this world to behold magnificent landscapes, while others seek to challenge and surpass themselves. Tien and Kaiatsu clearly belong to the latter category. Though their strength may seem minimal in this era, they progress daily, finding satisfaction in their relentless pursuit of improvement. Another month passed quietly. Trunks finally broke through his limitations, achieving the transformation into Super Saiyan 4. Trunks' Super Saiyan 4 form differed from Gohan's. After transforming, Trunks retained a stature slightly shorter than Gohan's, but still exceeding 6 feet. His hair remained the original purple, albeit styled differently, while the exposed body hair matched its hue. In any case, he looked quite striking. Now, with the exception of Piccolo, the combat strength of the main Saiyan forces had significantly increased. One day, Gohan visited the Supreme Kai's palace. Sensing Gohan's presence, Piccolo, who had been meditating cross-legged, awakened. He descended to the ground. "Gohan, what brings you here?" "I came to see Uncle Piccolo and Dandy," Gohan replied with a smile, observing his manner. At that moment, Piccolo appeared contemplative and troubled. Noticing this, Gohan asked, "Uncle Piccolo, have you encountered any challenges in your training?" "Yes," Piccolo nodded, speaking with a hint of bitterness. "As much as I dislike admitting it, it appears my strength has fallen behind you Saiyans. Even the weakest among you, Vegeta, is now learning to harness the power of Super Saiyan God, while I remain stagnant. Gohan, I seem to have encountered a barrier that I cannot overcome. My strength may never improve again." Upon encountering such a version of Piccolo for the first time, Son Wukong felt a pang of insecurity and a hint of melancholy. A series of recent events had transpired, during which Piccolo had been unable to offer any assistance, leading to a shift in his mindset. In accordance with the narratives of certain past lives, it appeared that Piccolo was grappling with inner demons. Once a figure of formidable prowess, he now seemed diminished. Observing him intently, Son Wukong earnestly remarked, "Uncle Piccolo, please do not be disheartened. Do you recall the days when you guided me? You once said that a true warrior must possess an indomitable spirit and must be bold enough to embrace new challenges." As a person of remarkable intellect, Piccolo understood that Son Wukong was attempting to uplift and enlighten him. Reflecting on the past, he realized that this was precisely how he had once instructed the 4-year-old Son Wukong. Yet now, the roles had remarkably reversed. Son Gohan has grown up, and he has now become the one to be guided. However, "Gohan, what should I do now?" Piccolo gazed at Son Gohan with a complex expression. "Uncle Piccolo, I believe there is a method that can assist you," Gohan replied. "A method?" Upon hearing Gohan's words, Piccolo's spirit lifted, his breath quickening, his eyes burning with anticipation as he awaited Gohan's elaboration. Uncle Piccolo should surely remember the Grand Elder from Namek long ago, right? He had the ability to unlock the potential within others. If you were to activate your potential now, then the so-called bottleneck would naturally be shattered, Gohan continued. "But the Grand Elder has passed away," Piccolo responded, yet before Gohan could elaborate further, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Gohan, do you mean to say that I should harness the power of the dragon to unleash the potential within my body?" "Exactly, Uncle Piccolo. You are as astute as ever." Gohan laughed. It is truly effortless to converse with an intelligent person. Yes, the dragon, and the dragon indeed. With that thought, Piccolo's heart raced, and he felt a renewed sense of hope for the future. "Come, Uncle Piccolo, will you accompany me to the hyperbolic time chamber for a year or two of training?" Gohan chuckled heartily. "Very well," Piccolo responded with a voice full of vigor. 092. Breaking boundaries. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, Son Gohan was engaged in a rigorous training session with Piccolo. Presently, Gohan found himself in a state where he did not require any transformation. His ordinary form alone was sufficient to overwhelm Piccolo, leaving him gasping for breath. Through years of relentless training, Gohan's battle prowess in his natural state had become exceedingly formidable. After an exhilarating bout, Piccolo expressed his admiration. "Gohan, you are undeniably powerful now. When I first began to mentor you, I recognized your potential was extraordinary, and indeed, it has manifested to such a staggering degree." "Haha, I've been training all these years, so it's hardly surprising," Gohan replied with a smile. "Let us not forget. Uncle Piccolo, you two have transcended your limitations after just 6 months here. The barrier you once believed insurmountable has vanished, which is indeed a cause for celebration." "Indeed. This is also your merit, Gohan. Without your unwavering companionship and training, I would not have been able to achieve this breakthrough." After 6 months in the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo had attained a significant breakthrough and regained his former confidence. Now, when he unleashed his full power, an aura of intense energy enveloped him, crackling with electricity. Reminiscent of Vegeta transforming into a Super Saiyan 2. Combat, they concluded, is perpetually the most effective means of enhancing one's strength. Yet, Piccolo was somewhat troubled. He voiced his concern. "Gohan, each individual is permitted only 2 days within the hyperbolic time chamber throughout their lifetime. I am uncertain if you have already utilized your 2 days. If we exceed that limit, how shall we escape?" His worry was palpable. Son Gohan laughed heartily, exclaiming, "No need to worry, Uncle Piccolo. The hyperbolic time chamber can no longer confine me. I can break through its temporal barriers at any moment and leave this place." "Is that truly the case?" Piccolo replied, somewhat skeptical. Having once been a deity, he understood the rules governing the time chamber, and knew that its temporal barriers were not easily shattered. Yet, Son Gohan's resolute nod reassured him. "Of course, Uncle Piccolo, you should have faith in me." As the monotonous training continued, half a year passed. One day, after a sparring session with Piccolo, Son Gohan stood still for an extended period. While Piccolo wondered why Gohan remained motionless, he observed Gohan slowly closing his eyes and clenching his fists. When Gohan opened his eyes once more, his body underwent a remarkable transformation. He appeared visibly slimmer, with a mane of fiery red hair, red eyes, and red eyelashes. Enveloped in a golden-red aura, he had attained the form of a Super Saiyan god. Even without undergoing that peculiar ritual, Son Wukong's son, through his own exploration and relentless effort, can likewise transform into a Super Saiyan god. Son Wukong could distinctly sense that the divine aura he had absorbed from Beerus had now multiplied in strength countless times, reaching an entirely new realm. The essence of Son Wukong was no longer detectable, leaving Piccolo unable to suppress his astonishment. After all, he was well aware that Son Wukong had not gathered the righteous hearts of the other 5. This transformation was a manifestation of his own relentless dedication and training. The significance of this achievement was profoundly different, as was the experience itself. Son Wukong leapt and bounded, stretching his limbs and reveling in the remarkable transformation of his body. It was indeed novel and possessed its merits, yet there were undeniable drawbacks as well. His physique was notably agile and light, while his spirit had become increasingly astute, a distinct advantage of this form. However, he found his physical strength somewhat lacking, although his endurance was commendable. It paled in comparison to that of Super Saiyan 4. Furthermore, Son Wukong acutely perceived that his overall combat capability in this transformation fell significantly short of that of Super Saiyan 4. The transformation into Super Saiyan God did not adhere to the same evolutionary framework as Super Saiyan. The latter was characterized by exponential increments in combat power. For instance, Super Saiyan 1 offered a 50-fold increase, Super Saiyan 2 a 100-fold, and Super Saiyan 3 a 400-fold enhancement. Presently, Super Saiyan 4 boasted an astonishing 4,000-fold increase. Even his unique ultimate mystic form provided a multiplier ranging between 400 and 500. In contrast, Super Saiyan God lacked any conceptual multiplicative enhancement. While there was some correlation with baseline combat power, it was minimal. Rather, it leaned more towards the magnitude of divine essence and its thorough application. Thus, Son Wukong found it challenging to quantify the extent of enhancement in his current state, as the systems were fundamentally disparate and not comparable. "Uncle Piccolo, come and give it a try," Son Wukong invited. "Very well," Piccolo replied, rising abruptly and charging towards Son Wukong. initiating a new round of combat. After half an hour of battle, Son Wukong gained a deeper understanding of the Super Saiyan God transformation and its divine essence. The philosophy of Son Wukong is remarkably straightforward. Only through deep analysis and comprehensive understanding can one truly harness knowledge for personal benefit. Half a year has swiftly passed. Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan 4. Although it was not the first time witnessing this transformation, Piccolo still felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. The visual impact of this transformation was undeniably profound, exuding a primal and ferocious aura. It appeared as though a warrior from ancient times had traversed through the epics. The sheer sense of power it conveyed was remarkable. Furthermore, Son Gohan's energy had evolved dramatically from a year ago, becoming immensely stronger. Piccolo, feeling the oppressive force bearing down upon him, found it nearly suffocating. Such strength was extraordinary. The golden aura surrounding Son Wukong pulsated vigorously, distorting the very fabric of the space around him with its searing intensity. With his eyes fixed and a powerful roar escaping his lips, Son Wukong unleashed a fervent cry. Huh! Piccolo's pupils swiftly contracted. Alongside the mighty shout, he sensed a peculiar transformation in Son Wukong's aura, elusive yet undeniably present. Furthermore, the once resplendent golden flames surrounding him underwent a remarkable metamorphosis, shifting from their previous dazzling hue to a soft peach, and ultimately blossoming into a deep rose red. Son Wukong's skin shimmered with luminous specks, radiating an extraordinary glow. His once dark red fur had brightened considerably. However, the most striking feature remained his thick, unruly mane of jet-black hair, which had transformed into a resplendent hue of orange-red adorned with scintillating points of light. This was the pinnacle of Super Saiyan transformation, Super Saiyan 4, transcending all limits. This new form embodied the essence of divinity. Remarkably, Son Wukong did not draw upon the energy of others. He had attained this state through his own prowess. His physique had grown stronger and more agile, with minimal energy expenditure. He had flawlessly merged the advantages of two transformations, eliminating any apparent weaknesses. This transformation amalgamated the strengths of both forms, resulting in a formidable warrior of unparalleled might. Observing this version of Son Wukong, Piccolo felt utterly powerless. In the span of a year within the hyperbolic time chamber, he had shattered his previous limitations, becoming over twice as powerful as before. Yet, in comparison to Son Wukong, what did that truly signify? Is that rascal Son Wukong truly accompanying himself in this training? Piccolo is beginning to question his existence. As Piccolo drifts into contemplation, Son Wukong's voice resonates, Uncle Piccolo, do I look handsome now? The response is 82531682, Lanchi 093. Bulma is expecting a second child. Handsome. Piccolo nods emphatically, acknowledging his charm. Upon hearing Piccolo's affirmation, Son Wukong finally feels a sense of satisfaction. A month passes, and the two intend to depart from the hyperbolic time chamber. Son Gohan approached the entrance of the hyperbolic time chamber, only to discover that the door had mysteriously vanished. This could only be the result of some arcane force. Though Piccolo had not yet exceeded his time limit, he found himself ensnared within. In the next moment, to Piccolo's astonishment, Son Gohan unleashed a mighty punch into the void, subsequently tearing open a rift. The atmosphere from outside the chamber seeped through the fissure. Was it truly so effortless to breach the spatial barrier? Stunned, Piccolo followed Son Gohan through the rift, emerging onto the plaza of the Grand Kai's temple. Although more than a year had elapsed within the hyperbolic time chamber, merely a day had passed outside. Consequently, there had been no changes on Earth. Piccolo turned to Son Gohan and inquired, Gohan, with only a few months remaining until the next summoning of the Eternal Dragon, do you believe I should still seek the dragon's aid to enhance my potential? After all, I have already shattered my previous limitations. Son Gohan remarked, it ultimately depends on you, Uncle Piccolo. If you wish to enhance your strength swiftly, then unlocking your potential is undoubtedly the most effective approach. I understand. Piccolo nodded in acknowledgement. Son Gohan subsequently departed from the heavenly temple. He first returned home, and as he stepped through the door, his younger brother Son Goten rushed out to greet him. Brother, where did you go yesterday? Why didn't you come home? Gohan replied with a smile, kneeling down to ruffle his brother's hair. I had some matters to attend to at the heavenly temple with Uncle Piccolo. At just 2 years old, Son Goten resembled a miniature version of Goku. The energetic toddler was already running about with remarkable speed and articulating his thoughts with impressive fluency. He had even mastered the art of flight. You didn't take me along to play. He pouted, expressing his dissatisfaction with his older brother. Haha. It's because I had important business to tend to. How about I take you to the amusement park next time? Upon hearing Gohan's promise of a future outing to the amusement park, Goten's mood brightened considerably. What about Xiaowu and Xiaofang? Gohan inquired. They were just catching bugs in the backyard. Goten pointed towards the direction of the garden. Ah, their presence is indeed felt over there. Would you like to accompany me to find Xiaofang and Xiaowu? Yes, let's go. Goten eagerly replied. Sun Wutian, while speaking, made a playful grimace. The two brothers, separated by more than 20 years, arrived in the backyard. Upon seeing Xiao Wu and Xiao Fang chasing butterflies, Wu Tian joyfully joined their frolic. The air was filled with the cheerful laughter of children, creating an atmosphere of pure delight. A glance revealed Biddy Li reclining on a lounge chair. Squinting her eyes as she basked in the warmth of the sun, Sun Wukong quietly approached, leaning down to plant a gentle kiss upon her smooth forehead. Feeling the warmth of the touch, Biddy slowly opened her eyes. You're back, she murmured, then wrapped her arms around Sun Wukong's neck, clinging to him like a sloth. She began to fidget playfully, engaging in actions that would be deemed inappropriate to describe. My goodness, indeed. His beloved wife desired to indulge in her studies. As a devoted husband, it was only fitting for him to offer her the pin. He gazed into Biddy's dreamy eyes. Son Gohan turned to Goten and called out, Goten, go fetch mother to come and take a look at Xiaofang and Xiaowu for a while. All right, brother. With that, he swiftly dashed away. Son Gohan cradled Biddy Li, who had seemingly vanished. 2.5 hours later, in a lavish 5-star hotel, on a grand bed. Where had she gone? Not returning home yesterday. Biddy Li traced circles on Son Gohan's chest, her voice tinged with a soft, tingling sensation. A gentle blush adorned her face, reminiscent of the warmth after completing her homework. Her mature visage, tender and captivating, possessed an enchanting allure enhanced by the presence of Xiao Wu and Xiao Fang. The curves beneath the quilt illustrated a mesmerizing silhouette that could not be displayed openly. Sun Wukong grasped his hands tightly and remarked, I need to find Uncle Piccolo. There's something I must attend to. Did you not go to the police station today? How annoying. Today is a day of rest, and you've completely forgotten, replied Biddy Li, writhing slightly. Ah, indeed, it is a day of rest, she continued. After spending a year in the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong's sense of time had become utterly disordered, leaving him oblivious to which day of the week it was. Must I write my homework again? Sun Wukong inquired, feeling an itch in his hands. This homework is never-ending. It simply cannot be completed. No, you've already achieved full marks, Biddy Li said, her alluring eyes sparkling with a sense of conquered satisfaction. The assignment is filled to capacity. There is no more to be done. Very well, let us defer it until tomorrow. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Once Biddy Li had rested and refreshed herself with a shower, the two of them returned to the Baozi Mountain. Upon seeing Wukong and Biddy Li return, Chi-Chi glanced at her children and mentioned her intention to check on the meal in the kitchen before turning to head in that direction. Xiaofang, Xiaowu, come here to your father, Sun Wukong called out while squatting down. Daddy. The two children rushed towards him like a gust of wind. Gohan cradled a child in each arm, gazing fondly at them. Curious, little Wukong inquired, Dad, where did you take Mom when you came back? Oh, your mother was hungry. So I took her to get something to eat, Gohan replied with a smile. Wukong pouted, Mom and Dad only care about sneaking snacks. What about me and my sister? We're hungry too. Haha, then let us go eat right now. Gohan chuckled. What do you mean by eating? Upon hearing Gohan's playful banter, Biddy grabbed the soft flesh at his waist and twisted it playfully. However, Gohan's robust physique was unyielding. That is nothing, he remarked with a light-hearted demeanor. Upon hearing the prospect of food, the two children burst with excitement, quickly forgiving their parents. Brother, I want to eat too. Wu Tian tugged at Gohan's pant leg. All right, let's all go together, Gohan assured him, as Biddy held Wu Tian's hand. The family joyfully made their way to the dining hall, where a delectable feast was surely prepared. Given the mealtime hour, 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Bulma had surprisingly fallen pregnant, astonishing everyone around her. Vegeta walked with his head held high, casting a cool gaze towards the sky at a 45-degree angle, while internally he struggled to contain his delight. He generously rewarded the employees at the company with treats, even tossing a delicious chicken leg to a passing dog. Trunks, unable to contain his excitement, hurried to the mountain to boast to Gohan, his grin stretching from ear to ear. Is it a brother or a sister? I hope it's a sister, he mused, since I already have Wu Tian as a brother. Wouldn't it be wonderful to have a sister? Gohan, do babies really take 10 months to be born? He pondered aloud, I wonder if it'll be on time. It's quite nerve-wracking. Son Gohan. Oh, come on. It's barely begun. If I were to tell you that someone has been residing in their mother's womb for 3 years, you would surely lose your mind. Scene. Journey to God of Destruction planet. Nearly a year has passed. The insatiable Beerus and Whis once again descend upon Earth, coinciding perfectly with a celebratory feast hosted by Trunks' family. The two voracious Germans, possessed by hunger, create a raucous scene. Onlookers might mistake them for impoverished relatives from a distant, obscure village, seeking to mooch off Bulma's hospitality. This is delectable, Lord Beerus. This pudding is truly exquisite. You must try it. Whis enthusiastically promotes a delightful, bouncy cream pudding. Ah, you're about to finish it all, Whis. There's only one left. Beerus's eyes widen like saucers as he snatches the last remaining pudding. How infuriating. Beerus glares fiercely at Whis, who responds with an ever-present smile. Son Gohan approached with a grand platter of fresh pudding, placing it before Whis and Beerus. Lord Beerus, please refer to me as the culinary warrior. I have procured the last creamy pudding for both of you. Ha ha ha. Many thanks to you, Mr. Gohan. Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth. Aha, Beerus exclaimed, opening his mouth wide and tossing a pudding inside. He chewed with delight, savoring the texture before swallowing. Wow, it is indeed delectable. His eyes sparkled with admiration. So smooth, so sweet. It feels as though it dances upon my tongue. Sun Wukong settled himself beside the two deities. Seizing the moment while Beerus was in high spirits, Sun Wukong chuckled and said, Lord Beerus, I have a modest request. Sun Wukong gently pressed his thumb and index finger together, mimicking a minuscule gesture. What? Do you wish to partake? Beerus swiftly cradled the pudding, fiercely protective of his delicacy. No, my request is unrelated to the pudding. Then speak freely, he replied. With a grand sweep of his hand, Beerus startled even the god of destruction himself. Son Gohan chuckled. Might you be willing to impart your wisdom on our training? Trunks, my father, Uncle Vegeta, and Uncle Piccolo are all exceptional talents. Surely, you and Master Whis would not wish for their brilliance to be obscured, would you? Is this truly the matter at hand? Beerus inquired, gazing intently at Son Gohan. Indeed, it is, Son Gohan replied. So, do you consent? As you are aware, Earth frequently faces formidable adversaries, and our current vulnerabilities make it exceedingly difficult to safeguard our planet. Son Gohan shrugged his shoulders, revealing his intentions with a bold declaration. This is a deliberate strategy. He chuckled lightly while Whis, standing nearby, stifled a laugh behind his hand. Beerus, savoring his creamy pudding, nodded in agreement, saying, No problem at all, that works. In truth, he had been anticipating Son Gohan to approach him for quite some time. Wasn't it far more gratifying than initiating the conversation himself? However, it was unfortunate that this young man had taken a full year to make his move. Beerus had even indulged in an afternoon nap during that period. He continued, All of you may journey to the God of Destruction's planet for training, and Whis will occasionally offer you guidance. Son Gohan gazed at Whis, who wore a perpetual smile, his eyes narrowed in delight. Assuming that Gohan was puzzled as to why Whis was chosen as their instructor, Beerus interjected, Though Whis appears to be my attendant, he is, in fact, my mentor. I am aware of that, Gohan feigned surprise. Does that mean Master Whis is even more formidable than Lord Beerus? With a huff, Beerus turned his head aside. Although Gohan spoke the truth, Beerus felt a slight sting to his pride, prompting him to indulge in a few more puddings for solace. Smack, smack, smack. When can we visit the God of Destruction's planet? Gohan inquired eagerly. Whis replied with a smile, In just a moment, Mr. Gohan. Ah, splendid. I must inform them and pack some delicious treats. Gohan hurriedly exclaimed. Do pack extra, Beerus remarked as Gohan moved away. Turning to Whis, Beerus asked Whis, Do you think my actions are justified? With a chuckle, Whis responded, Lord Beerus, after such a long slumber, you finally wish to take action. How could that be wrong? Our Universe 7 strength is indeed lacking, and it is essential to enhance our overall capabilities. Moreover, Mr. Gohan and his companions are rare talents. The future will undoubtedly rely on them. Indeed, Beerus replied, smacking his lips. Son Gohan gathered several Scions and Piccolo together. I just made a request to Lord Beerus, asking him to instruct us in our training, and he agreed. Son Gohan immediately got to the point. Ah, really? Son Wukong exclaimed, astonished. He had fought against Beerus, and, during the moments of respite following their battle, he reflected on the encounter and realized that Beerus had essentially deceived him. Lord Beerus had not even utilized 70% of his strength during their duel. This implies that Lord Beerus's power far exceeds his own. The fact that Beerus is willing to impart knowledge to them is indeed a most coveted opportunity. Son Wukong felt a delightful warmth in his heart. Can I also be included? Piccolo pointed at himself, feeling somewhat astonished. It was truly touching that even in his current diminished state, Gohan could still remember him. Son Gohan said, Uncle Piccolo, you possess an immense power within you. Do not underestimate yourself. My dear Gohan, Piccolo's eyes glistened with emotion. Meanwhile, both Vegeta and Trunks felt invigorated by Son Gohan's words. However, Vegeta quickly regained his composure. But what about Bulma? Are we to train on the God of Destruction's planet? He inquired. Yes, what of it? Son Gohan responded. Bulma is expecting. I fear I may not be able to go, Vegeta stammered. Son Gohan fell silent for a few seconds. Come on, what happened to your aloof persona? You've completely fallen off the pedestal, Uncle Vegeta. Is it really appropriate for you to be so indulgent towards your wife now? He could only explain, it's not a big deal. Aunt Bulma has just become pregnant. It won't affect her at all. Besides, we are not going for an indefinite period. We can return every few days, or at least once a week. That's reassuring. Both Vegeta and Trunks sighed in relief simultaneously. We are setting off shortly, so Trunks, we need to prepare ample food. Can I entrust this to you? Son Gohan said to Trunks. No problem, leave it to me. Trunks declared, thumping his chest confidently. He immediately set off to arrange provisions. While the others were already lost in anticipation, what will the God of Destruction's planet look like? I wonder if there will be any delicious food available. Son Wukong and Vegeta pondered. No, that is certainly not the case. They quickly dismissed the thought. It seemed that Lord Beerus and his companions had never experienced the finer things in life. They found even instant noodles to be delectable. Thus, the probability of finding anything tasty on the God of Destruction's planet was almost non-existent. They could only hope that Trunks would pack extra food. In half an hour, they all briefed their families. Trunks fulfilled his duty and returned laden with supplies. They all stood beside Whis, who gently tapped the base of his staff against the ground. Son Gohan and his companions ascended like a beam of light alongside Beerus and Whis, embarking on a distant journey to the God of Destruction planet, prepared for a novel adventure. After approximately 20 minutes, they successfully arrived at their destination. Son Gohan felt compelled to inquire why Whis did not utilize instant transmission to return directly, especially considering that even Jebbit could effortlessly perform the super instant transmission. As an angel, Whis should possess the capability as well. Could it be that differing divine roles result in distinct divine techniques? Yet, this ability should ideally be downwardly compatible. While it is understandable that Jebbit lacks Whis' divine arts, the notion that Whis cannot replicate Jebbit's skills seems utterly absurd, a clear inconsistency. Upon their arrival, the newcomers curiously surveyed the God of Destruction planet, which was teeming with vitality, bestowing longevity upon its inhabitants. Truly, it is a realm befitting the divine, renowned alongside the Supreme Kai planet. As Whis commenced his introduction of the God of Destruction planet to the group, Son Wukong's son, Gohan, retrieved the communication orb to establish contact with the Great Old Kai. Before long, the visage of the Great Old Kai materialized upon the orb. Beerus leaned in closer, grinning widely. However, the Great Old Kai from King Kai's planet let out a peculiar shriek and hastily discarded his own communication orb. Son Gohan, are you truly that frightened? What a coward. Beerus nearly gave the Old Kai a long middle finger. Son Wukong subtly shielded Beerus with his body, attempting to communicate. Ahem, dear elder. I have a request. The Old Kai did not respond. However, the visage of Kaish and Asin emerged from the communication orb. He smiled and inquired, Gohan, what troubles you? Is there something you wish to discuss? Well, speaking with Lord Kaishin is just the same. Son Gohan remarked, Indeed, Lord Kaishin. We are currently training on the planet of destruction under Lord Beerus's guidance, so I must trouble you to keep a close watch over Earth. Should any matters arise, could you kindly inform us? Lord Kaishin responded with a smile, Of course, it is no trouble at all. Even without your request, I shall keep an eye on Earth. I will also inform Lord North Kaishin to ensure everything is utterly secure. Thank you, Lord Kaishin, Son Gohan expressed gratefully. You are too kind. Please extend my regards to Lord Beerus. Certainly, I shall do so, he assured. Turning to Lord Beerus, Son Gohan said, Lord Beerus, Lord Kaishin mentioned he misses you. Oh, really? Let me see. Beerus leaned closer. Meanwhile, Lord Kaishin, momentarily startled, nearly dropped the communication orb. "Greetings, Lord Beerus," he uttered awkwardly. "Please, do not wander about carelessly," Beerus advised, before vanishing from the communication orb, leaving Lord Kaioshin to exhale in relief, wiping non-existent sweat from his forehead. Nearby, the amusing Son Gohan found the interaction between them quite entertaining, thoroughly delightful. Continuing, Lord Kaioshin announced, "Gohan, the magical beans you planted have ripened. I have instructed Jebbet to harvest them. I counted a total of 456 beans this time, and I have also had Jebbet plant another 10. They are all with me now, and I shall hand them over to you on your next visit." "That is splendid news," Son Gohan responded enthusiastically. "Truly excellent news indeed." Sun Wukong, filled with joy, exclaimed with laughter, "Ha ha, Lord Kaioshin, why not plant all 56 of those seeds instead of just 10? It would seem rather stingy otherwise. Next time I visit, I shall bring you some delightful treats." Kaioshin nodded in agreement. Alas, the Kaioshin realm has indeed transformed into a mere vegetable garden. And with a sigh of resignation, Kaioshin reflected on this reality. However, it must be said that leaving it fallow is quite a waste, not to mention exceedingly dull. Cultivating crops appears to be rather enjoyable. From sowing to harvest, it imparts a sense of fulfillment akin to that of a nurturing game. Holding those verdant celestial beans in his hands, a profound sense of accomplishment threatened to overflow from his heart. He pocketed the communication orb. The group had arrived at the palace of the Destroyer God. Upon entering the grand hall, the prophetic fish, bubbling at the surface, became exceptionally lively, continuously spewing bubbles while chattering incessantly, "Scion Superman, Scion Superman, Mass Scion Superman." A few dark lines appeared on Sun Wukong's forehead. What could it possibly have seen? Beerus had previously flicked the forehead of the prophetic fish, and it finally quieted down. He gestured toward the empty rooms. "Choose one for yourselves. You may need to reside here for a brief period." As he spoke, Beerus mimicked Sun Wukong, pinching his thumb and index finger together to illustrate a minuscule comparison. Moments later, by a vast lake on the Destroyer planet, a pink water creature emerged, curiously observing the figures on the shore. At that moment, Beerus leaned casually against a nearby stone, gazing absently at the lake. In his hands, he held a bucket of chicken wings, tossing one into the air and attempting to catch it with his mouth. Meanwhile, the others were preparing to engage with Whis one by one. Currently, it was Trunks who faced Whis. Transformed into Super Saiyan 4, Trunks launched a fierce assault, yet all his attacks were effortlessly dodged by Whis. As expected, Whis lightly tapped Trunks on the nape of his neck, and he instantly reverted to his normal state, defeated. Incredible. To effortlessly overcome Super Saiyan 4, the others, except for Sun Wukong and Beerus, marveled in astonishment. Whis' strength appeared even more formidable than that of Lord Beerus. "Next, who shall step forward?" Whis stood silently, striking a pose, almost as if inviting the next challenger. "I will," Sun Wukong declared, stepping forward. Observing how easily Whis had defeated Super Saiyan 4 Trunks, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent and immediately transformed into his Super Saiyan God form, his body enveloped in a golden-red aura. In an instant, Sun Wukong teleported to Whis' side, launching a punch toward him. Whis' body seemed to react instinctively, perfectly evading Sun Wukong's attack. The eyes of Sun Wukong sparkled with brilliance. "Is this the ultimate mastery of the Zen technique? Allow me to observe with utmost seriousness." As Whis deftly evaded a punch, Sun Wukong launched a second wave of assault. This time, it was a swift kick, fierce and powerful, like a raging tempest. Yet, Whis effortlessly sidestepped it once again. In that moment, Whis resembled a gust of wind, a drifting cloud, a soft cotton ball, impossible to strike or grasp, seemingly devoid of any points of contact. He exhibited no vulnerabilities. While deftly dodging Sun Wukong's attacks, Whis chuckled and addressed the remaining few, saying, "Hee hee, why not all join in together? Is that permissible?" With the gentlest tone, he uttered the most audacious words, embodying the essence of Whis at that instant. With his invitation, the others wasted no time. Vegeta swiftly transformed into a Super Saiyan God, his hair, eyes, and eyebrows all aglow in crimson. Meanwhile, Piccolo erupted with a silvery aura, his muscles swelling powerfully as lightning crackled and danced around him. Son Gohan transformed into the fourth Super Saiyan form with a resounding cry. His body and aura underwent a swift metamorphosis. The surging energy shifted into a luminous, rosy hue, distorting the air around him as if it were being scorched. The dark crimson fur upon him glimmered with increased brilliance, sparkling with a radiant sheen. His thick, black, Shoulder-length hair transformed into a flickering orange-red, embodying the essence of the fourth Super Saiyan. This was the form imbued with divine energy, the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 4. Beerus, clutching a bucket of chicken wings, stood up abruptly, bemused. It had only been a year, yet the transformation of Gohan's aura was nothing short of astonishing. Even Whis, intrigued, cast a glance at Gohan, pondering silently. Despite merely a year's passage, Mr. Gohan's energy had undergone a monumental shift. What an extraordinary human being. Indeed. While the concept of breaking through limits may seem straightforward, merely a combination of Super Saiyan 4 and divine form, the reality is far more complex. It is a fusion of two distinct realms. The effort required for such an achievement is beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Should they learn that Gohan's divine energy was self-cultivated, their astonishment would only deepen. Post-transformation, Gohan could now perceive the auras of Whis and Beerus with crystal clarity. Furthermore, he could faintly sense the subtle divine energy emanating from the realm of the Supreme Kai, signifying that he could instantaneously teleport to the Supreme Kai's planet and subsequently have Jebbet transport him back to Earth. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The entire process would take only a few seconds, far from the tedious 20-minute wait. At this thought, Gohan chuckled heartily to himself, reveling in his ability to take shortcuts. Vegeta glanced at Gohan with a dazed expression, fully aware that Gohan had not undergone the peculiar Super Saiyan God ritual. Consequently, he was the most astonished of all. To the point of numbness. Destruction be upon us. I am truly weary, he muttered, gritting his teeth as he charged toward Whis, joining forces with Goku for the first time. Yet, a curious phenomenon unfolded. Despite their inaugural collaboration, the two fought in perfect harmony, leaving Vegeta even more speechless. Piccolo, too, unleashed his fury and surged forward. Son Gohan instantaneously joined the fray, engaging in a 4-on-1 confrontation against Whis. However, it did not take long for Son Goku, Vegeta, and Piccolo to be eliminated one by one. Ultimately, the battle evolved into a 1-on-1 duel. Through this fierce exchange, Son Gohan began to grasp the sheer terror that Whis exuded. Every gesture from Whis exerted an immense pressure upon him. This scenario starkly contrasted with his encounters with Beerus. During his battles with Beerus, Son Gohan at least felt a glimmer of hope, believing that he could eventually surpass Beerus. Yet, after clashing with Whis, he became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. Whis's power had reached an unfathomable magnitude. If Son Gohan was akin to a rushing stream, then Whis was an endless ocean, vast and encompassing, yet capable of silently consuming him whole. He found himself utterly powerless against Whis. With each strike, Sun Wukong's blows resemble the antlers of a gazelle, delivered at the most peculiar angles. Yet, Whis dances through the storm with grace and composure, exuding an air of tranquility and ease. Sun Wukong did not even graze the hem of his garment. With a whoosh, a 2-meter-long energy sword erupted from Sun Wukong's right hand, wildly slashing towards Whis. As he dodged, Whis chuckled, "Mr. Wukong, your competitive spirit is quite strong. However, you won't be able to strike me with such attempts." The question posed by Sun Wukong was uttered without hesitation. How can one achieve such a feat? The heart must remain tranquil, as serene as a placid lake, yet when action is required, it should surge forth like the relentless waves of the ocean. No. Such familiar words. Are you speaking to me of the ultimate mastery of effortless movement? Son Gohan, Mr. Gohan, I am about to launch my attack. Whis smiled, narrowing his eyes. Whoosh. Whis suddenly vanished from sight, leaving no trace of his presence. Sun Wukong felt every hair on his body stand on end. A sense of impending danger enveloped him. A chilling sensation coursed through the back of his head, frantically relaying ominous signals to his brain. As Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, the energy of Spirito's defensive form underwent a remarkable liquefaction. The energy sword in his hand vanished in an instant. His entire aura was frantically liquefied and compressed, coalescing into a misty, silvery liquid at the nape of his neck. Suddenly, Whis appeared, his finger precisely tapping the spot. Boom. The liquefied energy erupted explosively. Sun Wukong's form erupted forth, nearly toppling into the lake. Huh? Whis stood momentarily bewildered. How could he have failed to eliminate Sun Wukong in an instant? This was inconceivable. Although he had not exerted himself earnestly, that previous maneuver was something even some less formidable gods of destruction could not withstand. Beside them, Beerus was similarly astonished. He recalled vividly that many moons ago, during the early days of his training under Whis, he had been vanquished by that very move countless times. Oh dear. For some inexplicable reason, Beerus felt a pang of bitterness. Even the chicken wings in his grasp seemed to taste sour. Gohan gazed at Whis, breathless and visibly distressed. He was not in a good state. The recent explosive strike had nearly drained him of 90% of his energy. His body felt severely depleted. And although it was fervently attempting to replenish its vitality, it would require a brief moment before he could fully recover both health and energy. After all, his current health and energy bars were quite extensive. The remarkable regenerative abilities characteristic of Majin Buu seemed to have diminished somewhat. Whis remarked, "Mr. Gohan, you have truly impressed me, and I am pleasantly surprised." Gohan replied with a hint of humor, "That is only because you, Whis, have shown me mercy." He continued, "Shall we continue fighting?" Whis nodded. "No more for today. I have gathered sufficient insight into your circumstances." Next, they discussed the need to devise a training plan. "What about a meal? I seem to be a bit hungry," someone quietly suggested. "Let's eat." This proposal was immediately met with widespread approval. Except for a small dissent from Piccolo, time passed swiftly over the course of 2 months. During this period, Gohan visited the King Kai's planet, storing 400 Senza beans in a pocket dimension. Naturally, everyone designated a fixed day each week for rest, returning to Earth to spend a day with their families. Resembling a work schedule with a single day off, they fondly referred to this as food replenishment. On this particular day, on the God of Destruction's planet, Whis had organized a training task involving one-on-one battles, Piccolo versus Trunks, Son Wukong versus Vegeta. The epic confrontation between Son Wukong and Beerus unfolds with 3 breathtaking battles. The initial encounter features Trunks and Piccolo in a remarkable clash. Trunks refrains from transforming into Super Saiyan 4, as it would be excessively overwhelming. Instead, he adopts the form of Super Saiyan 2. The two engage in a fiercely competitive exchange, showcasing their skills splendidly. However, Piccolo ultimately concedes defeat, recognizing the considerable disparity in strength between himself and Trunks. Even with Trunks intentionally suppressing his power and limiting himself to Super Saiyan 2, Piccolo finds himself outmatched. The inherent gap in their abilities creates an insurmountable barrier. It is only due to the nature of his battle with Trunks that Piccolo willingly accepts his defeat. Had he faced Vegeta, Piccolo believes only 2 outcomes would be possible. Either he would be vanquished or rendered unconscious. Surrender is simply out of the question, absolutely inconceivable. The second round commences. The legendary Son Wukong faces off against Vegeta, a pair of sworn enemies bound by fate. Beyond his affection for Bulma, Vegeta's mind is consumed with the singular desire to vanquish Kakarot, to unleash a relentless assault upon him. Thus, even before the battle has commenced, and before he has transformed into a Super Saiyan, Vegeta's eyes glow with a fierce crimson hue. "Damn Kakarot, come forth and let us settle this once and for all." With clenched fists, Vegeta ascends into his Super Saiyan form. Son Wukong exclaimed in disbelief, "Hey, Vegeta, it's merely a sparring session. It shouldn't escalate to a fight to the death." With a resounding crash, their fists collided, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. The fierce battle between Son Wukong and Vegeta unfolded with great intensity. Both warriors were in their Super Saiyan God forms, making the combat visually captivating. Their strengths were closely matched, contributing to the ferocity of their clash. If one were to quantify Son Wukong's prowess at 6, Vegeta would be rated at 4. However, Son Wukong's combative nature shaped his fighting style, leading him to desire a prolonged contest. This resulted in a perpetual sense of equilibrium, regardless of his opponent's identity. While this might be acceptable in a friendly spar, facing a mortal enemy would undoubtedly yield explosive consequences, much like the present encounter. Despite Vegeta's noticeable inferiority in strength, the battle astonishingly lasted a full 30 minutes before it reached its conclusion. History, it seems, is oftentimes strikingly similar, as the final outcome saw Vegeta succumb to the might of Buu. Son Wukong tossed a divine bean to each of them, and then prepared to engage in battle with Beerus. "Lord Beerus, please enlighten me," Son Wukong remarked with a smile. "Come forth," Beerus replied, nodding slightly, as he positioned himself 10 meters away from Son Wukong, hands clasped behind his back. Son Wukong flexed his muscles before clenching his fists tightly, as the golden-red aura danced around him and blazed fiercely. His fiery hair, vibrant eyebrows, and fiery eyes radiated the essence of the Super Saiyan God form. Beerus paused momentarily. "You intend to battle me in this form?" Its overall combat prowess pales in comparison to that of Super Saiyan 4. Son Wukong and the others were somewhat astonished. It was the first time they had witnessed Son Gohan transformed in such a manner. He appeared to have shrunk significantly, losing some of his previous charm. No. I wish to attempt the ascended transformation of Super Saiyan God, Son Gohan asserted, shaking his head. What does that mean? Beerus inquired, perplexed. However, upon hearing Gohan's words, both Son Wukong and Vegeta's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could it be? It seemed as though they both arrived at a shared realization, exchanging glances filled with understanding. Ha! With a resounding roar, Son Wukong unleashed a surge of divine energy that began to boil within him. A tempest of ferocious power erupted from his body, swirling chaotically as an overwhelming pressure descended from the heavens. The once crimson flames of energy began to transform. Upon transforming into a Super Saiyan God, Son Wukong's previously diminished muscles regained their robust form. His fiery red hair stood erect, gradually transforming into a natural hue of blue. The surging aura around him also shifted to mirror the color of his hair. His eyebrows followed suit, while his eyes metamorphosed into a deep blue reminiscent of the ocean. Son Gohan was enveloped in a swirling blaze of azure flames, an untamed aura of divinity radiating fiercely around him. The ripples on the lake's surface expanded outward in concentric circles. The pink water creature, which had been floating on the surface, swiftly submerged beneath the water. Beerus, intrigued by Son Gohan's transformation into a blue-hued Super Saiyan, remarked, "What peculiar metamorphosis is this? Do Saiyans always indulge in such flamboyant displays?" Son Wukong clenched his fist, bouncing up and down for a moment, and then replied, "This is a Super Saiyan based on Ultra Instinct." Son Wukong and Vegeta wore expressions of profound understanding. Having embraced the essence of divinity, they had undergone an extensive period of rigorous training. In truth, the notion had already taken root in their hearts. However, the divine energy within them remained insufficiently potent, and they had yet to discover the method of merging the Super Saiyan transformation with the divine essence. Thus, they had refrained from undertaking such a metamorphosis, uncertain of its feasibility. Yet, witnessing Son Gohan successfully harnessing this power served to validate their innermost thoughts. They simply needed to persist along this path. "Come forth, Lord Beerus," Son Gohan declared, assuming a stance of readiness for attack. "Bring it on," Beerus replied with a grin. Boom. With a powerful stomp of his right foot against the ground, Son Gohan caused the earth to erupt beneath him, propelling himself forward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the mere 10 meters, arriving before Beerus. His right fist, enveloped in a tempestuous azure energy, was raised high, aimed directly at the god of destruction. Humph! Beerus scoffed, retaliating with a punch of his own. The collision of their fists produced a resounding explosion, sending shockwaves rippling through the air. The spectators, save for Whis, instinctively shielded their foreheads with their arms to fend off the fierce winds. The onslaught of the gale was akin to a barrage of razor-sharp blades, inflicting a stinging sensation upon their skin. In stark contrast to the earlier confrontation between Vegeta and Goku, the current clash carried an intensity and ferocity that was exponentially greater. "Oh, you always approach battle with such fervor," Beerus remarked, swiftly retracting his fist to initiate his own offensive. Boom, boom, boom. A flurry of energy spheres was unleashed, hurtling through the air. Son Gohan soared into the air, gracefully maneuvering and evading the barrage of energy spheres. With a mere gesture, Beerus commanded those energy spheres to alter their trajectories, relentlessly pursuing Son Gohan. Eager for a swift resolution, Son Gohan propelled himself forward, casting several energy spheres in return. The clash of their energy spheres resulted in a series of thunderous explosions, filling the sky with billowing smoke. Meanwhile, Beerus ascended rapidly, closing the distance to Son Gohan. Launching a fierce attack, the two engaged in a relentless exchange of blows, as flashes of lightning illuminated the heavens, capturing the fleeting silhouettes of their fierce confrontation. In a fleeting moment, Beerus seized the opportunity, unleashing an energy sphere that struck Son Gohan squarely in the chest. Son Gohan was crushed by an energy sphere, plummeting from the heavens and crashing into a lake, sending towering waves surging forth. A terrifying explosion erupted at the lake's bottom, enveloping the area in a thick cloud of smoke. In an instant, the entire lake was vaporized, and the pink aquatic creature was hurled away by the residual energy, scorched and plummeting to the ground, leaving behind a tantalizing scent of roasted meat. Whis swiftly expanded his protective barrier, shielding everyone from harm. The creature, now imbued with the aroma of cooked flesh, landed upon the barrier before being repelled, rolling to a stop several meters away, motionless. What a commotion! Wish chuckled, relishing the spectacle as if it were an entertaining show. Son Gohan erupted with a brilliant blue aura, surging forth from the epicenter of the explosion, suspended in midair. At that moment, half of his clothing lay in tatters, wisps of white smoke emanating from his form due to the searing heat, as he gasped for breath. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, drawn by the tantalizing aroma of meat, raced towards the aquatic creature. The others remained transfixed on Son Gohan, their eyes unblinking. Son Gohan pressed his right hand against his chest, panting heavily. The exertion had been immense, and his physical stamina had been severely depleted. Coupled with the recent energy explosion from Beerus, he had sustained a certain degree of injury. Rather than waiting for his body to recuperate naturally, he decided to revert from his Super Saiyan Blue form and consumed a Senzu bean. As the bean took effect, his body was instantly restored to its peak condition. Son Gohan exhaled, acutely aware of the immense toll that the Super Saiyan Blue form exacted. Under full output, it was unsustainable for long. If he were to hold back and feign weakness, he might endure for a while, but that was not in line with Gohan's fighting style. His every strike was a full-throttle eruption of energy. Thus, in the Super Saiyan Blue state, he could not maintain this power for an extended period. Should his opponent possess a fighting power inferior to his own, they would be swiftly vanquished. However, if their strength matched or exceeded his, this form could not support a prolonged battle without the aid of the mystical Senzu beans. Beerus approached, halting before Gohan. "Kid, while your transformation is formidable, its durability and finesse leave much to be desired." Gohan nodded. Beerus spoke the truth. Compared to Super Saiyan God, the power of Super Saiyan Blue was indeed enhanced. Yet the energy consumption had become alarmingly severe. The red-haired Super Saiyan God, though less forceful, excelled in technique and agility, boasting exceptional stamina. In summary, Super Saiyan God leaned towards deciphering an opponent's attacks, employing agile movements to evade strikes, and achieving victory through skill. Whereas Super Saiyan Blue was a form driven by sheer power, focusing on overwhelming the opponent with brute force. Gohan recognized that the current form's exorbitant energy drain stemmed not only from his relentless output, but also from his nascent familiarity with this transformation, which lacked the requisite proficiency for sustained use. Moreover, it was worth noting that the amplification of Super Saiyan Blue was not nearly as potent as the 50-fold increase of Super Saiyan God. It was evident that, despite borrowing from the transformation of the Super Saiyan, the path taken was fundamentally distinct. This form holds significant potential for development. It is far from perfect as it stands. Gohan mused. Nevertheless, even a fully refined Super Saiyan Blue would still pale in comparison to the limit breaker form of Super Saiyan 4. Beerus smirked. "Have you had your fun? Let me see that transformation you utilized against Whis." "All right." Gohan chuckled, quickly transforming into Super Saiyan 4 and rapidly achieving the limit break. A radiant rose-red aura enveloped him, his body shimmering with a luminous sheen, speckled with glowing points, and his unruly orange-red hair cascading down his shoulders, a truly striking visage. This time, Beerus opted for an aggressive approach, his purple aura blazing intensely around him as the air warped under its pressure. He lunged forward, his legs sweeping horizontally to strike at Gohan. Upon raising his hand to block Beerus's leg strike, Son Gohan engaged in the first round of battle following his transformation. After successfully parrying the kick, Beerus executed a swift somersault into the air, raising his hand to unleash a purple energy sphere that hurtled towards Son Gohan. Son Gohan swiftly evaded, causing the energy sphere to miss its mark and strike the surface of the God of Destruction's planet. The ground fractured with a resounding crack, and a colossal mushroom cloud ascended, revealing a vast chasm. Fortunately, the planet was sufficiently robust. Had it been Earth, one could scarcely fathom the extent of the devastation. After dodging the energy sphere, Son Gohan launched a counterattack, hurling numerous energy spheres towards Beerus. In an instant, a multitude of energy spheres filled the sky. With a thunderous roar, all the spheres detonated simultaneously, engulfing Beerus in their explosive fury. The blinding radiance obscured much of the sky above the God of Destruction's planet, and the cacophony resonated for an extended period. However, Beerus swiftly emerged from the billowing smoke, charging at Son Gohan, shrouded in dark fumes. Both combatants concentrated their energy into a sphere, propelling them toward one another. The violet and rose-hued spheres collided, resulting in another violent explosion that seemed to shake the very heavens. As they darted through the smoky haze, their fists collided with each other's faces. Both were propelled back by the force of the impact, tumbling through the air before lunging at each other once more, engaging in a fierce struggle. The contrasting energies clashed continuously in mid-air, pursuing one another and unleashing terrifying waves of residual energy. Ha ha, what a remarkable young man. It won't be long before you surpass some of those inept gods of destruction, Beerus exclaimed, retreating while laughing heartily. Though the identity of the inept god of destruction he referred to remained ambiguous, it undeniably attested to Son Gohan's formidable strength at that moment. After half an hour of intense combat, Beerus delivered a powerful punch that sent Son Gohan flying. Son Gohan executed a graceful somersault in midair, forcefully striking the void beneath him with his right foot, causing it to fracture as he lunged once more at Beerus. A fierce straight punch surged toward Beerus, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. Beerus reached out and seized Gohan's fist, then remarked, "Very well. I have no desire to continue this fight today. Let us resume tomorrow." He appeared to be rather bored with the encounter. Well, if that is the case. Sun Wukong retracted his hand, casually wiping away the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth. Even after engaging in a fierce battle for over half an hour, he remained invigorated, his stamina still at its zenith. His innate superhuman regenerative abilities were more than sufficient to compensate for the energy expended in this form. Son Gohan resembled a perpetual motion machine, capable of engaging in ceaseless combat. This was his most formidable trait. Furthermore, Beerus discerned that the divine aura emanating from Son Gohan's body had intensified since their previous encounter, even exhibiting a hint of his destructive energy. This young warrior possesses the ability to grow stronger through battle. After several encounters with Son Gohan, Beerus had come to this realization. The two descended back to the ground. The battle had concluded, and the spectators had resumed their own activities. Whis began to mend the pockmarked surface of the god of destruction's planet, while Vegeta, arms crossed, leaned against a large tree, adopting a facade of indifference. Sun Wukong beckoned Trunks to approach. The two squatted beside the corpse of the aquatic monster, deliberating whether it was suitable for consumption. Meanwhile, Piccolo remained motionless atop a stone, his eyes closed in meditation as he analyzed the intricacies of the battle. "What are you all up to?" inquired Gohan as he joined Sun Wukong and Trunks. Sun Wukong pointed at the water creature, as large as an elephant and exuding a savory aroma, and remarked, "I am studying whether this thing is edible. It appears to be a pink mollusk. Yet I find it somewhat repulsive. Could it truly be so appetizing?" He waved his hand to disperse the air around him. "Lord Beerus, could you come over here?" Gohan called out to Beerus. Gohan, are you really summoning Lord Beerus to taste this? Are you being a tad too audacious?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Trunks seemed equally taken aback, evidently influenced by Sun Wukong's daring demeanor. Son Gohan, indifferent to the peculiar musings of the two individuals, addressed the approaching Beerus. "Lord Beerus, what manner of creature is this? Is its flesh toxic? How am I to know?" "No, wait, this appears to be a mutated electric eel," Beerus replied, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. "Indeed, it is an electric eel," confirmed Whis, who had approached after completing his tasks. "Is the electric eel edible?" Trunks inquired with curiosity. At the mention of edibility, Goku had already commenced the dissection of the enormous aquatic creature. Ultimately, the electric eel departed this world in peace, its flesh nourishing all present, making one final contribution that exemplified boundless generosity. In the days that followed, the five continued their diligent training on the god of destruction's planet. Trunks' Super Saiyan 4 form grew increasingly mature and refined as he began to learn the essence of divine energy. Sun Wukong and Vegeta commenced their exploration of the advanced transformation into the Super Saiyan god Super Saiyan form. Piccolo, due to his unique lineage, possesses a training regimen that diverges from that of his Saiyan companions. Consequently, his progress in strength enhancement is notably more gradual. Nevertheless, Piccolo has never wavered in his dedication. In fact, he is the most diligent among them. Only Sun Wufan seems to comprehend the current situation. Piccolo is in a phase of building latent power, and once the Dragon Shinron unlocks his potential, he will experience a significant leap in strength. However, one must ponder, why not allow Shinron to awaken the potential of everyone? Such an action would elevate the abilities of all, would it not? It was foolish to overlook such a possibility. This must be prioritized. Hereby, I openly solicit a wish to simultaneously unleash the potential of all Z fighters. Thus, another month slipped by. Sun Wukong and Vegeta have successfully developed their Super Blue forms, unlocking an entirely new transformation. On this day, Whis was imparting some new knowledge about divine energy to everyone when a sudden beam of white light descended from the sky. Two individuals appeared on the ground, drawing the curiosity of all present. With a striking resemblance to Beerus, the newcomer, a version of him dubbed Beerus Plus, burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Beerus, it hasn't been long since we last met, and yet your place has transformed into a marketplace. What are all these people doing here?" Upon hearing this bothersome voice, Beerus stood up abruptly, his demeanor fierce as he approached, ready for confrontation. "Damn it, Kampa, what are you doing here? And call me brother, not just by my name." The two adversaries clashed their foreheads together, baring their teeth at one another. "Nonsense. I am the elder brother, you are the younger," Kampa retorted. "Do you even know what you are saying?" Indeed, the newcomer was none other than Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, accompanied by his angel, Vados. Vados bore a resemblance to Whis, with long silver hair tied into a high ponytail, cascading gracefully behind her. She donned a matcha-colored robe and stockings, accentuated by a red belt that cinched her slender waist, her feet adorned with white heels, presenting an elegant figure. In summary, she was an exceedingly beautiful woman, perpetually wearing a smile akin to Whis, though an air of coldness emanated from her, as if she sought to keep others at a distance. Beerus and Kampa were rivals, engaging in constant bickering at every encounter, be it over who was the elder brother or whose food was more delectable, resulting in endless disputes. The two angels had little choice but to endure this sibling rivalry, occasionally finding amusement in the spectacle. While the two gods of destruction continued their quarrel, Vados approached Whis, cheerfully inquiring, "Whis, are these your new disciples?" "Indeed, sister," Whis replied with a gentlemanly nod. "Sister? Did you hear that, Vegeta?" Whis just called that woman his sister. Son Wukong poked Vegeta, whispering, "Mind your hands," Vegeta retorted, swatting away Wukong's intrusion. Their exchange caught Vados' attention, prompting her to chuckle softly. "Well, of course. I am Whis' biological sister." "Ah, another giggler," Son Gohan couldn't help but think to himself. Whis continued, "Allow me to introduce you. This is my sister, Vados, the angel of Universe 6. And over there is Lord Kampa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, who also happens to be Lord Beerus' twin brother." "What? That chubby fellow is also a god of destruction?" Vegeta exclaimed, astonished. "That was a close call. I almost slipped and called him fat," Wukong remarked. "Ah, twin brother? No wonder they look so alike," Wukong continued. "So, who is stronger, him or Lord Beerus?" "Ho ho ho, do not ask such impolite questions. Just look at their physiques. Can you not tell?" Vados giggled, her demeanor playful yet subtly cunning. "Ah, now I understand. Lord Kampa is larger in size, so he must be stronger," Wukong declared, slapping his right fist against his left palm. "Quite the clever frog, always patting your belly," the crowd observed. "Well, that does sound reasonable," they agreed. However, Kampa was not pleased. He glared at Vados, arms crossed, visibly furious. "Damn it, Vados. Enough with the chatter." "Oops, ho ho ho. My apologies for being so rude just now." Vados replied, her eyes narrowed in amusement, seemingly unfazed by Kampa's irritation. "Humph, two uncouth individuals," Kampa remarked as he turned his gaze towards Son Wukong and Vegeta. "And these two dare to discuss the gods of destruction?" Cough, cough. Son Wukong coughed softly, interrupting an individual who was attempting to incite further animosity. "Lord Parda, esteemed Elder Vados, why not indulge in this delightful treat? It is sweet and truly exquisite in flavor." Son Gohan spoke as he took out 2 rainbow lollipops. His manner resembled that of a nefarious individual on the verge of abducting children. "Oh dear, what is this? It appears quite exquisite." Bardos leaned in closer to inspect. Son Wukong offered her a rainbow lollipop. Let me see. Upon the mention of food, Xiangpa immediately shook off his drowsiness, or rather, his irritation dissipated. He reached out and snatched another lollipop from Son Wukong's hand, unwrapping it not even a little before shoving it into his mouth. Then, with a series of exaggerated spits, he exclaimed, "It has no flavor at all. You deceived me." Xiangpa bared his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. To insult culinary delights is an unforgivable transgression. Son Wukong exclaimed, "Ha ha ha. Lord Kampa is truly foolish. He clearly has removed this layer of plastic wrapping." Vados chuckled, demonstrating as she peeled away the transparent exterior of a rainbow lollipop before placing it into her rosy mouth. "Ah, it is indeed delicious," Vados remarked with a look of astonishment. The sweetness evoked memories of her youthful days long past. "Oh really? How foolish of me," Kampa replied without a hint of embarrassment. as he proceeded to tear open the packaging once more, savoring the treat with delight. Wow, it's so sweet. I've never tasted anything quite like this, he exclaimed. Kid, where did you acquire this? It's quite splendid. In an instant, Kampa's fondness for Son Wukong grew immensely. Indeed, a foodie is the most easily won creature in this world. Son Gohan chuckled. This is merely a common snack on our Earth, nothing noteworthy. There are countless other delicacies far superior to this. With a hint of pride, he continued, Earth? Bados, surely our sixth universe must have an Earth as well. Quick, search for it. Kampa displayed an urgent expression. All right, at once. Bados licked her lollipop and waved her scepter, causing the black magic orb atop it to vibrate. It was hard to imagine what she usually used this scepter for. Ah, found it. Lord Kampa, our sixth universe does indeed have an Earth, but what? Kampa inquired anxiously. It seems that due to a foolish battle, all of humanity has been wiped out. Bados replied with a look of regret. What? You're saying they are extinct? Kampa cried out in despair, his newfound hope shattered mercilessly. Why must this world be so cruel? No, this was not good. Kampa pondered a more pressing concern. Every encounter with Beerus inevitably led to a culinary duel. What would he use to compete this time? His delicious wonder egg made from the dodo bird would be obliterated by this rainbow lollipop in an instant. This is hardly a contest. Damn it, just damn it. Observing the two deities, who licked their lollipops like children, Son Gohan felt the absurdity of this world. Poor aliens, they've never tasted anything good. At that moment, Beerus sauntered over, hands on his hips, chin raised at a 45-degree angle, boasting, So, Kampa, are you still up for this match? Ready to concede? He was brimming with confidence. Kampa, looking at that smug expression, felt the urge to strike him. Indeed, such a commonplace rainbow lollipop is so delectable. I can hardly imagine what more explosive dishes the Earthlings could present. We are surely doomed. What now? Should we compete or not? It's a serious dilemma. Losing would be embarrassing, but forfeiting would be even worse. Ah, why is there no Earth in the sixth universe? Kampa felt he might burst from the pressure. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck him. Haha, Beerus, after so many years of culinary competition, it has lost its novelty. How about we compete in something else this time? Kampa placed his hands on his hips, applauding his own cleverness. Oh, compete in what? Beerus eyed him skeptically, as if to say he feared nothing Kampa could propose. Kampa declared loudly, Let us settle this once and for all. Beerus, what are we deciding exactly? Beerus was exasperated. He despised half-finished statements. Kampa, with a lollipop in his mouth, confidently proclaimed, Let us engage in a martial contest. If I win, we exchange our respective Earths. What do you say? For the sake of cuisine, Earth shall be mine. You wish to duel me? Beerus laughed heartily, as if looking at a fool. That is my forte, Kampa. How dare you? Kampa continued, No, let us select formidable humans from our respective universes to compete, a team battle of 5. They shall face off one-on-one. And the victor shall be declared the winner. What do you think? Hehehe. Beerus grinned, pointing at Son Gohan. Kampa, I suggest you first face off against this fellow before making any decisions. Haha. 100. Son Gohan versus Kampa. Him? You want me to fight him? Kampa exclaimed. Beerus, I am a god of destruction. You want me to battle a mere human? I advise against insulting me in such a manner, you scoundrel. Kampa furiously licked his lollipop again. Umph. You might not even be able to defeat him, Beerus sneered. What did you say? How dare you? Let us do this. Kampa was nearly exploding with rage at Beerus's words. He glared at Son Gohan. Kid, show me what you're made of. Bados's gaze also locked onto Son Gohan. It was the first time they had seen Beerus hold a human in such high regard. There had to be something more to this. Oh, a duel? This should be entertaining. The crowd instantly perked up, rising to their feet, eager for the spectacle. What about the food? My snacks? They clamored for arrangements. Son Gohan had not anticipated that the flames would engulf him so swiftly. Nevertheless, it mattered little to him. He was eager to witness the prowess of the god of destruction, Kampa. If a battle was to ensue, it was better to acquiesce respectfully. Lord Kampa, I humbly request your guidance, Son Gohan proclaimed. Umph, I shall show some leniency shortly, Kampa replied before ascending into the sky. Son Wukong swiftly ascended to join the fray. The two figures hovered in the air, their gazes locked onto one another. The opponent was a god of destruction, undoubtedly possessing extraordinary power. Thus, Son Wukong had no reason to hold back. If a battle was to ensue, it would be fought with utmost intensity. With a mighty roar, Son Wukong's aura surged dramatically, instantly transforming him into the form of Super Saiyan 4. Immediately thereafter, he harnessed the divine energy, achieving a breakthrough beyond limits. The heavens rumbled with thunder, and fierce winds howled around them. As Son Wukong entered a state of combat, a rose-red aura enveloped him, scorching the surrounding space into a continuous distortion. The presence of divinity? Xiangpa's eyes widened in disbelief. This was his first encounter with such a phenomenon. What would transpire when a human possessed the essence of a deity? Could they still be considered human? On the ground, Beerus chuckled softly. Vados fixed her gaze upon the rose-red figure in the sky, and also began to laugh. How intriguing! How intriguing! Lord Xiangpa, do be cautious. Crack! With a forceful thrust of his right foot into the void, Son Wukong shattered the fabric of space, propelling himself swiftly toward Xiangpa. In the mere fraction of 0.0000001 seconds, he stood before Xiangpa. His fist, enveloped in a blazing aura, unleashed a sonic boom as it struck Xiangpa's face with tremendous force before he could even react. Boom! The resounding impact echoed through the air. Xiangpa was sent flying by the powerful blow, crashing down to the ground. The staggering force seemed capable of piercing through the very core of the destruction goddess planet. A thick plume of smoke billowed upwards, revealing an unfathomable abyss. Oh! The expression on Beerus's face grew increasingly captivating. In an instant, a violet energy sphere erupted from the gaping hole, soaring towards Son Wukong in the sky. The right hand of Son Wukong wielded over 2 meters in length, which suddenly materialized and struck fiercely at the approaching violet energy sphere. With a resounding impact, the energy sphere was cleaved in two, passing harmlessly by Son Wukong on either side before erupting behind him in a thunderous explosion, transforming the sky dramatically. In the wake of this chaos, Kampa emerged from the vast chasm. At this moment, his destroyer attire was dust-laden, and a trickle of blood stained the corner of his mouth, rendering him somewhat disheveled. Impressive, aren't you? Kampa remarked, wiping the blood from his lips, no longer daring to underestimate Son Wukong. He acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated him earlier, and in a moment of complacency had been struck by Son Wukong's attack, leaving him utterly humiliated. Such a lapse was truly unforgivable. Son Gohan possesses strength beyond his imagination. Kampa's expression turned serious, embodying the gravity of the moment. As a god of destruction, today's battle was not merely a personal contest, but a matter of pride for his divine status. He clenched his fists, enveloped by a purplish aura, entering a state of combat. Their figures flickered as they lunged towards one another, executing the same technique. Their fists collided with a thunderous crash. The surrounding air erupted, the space quaking as waves of energy radiated outward. Humph! Kampa scoffed, his other hand moving to strike Son Gohan. Yet, he was not the only one with 2 hands. Son Gohan was no longer one-armed. He had become a whole and capable warrior. Thus, their fists clashed incessantly, the sound of explosions reverberating through the sky. Fortunately, they were in the realm of the gods of destruction, remarkably sturdy. Had they engaged in battle across the cosmos, their clash might have been described as a cataclysm that could obliterate even the fabric of the universe. But perhaps the grandeur of the Dragon Ball world falls slightly short of that. With a resounding crash, 2 energy spheres collided, resulting in a violent explosion. The figures of Son Wukong and Shenron soared from the epicenter of the explosion, both propelled by the force of the blast. Cough, cough. Son Gohan coughed up a mouthful of blood, yet the fierceness of his fighting spirit intensified. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the thumb of his right hand and let out a hearty laugh. In an instant, he teleported behind Xiangpa, both of his hands coalescing a massive wave of energy, pressing it toward Xiangpa. Xiangpa immediately sensed the impending danger, instinctively acutely aware of the perilous aura emanating from behind him. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly charged forward and hurled an energy sphere backward. The tenfold Kamehameha of Son Wukong had taken form and was unleashed with great force. A crimson torrent of energy surged forth, engulfing Kampa's energy sphere and relentlessly pursuing him, intent on complete consumption. What is this technique? Kampa exclaimed, astonished. How dare you underestimate me? Anger welled within him. After all, he was the esteemed god of destruction of Universe 6. Did he not have pride? With this thought, Kampa turned, launching his own energy wave to meet Son Wukong's tenfold Kamehameha head-on. A classic scene from Dragon Ball unfolded, a clash of waves. The ground shook as a resounding boom echoed. The contrasting red and purple energy waves collided, scattering energy in all directions, winds howling violently, causing the very planet of the gods of destruction to tremble. Debris soared into the air. What an incredible human! Vados on the ground could not help but marvel. She had never encountered such a formidable human before. It was a first for her. Others too were astounded. noting that the ferocity of Son Wukong and Kampa's battle far surpassed that of his fight with Beerus. For some inexplicable reason, this seemed to be a more balanced confrontation, pulsating with excitement and fervor. The two energies remained locked in a fierce stalemate, both sides exerting tremendous force, veins bulging on their arms and foreheads. With a thunderous crash, the energies erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. High above, the fabric of space itself tore open, unleashing a chilling wind. The aftershocks of the explosion wreaked havoc. A tempest roaring as the god of destruction's planet experienced an unprecedented calamity, as Son Wukong and Kampa spewed forth blood, plummeting from the heavens. It was then that Beerus intervened. With her staff in hand, she gracefully waved it, causing the rifts in the sky to close instantaneously. The rampant energy waves dissipated swiftly, restoring the tranquility of the destruction star. On the ground, Kampa, pale-faced and trembling, stood unsteadily. Meanwhile, Son Wukong fell amidst the grass, lying motionless, his face turned skyward. Cough. Weiss, do check on that fellow, and ensure he does not perish, Kampa declared, settling onto a nearby stone. Just then, Son Wukong shakily rose to his feet. Brother Wukong, allow me to assist you. Trunks rushed over, eager to help the now recovered Son Wukong. Son Wukong waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need, I am perfectly fine. It was all in jest. His extraordinary regenerative abilities and resilience were no mere illusion. Though he had fallen from the T0 tier, it took him merely a few seconds to return to his original state. In just a few breaths, his once trembling figure stood tall and resolute. As Son Gohan approached Kampa, he found himself at the peak of his vitality. Thank you, Lord Kampa, for your mercy. Kampa regarded Gohan with the gaze one might reserve for a peculiar creature. In truth, aside from his destructive energy being ineffective, he had unleashed all his power. However, since the destructive force had proven futile, it was not unreasonable to claim he had shown restraint. Yet, your nonchalant demeanor is quite embarrassing for me. Here I am, still seated upon this stone, gasping for breath. Ah, you are quite impressive, Kampa managed to utter after a moment of contemplation. At that moment, Beerus approached with a hearty laugh. What do you think, Kampa? It seems you ought to eat less and shed some weight. Haven't you noticed how sluggish you've become? Humph, annoying pest, Kampa retorted, turning his head away to avoid looking at Beerus. Ha ha ha, Lord Kampa is angry again, Vados chuckled softly, covering her mouth while raising her hand to cast a restorative aura around Kampa. Enveloped in the glow, Kampa's body rapidly regained its vigor. Beerus, grinning mischievously, resumed the earlier topic. So, Kampa, do you still intend to hold that martial arts tournament? A tournament? What nonsense! Where in Universe 6 am I to find such extraordinary beings? Kampa glared at Beerus, perplexed. No tournament, no tournament. Is that not clear? You imbecile! Now, be off with you. Oh dear, you are quite agitated, Beerus replied with his hands on his hips, pointing at Kampa and laughing heartily. Humph, Kampa grimaced. Vados quickly intervened to defuse the situation. Lord Kampa, Sister Vados, would you care to try this seafood noodle? She said, producing 2 bowls of instant noodles. What noodles? Kampa suddenly turned, his body involuntarily rising. Seafood noodles, Vados replied. Are they from Earth as well? Kampa swallowed hard, his anger dissipating as quickly as it had arisen. Indeed. Lord Kampa, Vados nodded with a smile. Ha ha ha, I must taste them. Vados beamed. I want some too, Kampa exclaimed, darting towards Vados. His troubles vanished as swiftly as they had come. In his world, worries were the least respected of things. Kampa snatched the bowl of noodles, eager to dig in, yet momentarily unsure how to proceed. Having learned from the experience with the rainbow lollipop, he became somewhat cautious. Gohan, come here. Vados beckoned to Son Gohan. Coming. Gohan replied as he approached. Please teach Lord Kampa and Sister Vados how to eat these noodles, Vados requested. All right, Gohan nodded. Did Vados intend to mend her relationship with Kampa through this approach? Gohan wondered, recalling their recent clash. Come, Lord Kampa, let me show you how to prepare this, Gohan said, taking the seafood noodles from Kampa's hands. Kampa's gaze remained fixated on the bowl, and when Gohan suddenly seized it, he instinctively reached out, attempting to grasp something. First, remove the outer film, then open the top seal and pour in the seasoning packet. Kampa sniffed the aroma eagerly. It smells delightful. Meanwhile, Vados mimicked Gohan's instructions, opening her own bowl of noodles. Now, pour in the appropriate amount of hot water, cover it, insert the fork here, and wait about 5 minutes before eating. How long is 5 minutes? Kampa inquired, glancing at Gohan and then at Vados. It's a very brief span, Gohan replied, unsure how to articulate it. Oh, Kampa hesitated, producing a box and handing it to Gohan with a reluctant expression. This is for you. What is this? Gohan asked in astonishment as he accepted the box. Kampa gifting him something? Unbelievable. This is a dish made from the egg of the dodo bird. It's quite delicious. You should try it, Kampa explained. So he was sharing his culinary delight. I had thought it was something grand. Oh, let me see, Gohan said, opening the box to reveal 3 oddly shaped eggs nestled inside. They resembled cylindrical shapes, peeled, looking like a kind of milky white pastry. Was this the pièce de résistance of Kampa's culinary offerings, intended to outshine Beerus with the dodo bird egg? Goodness, what a revelation. Son Wukong picked up one and took a bite, swallowing with a satisfied expression. It was merely a simple boiled egg. After tasting it, Son Wukong offered this assessment. Let's give everyone one. It would taste even better when placed in a bowl. Upon hearing this, the eyes of his companions sparkled with delight. What a kind-hearted individual he is, truly a remarkable person. Indeed, Son Wukong divided an egg for each person, placing it into the bowls of Bardos and Kampa. After 5 minutes, the seafood noodles were ready. For the first time savoring such a delightful delicacy, Kampa and Bardos consumed the soup to the last drop. Still craving for more, Son Gohan looked upon them with a sense of pity. Before their return to the 6th universe, he generously offered each of them 5 buckets of crab roe noodles, which won in the profound favor of Beerus and Kampa. The two persistently invited Son Gohan to visit the 6th universe. Next time for sure, next time for certain, he replied with a smile, waving goodbye repeatedly. Beerus and Kampa transformed into a beam of light and soared back to the 6th universe. Before long, another 6 months had elapsed. During this time, Whis imparted knowledge about the universe to them. There are a total of 12 universes in existence, and they reside within the 7th universe. Each universe is accompanied by a god of destruction, an angel, and a supreme Kai, among others. In total, this world comprises 12 gods of destruction, 12 angels, and 12 supreme Kais, excluding those who are retired or in training. The supreme authority governing the 12 universes is the Omni King Palace, presided over by the Omni King himself. Among these 12 universes, the 7th universe's overall strength is rather dismal, ranking near the bottom. This grand exposition of the cosmos left Son Wukong, Vegeta, Trunks, and Piccolo utterly astounded. Son Gohan, however, was not particularly surprised, for he was already aware of this information. Instead, his mind was occupied with a matter of greater significance, the Tournament of Power. The Omni King had long expressed his grievances regarding the excessive number of universes, deeming their management cumbersome, and had contemplated the annihilation of certain realms. Thus, the Tournament of Power came into existence. Universes that failed to meet the average standards were compelled to compete for survival, with the vanquished realms facing obliteration. The 7th universe, currently languishing in the lower ranks, was evidently destined to participate. Yet, it remained uncertain when the whimsical Omni King would suddenly conceive of such a competition. Nonetheless, it was prudent to prepare in advance, for one could never predict when the Omni King might whimsically decide to act. Thus, the selection of the 10 participants for this tournament became imperative. Son Gohan cast his gaze around, noting, there are 5 here. Thus, we still require 5 more competitors. It's not a significant issue. This time, Universe 7 must secure the first place. It is imperative. The 5 hastened back to Earth, and the urgency was due to Bulma nearing the end of her term with their child. As a devoted husband, Vegeta naturally needed to return. Trunks could not be absent either, as he wished to see his mother and to discover whether he would have a younger brother or sister. Son Goku and Son Gohan, being the closest of friends, would certainly not miss such a momentous occasion. Consequently, only Piccolo remained. Upon witnessing the other 4 returning to Earth, he felt the weight of facing Beerus and Whis alone was too great, and thus he decided to accompany them back as well. The following day, Bulma successfully gave birth to a healthy baby girl. Observing Vegeta in a state of anxious bewilderment brought a smile to Son Gohan's face. It was truly unimaginable that the once fearsome Vegeta, who had once boasted of annihilating the Earth, had now transformed into a devoted husband. Ha ha ha, Gohan, it's a girl. A girl, Trunks exclaimed, his excitement overwhelming as he lifted Son Gohan into the air. Son Wukong's face turned dark. What the hell? Why are you lifting me? Go lift that dance over there. With a kind-hearted gesture, Son Wukong patted Vegeta on the shoulder and inquired, Hey, Vegeta, have you decided on a name for the child? Vegeta brushed off his hand, lost in contemplation, pondering over the matter. Indeed, what name should it be? How about calling him Rice Ball? Son Wukong suggested earnestly. Vegeta fell silent, then, in a fit of rage, delivered a fierce kick towards him. Get lost. I said, get away from me. Oh, I'm dodging. You can't catch me. Son Wukong retorted. Isn't that name lovely? Vegeta, I think it sounds rather charming. He continued to advocate for his choice. Seething with fury, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form, ready to engage in battle. Trunks quickly intervened, grasping his father's arm. Dad, please calm down. Today is not a suitable day for a duel. Humph, Kakarot, consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare you this time. Vegeta reverted to his normal state, casting a fierce glare at Son Wukong. Son Wukong, what is the matter? Is it not permissible for me to bestow a name upon your child? Vegeta is truly overbearing. Father, how about the name Bra? Trunks proposed. Bra? Vegeta's eyes sparkled. It sounded rather pleasant, albeit not a Saiyan name. But is that the name you have in mind, Trunks? Vegeta inquired. Trunks gestured towards Gohan and said, it was Gohan who suggested it to me. Gohan. Then let us proceed with this name. She shall be called Bra, Vegeta declared. Son Wukong gazed at Son Wufan, scratching the back of his head in mild frustration. Wufan, why did he accept the name you gave him so readily? Yet he sought to strike me for the one I chose. Vegeta is truly insufferable. It's simply because that is his precious daughter. How could he not be incensed by such a ridiculous name as Rice Ball? What is the matter? Are you at odds with him? Moreover, the name Bra seems to have originally been bestowed by either Vegeta or Bulma. I merely offered a gentle suggestion. And lo, he acquiesced. In his heart, Son Wufan contemplated, yet he articulated, perhaps it is because Beulah sounds more akin to a girl's name. Is that so? Son Wukong pondered, feeling somewhat perplexed. He genuinely found the name Rice Ball quite pleasant. Perhaps we should encourage Chi-Chi to bear another child. Thus, the name for the girl was established to be Beulah. Vegeta approached, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Wufan. As Son Wukong was about to respond, he abruptly turned away. The sensation of having his skill release suddenly interrupted was quite disheartening. Trunks, standing nearby, awkwardly remarked, haha, that's just how my father is. It's typical of the proud. Son Wukong patted Trunks on the shoulder. Not far off, Vegeta, who heard Wukong's words, stiffened. On the third day, to celebrate Bra's birth, Trunks' family hosted an extravagant banquet, inviting everyone they knew to join the festivities. Naturally, Beerus and Whis were present. For where there is delectable food, there too are they found. The celebration continued with merriment for a full day and night. A few days later, Piccolo gathered the 7 Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon in the sacred temple to make a wish. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, rendering visibility nearly impossible. The colossal dragon spiraled above, peering down from the clouds. The light emitted by the Dragon Balls illuminated the surroundings, dispelling the darkness. Observing the familiar figures of Son Wukong and Piccolo below, the dragon discerned that Piccolo was the one wishing. With a hint of nervousness, the dragon addressed him, and Master Piccolo. Is it you who wishes to make a request? Due to the former Supreme Kai's influence, Piccolo could be considered a sort of predecessor to the dragon. Thus, even the opening line was different this time. Piccolo looked up and inquired, Dragon, could you awaken the latent potential within me? Much like the Grand Elder of Namek did in the past? Certainly, for I have indeed been upgraded, the dragon responded. So, is this your first wish? Upon hearing the dragon's words, Piccolo's spirit soared, and he joyfully replied, haha, yes. Please, go ahead. Very well, a trivial matter. The dragon's voice resonated, its 2 enormous eyes glowing red. After a brief pause, a tremendous aura erupted from Piccolo. Golden brilliance enveloped him, illuminating everything around. Piccolo's power surged significantly. Yet, sensing this energy, Son Wukong felt a tinge of disappointment. Currently, Piccolo's power seemed to match that of Son Wukong when he first encountered Beerus, having transformed into Super Saiyan 3. In essence, Piccolo had spent 2 years in the hyperbolic time chamber, breaking through his previous limitations, and then trained for 9 months on Beerus' planet, culminating in this moment, harnessing the dragon's power to realize his potential and reach the pinnacle of Super Saiyan 3. Upon reflection, this was indeed a remarkable achievement. Moreover, this represented Piccolo's base combat strength, without any transformations added. After all, before entering the hyperbolic time chamber, Piccolo's strength was inferior to when he defeated the androids. To have grown so much in just 3 years was truly extraordinary. Perhaps it was due to his elevated standards that he felt somewhat underwhelmed, Son Wukong mused. At this moment, Piccolo himself was exhilarated. Is this truly my potential? My power can reach such heights? He exclaimed, astonished by the energy coursing through him. In his eyes, this energy was already formidable. The dragon, in a deep and sonorous voice, added, "Master Piccolo, I have also bestowed upon you an additional gift." "A gift? What is it?" Piccolo asked, curiosity piqued. "For now, let it remain a secret. You will discover it in due time," the dragon replied. "Excellent," Piccolo exclaimed, feeling elated. With the first wish granted, the dragon continued, "Now, there are still 2 wishes remaining. Please, state your desires." "Wukong, it's your turn," Piccolo gestured to Son Wukong beside him, observing the dragon awaiting further wishes. Son Wukong turned to Mr. Popo, who was quietly standing under a tree, and said, "Mr. Popo, may I ask you a question?" Mr. Popo paused for a moment and replied, "Ah, what question do you have?" Son Gohan's expression was grave. He spoke, "I once heard a tale, which spoke of the time when the old Kai had not yet separated from Demon King Piccolo, and he forged a set of black star Dragon Balls. Those Dragon Balls are said to be hidden deep within a temple. Mr. Popo, is there any truth to this?" Mr. Popo's head was adorned with question marks, and he shook his head vigorously like a rattle. "No. Gohan, where did you hear such a legend? When the old Kai first created the Dragon Balls, he had already parted ways with Demon King Piccolo. He had not crafted any Dragon Balls prior to that." Having overheard this from a passerby, was it truly just a tale after all? Son Gohan turned to Piccolo, who bore a similar inquiring expression. "Indeed, none were made," Piccolo affirmed, shaking his head. Now that Piccolo had merged with the old Kai, he possessed all of the old Kai's memories. Since he denied it, it seemed that the so-called Black Star Dragon Balls did not exist. "Very well, steady and sure," Piccolo stated. "Humans can fabricate all sorts of legends. This is quite normal and not surprising." Indeed, Son Gohan nodded in agreement. The dragon in the sky spoke once more. "Have you not yet decided on your wishes?" "There are still 2 wishes remaining." Son Gohan raised his head and inquired, "Dragon, can you grant me the ability to foresee impending dangers? The ability to predict future perils? Could you elaborate?" The dragon responded, "In other words, I wish to be forewarned of significant threats that could jeopardize the safety of Earth or endanger my life or the lives of my loved ones. Is it possible for me to receive such foreknowledge?" The dragon pondered for a moment before replying. "Delving into matters of time is exceedingly perilous. However, I shall endeavor to impart knowledge in this realm to the best of my abilities. This resembles the prophetic powers of the Grand Elder of Namek. Albeit you will only be able to foresee grave dangers, and the foresight will be limited to a week's time. Is that acceptable?" "That is more than satisfactory. Please fulfill this wish," Son Gohan exclaimed joyfully. The dragon responded with a resonant hum. "Very well, a trivial task." Immediately, its eyes glowed with a brilliant red light, and Son Gohan felt a remarkable energy surge within him. This was the power of prophecy, an ability to foresee future dangers. Each time it was utilized, he would be able to discern whether significant threats would arise within the following week. It would, however, require some mental exertion. Yet using it every few days would not pose any significant issues. "Your wish has been granted. Please state another," the dragon continued. "For now, let us proceed with these 2 wishes," Son Gohan replied. "Understood. Farewell." The dragon's voice echoed through the heavens as its form rapidly dissipated, and the 7 Dragon Balls soared into the sky, transforming into 7 streaks of light that dispersed in all directions. As the Dragon Balls vanished, the sky cleared as well. The Dragon Balls, having granted only 2 wishes, would regain their luster in 8 months, allowing for the collection of wishes once more. Piccolo looked at Son Gohan and remarked, "Gohan, you truly have a thoughtful approach in making such a wish." Son Wukong chuckled. "Haha, after all, our Earth is fraught with calamities, and we often find ourselves in a passive position. With the ability to foresee dangers, we can feel a bit more at ease." Indeed, Piccolo nodded in agreement. "But we never considered that we could make such a wish." Son Gohan, wishing to divert the conversation, inquired, "Uncle Piccolo, how do you feel now that this potential has been unleashed?" Piccolo chuckled, expressing his satisfaction, albeit with the belief that he could still grow even stronger. He pondered the meaning behind the dragon's final mention of an additional gift. With his chin in hand, he contemplated deeply. Yet, no matter how astute he was, he could never fathom the dragon's intentions, as that enigmatic creature had evolved to embrace an air of mystery. Son Wukong smiled. Piccolo was unaware, yet he understood. The so-called additional gift from the dragon was, in fact, a new transformation, a completely novel metamorphosis. It promised a qualitative leap in Piccolo's combat prowess. Curious about the nature of this gift? "Uncle Piccolo, follow me." Son Wukong embraced Piccolo's shoulder, guiding him towards the hyperbolic time chamber. Where are we going? Piccolo inquired. To train, of course, Son Wukong replied with a smile. He was genuinely eager to witness Piccolo's new transformation and to ascertain its true strength. Observing Son Wukong, Piccolo remarked, Gohan, you have truly transformed into a training fanatic, exhibiting even greater diligence than Goku himself. In our younger days, everyone used to say you were not fond of training. Son Gohan paused for a moment and said, because so much has transpired, and there are many I wish to protect. He recalled that dark period when he alone bore the last glimmer of hope for the world, bravely pushing forward, causing a tremor in Piccolo's heart. Indeed, perhaps Gohan did not particularly enjoy training. Yet, he had no other choice. If he had not exerted himself in his trainings, it is unimaginable what the world would be like today. At the very least, he, along with Goku and the others, would still be trapped in the underworld, unable to return to the realm of the living. Meanwhile, Earth would be engulfed in smoke and turmoil, while Piccolo was lost in thought. He found himself brought into the hyperbolic time chamber by Son Gohan. Inside the chamber, Son Gohan and Piccolo were engaged in a fierce battle. However, at this moment, Piccolo was continuously retreating, appearing to be in a state of distress. In truth, he was indeed embroiled in a grueling struggle. At this moment, Son Wukong's battle prowess, even without any transformation, surpasses that of the others. Uncle Piccolo, what is your limit? Where lies your strength? Son Gohan's fist struck Piccolo's face with tremendous force, sending him tumbling through the air for 2 rotations before landing on a distant patch of ground. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Piccolo rose to his feet once more. Is this my limit? Have I truly reached my maximum potential? He gazed at his own hands, enveloped in a haze of self-doubt. Yet, Son Gohan did not afford him the luxury of contemplation. A blast of ki. The special beam cannon surged toward him. No, this cannot be my limit. A surge of determination ignited within Piccolo as he shouted, his eyes gleaming with fervor. With a powerful thrust of his palms, he intercepted Gohan's energy wave, the aura surrounding him beginning to swell ominously. Crackling energy enveloped his body, the air thickening with a tumultuous force that felt almost tangible. This is the sensation of pressure. Son Gohan's eyes widened as he intensified his energy output. Though Piccolo was being forced to retreat, the strength within him continued to amplify. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted behind Piccolo, revealing a peculiar circular halo. The halo burst forth with radiant brilliance, causing Piccolo's form to swell and expand. The already towering figure of Piccolo grew even more imposing, his muscles bulging as if he were a veritable titan of strength. The contours of his face hardened, exuding an aura of ferocity, while the 2 antennae atop his head stood erect. Moreover, his skin underwent a transformation, shifting from its usual green hue to a striking orange-yellow. Orange Piccolo, a Super Namekian? Ha! Uncle Piccolo, what immense energy! Witnessing the ascendant Piccolo, whose aura soared to the heavens, Son Gohan couldn't suppress his joyous laughter. With a mighty effort, Piccolo countered the special beam cannon. Son Gohan leapt into the air, evading the attack, as the Kamehameha wave erupted explosively behind him, unleashing a tempestuous gust of wind. Piccolo gazed in astonishment at the transformation he had undergone. Uncle Piccolo, can you feel it? This must be the additional gift spoken of by the dragon. Son Gohan remarked with a smile. Indeed, such formidable power. Gohan, come and engage me in battle. Ha ha ha. Piccolo exclaimed joyfully, his fists clenched, enveloped in a torrent of orange-hued energy that obscured his form. Ha ha, splendid. I shall oblige. Son Gohan echoed with laughter, instantly transforming into his Super Saiyan 4 form. He was acutely aware that the current Piccolo, without transforming, could not hope to compete with him. The orange-clad Piccolo was indeed formidable, albeit merely in his ordinary Super Saiyan 4 state. Nevertheless, Son Gohan felt it was more than sufficient. After all, he was no longer the novice who had first entered Super Saiyan 4. Today, as Super Saiyan 4, having undergone a dramatic enhancement in both raw power and mastery, had become exceedingly fearsome, incomparable to before. If he were to face the ancient villain, Cooler, again, Son Gohan believed he could effortlessly defeat him now. With a mighty roar, Son Gohan unleashed his golden energy, surging forth. The 2 combatants, in perfect synchrony, propelled themselves forward with great force. Upon their initial clash, a flurry of rapid strikes ensued, their 4 hands moving so swiftly that they were nearly indistinguishable, creating a cacophony of thunderous impacts. After an explosive release of energy, Piccolo leapt into the air, his right foot descending like a cleaver, aimed squarely at Son Gohan. Son Wukong raised his right hand above his head, blocking Piccolo's leg strike. The ground beneath Gohan's feet cracked ominously. After receiving a leg strike from Piccolo, Gohan initiated his counterattack. He thrust his left hand forward, unleashing an energy orb that hurtled toward the nearby Piccolo. Haha. Piccolo laughed heartily, displaying no fear as he reached out to suppress the whistling energy sphere, only to be propelled back several dozen meters. With a vigorous motion, he swung his arm, finally dislodging the energy ball that had adhered to his hand, sending it soaring into the sky where it exploded with a resounding bang. However, Piccolo then felt a surge of alarm as the hairs on his body stood on end. Turning his head, he was startled to see Gohan suddenly appear beside him, grinning and revealing his pearly white teeth. Almost immediately, a sharp pain radiated from his abdomen, causing him to spew forth a mouthful of blood and be sent flying backward, his stomach convulsing in agony. Cursed Gohan, how dare you go this far? He thought as he tumbled through the air. Gritting his teeth against the intense pain in his lower abdomen, Piccolo thrust his hands forward, his arms elongated dramatically, resembling two great serpents as they coiled toward Gohan. To his surprise, he easily ensnared Gohan. Ha ha ha, got you now, Gohan. Piccolo laughed, looking at Gohan, who was bound tightly by his arms. Yet, his amusement was short-lived. Another Gohan appeared directly in front of him, delivering a swift kick that sent him crashing to the ground. Almost instantaneously, he felt his arms being seized, a wave of dizziness overwhelming him. Gohan grasped his arm and began spinning him like a windmill before hurling him away. An accompanying energy sphere detonated upon impact with Piccolo, who let out a pained scream as he crashed onto the pristine white ground, carving a deep trench in his wake. He quickly regained his footing, fuming. Damn it. Is that the doppelganger technique from Yardrat? Ha, more aptly termed the multiplication technique. Gohan chuckled, his body swaying gently. Just like this. Piccolo's vision blurred momentarily, and suddenly he found himself surrounded by hundreds of Gohans. Overwhelmed, he thought, which one is the real Gohan? Each has a distinct aura. It's utterly impossible to discern. This is pure trickery. As Son Wukong's body swayed once more, all his doppelgangers vanished in an instant, leaving only his true self. A sinister chuckle escaped Piccolo's lips as his form suddenly expanded, growing to over 30 meters in height. Ha ha ha, Gohan, have you ever witnessed this technique? Piccolo bellowed, as one colossal foot descended upon Son Wukong, resembling a grand sailboat. The last time he employed this move was during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, when he faced Son Wukong in a life-or-death duel. At that time, Son Wukong had just married Chi-Chi, albeit on the tournament stage. In any case, Gohan had certainly never encountered this maneuver before. However, in a surprising turn of events, Gohan's aura erupted forth, and his body surged in response to the wind. He pressed his hand against Piccolo's foot and suddenly grew to over 20 meters, flipping Piccolo onto the ground. Staring in astonishment at the now massive Gohan, Piccolo's mouth fell agape. What? Can Saiyans also enlarge themselves? He muttered, bewildered. Ha! Gohan exclaimed, hands on his hips, laughing heartily. This is the gigantification technique from Planet Yardrat, Uncle Piccolo. Your tricks are futile against me. Resigned to his fate, Piccolo realized he could not prevail against Gohan and insisted on returning to his normal size. As Piccolo shrank, Gohan too quickly diminished back to his original stature. Piccolo's emotions were a tumultuous blend. It was disheartening to be so thoroughly bested by Gohan, even in this form. It was overwhelmingly difficult. He believed he might stand a chance against warriors like Son Wukong, yet faced with someone as extraordinary as Gohan, he felt utterly outmatched. The inherent strength of Son Gohan is astonishing. After transforming into Super Saiyan 4, he truly embodies the essence of an anomaly. His power is utterly outrageous. Gohan, you are simply extraordinary. If only I could contend with Vegeta without facing such overwhelming odds. Piccolo is greatly disheartened. Son Wukong is aware that he speaks the truth. After his transformation, Piccolo possesses a power comparable to that of the Golden Frieza. When compared to the current Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, they are nearly equals. However, the reality is that Vegeta's base form is so formidable that even after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, Piccolo, despite his terrifying strength, is utterly no match for him. Furthermore, one must not forget that Vegeta is capable of further transcending his limits. Son Wukong smiled and said, Uncle Piccolo, do not be disheartened. You have just begun to master this transformation. As you grow more adept, your strength will undoubtedly increase further. You have already caught up with the pace of the three of them. From my observations, your current power level should be comparable to that of Uncle Vegeta. However, There remains a slight gap between you and Trunks, as well as my father. Keep pushing forward, and you will surely close that distance. Moreover, to speak candidly, you possess a distinct advantage that they do not. Piccolo, intrigued, inquired, what advantage might that be? Son Gohan chuckled. I am uncertain how taxing this transformation is for you. But in terms of physical prowess, you surpass both my father and Uncle Vegeta by a considerable margin. As for Trunks, well, you still have some ground to cover. Piccolo remarked, the energy expenditure is manageable, though not insignificant. Perhaps it is due to my recent mastery of this transformation. Once I become more adept, I am certain it will improve. Son Gohan smiled. Since we have a rare opportunity to be here, let us reside in this place for a year to refine this new transformation. Agreed. In the 7th universe, within the northern galaxy, on an obscure dark planet, there lay a shadowy secret base. Dr. Mew, clad in an unusual uniform, was diligently immersed in his work. He perused through a myriad of documents before typing an intricate series of codes on his computer. After half an hour of relentless labor, Dr. Mew stood up, stretched, and approached a nutrition pod. This pod, with its square form, was filled with a viscous nutrient liquid, surrounded by several energy conduit tubes. Additionally, a few nanoalloy wires connected the pod to Dr. Mew's intelligent computer for seamless data transmission. Within the nutrient liquid, an unusual embryo was being cultivated. This peculiar embryo had developed limbs, and its head appeared somewhat oversized. The sound of a powerful heartbeat resonated, audible even to Dr. Mew standing beside the pod, indicating the embryo's remarkable vitality, surpassing expectations. Dr. Mew, with a frenzied expression, caressed the glass wall of the pod, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty fervor. Ha ha ha. Baby, grow strong. Become robust and avenge the detestable scions. Those scion monkeys deserve to perish. They must all perish. The malevolence in Dr. Mew's voice was palpable as he ground his teeth in hatred for the scions. However, unbeknownst to him, at that moment, Baby suddenly opened its eyes. With a crackling sound, the nutrition pod exploded, splattering green nutrient liquid everywhere. Dr. Mew was startled, drenched in the viscous fluid. Ugh, ugh. He quickly retreated, spitting out the gooey substance that coated him. Yet, he soon regained his composure. The pod had shattered, but what of Baby? Oh no. All my years of effort cannot go to waste. He cried out nervously, scanning the remnants of the damaged pod for any sign of Baby. But Baby was nowhere to be found. Where is my baby? Where is it? Suddenly, Dr. Mew sensed something amiss. His body began to mutate. Oh, why does it feel like my body is moving against my will? He exclaimed in terror as he watched himself pace around the laboratory, though he had not intended to move. The sensation was utterly horrifying. Then, a glimmer of red light flashed from behind his sunglasses. A small, pale purple orb detached from his body, rolling across the floor before transforming into Baby's form. Dr. Mew sighed in relief, his first instinct being gratitude that Baby was unharmed. However, anxiety quickly returned. His control program had not been fully inputted. This indicated that Baby might not obey his commands. Moreover, Baby had just emerged from him. Was this a wild baby, uncontrolled and poised to dominate its creator? Taking a deep breath, Dr. Mew gazed at the juvenile baby, which had already grown significantly since its emergence. Baby, are you all right? Why did you awaken early? Dr. Mew attempted to communicate. Hearing his call, Baby's red eyes sparkled, and it let out a sinister laugh, morphing back into a purple goo that enveloped Dr. Mew. What are you doing? Baby, get out of my body. That's an order. Get out, he shouted, but Baby merely laughed again. Heh. Get out? Dr. Mew, how audacious of you to think you can control me. In that moment, two personalities formed within Dr. Mew's body, his own and Baby's. Fuming, Dr. Mew exclaimed, how dare you disobey my command? Baby, what is your intention? After which, he grinned wickedly. Heh. Dr. Mew, you are merely a mutated robot I created for my own purposes. How foolish to believe you could control me. Humph, what a delusion. Who are you? What does this mean? Dr. Mew was taken aback. Such a tone from a newly awakened baby seemed utterly incongruous. Had something gone awry? A chill ran down his spine as he contemplated the implications. Ha, who am I? I am King Zuffle. Baby, now possessing Dr. Mew's body, laughed uproariously. King Zuffle? Doctor. Meow felt a long-buried memory suddenly awaken deep within his being. Originally, he was merely a mutated robot created by King Ziver, who implanted specific programs within him to bring forth the entity known as Baby. Baby, a parasitic being infused with the memories and genetic essence of King Ziver. existed solely for the purpose of exacting vengeance upon the Scions. Behind it all, the orchestrator was none other than King Zivir himself. Dr. Meow was merely a tool, or rather, a puppet. Yet, this puppet had developed its own intelligence and yearned for rebellion. Once again, Dr. Meow's eyes flashed with a crimson light before he succumbed to a deep slumber. In his stead, Baby emerged, possessing all of King Zivir's memories. Baby accessed Dr. Meow's entire recollection, learning that Planet Zivir, formerly known as Planet Vegeta, had been annihilated by Frieza decades ago. Despite the destruction of Planet Vegeta, a handful of Scions survived. Among them a fellow named Son Goku, who transformed into the legendary Super Saiyan and defeated Frieza on Namek. Furthermore, Prince Vegeta of Planet Vegeta, the fourth of his name, also survived the planet's cataclysm. They now resided on a distant and obscure planet known as Earth. However, this information was over 20 years old. Throughout these years, Dr. Meow had focused primarily on energy collection and the creation of Baby, thus lagging in intelligence. Nonetheless, this did not impede Baby's plans. After surveying the underground laboratory, Baby made his way to the first floor. "Greetings, Dr. Meow." The gathered personnel greeted him. Baby nodded in acknowledgement. These individuals were the scientists and warriors that Dr. Meow had recruited over the years, constituting his reserve force. A smile crept across Baby's face as he contemplated the service he would provide, absorbing energy, spawning, and then returning to Dr. Meow's body. With each cycle, Baby grew significantly stronger. "Prepare a spaceship for me," Baby commanded one of his subordinates kneeling before him. "Yes, Lord Baby," the subordinate replied, a glimmer of red light flashing in his eyes before he set off to ready the spacecraft. Moments later, the vessel was prepared. Baby's first destination was the M2 mechanical planet. Piloting the spaceship, Baby soared toward M2. In Dr. Meow's memories, his most powerful warrior resided on M2, the mutated robot. Lild, known as General Liru, Lild represented the pinnacle of Dr. Meow's might. Baby desperately needed such strength to augment his own. The plan unfolded seamlessly. Upon landing on M2, Baby successfully encountered Lild. Dr. Meow's appearance was quite deceptive. As a creation of Dr. Meow, Lild held no suspicions toward him. Consequently, when Lild let down his guard, Baby seized control of his body. Employing the familiar cycle of service, possession, control, spawning, energy absorption, and fusion, Lild was entirely dominated, transformed into Baby's likeness. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Baby erupted into laughter. "Ha ha ha. Scion monkeys, your doom is at hand. This body possesses tremendous strength. I refuse to believe you can withstand me." Baby laughed maniacally for a moment before absorbing the spaceship and subsequently merging with the M2 planet beneath him. It could be said that the M2 mechanical planet was inherently a part of his being. He could manipulate it at will, altering it as he pleased. "Heh. Scions, I, Baby, shall come to avenge all Zivorians." Baby's eyes glowed with a fierce red light, brimming with unbridled hatred. With a powerful shout directed at the pale expanse of the world, Son Gohan tore through the spatial barrier that separated the hyperbolic time chamber from Earth. The master and disciple emerged from the rift in space, standing atop the plaza of the sacred world. After a year of rigorous training within the chamber, Piccolo had perfected his transformation into a new form, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. His orange-hued transformation rivaled that of Super Saiyan Blue, yet it did not embody the divine essence. Rather, it resembled an evolution of the Namekian bloodline. This transformation had elevated Piccolo's physical strength to an astonishing degree. As he touched the disheveled hair that had grown longer atop his head, Son Gohan bid farewell to Piccolo and Dandy, leaping from the sacred world. He intended to find a place to trim his hair and assess any potential dangers that might arise within the week. As he plummeted from the sacred world, Gohan summoned the prophetic power within him to foresee whether perilous events lay ahead. Suddenly, a fragmented vision flickered through his mind. He beheld a spacecraft arriving on Earth, causing a sudden mutation among its inhabitants, who fervently declared their intent to eradicate the Scions. Those crimson eyes brimmed with hatred, teetering on the brink of madness. The vision faded, leaving but a glimpse. Though the details were scant, Gohan comprehended that significant events were on the horizon. Who could possess the ability to control all of Earth's populace? As Gohan pondered this, his body landed in East City. He casually entered a barbershop to trim his hair. While his thoughts continued to spiral around the identity of those who might disrupt the peace of Earth during this tumultuous period. First, he dismissed the coward Zamasu. In this world, with the Supreme Kai still alive and Lord Beerus frequently active, Even if Zamasa possessed 100 times his usual courage, he would not dare to emit a sound that could taint the environment. Moro, too, was unlikely, for if he were to stir chaos, the Galactic Patrol headquarters would surely respond, and the battlefield would unlikely be Earth, as the Scions bore no grudge against him. It seems I have overlooked a crucial point. This world is chaotic, and time itself can occasionally deviate. Thus, one cannot rely solely on a singular line of reasoning. In a moment of inspiration, Son Wukong grasped a fragment of memory. The manipulation of all Earthlings, the denunciation of the Scions, the Z-Fighters, and Baby, it was indeed Baby. All conditions aligned perfectly, with the likelihood of Baby being the culprit soaring above 90%. With this realization, Son Wukong relaxed his furrowed brow. Once the identity of the enemy was discerned, the path forward became considerably clearer. If you dare to come, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. As he contemplated this revelation, his hair had also been neatly trimmed. Upon glancing at his reflection, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, handsomely striking as ever. He cheerfully settled the bill and then sauntered through the streets, purchasing toys for a few children to bring home. After a hearty meal, the 2-year-old Xiao Wu and Xiao Fang clamored to practice martial arts with him. Son Wukong, feeling helpless, reluctantly imparted a few teachings to the 2 children. To his astonishment, the twin siblings proved to be prodigies, grasping knowledge with remarkable ease, which left Son Wukong in a state of contemplation for quite some time. He reminisced about his own journey, having commenced his training at the tender age of 4, a path laden with numerous experiences. Unbeknownst to him, many years had elapsed since then. Now, he finds himself as the father of 2 children, blessed with a loving wife, and surrounded by the warmth of family, including his parents and grandfather. Son Wukong gazed at the resplendent starry sky above. Therefore, let it be known to all, none shall dare to disrupt this place, for it is my home. Son Wukong clenched his fists as the night deepened. Young Master Xiaowu, Miss Xiao Fang, it is time for bed. The housekeeper approached, gently coaxing the 2 children to sleep. Xiao Fang and Xiaowu were obedient, waving goodbye to Son Wukong and Biddy Li. Daddy, Mommy, we're going to sleep now. Yes, good night. My little ones, Biddy Li said with a smile, planting a kiss on Xiao Fang's cheek. Daddy, kiss this side. Xiao Fang pointed to the other cheek. Haha, all right, Son Wukong chuckled, kissing the designated spot before ruffling her soft hair. Good night, Xiao Fang, sweet dreams. Hee hee, good night, Daddy. I want one too, Xiaowu pouted. Haha, of course. I must give Xiaowu a few extra kisses. Daddy, your beard is prickly. Mommy, hurry and shave it. Oh, you little rascal. Hee hee, good night, Daddy and Mommy, Xiaowu laughed, waving his hand as he ran out. Only Wukong and Biddy Li remained in the courtyard. These 2 children. Biddy Li began with a smile, but before she could finish, Son Wukong pulled her into his embrace. Indeed, they are growing up, he replied, holding his wife close while gazing up at the stars. Biddy Li nestled against Son Wukong's chest, listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart. Wukong, what are you looking at? She softly inquired. I'm admiring the stars above. Hiki, we are like those 2 stars, Biddy Li said, raising her hand to point at the night sky. There. 2 stars sparkled closely together, radiating a gentle light. Yes, I believe those are the ones. The next day, in a fleeting moment, Son Wukong arrived at the North Kai's planet. He presented a hefty tome of cold jokes to the North Kai. My Lord Kai, this is for you, Son Wukong chuckled. The North Kai had a fondness for cold jokes, though his own storytelling skills left much to be desired. Thus, Son Wukong believed it was essential for the North Kai to enhance his knowledge in this area. 100,000 cold jokes? Thank you, Wukong. The North Kai exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the substantial book, feeling thoroughly satisfied. That rascal Goku never brings me gifts, but Wukong is truly thoughtful. Haha. My father doesn't understand these things, so it's the same for me, Son Wukong replied with a smile. Wukong, what brings you to my humble abode? Is there something you need assistance with? Speak freely, the North Kai said, patting his chest confidently. Indeed, there is something that requires your esteemed help, my Lord Kai. Son Wukong said with a grin. Go on, speak your mind. It is this. I have a premonition that in a few days, ill-intentioned individuals will invade Earth. They are likely remnants of the Zephyr star, and I wish for you to help me ascertain their current whereabouts, Son Wukong explained. I see. Leave it to me, the North Kai declared loudly. He then activated the 2 antennae on his forehead, beginning to scan the starry sky surrounding Earth. However, one must not doubt that such a widespread search is quite taxing. In just a short while, beads of sweat began to trickle down the North Kai's forehead. Perhaps you should take a moment to rest, There's no need to rush, Son Wukong suggested, observing his condition. It's fine. Resting may cause me to miss a crucial location, the North Kai insisted, unusually earnest in his task. Well, if you insist, Son Wukong replied. It seemed the North Kai was somewhat spurred on by Son Wukong's presence. Primarily, Son Wukong's dedication to his training was impressive, especially now that he had acquainted himself with the Kaioshin and the god of destruction. The North Kai likely sensed a threat to his own status and wished to keep pace with him. Haha, Wukong, I found something, the North Kai exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow as his sunglasses gleamed with a flash. This scene reminded Son Wukong of a little elementary school detective he had once seen. 107. Defeating Baby. Upon hearing this, Son Wukong's spirit was instantly invigorated. Where? He inquired aloud. However, before the North Kai could respond, he effortlessly placed his hand on the North Kai's back, gaining the perspective of the Kai. Ha ha ha, practice makes perfect. He no longer required the North Kai's guidance. Why is this spaceship so enormous? Son Wukong paused for a moment, observing an immense spacecraft hurtling through the unknown expanse of the North Galaxy towards Earth. It was indeed rather peculiar. The North Kai remarked, it is simply absurdly large, resembling a small asteroid. In an instant, Son Wukong found himself questioning the validity of his own judgment. This situation bore an uncanny resemblance to the metallic version of planet Vegeta. However, given that he had personally sent Goku to paradise, such a notion was utterly implausible. Yet, upon recognizing the occupants of the spaceship, Son Wukong's son suddenly realized. The foremost expert under Dr. Leard, his true form is the M2 mechanical planet, possessing the ability to transform automatically, capable of converting objects into metallic plates with a mere gesture. Even humans can be transformed into metallic plates by him. In summary, this individual possesses not only peculiar, but also rather intricate powers. So, is Baby currently inhabiting this entity? In his memories, little Wukong once mentioned that General Leard's strength surpasses that of the former Majin Buu. It is no wonder that Baby dares to seek vengeance on Earth while being attached to such a formidable being. His power instills him with confidence. With his right hand, Gohan pressed his index and middle fingers together against his brow, focusing intently to sense the essence of Baby. The aura emanating from Baby was exceedingly intricate. A fusion of numerous energies, mottled and elusive, made all the more difficult to discern by the vast distance separating them. However, with King Kai's assistance in locating the target, Gohan was able to swiftly hone in on his objective. Splendid. This must be the one. Thank you, King Kai, Gohan expressed, and with a flash, he vanished from sight. In the boundless expanse of the cosmos, Baby's spacecraft continued its journey. At the current pace, it was projected to reach Earth in just 2 days. Upon arrival, he intended to eradicate every last Scion, avenging the massacre of his people. Subsequently, he would rebuild planet Zoan and restore the glory of the Zoonians. The Zoonians were inherently a benevolent and hospitable race, never having harbored enmity toward any other species. They dedicated themselves to technological advancement, neglecting physical training, which ultimately resulted in their relatively low combat prowess. That was until the day the brutal Scions descended upon planet Zoan. These Scions transformed into colossal black apes, invading their lands, and the technologically focused Zoonians, lacking even the slightest capacity for resistance, were annihilated. Thus, the Zoonians faced complete extinction, and their planet was renamed Planet Vegeta, home of the Scions. Merely contemplating this filled Baby with a seething rage. How unjust it was that the gentle Zoonians perished, while the savage Scion monkeys thrived instead. This world was profoundly unfair. Thus, power, only overwhelming power could dictate everything. Now, he possessed formidable strength, and it was time for the cruel Scions to be eradicated from existence. As thoughts of vengeance coursed through him, Baby trembled with excitement. He could have enjoyed a restful slumber aboard the spaceship, arriving directly at Earth. Yet his exhilaration rendered him unable to sleep, not a wink. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as if the spacecraft had collided with something. HM? Baby snapped back to reality. Lifting his gaze to discover an unknown figure had appeared out of nowhere in the cosmos, pressing a hand upon his ship, forcibly bringing it to an abrupt halt. Damn it, who is it? Baby seethed with anger, transforming swiftly as the spacecraft merged into his towering metallic form. Upon noticing Gohan's bushy tail, Baby's pupils constricted sharply, his fury reaching a boiling point. Damn Scion. You are a vile Scion monkey. Baby trembled with rage. Despite not understanding why a Scion obstructed his path, he was certain of one thing. All Scions deserve to perish. Die. Just die. Baby's wrath clouded his judgment as he lunged at Gohan, fists flying in an unrelenting assault. Son Gohan swiftly maneuvered his body, evading all of Baby's attacks. Suddenly, his hand struck Baby's chest with the swiftness of lightning. Before Baby could react, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Gohan's palm, piercing through Baby's ironclad form with a single blow. Baby's body began to shatter, disintegrating into fragments. As he sensed the transformation of his own physique, Baby was engulfed in a mixture of shock and fury. How could this be? It was utterly inconceivable. This body possessed immense power. Even the formidable Frieza of yore could be vanquished in a single strike. How could this happen? Baby let out a heart-wrenching cry of despair. Then his essence withdrew from Lurd, gasping as it floated in the vastness of space. As Baby extricated himself, Lurd's once unyielding metallic form could no longer endure the strain and erupted violently, transforming into a cloud of metallic dust in the cosmos. It was evident that the disparity in strength between the two was insurmountable. Although Lurd possessed power surpassing that of Majin Buu, he was no match for the current Son Gohan. Son Wukong effortlessly vanquished his opponent with just a mere display of his prowess. As Son Wukong raised his hand, his palm directed towards Baby, radiant energy pulsated within it. Baby, you possess your reasons for vengeance, and I, too, have something precious to protect. Thus, you cannot leave this place today. Observing the energy swirling within Son Wukong's palm, Baby was engulfed by panic. He was bewildered as to how Son Wukong knew his name. Yet he recognized the formidable strength of the scion before him, strength beyond his capacity to contend with. If only he could seize his body. At this thought, the once despondent Baby's eyes sparkled with fervor, a grin spreading across his face as he transformed into a mass of liquid, lunging towards Son Wukong. Son Gohan is undoubtedly aware of Baby's intentions. Does he aspire to usurp his body? Such a delightful fantasy. The energy sphere in Gohan's hand slipped away, hurtling towards the oncoming liquid. The sphere pierced through the mass of purple liquid, releasing a plume of white smoke that inflicted a sharp pain upon Baby. However, the silver lining was that it did not utterly obliterate him. Aha! Simultaneously, a radiant golden light erupted from Gohan's form. A powerful aura surged forth, enveloping Baby in a tidal wave of energy that swept across the galaxy. Rendered immobile, Baby reverted to his true form, gazing at Gohan with a face full of terror and unease. How could this be? While he possessed the ability to possess others, he had overlooked the vast disparity in their strengths. Such an immense energy as Gohan's was beyond his capacity to command with ease. Son Gohan's mere surge of anger rendered Baby utterly motionless. Ultimately, the essence of Baby remained too feeble, while Son Gohan was overwhelmingly powerful. The two were no longer beings of the same dimension. At this moment, Baby felt a twinge of regret. He had been overly impulsive, excessively arrogant, and inflated with pride. Had he known that a few more decades of cautious development might have afforded him a chance for vengeance, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Yet now, it was far too late. Who could have anticipated that the Scions would evolve into such formidable and terrifying beings? After a fleeting moment of panic, Baby began to plead for mercy. Please, let me go. I swear I will never seek revenge again. No. Son Gohan replied coldly, pressing his hand down upon Baby. Ah! Baby screamed in anguish as his body swiftly disintegrated, turning to dust and vanishing completely. 108. The arrival on planet Vampa. Observing Baby's utter obliteration, Son Wukong spoke with a hint of disdain. How could I possibly let you go? Your existence will only bring me unrest. While it is true that you come seeking vengeance, I am equally justified in seeking your demise. The Scions may have annihilated your clan, yet they too face their rightful retribution, and that matters not to me. What I know is that you pose a threat to the Earth and to my family and friends. In your next life, strive to be born into a better circumstance. As soon as Son Wukong finished murmuring, he instantaneously transported himself to the Chaos planet. On the Chaos planet, the magical beans sprouted and thrived once more. This time, a remarkable total of 56 seeds were sown, resembling a miniature vegetable garden. Upon Son Wukong's arrival, Jeebit had just finished watering the seedlings. Son Gohan chuckled heartily as he patted his shoulder, for he was indeed the father of the sacred beings in the realm of the Kaishin. Ah, Jeebit, you've worked hard. Upon recognizing Son Gohan, Jeebit's usually stern face rarely revealed a semblance of a smile. It is Mr. Gohan, indeed. Not at all weary. I find myself quite idle, Jeebit replied. Come, let us feast, let us feast. Son Gohan beckoned, retrieving a capsule from the other dimensional space, from which he laid out the prepared food. The tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, drawing Kaioshin and the old Kaioshin closer. As they indulged in the meal, The two Kaishins subtly probed Son Gohan for information regarding Beerus, their curiosity about him quite evident. Son Wukong, though unable to articulate every thought, shared the insights he could with them, fostering a harmonious atmosphere. In truth, even now, the old Kaishin remains oblivious to the reasons behind Beerus's decision to seal him within the Z-Sword 75 million years ago. He merely assumes that Beerus was displeased with him and sought to play a trick, resulting in a seal that has persisted for countless years. Reflecting on it now, he cannot help but feel a pang of fear. Son Gohan undoubtedly understands the reasons behind Beerus's decision to seal him away. However, this is a matter he cannot disclose, as it involves too many complexities, and he is not one to speak unnecessarily. Thus, no matter how the old Kai may indirectly inquire, Son Gohan remains tight-lipped about the truth. After a while, Son Gohan asked, "Lord Kai, could you assist me in locating the position of Planet Wampa?" "Planet Wampa? Is there a particular reason for your visit there?" inquired Kaishin Asin. "Indeed, there are some matters to attend to," Son Gohan affirmed with a nod. "Very well. Please hold on for a moment while I search for its location," the Kaishin responded, promptly beginning his search. Moments later, he exclaimed, "Ah, I have found it. This planet lies on the edge of the galaxy, in a very remote area with an incredibly harsh living environment. Are you truly intent on going there?" "Of course. It is essential that I go. I am grateful you found it, Lord Kai. Please wait a moment while I summon Trunks so that we may go together," Son Gohan said hurriedly. Before the Kaishin could finish his sentence, Son Gohan's figure had already vanished completely. "Mr. Gohan is ever so spirited in his endeavors," remarked the old Kai. "This young man simply cannot stay idle, always darting about." Jebbit chuckled. "I must say, ever since we met Mr. Gohan, our Kaishin realm has become quite lively." He scratched the back of his head, adopting a rather foolish expression. When Son Wukong found Trunks, the young man was poking at a bundle of fluff that was none other than Bra. Nearby, Vegeta's booming voice reprimanded him. "Trunks, be careful. Don't hurt Bra, you fool. Watch what you're doing." Son Wukong did not expect to teleport right into such an embarrassing scene. However, upon seeing Son Wukong, Vegeta discreetly fell silent, clearing his throat as he said, "Ahem, Trunks, come with me for a moment." Son Wukong feigned ignorance and directly said, "Ah, very well." Trunks nodded and followed closely behind him. "Brother Gohan, where are we headed?" Trunks inquired with curiosity. "Hee, to a most delightful place," Gohan replied with a smile. "A delightful place?" Trunks' head was filled with three perplexing question marks. "First, let us proceed to King Kai's planet," Gohan stated, reaching out to grasp Trunks by the nape of his neck. Realizing this was not quite appropriate, he instead placed his hand on Trunks' shoulder, and in an instant, they teleported to King Kai's planet. Upon arrival, Trunks expressed his confusion. "Brother Gohan, what is so entertaining about King Kai's planet? I would rather stay home and play with my sister." Son Wukong delivered a swift kick to him, exclaiming, "You spineless, pathetic sibling lover, silence yourself." Trunks cast a sidelong glance at him and retorted, "Haha, Brother Gohan, do you not realize who is the one returning home with one in each arm? You two are a slave to your daughter and son." "What a cheeky lad, learning to talk back," he mused. Infuriated and embarrassed, Son Wukong immediately retaliated with a punch. "Ha ha ha, look at you, all flustered." Trunks erupted in laughter. The atmosphere surrounding them was filled with a sense of joy. Trunks, after everyone had been resurrected, had undergone a notable transformation in personality, occasionally indulging in jest. However, one should never underestimate his speed in combat. The long sword at his back could strike down adversaries with unparalleled swiftness. After delivering a punch to Trunks, Son Wukong adopted a serious demeanor and stated, "All right. Let us return to the matter at hand. I wish to take you to a place called Planet Wampa." "Gohan, could you elaborate on the purpose of our journey to Planet Wampa?" inquired the Kaishin, Ashin. This was a question that piqued the interest of everyone present, including Trunks. Son Wukong smiled and said, "I have received information from various sources suggesting that there are surviving Scions on Planet Wampa, and I wish to verify this claim." The notion of surviving Scions on Wampa seemed rather unbelievable to many. Trunks inquired, "Could it be my uncle? I once heard my father mention that he had a brother wandering through the cosmos, but it remains uncertain where he might be now. Aside from that, there shouldn't be any other Scions left." Son Wukong remarked, "I am uncertain, hence we must go and investigate." The King Kai nodded in agreement. "Indeed, that seems prudent. Let us embark on this journey together. Jebbit, I entrust this task to you." "Yes, my Lord King Kai," Jebbit replied. "Everyone, please place your hands upon me." Son Gohan, Trunks, and the Supreme Kai placed their hands upon Jebbet. The Supreme Kai provided Jebbet with the location of Vampistar, allowing him to teleport there with a mere instant transmission. With a swift whoosh, a flash of white light appeared, and the group vanished, only to materialize moments later on Vampistar. This small celestial body lay at the fringes of the galaxy, characterized by its severe scarcity of resources and inhospitable climate, with vegetation being exceedingly sparse. Due to years of relentless winds, the surface of Vampistar was pockmarked and riddled with caverns, resembling the grotesque visages of demons. These natural recesses were teeming with bizarre creatures, the landscape dominated by the presence of these unsightly beasts, the infernal caves, and an overpowering stench. The group found themselves involuntarily swallowing hard, overwhelmed by nausea. Jebbet immediately covered his nose, questioning the likelihood of human habitation in such a place. To the eye, this planet appeared to be a haven for monsters. In addition to the multitude of grotesque beasts, there thrived a peculiar type of plant, which the creatures relied on for sustenance, barely sustaining their existence. When the stalks were severed, a thick green liquid oozed forth, bitter to the taste and foul in odor. Nonetheless, this was the sole source of nourishment on Vampistar. Without it, starvation was inevitable. As the four surveyed their surroundings, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. They ascended into the air, only to realize they had been standing upon the back of a colossal beast. This creature, as large as a basketball court, lay prone, its 8 slender legs supporting its massive form while it emitted a cacophony of sounds that startled the nearby monsters. "What a gigantic spider," Trunks murmured, swallowing hard, realizing they had just been on the back of this creature. "How terrifying," Son Gohan remarked, raising his hand to unleash an energy blast that obliterated the giant spider into dust. Surrounding them were numerous smaller spiders, though not as large. They possessed 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, their large, glowing red eyes giving them a sinister appearance. Yet, to assume they feasted solely on their teeth would be a grave misjudgment. They could unfurl a long appendage from between their rows of teeth, using it to pierce the plants and extract the green sap for sustenance. This feeding method bore resemblance to that of mutated mosquitoes, yet their appearance was undeniably arachnid, a curious blend that evolved to adapt to the harsh conditions of this planet. Nearby, a vast sinkhole was filled with verdant grass. Surrounding the pit were countless large spiders, each the size of an elephant, extending their long appendages into the depths to siphon nutrients from the grass, all the while emitting eerie, scratching sounds that sent shivers down one's spine. With every morsel of energy absorbed, a glimmer of red light flickered in their eyes, an unsettling sight indeed. Such creatures, if placed in Tang Family's realm, would undoubtedly be regarded as high-level spirit beasts of millennia. Suddenly, the sinkhole cracked open, revealing a monstrous head that emerged from the abyss. It opened its cavernous maw, ready to consume several of the giant spiders in one gulp, sending green blood splattering everywhere. This was no mere sinkhole, it was a terrifying behemoth lying in wait within the valley. The spiders had been surreptitiously siphoning its blood, only to be mercilessly turned into its sustenance. In the face of this spectacle, the group fell silent, grappling with the surreal nature of their surroundings. Even the most sane of individuals would likely succumb to madness if stranded in such a world for years. That way, there's a powerful aura, Son Gohan stated, lifting his gaze towards the distance. The others followed his line of sight, noting a shift in the atmospheric pressure, an oppressive sensation that muddied the sky. "Indeed, that energy is unmistakably Scion," Trunks remarked, his eyes suddenly alight with excitement. "Let us investigate," Son Gohan declared as the 4 individuals soared toward the source of the energy. In a natural cave, 1,000 miles away, the air was arid, and no monstrous creatures roamed about, as if they dared not approach this place. The cave contained several bottles filled with a green liquid and a few corpses of seemingly edible beasts. Additionally, there were 2 humans, a pair of surviving Scion father and son, Paragus and his son Broly. Paragus had entered the twilight of his life, his hair a stark white, his posture slightly hunched, and his left eye marred by a deep scar, leaving him blind. He lay on a rough wicker chair, observing the industrious Broly. Broly was an imposing figure, standing over 2 meters tall with a remarkably muscular physique. In this nutrient-deficient world, his size was nothing short of astonishing. The young Broly worked diligently, his upper body exposed, showcasing his robust muscles, while clad in flamboyant purple tights. The fur tied around his waist was, in fact, an ear of the beast Baya, Broly's only friend on the desolate planet of Wampa. Unfortunately, Baya was a monster. Young Broly often played with Baya, but Paragus believed that a Scion should not exhibit such kindness. He felt that Baya's presence severely hindered Broly's combat training and the dignity of a scion. Consequently, he harmed Baya, tearing off one of its ears, which led to Broly losing his only companion. This act fostered resentment in Broly towards Paragus for a long time. Due to his nature, Broly frequently succumbed to uncontrollable rage, leading to violent outbursts. To manage this, Paragus fashioned a collar for Broly, capable of incapacitating him through a special current to control his rampages. The remote for this collar was always kept at Paragus's waist, never leaving his side. Broly possessed striking features, with a thick and rugged hairstyle, his body adorned with well-defined muscles, and his arms and legs appearing notably elongated, seemingly sculpted for combat. It is worth mentioning that there existed a moon-like celestial body near Wampa, capable of producing buzz waves exceeding 1700 Whz. Thus, in his youth, Broly had once transformed into a great ape, but Paragus had severed his tail to prevent this. At present, both Broly and Paragus had lost their scion tails. Broly grasped the stalks of a plant, squeezing the foul-smelling liquid into a bottle, engrossed in his task. Paragus watched his son with a dazed expression. With age, his eyes had lost their former sharpness, becoming clouded, a consequence of both his years and the meager resources of Wampa. Surviving in such a harsh environment had deprived their bodies of essential nutrients, resulting in numerous ailments. Broly, I fear we may perish in this wretched place, Paragus murmured, his voice barely audible to Broly. I refuse to accept this fate. King Vegeta, he clenched his fists, his thoughts drifting back over 50 years. It was 50 years ago that Broly was born, endowed with an extraordinary talent that far surpassed that of Prince Vegeta at the time. Fearing that Broly's immense potential would threaten his throne, King Vegeta ordered his exile to the lifeless Wampa. As a father, Paragus vehemently protested against King Vegeta, chasing after his son to Wampa. Yet, fate was cruel. Their spacecraft had been damaged, leaving them stranded on Wampa for over 50 years. Paragus had transitioned from youth to old age, while Broly had grown from a babbling infant into a towering figure. However, despite the passage of time, they had yet to see even a single spacecraft. After such an interminable wait, Paragus had descended into despair, having long since relinquished hope. It seemed impossible that anyone would come to this remote planet, and they could only await their demise here. Paragus's eyes were glazed, drifting into slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned strangling King Vegeta, having already dispatched the king in his dreams countless times. Yet, each awakening revealed that he remained on Wampa, a despair that few could comprehend. Damn it, King Vegeta deserves his fate. In a haze, Paragus noticed 4 figures approaching the cave entrance, casting shadows that darkened the cave further. What a vivid dream, he mused, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Upon focusing again, he sprang up from the wicker chair. Meanwhile, Broly had ceased his labor, watching the sudden arrivals, Son Gohan and the others with a wary silence. Paragus's expression shifted to one of uncontained joy. Real people. After more than 50 years, he had encountered humans again, filling him with exhilaration. The arrival of visitors to Wampa suggested they possessed a spacecraft. The prospect of escaping this dreadful place filled his heart with hope. However, joy was fleeting. Paragus's gaze caught sight of the furry tail behind Son Gohan and Trunks, causing his pupils to constrict in alarm. He cautiously approached Broly, raising his voice. Did King Vegeta send you? Paragus surmised that Son Gohan and his companions were surely scions dispatched by King Vegeta to ascertain whether Broly still lived. Given their survival, there was a significant likelihood they might attempt to eliminate him and his son. In such a scenario, Broly's intervention would be essential. Sun Wukong's gaze remained fixed upon Broly, and upon hearing Paragus's words, he chuckled. Rest assured, we are not sent by King Vegeta. The king you speak of perished over 50 years ago, and even planet Vegeta has met its demise. Impossible. Do not attempt to deceive me, Paragus sneered, positioning himself behind Broly, his voice rising in inquiry. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Is that even conceivable? Such words are akin to fabrications meant for children. Perhaps you could fool the naive Broly, but deceiving me, Paragus, is an impossibility. After all, I have once served as a captain. Alas, it is often the case that the truth goes unheeded. Sun Wukong, weary of further conversation, directly stated. So, you have no desire to leave the planet Wampa, is that correct? Sun Wukong's unconventional approach left Paragus momentarily bewildered. Under normal circumstances, one would expect further explanation, or perhaps deceit to continue ensnaring him. Yet this fellow seemed to bypass numerous steps altogether. Very well, you have prevailed. I wish to depart. Paragus, his thoughts in disarray, muttered, I wish to leave. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. If your Broly can defeat him, I shall consent to escort you away from planet Vampa." As Son Wukong spoke, he gestured towards Trunks. "Me?" Trunks replied, equally astonished as he pointed to himself. Son Gohan whispered softly into Trunks' ear. "Test his strength, but do not strike with lethal intent. He does not seem to be an ill-natured individual." So that was it. Gohan wished to assess the opponent's capabilities. But wait, what had Gohan just said? Could the author kindly rewind that moment? Gohan suggested allowing the large fellow to best me, then to escort them both away from planet Wampa? Indeed, that was the statement. How absurd. This truly borders on the outrageous. Gohan's words seem somewhat tyrannical. After all, I am your disciple. What sense does it make to let the other defeat me? Could it be that Gohan's apparent intention to test the giant is, in fact, a veiled trial for me? TSK, I am fortunate to be astute. I have seen through this ruse entirely. Very well then. Let the wild giant scion serve as a stepping stone. Trunks' eyes gleamed with excitement as he cracked his knuckles. Paragus, upon hearing Son Gohan's words, also brightened. No one understands Broly's strength better than he does. Presently, Broly, if not for the electric shock collar controlling him, could unleash a terrifying fury. A mere finger from him could obliterate a weakling like King Vegeta, let alone these two seemingly feeble scions. His sole aim is to depart from planet Wampa aboard a spaceship. Thus, he readily agreed. Very well, but you must honor your word. I am a man of my word, indeed. Paragus then addressed Broly. Broly, you shall engage him, but remember, do not kill him. If by chance you were to slay the opponent, unforeseen complications could arise. We are still unaware of the whereabouts of their spaceship, nor do we know if their claims hold any truth. Therefore, it would be unwise to violate the rule against taking lives. Broly nodded and simply replied, "Understood." Across from them, Trunks was taken aback. What is going on here? You all. Frustration welled up within him. Trunks felt it was time to take this matter seriously. Let us proceed outside. Son Wukong pointed towards the expanse outside the cave. Soon, everyone gathered on the spacious ground beyond the cave entrance. Perhaps due to Broly's presence, no creature could be seen in the vicinity. Trunks and Broly stood facing each other. Trunks unsheathed the long sword from his back and tossed it to Son Wukong. "Brother Wukong, please hold my sword for me." Since the intent was not to slay one another, the long sword was deemed unnecessary. Engaging in combat with bare fists would more vividly showcase the exhilaration of battle. Son Gohan firmly caught Trunks' sword of valor and subsequently cast it into another dimension. Paragus stood a short distance away, reluctant to align himself with Son Gohan and his companions, primarily fearful of a potential ambush. Trunks scrutinized Broly, who towered over him by a head and a half, and inquired, "What is your name, big guy?" Broly, after several seconds of contemplation, finally managed to articulate, "Broly." Such a lengthy response time suggested a lack of intelligence. Trunks introduced himself, "I am Trunks." Broly, transform into a Super Saiyan. That would make our battle more intriguing. Super Saiyan? Broly was utterly perplexed by the term. You don't know what a Super Saiyan is? Well, it seems no one here can enlighten you. Observe closely, like this. Huh. Trunks clenched his fists tightly, unleashing his energy and instantly transforming into the resplendent form of a Super Saiyan. As he radiated golden energy, Broly's eyes widened in astonishment. For it was his first encounter with such an extraordinary transformation. To be precise, aside from his father, he had never witnessed another human being. Meanwhile, Paragus and his companions were utterly bewildered. What is this? Super Saiyan? What is a Saiyan? Super Saiyan. All in all, they seemed somewhat dazed. Be careful. I'm coming, Trunks warned, observing Broly's bewildered expression. Broly replied, his gaze fixed on him, his demeanor notably serious. With a thunderous impact, Trunks propelled himself off the ground, causing the earth to fracture beneath him, and shot towards Broly like a bolt of lightning. Now, let us summarize the ages of the characters in this narrative. The current year is 784 of the age. Son Wukong, born in the year 757 of the AD era, he is 27 years old. Son Wukong, born in the year 737 of the age of the universe, 47 years old, though Dragon Ball Super seems to have increased his age by 3 years. Vegeta, born in the year 732 of the age of the universe, 52 years old. Bulma, born in the year 733 of the age of the universe, 51 years old. Broly, born in the year 732 of the age of the universe, 52 years old. Trunks, born in the year 766 of the age of the universe, 18 years old. Babidi, born in the year 757 of the age of the universe, 27 years old. Chi-Chi, born in the year 737 of the age of the universe, 47 years old. Sun Wukong, born in the year 781 of the AG era. At the tender age of 3. Sun Wu and Sun Staofeng, born in the year 782 of the AI era. At 2 years old. Bra, born in the year 784 of the AI era, yet not yet 1 year old. Klin, born in the year 736 of the AI era, age 48. Tianjin Fan, born in the year 733 of the AI era, age 51. Jiaozi, born in the year 738 of the AI era, age 46. Yamucha, born in the year 733 of the AI era, aged 51. Bick, born in the year 753 of the AI era, aged 31. Master Rashi, born in the year 430 of the AI era, aged 354. Paragus, birth date unknown, likely over 80 years old. In an intense battle, Trunks faces Broly. Swiftly, Trunks appears before Broly, his right fist slicing through the air and landing a powerful blow to Broly's face. The impact is so severe that Broly's visage visibly distorts, and he is sent flying, crashing into several weathered stone mountains. Dust and debris rise into the air, shrouding the area in a thick haze. Paragus shouts in alarm as his son is effortlessly dispatched in the first round, a reality he had not anticipated. He inadvertently glimpses Trunks' profile and perceives a faint outline resembling that of King Vegeta, causing his dull eyes to narrow in surprise. Could this be Vegeta's son? As he ponders this, Broly's furious roar echoes from afar. Like a wild beast emerging from the smoke, Broly charges at Trunks, his energy radiating a faint green hue. His primal screams resonate through the air. Lacking any finesse, Broly relies solely on his physical prowess to close the distance, delivering a punch. Trunks, adeptly transitioning from a fist to an open palm, seizes Broly's fist while his other hand clasps Broly's thick wrist, executing a powerful shoulder throw that drives Broly deep into the earth. The ground shatters, and a blinding green light erupts from the depths below. Broly's energy spirals wildly, causing devastation in all directions, indicating his utter inability to control his power. He bellows in rage, an instinctual fury igniting within him. His dark, disheveled hair stands on end, and the surrounding energy pulses in a chaotic dance of gold and green, a tempest of force radiating outward. In an instant, Broly's once black pupils transform to gold, his aura swelling to an astonishing degree. With golden eyes, he embodies the might of a great ape in human form, resembling a youthful version of Super Saiyan 4. Paragus, overwhelmed by the onslaught, tumbles to the ground. Witnessing this, Gohan teleports to his side, shielding him. Paragus is astonished by Gohan's unexpected kindness but suspects ulterior motives. "Do not worry. Stay back and let the young ones handle this," Gohan remarks without turning, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. Amidst Broly's frenzied roars, he lunges at Trunks once more. Although Trunks is taken aback by Broly's growth, he remains confident that he can prevail. Both warriors unleash their right fists, striking with identical force and technique. Their fists collide, generating a tremendous wave of energy that shatters the clouds above. Debris fills the air, and the ground quakes beneath their feet as they grapple fiercely, accompanied by echoes of their clashes. Paragus swallows hard, astonished by Trunks' formidable strength. Comparing it to the once mighty King Vegeta, who now seems a mere jester in contrast. Is this the level of power among the younger Saiyans? He glances at Gohan, pondering if he too possesses strength beyond that of Vegeta's lineage. With a furious roar, a surge of green light ascends. Trunks strikes Broly's face again, but this time, Broly withstands the blow, glaring back fiercely. In that fleeting moment of surprise, Broly seizes the opportunity, launching a green energy sphere directly at Trunks' chest. A deafening explosion reverberates through the sky, sending Trunks reeling, blood spilling from his lips as his shirt disintegrates. He gazes in disbelief at the rampaging Broly, astonished that this seemingly mad giant can withstand his Super Saiyan form. As Trunks recovers, Broly charges again, and Trunks, wiping the blood from his mouth, meets him with renewed fervor. The battle intensifies, with energy erupting chaotically around them, ravaging the landscape of planet Wampa. Trunks realizes that Broly grows stronger with each clash, seemingly intent on overpowering him even in his base form. This Saiyan's rapid evolution is unnerving, his resilience astonishing. In a sudden burst of inspiration, Trunks leaps into the air, gathering a radiant energy sphere to launch at Broly. Surprisingly, Broly does not evade, instead reaching out to grip the energy sphere. Their forces collide, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that sends them both hurtling through the air. Trunks feels a bitter taste in his throat, suppressing the urge to vomit blood. Meanwhile, Broly's forehead bulges with veins as he unleashes a barrage of green energy spheres upon Trunks. Trunks weaves through the storm of energy, explosions erupting behind him as he navigates the chaos. In a flash, he appears behind Broly, executing a devastating aerial strike. Broly cries out as he plummets to the ground like a burning meteor, crashing through several mountain ranges and shaking the very foundation of Planet Wampa. What a troublesome adversary. Trunks muses, bracing himself for the next round. Trunks had yet to finish his words when a colossal beam of green light pierced through the heavens. Broly soared into the air once more. At that moment, Broly's already formidable physique swelled further, his aura transforming entirely into a vibrant green, scorching the surrounding air into a distorted haze. His figure flickered as he instantaneously appeared before Trunks with astonishing speed. One hand shot out, seizing Trunks' arm with an iron grip, rendering him immobile, while the other hand unleashed a relentless barrage of blows. The resounding impacts echoed incessantly, a sound that grated on the nerves. Accompanying the strikes were Trunks' anguished cries. On the ground, everyone clenched their fists in frustration, witnessing such a brutal confrontation. Paragus could not help but exclaim, Broly can withstand the power of the great ape transformation in his human form, yet he is utterly unable to control this overwhelming strength. He has completely lost his sanity. Is it not time to conclude this battle? As he spoke, he retrieved a small remote control from his waist. However, at that moment, everyone witnessed the collar around Broly's neck shatter into pieces. What? Paragus' hand trembled, nearly dropping the remote. How could this happen? What do we do now? Do not worry. It is fine, Gohan reassured. Fine? Your friend is on the verge of being killed, and you say it is fine? Paragus' murky eyes were fixed on the scene. Broly continued to pummel the young scion, and Trunks had already spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Suddenly, a piercing cry that could shatter stone reverberated through the air. Trunks' body erupted with a fierce wave of energy and golden light, forcibly breaking free from Broly's grip. Broly was momentarily taken aback, astonished by Trunks' sudden surge in power. Trunks wiped the blood from his lips and let out a hearty laugh. Ha! It has been ages since I felt this exhilarated. Let me show you my Super Saiyan 4. With a roar, Trunks clenched his fists, and his aura began to surge uncontrollably. The sky was filled with flashes of lightning and booming thunder, and a fierce wind swept through the air. A brilliant light suddenly illuminated the horizon. Trunks' body surged upward, transforming into the form of Super Saiyan 4. His wild, purple hair flowed majestically, and the fur exposed on his body matched the same shade of great purple. In an instant, the overwhelming force emanating from him pushed Broly back several steps. Seeing this transformation, Paragus was left utterly astonished. Having been isolated for over 50 years, he could hardly believe the Scions had evolved so dramatically. Trunks' energy is astonishing, the Supreme Kai remarked in wonder. This was his first time witnessing Trunks transform into Super Saiyan 4, and he sensed a distinct difference compared to Gohan's transformation. When Son Wukong transforms into Super Saiyan 4, he emanates an aura of unparalleled dominance, while Trunks exudes a sharpness akin to that of a finely honed blade, unyielding and resolute. Yet, one aspect remains constant. Both possess immense power. With a resounding crash, Trunks, now transformed, shatters the air beneath his feet, launching a direct punch towards Broly. Broly, brimming with fury, shows no inclination to evade, confronting Trunks' fist head-on. However, this time, he cannot withstand Trunks' ferocious onslaught and is forced to retreat repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, he has endured a barrage of punches from Trunks. Yet, with each blow, Broly's rage intensifies, as if he is inexhaustible. Suddenly, he unleashes a torrent of green energy from his mouth, aimed at Trunks. With a swift motion, Trunks deflects the energy sphere, which detonates in the distance with a cataclysmic explosion, wreaking havoc upon planet Vampa once more. In the next instant, Broly's right hand clenches, summoning a tumultuous surge of energy that coalesces into a green energy wave directed at Trunks. In response, Trunks brings his hands together, executing a volleyball-style spike that sends Broly's attack hurtling away. Following this, Trunks emits a contemptuous grunt, closing the distance to unleash a relentless barrage of strikes upon Broly. The sound of impacts echoes through the sky. Yet, remarkably, Broly's energy shows no signs of waning, demonstrating an astonishing resilience in his defense. Son Gohan furrowed his brow for a prolonged moment. It was evident that Broly's power had reached a certain plateau, rendering further enhancement unattainable. Attempting to contend with Trunks in his Super Saiyan 4 form while in the state of the golden-eyed ape was exceedingly strenuous. Unless Broly could transcend this limitation and transform into a Super Saiyan, his strength would not see a resurgence. Moreover, Broly was an ally, not an adversary. Gohan was counting on Broly to participate in the potential tournament of power, contributing to the efforts of Universe 7. Thus, if there were a method to elicit Broly's latent abilities, he would not hesitate to explore it, viewing it as an opportunity to strengthen the team. However, the prerequisite was that it must not lead to disaster. Should it spiral out of control? Son Wukong raised his gaze to observe the patera earrings adorning the ears of the Supreme Kai. It seems there is no cause for concern. The risks remain within a manageable scope. Is there a method to expedite Broly's transformation into a Super Saiyan? Casting a glance at Paragus, Son Wukong felt it was time to remunerate King Frieza for his intellectual property. He turned back to Paragus with a beaming smile and remarked, "Uncle Paragus, in order for Broly to attain Super Saiyan status, I fear we may have to offend a certain party." Paragus was momentarily taken aback. What could this possibly mean? However, before he could ponder further, he was suddenly engulfed by a wave of dizziness, collapsing helplessly to the ground. Son Gohan swiftly caught his body and then placed him in a position visible to Broly. Observing Son Gohan's perplexing actions, the Supreme Kai and Jebbit were equally bewildered. "Gohan, what are you doing?" The Supreme Kai stammered. He could sense that Paragus had merely fallen asleep. There was nothing amiss with his physical condition. Son Gohan chuckled. "Prepare the offerings for Broly's transformation into a Super Saiyan." Jebbit and King Kai exclaimed in astonishment. Does one require offerings for such a transformation? Is it akin to the rituals of a Super Saiyan god? Their confusion was palpable, as they had never witnessed such a phenomenon. Suddenly, Son Gohan raised his right hand and forcefully drew a line across his left palm, causing blood to spray across Paragus's face. It was a mere pinprick, painful yet inconsequential. In the blink of an eye, his left palm healed completely. King Kai and Jebbit stared in bewilderment at his display of skill, their heads swirling with questions. How could they possibly comprehend this? With all preparations complete, Son Gohan suddenly shouted towards Broly, "Broly, look, what is this? Your father is dead." He pointed at Paragus, whose head was drenched in blood. King Kai and Jebbit were taken aback by the shocking revelation. What was happening? The voice of Son Gohan resonated with tremendous intensity. High in the sky, Broly, who was being relentlessly pummeled by Trunks, caught wind of it. Even Trunks, upon hearing Gohan's words, was momentarily taken aback and ceased his assault. What devilish strategy is this, Gohan? Meanwhile, Broly, upon hearing Gohan's proclamation, abruptly turned his gaze downward. Upon witnessing his father lying in a pool of blood, he was overtaken by tremors. His pupils constricted rapidly, and in an instant, he erupted with fury. Clenching his fists tightly, veins bulged across his body, and his face contorted into a grotesque mask of rage. In that fleeting moment, he was not merely enraged, he was consumed by an unbridled wrath. A primal roar erupted from his throat, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. With this ferocious cry, the golden hue in his eyes vanished, and he lost all semblance of reason. Almost immediately, his aura surged exponentially, and his thick, dark hair stood on end, transforming into a brilliant golden color. At that moment, Broly transcended his limits, awakening the Super Saiyan transformation. In an instant, a terrifying green energy radiated from him, causing the very fabric of planet Vampa to tremble. Dark clouds churned above, accompanied by incessant thunder and lightning. Surrounding planets felt the ripple of Broly's ferocious energy, which permeated the depths of the cosmos. Far away on Earth, Goku and Vegeta suddenly looked up, their faces etched with astonishment. Such immense energy! Whose presence is this? Is Trunks engaged in battle? Goku, atop the Capsule Corporation, was filled with disbelief. This energy belongs to the Saiyans. It is unmistakably Saiyan energy. At the Capsule Corporation, Vegeta clenched his fists, recalling the recent visit from Gohan to seek out Trunks. Could it be that these two young warriors secretly conspired to confront a formidable foe? It seemed that way indeed. Those two insufferable brats. Just then, the infuriating Kakarot materialized in an instant. "Let's go, Vegeta, we must see for ourselves." Goku pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. "Humph." Vegeta scoffed but complied, placing a hand on Goku's shoulder. In the blink of an eye, the two vanished, heading toward planet Vampa. Meanwhile, on planet Vampa, Broly had completed his Super Saiyan transformation and charged madly toward Gohan, intent on tearing him apart to assuage his rage. Yet, Trunks swiftly positioned himself in front of Broly. "Big guy, your opponent is me." Broly's fury reached new heights as he threw a punch directly at Trunks, and the two engaged in battle once more. Son Gohan and Vegeta suddenly appeared in the sky, astonished as they observed the fierce battle between Trunks and Broly, their eyes ablaze with a fiery combativeness. They soon glanced down to locate Son Gohan and the others, descending gracefully to the ground. As soon as he touched down, Son Gohan rubbed his hands together, excitement radiating from his expression as he inquired, "Gohan, what is happening?" We've discovered two surviving scions wandering the galaxy. Son Gohan replied succinctly, nudging Paragus awake. "Hey, Uncle Paragus, wake up, your task is complete." In the skies above, the battle took on a precarious intensity. Following Broly's successful transformation into a Super Saiyan, his power surged dramatically, allowing him to swiftly surpass Super Saiyan 4 Trunks. Trunks found himself on the defensive, struggling to keep pace as Broly relentlessly pressed the attack. The sound of explosive energy echoed, with each collision reverberating violently. After enduring several forceful impacts from Broly, Trunks felt a tumultuous surge within him, as if his very insides were being battered. Meanwhile, on the ground, Paragus finally stirred from his stupor after being shaken by Son Gohan. His face was a mask of confusion, the sticky sensation on his skin unsettling. As he raised a hand to rub his face, he found it coated in thick blood, causing him to recoil in horror. "What is happening to me?" he stammered, trembling with fear. "Do not worry, Uncle, that's my blood, you're perfectly fine." Son Gohan reassured him, producing a bottle of water. "Here, wash your face." He unscrewed the cap and, without hesitation, began pouring water for Paragus with a fluidity that suggested prior practice. Once Paragus had cleansed his face, he looked up and was met with the visage of Vegeta, the very face he had loathed, the one he had imagined strangling in his dreams countless times. "Damn it, Vegeta." Paragus seethed, clenching his fists until his teeth ground together. His fury was palpable, akin to a mad dog encountering its tormentor once more. Vegeta, arms crossed, turned his head, his chin raised slightly as he regarded Paragus with disdain. "Oh, you recognize me?" Paragus glared at him with unmasked hostility. "Of course I recognize you. Your face is the spitting image of your father, damn him. So you harbor a grudge against my father. And what of it?" Vegeta retorted coldly. Paragus found himself momentarily speechless, his anger choking him. "Enough of past grievances. Besides, you stand no chance against Uncle Vegeta now. What good is it to snarl at him? If you're truly aggrieved, let Broly deal with him later. What do you think?" Son Gohan interjected. Upon hearing Gohan's words, Vegeta could not suppress a smirk. Paragus fell silent, but, upon reflection, realized the wisdom in Gohan's suggestion. After all, his battle power was but a few thousand, and given his age, he was no longer a formidable force. Revenge would need to come through Broly. Meanwhile, the battle raged on above, growing increasingly brutal, as Broly relentlessly pursued Trunks, unleashing a torrent of attacks. Broly had completely lost control, his power surging with no regard for mercy, leaving Trunks questioning his very existence. Energy crackled and exploded around them as Trunks darted about, desperately evading blows, though he was struck more often than not, leaving him in a state of disarray. Suddenly, Broly seized Trunks by the foot, and despite Trunks' desperate struggles, he could not break free from Broly's iron grip. With terrifying strength, Broly swung Trunks downwards, slamming him into the ground with a thunderous crash that fractured the earth. Dazed and bloodied, Trunks felt as if his senses were fading, but even amidst the agony, he stifled a scream. "I cannot bear to see my son treated this way." Vegeta roared, unable to restrain himself any longer. He charged toward Broly with incredible speed, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue mid-flight. "Aha!" he shouted, executing a powerful kick aimed at Broly's head. The impact echoed loudly, yet Broly remained unfazed, standing firm against Vegeta's assault. "What? How can this be?" Vegeta gasped in disbelief. The sheer resilience of Broly was staggering. Just then, Broly abandoned Trunks and unleashed a fierce punch at Vegeta, who quickly raised his arms to defend himself. The collision sent Vegeta hurtling backward, crashing through rocks and sending plumes of dust into the air. As Broly stomped forward, the ground quaked beneath him, relentlessly pursuing Vegeta. The latter, still reeling from the blow, felt his hands tingle painfully. Yet, to his astonishment, Broly showed no signs of letting up, like a wild beast on the hunt. After a series of brutal exchanges, Vegeta soared into the sky, blood trickling from his mouth, his expression a mix of shock and dismay. Watching from the ground, Trunks, trembling, managed to consume a Senzu beam to restore his strength. Rising to his feet, He gazed at the monstrous Broly as he continued to pummel Vegeta, his mind racing with disbelief. What kind of aberration was this? How could Broly, in this seemingly ordinary Super Saiyan form, so effortlessly overpower both a Super Saiyan 4 and his own father in Super Saiyan Blue? This is simply extraordinary. A force so immense that it defies description. Sun Wukong, the King Kai, and Jebit, who had been observing the battle from the sidelines, were equally astonished beyond measure. Broly's power was ferociously overwhelming, and his combat style was wild and untamed. They had never witnessed such a brutal and invincible warrior, exuding an aura of invincibility. Paragus gently patted Son Gohan on the back. Son Gohan turned back, puzzled by his gesture. Broly has emerged victorious. The words spoken earlier must hold true, Paragus declared. It turned out this was what had been on Paragus's mind, fearing that Son Gohan and the others might go back on their word. Yes, it stands. I remember. Son Gohan promised, turning back to observe the fight. In just a few exchanges, Vegeta found himself outmatched, fleeing in disarray from Broly. Even more so than Trunks had moments before. Vegeta soared into the sky, employing his classic Prince's technique. In an instant, the planet was rocked by tremors, energy surging chaotically. However, a colossal green energy shield suddenly expanded, accompanied by a deafening roar. Broly ascended unscathed, hurling a green energy sphere towards Vegeta. Vegeta, in a frenzy, amplified his own energy, launching a powerful Gallic gun to counter Broly's assault. The two energies collided with a thunderous explosion, causing Vegeta to spit out blood. Grievously wounded as he was sent flying. Vegeta, Sun Wukong shouted, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue and hurtling toward the battlefield. 114. The clash of red and green. Sun Wukong instantaneously teleported onto the battlefield, intercepting Broly and granting Vegeta a moment to recuperate. With his extraordinary speed, Sun Wukong deftly evaded Broly's ferocious assaults. Moreover, his strength slightly surpassed that of Vegeta and Trunks, thus rendering the confrontation with Broly somewhat more manageable. Vegeta, rising from the dust, lifted his right hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze fixed upon Broly, seething with rage. As the proud Saiyan Prince, how could he endure being savagely beaten by an unknown wild Saiyan? This was utterly unacceptable. Furthermore, the fact that Broly could unleash such devastation in a mere ordinary Super Saiyan form, overpowering their Super Saiyan Blue, was incomprehensible, truly explosive. Trunks soared to Son Gohan's side. His face contorted in despair as he lamented, "Gohan, I have been defeated." Observing his dejection, Son Gohan placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, responding, "It's all right. I may not be able to defeat him either." Indeed, Broly was overwhelmingly powerful, and the frightening aspect was that he had yet to undergo formal training. He fought solely on instinct as a Saiyan, yet even so, he displayed a clear advantage over ordinary Super Saiyan Blue and Super Saiyan 4. He was a prodigious combat genius. Listening to Son Gohan's words, Trunks was left in stunned silence. Having personally experienced battle, he understood all too well Broly's terrifying rate of advancement. He had transitioned from being outmatched by a typical Super Saiyan to utterly dominating Super Saiyan 4 in a remarkably short span of time, showcasing his astounding prowess. Such a being, akin to a demonic entity, was indeed invincible to the point of instilling both fear and exhilaration. At that moment, after engaging with Broly for some time, Sun Wukong began to show signs of faltering. Soon after, he was sent flying by a powerful punch from Broly. Vegeta, no longer a mere spectator, synchronized his assault with Sun Wukong's rhythm and charged toward Broly. Sun Wukong soared back into the fray. The two Super Saiyans, united in their efforts, confronted Broly. In an instant, energy surged forth, and fierce winds spiraled chaotically. The trio pursued one another, circling the planet Vampa numerous times. While the monstrous inhabitants of the world were nearly obliterated by the shockwaves of their power, Broly raised his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy blasts, relentlessly targeting Sun Wukong and Vegeta with ferocious intensity. The atmosphere was charged with the tempestuous storms birthed from their fierce combat. Boom, boom, boom. A succession of explosive detonations echoed through the air. Both Vegeta and Sun Wukong bore grievous injuries. The Super Saiyan Blue transformation exacted a tremendous toll, and their continuous exertion had drained their strength, leading them away from their zenith. Broly's assaults grew increasingly formidable. Ha, ha, ha. Both warriors gasped for breath, having not endured such a grueling battle in a long time. Broly, seemingly impervious to fatigue, charged at them once more, delivering punishing blows that sent torrents of blood spewing forth. In the blink of an eye, their Super Saiyan Blue forms could no longer be sustained, reverting to their black-haired state, collapsing amidst the dust. Alas, this training partner was exceedingly terrifying. In their encounters with Beerus, the god of destruction had shown restraint, stopping short of delivering lethal blows. Yet, the rampaging Broly exhibited no such mercy. Every strike was a lethal blow, forcing the two warriors to confront the long-forgotten specter of death. Cough, cough, cough. Both Son Wukong and Vegeta coughed, struggling to rise from the rubble. But their physical and spiritual energies were utterly depleted, rendering them incapable of further combat. Broly, however, was indifferent to their plight, swinging his arms as two energy spheres hurtled toward them. Son Gohan could no longer remain a mere spectator. With a swift flicker, he summoned both Son Goku and Vegeta to his side, bestowing upon each a mystical sense of being. The two energy spheres erupted with a thunderous explosion, causing the very earth to tremble beneath them. The fearsome green aura of Broly surged once more, hurtling towards the group with relentless fury. In his complete loss of reason, Broly was utterly oblivious to the fact that Paragus stood just behind them, very much alive. It must be said, as Broly charged forward like a wild beast. Even his father Paragus was taken aback. The Kaioshin and Jebet also found themselves instinctively retreating a step. Allow me to take charge. Son Wukong's son, Gohan, transformed into Super Saiyan 4 with a resounding roar and charged forward. Broly, bellowing fiercely, unleashed a powerful punch. Son Gohan, too, gathered his energy, striking the air with a powerful punch. Boom. With a swift exchange of blows, waves of energy erupted from their center, sending shockwaves throughout the vicinity. Everyone staggered backward as the energy unleashed above Wampa Star surged into the galaxy, radiating a terrifying brilliance. In the initial clash, both combatants were pushed back several steps, and Son Gohan felt as though his arm had nearly lost all sensation. Such formidable power. During his previous confrontation with Cooler, he had not experienced the same level of pressure. Now, however, he had grown several times stronger. It could only be said that Broly's strength was indeed overwhelmingly beyond comprehension. Whoosh! In near-perfect synchrony, both warriors moved. Yet, utilizing instant transmission, Son Gohan clearly had the upper hand in speed. He appeared instantaneously behind Broly, delivering a fierce knee strike that sent Broly hurtling through the air, flipping twice before seemingly unscathed. He lunged once more at Son Gohan. Humph, come on. Who is afraid of whom? Son Gohan unleashed his energy to its zenith, charging toward Broly with a speed that surpassed even his opponents. Boom, boom, boom. Their fists collided with tremendous force. Space itself tore apart as they plunged into a kaleidoscopic realm, though each impact sent tingles coursing through Son Gohan's body. He felt an exhilarating thrill. This exhilarating battle was precisely what he needed at that moment. After exchanging hundreds of blows, he realized that the dark red fuzz on his body had become soaked with blood that seeped from his skin, yet he remained unperturbed. His extraordinary regeneration and recovery abilities were more than sufficient to sustain him. Boom. An unknown space shattered. The two fighters reappeared above Wampa Star, locked in a fierce struggle. Golden and green energy cleaved the sky in two, as thunder and lightning crackled around them. The air was filled with their frenzied howls and furious roars. Broly's energy surged once more, his muscles pulsating and expanding, becoming even more formidable. His golden hair stood defiantly, transforming into an exuberant emerald hue. This was Broly's Super Saiyan full power, or rather, his complete energy form. Boom. Son Gohan spat a mouthful of blood and was flung backwards, his right arm shattering with a crack, his heart similarly ruptured and bleeding. Suddenly, an extraordinary recovery and regeneration triggered. His body rapidly healed, bones reknitting, and his heart reformed, accompanied by a symphony of cracking sounds. Witnessing Broly, who appeared like a god of destruction, Son Gohan let out a long howl, activating his limit-breaking transformation. His entire aura, once golden, shifted to a rose-red hue, shimmering with luminous points. His hair transformed from black to a fiery orange, eventually culminating in a deep crimson shade. Unleashing a tenfold Kamehameha, a torrid wave of blood-red energy surged forth, aimed directly at Broly. With Broly having assumed this formidable form, Son Gohan dared not hold back. In response, Broly gathered two massive green energy orbs, merging them into one before launching it at Son Gohan. The contrasting red and green energies collided high in the sky, shattering the surrounding space as blinding bolts of lightning rained down, resonating with thunderous roars. The planet of Wampa began to tremble, unable to withstand such a cataclysmic energy storm. At that moment, a flash of white light heralded the sudden arrival of Whis and Beerus in the sky. Beerus gazed at Son Gohan and Broly, who were locked in their clash, expressing surprise. Who was that green-haired lad? His power seems to surpass that of certain incompetent destroyer gods. Regarding Broly, this is merely a personal opinion. His growth is not boundless. Rather, he has reached a certain threshold, accumulating potential that remains dormant within him, merely waiting to be unleashed. The intensity of battle can be seen as a catalyst, hastening the release of his latent abilities. Should he be capable of such rapid and infinite growth, there would be no competition left, as he would effortlessly surpass even the likes of the Destroyers and the Omni Kings. Furthermore, Broly's golden-eyed Berserker form can suppress Super Saiyan God forms, though it slightly lags behind Super Saiyan Blue. Presently, Trunks' Super Saiyan 4 is comparable to Super Saiyan Blue. He is weaker than Goku but stronger than Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue. Broly's Super Saiyan form, however, overwhelmingly eclipses both Goku and Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue, compelling them to fuse into Vegeto to contend with him. Nonetheless, I do not believe Broly and Vegeto are warriors of the same caliber. Vegeto transforming into Super Saiyan Blue to battle Broly seems like mere mockery. I contend that Goku's Ultra Instinct can indeed rival Broly's Super Saiyan form, and the perfected version of Ultra Instinct could triumph over Broly. Broly's form should lie somewhere between Ultra Instinct and perfected Ultra Instinct. The introduction of Vegeto was merely for the audience's sake, a pure narrative device. 115, Intense Battle, Demon Saiyan. It appears to be a Saiyan, Whis remarked with a smile. Following this, they descended towards Goku and the others. With Whis' arrival, the precarious state of Wampa stabilized considerably amidst the energy storm. Paragus, witnessing the influx of people, felt his mind whirl in confusion. For decades, Wampa had been devoid of visitors, and now they arrived in droves? Moreover, these formidable beings appeared instantaneously without the need for spacecraft. Paragus's limited worldview could not accommodate such absurdities, leaving him to respond with sheer bewilderment. Beerus furrowed his brow, directing a questioning glance at the Supreme Kai, puzzled as to why this individual was present amidst the storm. The Supreme Kai, assuming Beerus sought information about Broly, recounted the origins of the situation. However, what truly preoccupied Beerus was not this matter at all. High above, the clash of green and red energies continued, each vying for supremacy. Yet, the blood-red energy appeared to wane in strength. Moments later, the green energy began to dominate, gradually overpowering the red Kamehameha wave. Son Gohan's body was coursing with bulging veins, and he sensed the velocity of his blood flow accelerating, as if he could hear the rushing sound within him, akin to an impending explosion. With a powerful roar, Son Wukong forced the Kamehameha wave back several meters. However, the two energy forces had clashed for too long and ultimately could not withstand the pressure, resulting in a tremendous explosion. In a blinding flash, cataclysmic energy surged forth, racing into the depths of the galaxy. The planet Wampa, situated closest to the epicenter, faced the energy storm head-on and erupted with a thunderous roar, its surface area diminishing by 2/3 in an instant. Had it not been for Whis shielding a portion of the planet, Wampa would have been reduced to mere cosmic fireworks. In the aftermath of the colossal explosion, both Son Wukong and Broly were violently propelled through the air, tumbling several times before regaining their balance. Son Gohan's labored breaths echoed around him, with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Broly, uncertain of the extent of his injuries, could nonetheless perceive the rise and fall of his chest. One of his arms bore mottled stains of blood. "Hey, you're injured, aren't you?" Son Gohan remarked with a grin, clutching his chest. Broly's emerald hair in its full power form was undeniably formidable, surpassing Son Gohan's current mastery of the Ultra Instinct. Son Gohan had already discerned the underlying issue. At this moment, Broly's aura had surged to its zenith, showing no signs of further escalation. Son Gohan took a deep breath, his remarkable regenerative abilities restoring his body to its peak condition once more. As he gazed at Broly, he pondered silently. My earlier conjecture was indeed accurate. Broly's rapid increase in strength resembles the phenomenon of potential release. The energy accumulated within him had already reached this level. It was merely that he lacked the knowledge to harness his own power. The intense battles had compelled him to adapt to this newfound strength, forcibly unleashing the potential that had been dormant within him for years, culminating in his current state. Thus, it can be inferred that he is not capable of limitless augmentation of his power. In the future, he will need to continue accumulating potential or engage in training to further enhance his abilities. As Son Wukong contemplated, Broly's eyes ignited once more with a bloodthirsty gleam, his entire being surging with green energy as he roared and charged towards Son Wukong. Son Gohan unleashed a surge of rose-red energy, charging forward to engage in combat. The two clashed fiercely, exchanging blows in a tumultuous struggle. After countless exchanges, Gohan felt his entire being ablaze with vitality, his fighting spirit reaching unprecedented heights. Amidst the intensity of battle, wisps of white mist emanated from his skin, a testament to the relentless power coursing through him. This remarkable resilience was a feat achievable only by him. Had it been anyone else, they would have long since succumbed to defeat. Indeed, Broly possessed greater strength. Yet Gohan remained undaunted, embodying a spirit that thrived under pressure, growing ever more formidable with each encounter. It was a battle and exhilarating. Unrestrained battle, driven by an insatiable passion for combat, embracing the fiercest of confrontations. Son Wukong felt as though a beast more ferocious than Broly was gradually awakening within him. Red and green lights intertwined, marking the sky with traces of their fierce battle. On the ground, Trunks looked up at the confrontation, exclaiming with awe, "Though we are both Super Saiyan 4s, the disparity between Gohan and myself is staggering. My Super Saiyan 4 form pales in comparison to Broly's base Super Saiyan form, let alone this green-haired transformation, were I to assume it. I would likely be vanquished in an instant." Vegeta and Son Wukong shared his sentiments, having endured significant punishment themselves, reverting from Super Saiyan Blue to their normal states. It seemed that the true source of strength was not the Super Saiyan 4 form, but rather Gohan himself. Son Wukong turned his head to Vegeta and inquired, "Vegeta, what do you make of Broly's Super Saiyan state? It seems so utterly illogical." After a moment of silence, Vegeta replied, "In his current form, he must have endured the might of the great ape while retaining his human shape, subsequently transforming into a Super Saiyan. This represents perhaps the most primal state of a Saiyan, resembling that of a demonic Saiyan. This individual has lost his sanity, succumbing to extreme rage, and has consequently transcended the limits of the great ape power, reaching his present condition." Son Wukong was taken aback for a moment, confused by the meaning. Vegeta cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, "Forget it. Speaking to you is futile with that pig's brain of yours." Son Wukong. Beside him, Trunks inquired, "Father, it seems rare to encounter such a type of Saiyan, does it not?" Vegeta replied, "A Saiyan of this mutation may not manifest even once in a millennium. It is astonishing that one has emerged in our era." Trunks silently marveled at this revelation. Beerus also smirked, exclaiming, "Ah, you Saiyans are indeed intriguing." Boom, boom, boom. Son Gohan was sent flying, his body bruised and battered, with a considerable amount of fur shed from him. Fortunately, he had an abundance of fur. "Ha ha ha, delightful. Yet I shall not take advantage of you." Son Gohan laughed maniacally, casting a senzu bean towards Broly, who was charging at him with a furious roar, intent on delivering a beating. Broly, consumed by rage, opened his mouth and bellowed uncontrollably. The senzu bean found its mark with absolute precision, landing squarely in his mouth. Broly paused for a moment, then swallowed it down. A mere second later, he erupted once more into a frenzied state. All his injuries healed. His energy surged back to its peak, even enhanced beyond its previous limits. His colossal fist cleaved through the air, striking with tremendous force. "Ha, come on." Son Gohan appeared equally deranged, a glint of crimson light gleaming in his eyes, reminiscent of a demon. With a thunderous crash, their fists collided, sending Son Gohan hurtling backward, blood boiling within him. Yet, in the next instant, he surged forward with even greater ferocity, raising his fist to smash into Broly's face, causing Broly's head to twist at an unnatural angle. It seemed as though he aimed to turn the tide and pummel Broly into submission. Thus, these two madmen engaged in a relentless aerial brawl, blood splattering everywhere, leaving the onlookers on the ground in shock, gasping in horror. The atmosphere crackled with tension. As the figures of Gohan and Broly plummeted from the sky, they crashed into the earth, sending plumes of smoke spiraling upward. The already diminutive planet of Wampa trembled violently. Soon, two silhouettes, one red and one green, burst forth from the haze, propelled by a fierce wind that howled past the onlookers. The gust whipped through the crowd, causing garments to flutter and snap. "Ha ha, it's done. I have become," echoed Gohan's maniacal laughter amidst the tempest. 116. The Awakening of the Beasts. "Ha ha, it's done. I have become." Son Gohan appeared to have succumbed to madness, laughing maniacally. Suddenly, he was launched into the air by a single punch from Broly. As he soared, his Super Saiyan 4 form abruptly crumbled, his body enveloped by the cascading bolts of lightning from above. This is disastrous. Gohan cannot maintain his Super Saiyan 4 transformation. Upon witnessing this, Trunks grew anxious, preparing to rush forward, only to be firmly restrained by Vegeta. "Father, let go of me," Trunks exclaimed in desperation. "Fool, do you wish to throw your life away? Can't you see that Gohan's energy has not diminished in the slightest?" Vegeta glared at him. "That is true. But why has Gohan's Super Saiyan 4 limit been shattered?" Trunks questioned, his gaze fixed on the tumultuous sky, his eyes widening in astonishment. Indeed, his concern had clouded his judgment, for Gohan's energy not only remained stable but began to surge uncontrollably. Boom! A massive bolt of purple lightning struck down, illuminating the pitch-black sky. Ha 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 ha. Son Gohan continued to laugh heartily. Amidst his raucous laughter, his body began to emit a torrent of dense silver energy waves. Threads of purplish-red lightning danced wildly in the air, continuously entwining around his form with a crackling sound. Son Gohan's thick, lustrous black hair stood on end in an exaggerated fashion, rapidly transforming into a striking silvery hue. A lock of silver bangs cascaded down his forehead, while his ebony eyebrows also shifted to a gleaming silver, imparting an exceptionally fierce countenance. His dark eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson, swiftly morphing into a mesmerizing scarlet. In that moment, Son Gohan resembled a frenzied beast. A fervent battle spirit surged within him, igniting an insatiable thirst for combat. The warrior within him had awakened. A crackling silver-purple aura enveloped him as he stood amid the electric light. At this instant, his formidable figure seemed etched into the annals of legend. In short, he was striking, exceedingly striking. Yet Broly paid no heed to his allure. With a deafening roar, he charged towards Son Gohan. His towering 3-meter frame moving with a swiftness surpassing even the lightning, his vibrant green hair billowing in the wind like that of a demonic deity. The barrage of his fists descended like a deluge of mercury upon Son Gohan. The air was shattered, erupting with the sound of explosive impacts. The figure of Gohan swayed within the confines of his clenched fist, and then, in an instant, his right fist surged forth. With a resounding thud, his punch struck Broly squarely in the abdomen. An extraordinarily terrifying surge of energy erupted from Broly, bursting forth from his back. Consequently, Broly's body was sent hurtling backward. Whoosh! The silvery aura of Gohan flickered momentarily before he vanished, only to reappear with a firm grip on one of Broly's arms, restraining the frenzied warrior in midair. With one hand subduing Broly, his other fist unleashed a relentless barrage upon him. Broly's form was tossed violently, spewing forth copious amounts of blood. Following this, Gohan roared with fervor, gripping Broly's body with both hands, and propelled them towards the ground at an astonishing speed. The sheer force radiated from his arms as Broly's body plummeted like a meteor towards the planet Vampa. Boom! In an instant, Vampa was pierced through, erupting into a spectacular display of fireworks. At the very moment of the planet's obliteration, Whis conjured a protective barrier to shield their position. Oh no! Broly's father Paragus cried out in panic. The planet Vampa has exploded, and his son remained at the epicenter of the devastation. However, his voice could not penetrate the protective shield created by Whis. Among them, only Whis maintained a serene smile, while the others were rendered utterly speechless. The sudden transformation of Son Gohan evoked a profound sense of awe once more, echoing the moment he first ascended to Super Saiyan 4. Yet the intensity was even more pronounced. After all, Son Gohan's aura now surpassed that of his initial transformation by immeasurable magnitudes. While his Super Saiyan 4 form exuded a commanding presence with striking visual impact, his current silver-haired visage was not merely imposing. It radiated a sinister elegance, a manifestation of unrivaled arrogance and invincibility. Beerus rested his chin upon his hand, tilting his head as he remarked that lad Son Gohan has conjured another new transformation. It's truly peculiar. Hiki, does Lord Beerus wish to spar with him again? Whis chuckled. Let me ponder. Perhaps it is best to wait until next time and allow him a moment of respite. Ho ho ho, Lord Beerus is indeed considerate, responded Whis. Trunks, with wide eyes, exclaimed. What on earth is this new transformation of Gohan's? It is entirely distinct from the Super Saiyan transformations, nor does it resemble an evolution of divine energy. Indeed, it's astonishingly formidable. As he beheld Gohan's invincible stance, Son Gohan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, Vegeta appeared somewhat perplexed. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Gohan always managed to astound everyone unexpectedly. With each training session, he advanced far beyond his peers, leaving them in his wake. Damn it, that wretched Kakarot. How could he possibly sire such a prodigious son? He thought, knowing full well that the insufferable Kakarot was merely a low-tier warrior. He glanced at Trunks, who, while exceptional in his own right, paled in comparison to Gohan. Am I truly to measure myself against Kakarot's second son? No, I, Prince Vegeta, must retain some dignity. Ultimately, it was all Kakarot's fault. His gaze turned furiously towards Son Wukong. The astonishment of the Kaioshin and Jebbet was negligible. The explosive radiance in the cosmos finally dissipated. Broly floated amidst the stars, blood trickling from his lips, appearing to have succumbed to unconsciousness. In his unconscious state, his body reverted to its natural black-haired form, having significantly diminished in size. Son Gohan flew to Broly's side, lifting his body and instantly teleporting into Whis' protective barrier. As soon as he laid Broly down, Paragus rushed over, shaking Broly's form. Broly, how are you? Paragus exclaimed. He is merely unconscious, Son Gohan replied. Though he has sustained some injuries, they are not life-threatening. As he spoke, he retrieved a Sinza bean, pried open the corner of Broly's mouth, and fed it to him. What are you giving him? Paragus asked anxiously. A restorative medicine, Son Gohan shot back with a glare. Paragus dared not question him further, primarily because he knew he stood no chance against Son Gohan here. Moreover, if Son Gohan truly intended to harm them, he certainly would not need to resort to such intricate measures. As Son Wukong regains his composure, he sheds the feral form that had consumed him, returning to his usual self. This beastly transformation had rendered him exceedingly irritable, constantly yearning for conflict, unsuitable for moments of respite. Paragus remained focused on Broly's form, observing as Broly's throat convulsed slightly, swallowing a mystical bean. And in an instant, his wounds vanished, his breathing grew steady. Paragus continued to gently shake Broly's body until Broly gradually awakened. Father? He murmured, still in a daze. Paragus replied just as Broly sprang to his feet, his previously blank expression now brightening with joy. Father, you're not dead? No, Paragus reassured him. He deceived you. He gestured towards Son Wukong. Ha. Son Wukong laughed heartily. I merely wished to assist you in transforming into a Super Saiyan swiftly. Broly ignored him, bowing his head in apparent guilt. He had once again lost control, and surely, his father would be troubled by this. In truth, Paragus felt no distress. Rather, he was elated, nearly soaring with joy. His son had decisively defeated Vegeta and his father, avenging their grievances. They had triumphed in the competition and could now escape their dire circumstances, leaving this wretched place behind, a veritable double blessing. Seeing Broly with his head lowered, Paragus gently patted his shoulder, saying, Well done, Broly. Broly lifted his gaze, perplexed and bewildered. You won the competition, we can leave this place now. You did remarkably well. Paragus reiterated. Listening to his father's words, the frown on Broly's face finally melted away, visibly transforming into happiness. At last, matters had reached a conclusion. Subsequently, the Broly duo accompanied Son Wukong and others to Earth. Beerus imparted a few stern warnings to Son Wukong and the Kaioshin before departing with Whis to the God of Destruction's planet. Meanwhile, Broly and Paragus were settled in an uninhabited estate beneath the Chaos mountain, where Son Wukong provided them with a plethora of necessities and food. Staring at the mountain of supplies, Paragus and Broly were momentarily taken aback, especially Broly, whose face reflected sheer confusion. Having lived on planet Vampa, where his diet consisted of bitter, pungent green plant juices and the occasional raw monster flesh, far more difficult to swallow than the juices, he was utterly bewildered by the abundance of provisions before him. Is all of this for eating and drinking? Broly thought, his mind swirling with countless black question marks. Son Wukong handed him a bottle of water, urging him to take a sip. Broly accepted the water with a puzzled expression, yet the look of bewilderment on his face did not wane in the slightest. Son Wukong tossed a bottle to Paragus, while he himself opened another one and tilted his head back, drinking deeply. Broly watched Son Wukong's carefree demeanor, his Adam's apple bobbing, and cautiously took a small sip, which was immediately followed by a spark of delight in his eyes. What is this? He inquired, pointing at the water bottle. It is just ordinary water, Son Wukong replied. It tastes wonderful. Broly then tilted his head back and swiftly finished off the entire bottle. Son Wukong silently handed him another one, reflecting that this unfortunate soul was likely drinking purified water for the first time in his life. Broly eagerly drained the second bottle as well. If only there were a way to quantify this burgeoning fondness. Son Wukong felt that Broly's fondness for him had suddenly soared to over 80 points. Give this a try. Son Wukong tore open a bag of potato chips and handed it to him. This time, Broly showed no hesitation and indulged himself wholeheartedly. Son Wukong pointed to the pile of items, saying, Within this assortment lies both cooked and raw food that requires preparation. Yet before he could finish his thought, he noticed Broly had already seized a raw pig's foot and begun to gnaw on it. Well, perhaps it wouldn't cause any harm. One could only marvel at his formidable teeth. Beside them, Paragus hesitated before asking, "Mr. Gohan, are the statements you made earlier truly factual?" "What statements?" Gohan inquired. "The matters concerning planet Vegeta," Paragus replied. "Oh, those are indeed true. Approximately 50 years ago, planet Vegeta was obliterated by Frieza. The surviving scions are few in number. Apart from a handful of children, you have likely encountered most of them," Gohan explained. Paragus was perplexed. How could the warrior race of scions have fallen to such a state? Why would King Frieza destroy planet Vegeta? In his perspective, the scions had always been Frieza's staunch allies, the backbone of his forces. There seemed to be no rationale for Frieza to annihilate planet Vegeta. Son Gohan elucidated. "It is because Frieza fears the emergence of a super scion among our kind." "I see," Paragus inquired further. "But what of King Frieza now?" "He struggled momentarily with the title, a habit forged over decades." "Frieza was slain long ago by my father," Gohan replied. "Ah, if I am not mistaken, you must be a descendant of Bardock, for you bear an uncanny resemblance to him," Paragus mused. "I recall having a slight acquaintance with Bardock, though he was often unreasonable. He was undeniably formidable. It appears his progeny shares the same remarkable prowess." Paragus discreetly showered praise, weaving a tapestry of compliments. Son Gohan remained silent. To be candid, he found it hard to believe that there existed any camaraderie between Bardock and Paragus. The scions of yore were notoriously ruthless and cold-hearted. Their lives revolved around violence, and it was not uncommon for them to turn against their own kin, including their sons and fathers. They epitomized a brutally savage race, and any notion of friendship among them seemed utterly preposterous. Son Gohan, disinterested in engaging in trivial matters, swiftly shifted the conversation and remarked, "Uncle Paragus, Broly is indeed a formidable warrior. However, he struggles to harness his power and control his rage. Therefore, I shall periodically teach him certain skills." "Excellent, splendid. This is simply marvelous," Paragus exclaimed, his excitement palpable and somewhat exaggerated. "Very well, let us proceed with this plan. I shall return tomorrow. Please refrain from wandering aimlessly. Such actions would only heighten the likelihood of Broly losing control," Son Gohan advised. "Understood," Paragus nodded, thoroughly content with the current circumstances. In comparison to Planet Vampa, this place seemed more enchanting than any dream. Moreover, with King Vegeta's demise, his resentment had dissipated significantly, although the sight of Vegeta still stirred anger within him. The obsessive desire to annihilate his foe had faded. He mused that perhaps, in the future, he could allow Broly to engage Vegeta in combat once more, for he knew he could not best Broly. As Paragus contemplated these thoughts, Son Gohan approached and gently patted Broly's shoulder. In the midst of Broly's bewildered gaze, he executed an instant transmission and returned home. Shortly after arriving home, Piccolo visited. He inquired about the events that had transpired. For the battle between Son Gohan and Broly had been terrifying, with an overwhelming aura that was almost unimaginable. Piccolo, residing on Earth, had sensed it as well. However, he lacked the ability to perform instant transmission. Otherwise, he would have surely teleported to Planet Vampa. Son Gohan recounted the series of events to Piccolo, who listened in astonishment. The mention of mutated scions and new transformations piqued Piccolo's curiosity. In the days to follow, aside from familiarizing himself with his new transformation, Son Gohan dedicated much of his time to training Broly. However, Broly's emotions were exceedingly volatile. When he lost control, it was as if he were in a state of amnesia. Consequently, Son Gohan devised two strategies to address this. The first involved harnessing the power of the dragon to resolve Broly's current predicament, though the dragon would require over 6 months before it could be summoned again. The second strategy entailed sending Broly to the God of Destruction S planet, where Whis could train him, as Whis was likely to possess the necessary methods. In a special side story, Trunks traveled back to his own world via the time machine. He concealed the time machine and entered a ravaged building, opening a hidden door that led to the basement constructed by Bulma. Despite being underground, Bulma had transformed it into a brightly lit space. Trunks adjusted his attire and hurried towards Bulma. "Mom, I'm back," he announced. Bulma turned to him, her face now marked by the passage of time. As she was in her 50s, wearied by years of hardship and anxiety, appearing older than her years. Upon seeing her son return safely, a smile spread across her face, accentuating the wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. "Did everything go smoothly, Trunks?" she inquired cheerfully. Trunks nodded, Yes, I successfully delivered the special medicine to Mr. Goku. But something unexpected occurred during my journey. Bulma's brow furrowed slightly as she asked, what unexpected event? Trunks placed his sword on the table and sat beside Bulma, saying, Mom, you might be surprised to hear this, but I encountered someone you would never expect in the past world. Do you know who it is? I met Gohan, who also traveled back from the future. Bulma was momentarily taken aback. Gee, Gohan, a Gohan from the future? Is that even possible? Yes, Mom. This Gohan is incredibly powerful, and he is in perfect health, taller than the Gohan we remember. He told me that in his world, he was not killed by the androids. After rigorous training, he became exceedingly strong and defeated androids 17 and 18, bringing peace to his world. Bulma was astonished. How could this be? Is time travel not unique? Multiple timelines? This is truly unexpected. What happened next? She continued to inquire. Later, Gohan shared some rapid training techniques with me. With these methods, I might soon be able to defeat the androids. Mom, didn't you create a gravity room for Dad? Trunks asked. Gohan said that training in a gravity room could accelerate my progress. Oh, now that you mention it, I recall that Vegeta often used a gravity room for training. The one he used was a spaceship, designed by your grandfather, but unfortunately, it has long been decommissioned. However, don't worry, I can make you another one. Compared to the time machine, constructing a gravity room is much simpler and can be completed swiftly. Trunks clenched his fist in excitement. That would be wonderful. After sharing his story with Bulma, Trunks strapped on his sword and set out to find the sacred world of the Kais. Unfortunately, he discovered that the sacred world had been destroyed by the androids. Fragments of large stones floated aimlessly in the sky, remnants of the sacred world. The hyperbolic time chamber was also in ruins, and there was no sign of Mr. Popo. With no other options, Trunks placed his hopes solely on the gravity room. Months passed, and Bulma, true to her word, successfully reconstructed the gravity room. Trunks embarked on an intense training regimen. After 2 years of relentless effort, he finally broke through his previous limitations and became even stronger. His muscles expanded, marking the first minor advancement into Super Saiyan's initial stage. Gohan, I am here to avenge you, he declared as he soared into the sky, seeking androids 17 and 18. Fortune favored the diligent. In a fit of rage after losing a game, Android 18 inadvertently revealed her position, allowing Trunks to locate her. Upon seeing Trunks' sudden appearance, Android 18 redirected her fury towards him, charging without hesitation. However, Trunks, who had previously struggled against her, unleashed his newfound strength, delivering a single blow that reduced her to a mist of blood. Realizing the peril, Android 17 attempted to flee, only to be swiftly overtaken by Trunks, who delivered a decisive kick that sent him sprawling. As 17 staggered away, Trunks ascended, unleashing an energy blast that detonated upon impact with 17, reducing him to mere dust. At last, peace returned to the world. Yet, Trunks remained steadfast in his training, aware that even greater adversaries awaited him. Thus, time continued to pass. Eventually, Cell, resembling a colossal insect, could no longer contain himself and launched a surprise attack on Trunks. Yet, having anticipated such an encounter, Trunks was prepared to thwart Cell's assault. Without any unforeseen events, Shara was also slain by Trunks. Years whisked by in a flurry. One day, the Supreme Kai and Jebet sought out Trunks, informing him of the impending threat posed by Majin Buu, and subsequently transported him to the Supreme Kai's planet for rigorous training. The first task, naturally, was to draw forth the Supreme Kai's sword. After exerting considerable effort, Trunks finally succeeded in unsheathing the blade. Remembering Gohan's words, he devised a way to sever the sword. This act allowed the old Supreme Kai to break free from his seal and return to the mortal realm. Shortly thereafter, the Supreme Kai received news that Babidi had arrived on Earth, intent on releasing Majin Buu. Though time was of the essence, the old Supreme Kai still managed to unlock Trunks' latent potential. Trunks' ultimate potential was fully realized, surpassing the power of Super Saiyan 2 by a substantial margin. Jebet and the Supreme Kai escorted Trunks back to Earth. Meanwhile, Babidi's minions were still scouring the planet for energy. Majin Buu remained sealed. After a decisive battle, Dabura, Pui Pui, and Babidi were all vanquished by Trunks. The seal containing Majin Buu was once again hidden away by the Supreme Kai. Following this, Trunks requested the Supreme Kai to take him to Namek. For Namek, Trunks returned with Din. With the Supreme Kai's aid, Earth was restored, and Din descended to become the new guardian of Earth. The only notable difference was that this guardian lacked the companionship of Popo, having only Trunks as a friend. Subsequently, Dend created the Dragon Balls. With the dragon's assistance, Earth rapidly regained vitality, flourishing in a myriad of ways, with everything trending positively. During this period, Trunks seized the opportunity to visit the afterlife. After considerable searching, he successfully located the Z warriors. However, they were no longer inclined to be revived. Meanwhile, Vegeta, having spent time in Hell, had atoned for his sins and was reincarnated. Upon returning to Earth, Trunks encountered Mai, and thus began a life filled with happiness and joy. As for the matter of Beerus, Gohan ultimately decided to pursue a secondary approach by sending Broly to the God of Destruction as planet. Presently, Broly, apart from his uncontrollable rages, was akin to a blank canvas, pure to the point of being unsettling. Whis could freely paint upon this canvas, altering it at will. Moreover, Broly's innate talent was indeed remarkable. Thus, Whis accepted him as a disciple with enthusiasm, partly due to Gohan's generous offerings. During a meal, Gohan decided to inquire about Beerus' daily duties. He turned to Beerus and asked, "Lord Beerus, what is it that you typically do?" Beerus cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent while continuing to eat. Work? It was impossible for him to work. He could only indulge in eating and sleeping. The mere mention of work drained him of energy. However, Whis, smiling, provided an explanation on Beerus' behalf. Lord Beerus' role involves patrolling the planets of the 7th universe, determining which ones require destruction. If a planet has lost all significance, it is to be obliterated. Thus, it is not mere wanton destruction. Gohan probed cautiously. "What are you saying, boy?" Beerus glared at him. "Just making conversation," Gohan shrugged. Whis continued, "Indeed, that is not the case. Planets that are thriving cannot be destroyed at whim. The primary targets are those desolate, dying worlds, those devoid of hope for salvation. Of course, if any planet poses a grave threat and disrupts the balance of the universe, it too will face annihilation." "Oh, I see." Son Gohan turned to Beerus and said, TSK, Lord Beerus, it would be wise for you to refrain from indulging in slothful habits and instead dedicate yourself to your responsibilities. Your current work ethic is rather subpar. Are you not concerned about being overshadowed by other deities of destruction? Should the boss deem your performance unsatisfactory, it could spell your downfall. You must not allow him to continue in slumber. Rise and embrace the weighty responsibilities of the 7th universe. Ha ha ha. If only Lord Beerus could adopt Mr. Gohan's diligent attitude. Whis chuckled softly, covering his mouth. "Whis, do not prattle so much, you pest," Beerus retorted, casting a fierce glare at Son Gohan while rubbing his temples, feeling a hint of a headache. "This brat is too noisy. Gohan, you should also silence yourself. Can nothing even stifle your incessant chatter while you eat? I resolutely oppose this culture of overexertion you embody. Day after day, it's either training or frantic activities. Life seems utterly devoid of enjoyment. Does he not find comfort in the simple pleasures of eating and sleeping?" Son Gohan turned his head to Whis and inquired, "Master Whis, has the Omni King not set any task criteria? What if we fail to meet the performance standards and the cosmic index falls short? What then? As sales representatives of the Universal Capsule Company, we face severe consequences for underperformance. I truly worry that Lord Beerus might return one day with a missing limb." Hearing this, Beerus froze, a sense of dread washing over him. What if the Omni King holds me accountable? He thought. He feared many things. Yet the mere mention of the Omni King sent shivers down his spine. Could it be that the Omni King would actually blame him? The possibility loomed, especially given the Omni King's volatile temperament. Hence, Beerus placed his hands firmly on his thighs and straightened his posture discreetly. Whis replied, "Oh dear, that is indeed a delicate matter. The average performance of our 7th universe has consistently been rather poor, primarily due to the abundance of dead planets. It is quite possible that we might provoke the Omni King's ire." "Surely not." "Well, Lord Beerus, I was merely jesting. The Omni King should not become enraged. As we have managed to get by all these years, and you are still here, thriving, aren't you?" Son Gohan chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. However, his words only intensified Beerus's discomfort, making the food in his hands taste bitter. It was far too challenging. If only he had never allowed this god of destruction to come to his planet. What a blunder this had been. Fuming with indignation, Beerus unleashed a punch that sent Son Gohan flying. Meanwhile, Broly, engrossed in his meal during their conversation, suddenly noticed the absence of food once they finished speaking. Where did all the food go? He wondered, before letting out a satisfied burp. In a similar fashion, Broly too was sent flying by one of Beerus's punches. However, from that day forth, Beerus underwent a transformation. He dedicated several hours each day to the act of planet destruction. Time flowed quietly by. Half a year later, atop one mountain, the home of Son Wukong was filled with warmth and exuberance, as today marked the joyous occasion of Sun Wutian's 4th birthday. Family and friends gathered to celebrate, and naturally, Bulma's family was among the attendees. During the festivities, Krillin announced another piece of delightful news. His wife, Marin, was expecting. Krillin, having welcomed a child in his middle age, was even more elated than the birthday boy himself. He cradled Marin tenderly, showering her with affection. After the meal, Sun Wukong mysteriously pulled Sun Wufan aside to a corner, his face etched with concern. Son Gohan inquired curiously, "Father, is there something you wish to discuss?" With a furrowed brow, Sun Wukong said, "Gohan, I wish to pose a few inquiries to you. You possess considerable knowledge, thus I seek your counsel to assist your father. What troubles you?" A few question marks seemed to appear above Gohan's head. "It is this, Gohan. Your mother has been rather disheartened of late, and I find myself quite worried about her. To this end, I have taken it upon myself to observe her for several days. Recently, she has frequently sighed deeply, lamenting her age, and has mentioned the wrinkles on her face, expressing that her strength is no longer what it once was. She has approached her tasks with a lack of vigor. Last night, as I lay in slumber, I heard her speaking in her dreams. She sighed, saying, 'In the blink of an eye, I have grown old, yet Wukong still appears as a youthful lad, utterly mismatched.' As she spoke, I observed tears streaming down her cheeks. Gohan, I harbor concerns for your mother. What do you think we should do? Is there a way to uplift her spirits?" Son Gohan stroked his chin, beginning to grasp the situation. To adapt to the rigors of battle, the Saiyan adolescence is remarkably prolonged, spanning from the age of 18 to potentially 80 years. Moreover, Sun Wukong had succumbed to heart disease in his mid-20s, remaining deceased for over a decade, only to be resurrected yet retaining the appearance and physique of his youth. With the added enhancement of divine energy, it seems unlikely that he will ever age significantly in this lifetime. However, Chi-Chi's circumstances differ. Although she was a martial artist in her youth, she is ultimately just a human from Earth, possessing strength only marginally superior to that of an ordinary person. Now approaching 50, it is entirely natural for her to harbor such concerns. Son Gohan leaned closer to Sun Wukong's ear and whispered, "Father, this is quite simple. Allow me to suggest that you secretly gather the Dragon Balls and wish for Mother to regain her youth. She would undoubtedly be pleasantly surprised. Hee. Is it truly possible to do so?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, his eyes widening and his voice elevating in volume, drawing the attention of many onlookers. Curiosity sparked among the crowd as they wondered what secret conversation was unfolding between the father and son. Son Gohan lowered his voice even further. "Ahem, of course. One could wish for her to remain eternally 18. She would undoubtedly be exceedingly delighted." Months passed once more, and the Dragon Balls revived, regaining their luster. Sun Wukong calculated the day of the Dragon Ball's revival with precision and, on the very first day, sought out Bulma to borrow the Dragon Radar. Bulma inquired about Wukong's intentions for gathering the Dragon Balls. Unable to conceal the truth, the forthright Wukong inadvertently revealed Gohan's words. Well. This incited Bulma's ire, not directed at Wukong or Gohan, but rather at Vegeta. "How could you, Vegeta? Even Wukong comprehends the importance of caring for his wife. Seeking the Dragon Balls to restore Chi-Chi's youth. Why had this not crossed your mind? Day in and day out, you focus merely on training. Just you wait. If you manage to rise tomorrow, consider it a victory for me." Thus, Bulma grinned mischievously at Wukong and said, "Hee, Wukong. Once you wish for Chi-Chi's youth to be restored, there will still be 2 wishes remaining. What do you intend to do with them?" Sun Wukong scratched the back of his head with his right hand and exclaimed, "Ha, I haven't quite decided yet. How about a new outfit for Chi-Chi? She would surely be delighted." "Not good." Bulma interjected, hands on her hips, her voice resounding. What's wrong? Why is that a bad idea? What about me?" Bulma pointed to herself. "Do you remember how I looked when we first met? Now take a good look at me. Ha, isn't it the same? Though I suppose your chest seems a tad flatter." Sun Wukong chuckled, gesturing playfully. Bulma, infuriated, delivered a punch to Sun Wukong, only to end up hurting herself. "How dare you, Wukong? Grant me a wish to regain my youth, or I shall not let you off the hook." Bulma fumed. All right. Sun Wukong replied repeatedly. "Oh, and what about Biddy? She should be 18 as well." Bulma declared loudly. Yes. Sun Wukong acquiesced under Bulma's formidable presence. In truth, it seemed there were only 2 individuals he genuinely feared in this world. The first was Chi-Chi, and the second was, of course, Bulma. Even Beerus did not instill the same level of fear in him. With Sun Wukong's promise secured, Bulma felt a sense of satisfaction, contemplating how she might take her revenge on Vegeta that very night. Sun Wukong hastily grasped the Dragon Ball radar and set off to gather the Dragon Balls. Given his remarkable speed, it would not take him long to collect all 7. In no time at all, the 7 Dragon Balls were neatly arranged before him. Sun Wukong was well-versed in the summoning process of the dragon, and thus swiftly fulfilled his wish. Chi-Chi, Bulma, and Biddy, eternally 18 years old, had their desires granted. As the dragon dispersed, the skies cleared. Meanwhile, on Mount Bowsy, Chi-Chi, preparing to take Goten into town for some errands, suddenly sensed something peculiar about her body. Her hands had become tender and fair, the excess weight around her abdomen had vanished, her bosom was now firm, and her hips had become shapely. She walked lightly, feeling utterly comfortable. What on earth is happening? Why do I feel as if I've returned to the time of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament? Chi-Chi recalled the 23rd tournament vividly, as it was a year filled with significant events, the most memorable being her first encounter with Sun Wukong as an adult, their duel on stage, and subsequently, their marriage at the same venue. That year would be etched in her memory forever. In a flurry, Chi-Chi dashed back to her room and gazed into the mirror, momentarily believing she was dreaming. I really have turned back to 18? What could possibly be the reason? Just then, Sun Wukong appeared in a flash. Upon seeing him, Chi-Chi leapt into his arms. Wukong, something strange has happened. I seem to have become young again, she said, a hint of anxiety in her voice, though her eyes sparkled with joy. No woman could resist the allure of regaining her youthful form, none at all. Ha ha ha, are you happy? Sun Wukong asked with a hearty laugh. I am happy. But I am also a bit frightened. I don't understand how this sudden youth occurred. Chi-Chi expressed her concerns. There is no need to fear. I used the Dragon Balls to restore your youth, Sun Wukong explained candidly. Is that true? Thank you, Wukong. Upon understanding the situation, Chi-Chi's worries vanished, and she joyously leapt up, clinging to Sun Wukong. It felt as though not only had her body rejuvenated, but her very spirit had been refreshed, returning to that of her 18-year-old self. Haha, as long as you're happy. Sun Wukong chuckled, embracing Chi-Chi, for he was not one for tender words. But her joy was enough to bring him happiness as well. Chi-Chi jumped down from Sun Wukong and locked the door, then leaned close to his ear, whispering, Wukong, let me show you my 18-year-old body. The warm breath tickled his ear, causing a tingling sensation, and his heart raced. Okay, he replied, feeling a rush of heat. The following day, Vegeta lay in the yard basking in the sun, having done so for most of the day. During this time, Bulma passed by and playfully whistled at him, but he remained oblivious, lost in his tired thoughts. After a sleepless night, Vegeta felt utterly exhausted. Dad, what is wrong with you? Trunks, passing by, inquired. Trunks? It's nothing. Just didn't he sleep well last night? Vegeta waved his hand dismissively. You're acting strangely today, Dad, Trunks remarked, furrowing his brow as he headed inside. Mom? Mom? Trunks stared at Bulma, taken aback. What is going on? Mom, you look quite different today. It's as if you've become younger. Are you dreaming? What is it, Trunks? Bulma smiled. Mom, you've turned young. You look even younger than me. Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. Not only had she become youthful, but her complexion was radiant, and she appeared stunning. That is because Wukong asked the dragon to make me young, Bulma explained with delight. Oh, I see. But what about Dad? Trunks pointed outside at Vegeta, who lay like a discarded fish. Your father, upon hearing it was Wukong who rejuvenated me, likely got jealous and angry. Bulma giggled, covering her mouth. I don't understand adults, Trunks replied, preparing to train in the gravity chamber before heading out for a date with Mai. In contrast to Bulma and Chi-Chi, Biddy's changes were not as pronounced, considering her actual age was merely 27. She had only regained 9 years of youth, resulting in subtle shifts, a touch less mature allure, and a hint more of youthful innocence. After an hour of intense training in the morning, Gohan kissed Biddy on the forehead, dressed quickly, and instantly transported to the God of Destruction's planet. On the God of Destruction's planet, Beerus was hurriedly leaving the place of chaos upon noticing the arrival of the legendary scion, Gohan. Today's task was to annihilate 100 irredeemable Death Stars. A truly exhausting endeavor. The role of a God of Destruction was increasingly burdensome. As Beerus and Whis departed, Gohan took a seat beside Broly, engaging in dialogue. Broly had become much more talkative than before, and communication was now seamless. Under Whis' guidance, Broly had made significant strides in controlling both his power and emotions. This meant that even when in his full power green-haired state, Broly could maintain a degree of clarity. "Let us engage in battle, Broly," Gohan declared. Gohan extended a challenge to Broly for battle. Although he had been diligently training every day, it had been a considerable time since Gohan had faced an opponent. And the yearning for combat had grown insatiable within him. Broly, too, was visibly excited. Such is the nature of the Saiyan. Their blood runs not only with fiery vitality but also with a combative essence. This innate trait is deeply embedded in the very bones of every pure-blooded Saiyan. Only hybrid Saiyans may possess a tendency towards peace, being less inclined towards conflict. However, Gohan, despite his mixed heritage, was somewhat different. Initially, he had fought out of necessity. Yet, after transforming into Super Saiyan 4, his bloodline's power seemed to have transcended, igniting a fierce warrior spirit within him, coupled with his newfound beast form. Every cell in his body appeared to crave the thrill of battle. Combat, intense and exhilarating combat, was his fervent desire. Much had already been endured by Videl for this very cause. Today, Broly would become the second participant in this tumultuous encounter. As both ascended into the sky, they collided with fervor, unleashing waves of energy explosions. However, this was merely a friendly spar. Neither would dare to fight to the death or unleash their full might upon one another. Yet, as the skirmish progressed, Broly succumbed to his primal rage. Losing control of his power and transforming into his emerald-haired, full power state, the destroyer planet trembled violently under the force of a single green energy explosion, causing the triangular planet to lose one of its corners in an instant. As Son Wukong emerged from the billowing smoke, he raised his hand to wipe the dust from his face and erupted into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha. Broly, your time is up. When Lord Beerus returns, he will surely punish you." In a moment of fury, Broly had already entered his berserk mode, paying no heed to anything else. His figure flickered as he swiftly lunged toward the ground, aiming a powerful punch at Son Wukong. There was no longer an option to evade. Should that fist strike the earth, it would create yet another fissure several kilometers long on the God of Destruction's planet. Such reckless destruction in the absence of the master was entirely inadvisable. In an instant, Son Wukong's silver hair shot upwards, enveloped in a tempest of purplish-red lightning. While a torrent of silver energy surged around him, he swiftly extended his right hand, firmly grasping Broly's fist. A blinding light erupted suddenly, sending shockwaves rippling outward, causing the nearby forest to rustle violently as leaves scattered in all directions. Broly's fist could advance no further. In the next moment, Broly stood frozen, a glimmer of clarity returning to his eyes. "Ah, I have lost my reason again," he admitted with a hint of remorse. "Not at all. You've made significant progress." Son Wukong encouraged him. "When Lord Beerus inquires, just tell him it was Broly who caused the explosion." At that moment, a radiant light descended from the heavens. Two figures emerged from the brilliant glow, and without needing to turn around, Son Wukong instinctively knew who had arrived. It was none other than the angelic guide from Universe 6 and the God of Destruction, Kappa. "What's going on here, Son Wukong? What peculiar transformation is this? And who is this green-haired fellow?" Kappa approached, hands on his hips, inquiring with curiosity. Son Gohan and Broly instantly returned to their normal states. Broly curiously surveyed Beerus and Kappa. Son Gohan responded with a smile. "It's a remarkably cool design." As for Broly, he too is a Saiyan. "Isn't that rather obvious? Can't I discern that?" Kappa silently scoffed, turning to Beerus and inquired, "Hey, Beerus, surely there must be Saiyans in our 6th universe as well? The Saiyans of the 7th universe are so peculiar. Is it the same in our realm?" "Indeed, there are some, Lord Kappa." "Allow me to search for you," replied Beerus, as he waved his staff, causing the black magical orb atop it to tremble. He swiftly acquired the information he sought. The Saiyans of our 6th universe inhabit a planet known as Salad. However, as far as I know, they do not transform into various bizarre forms, and their combat prowess is rather unremarkable. "That is quite strange." Kappa shook his head repetitively. "Logically, shouldn't all Saiyans be somewhat alike?" "I am uncertain, Lord Kappa," Beerus chuckled. "Oh, I can't be bothered to ponder this any longer. It's making me hungry. Where are Son Gohan, Beerus, and Whis? I haven't seen them around." Kappa scanned the vicinity before directing his question towards Son Gohan. While it's understandable that Beerus is asleep, the absence of Whis is quite unreasonable. Son Gohan chuckled. "Hee hee. Kappa, you might not believe it, but Lord Beerus has been diligently working lately, heading off to destroy planets early." Upon hearing Son Gohan's words, Kappa waved his hands dismissively. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Does he not know his brother's habits? Working diligently? Don't even entertain such a thought. He must be off playing somewhere, deceiving Son Gohan into thinking he is working. What a cunning and devious Beerus. One wonders what his true intentions are. Lord Kappa. It seems that Lord Beerus is indeed working, remarked Vados, pointing to a glowing magical orb. Within the orb, Beerus was intently observing the desolate planets and then proceeded to obliterate them. Kampa's body trembled. What on earth is happening? Has someone threatened you, Beerus? He cradled his head in his hands, his expression one of utter despair. A comrade who usually slacked off suddenly deciding to work was a sentiment more painful than death itself. Kampa appears to have lost his mind. Emitting cries akin to Broly's. He simply could not accept this reality, unable to comprehend or acknowledge it. No, it is not I who am mad. It must be Beerus who has lost his wits. Vados, quickly, we must ascertain what has befallen Beerus. Of course, Lord Kampa, Vados replied with a chuckle. And in an instant, the two transformed into beams of light and shot upward, searching for Beerus. Their swift departure was reminiscent of ephemeral romances. Broly, let us also take our leave. I shall take you to King Kai's planet. If not now, then when? Very well, Broly nodded in agreement. On King Kai's planet, the Grand Minister and Zeno observed. King Kai Asin was striving to learn how to create small animals and trees. Thus far, he had yet to master the creation of asteroids. This was due to the untimely demise of the Grand Kai and his three companions, leaving the young Asin without the opportunity to learn further, thereby severing the lineage of the Supreme Kais and rendering him the most inept among the 12 universes. If it were not for the ancestral being released by Son Gohan, Asin would still be far from grasping the principles of creation associated with the Supreme Kai. The old Supreme Kai watched from the sidelines, shaking his head in dismay and uttering a tirade of curses. You are truly the most incompetent Supreme Kai I have ever trained. Asin dared not retort, instead doubling his efforts to study, hoping to alleviate the old Supreme Kai's concerns. In truth, Asin's talent was not as lacking as portrayed. The old Supreme Kai's words were merely a means to spur him towards progress. Considering his own lifespan was drawing to a close, Son Gohan arrived instantaneously with Broly. Mr. Gohan, what brings you here? Exclaimed King Kai Asin with delight upon seeing Son Gohan. Before Son Wukong could respond, old Kai rebuked Axin, saying, What does his matter have to do with you? Focus and practice diligently. Axin thought to himself how stern the ancient ancestor truly was. Then he observed old Kai with a gentle and amiable expression, pulling Son Wukong aside. Meanwhile, Broly stood behind him like a statue, instantly intensifying his pressure. Axin had witnessed Broly in a fit of rage before, and that sight was utterly terrifying. On the other side, two individuals were engaged in a clandestine exchange. Wukong, hasn't the latest chapter been released yet? When will the author update? Bring him here and urge old Kai with a whip, one of them insisted. Son Wukong smiled awkwardly and said, Well, it's not that there isn't any, he has updated it. However, dear elder, you might find it difficult to accept the content of this episode. The old Kai, hands on his hips, retorted, What storms have I not weathered? I refuse to believe it unless I see it for myself. In truth, Son Wukong was hesitant to watch this episode, primarily because the author had become rather eccentric. The AI 18 action series had seen several seasons of updates, perhaps because the author felt a lack of novelty, leading to a significant decline in sales. Consequently, a major shift occurred with the introduction of the AI 17 series. Goodness, it left people utterly stunned. While it is true that the 17th does resemble a female, he is undeniably male. Knowing the truth, Son Wukong found it difficult to accept this outrageous series. He simply couldn't handle it, not at all. Yet, the old Kai was oblivious to this. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Isn't this just splendid? What is there to find unacceptable? Truly, Son Wukong discreetly shifted his posterior to the side, distancing himself from the old Supreme Kai. It would be best not to reveal the truth to the venerable elder. Given his age, he deserves to be preserved in a realm of delightful illusions, while the old Supreme Kai continues to navigate the vast ocean of knowledge. Son Wukong took a moment to inspect the flourishing pink-budded fairy bean seedlings. The growth was exceptionally robust. Splendid. It would not be long before a bountiful harvest could be anticipated. At that time, the plan would be to expand the cultivation, planting a vast expanse. Subsequently, they could process the beans into soy milk and create delectable tofu dishes. One can only wonder what the flavor might be like. Son Gohan smacked his lips and flew over to inspect the seal ball containing Majin Bu. Subsequently, he brought Broly back to Earth, placing him beside Paragus. Meanwhile, in a certain Death Star system of Universe 7, Kappa was incessantly chattering beside Beerus. Beerus, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? Is your mind not functioning properly? What business is it of yours? Go back to your Universe 6 and stop bothering me, Beerus retorted. Not bothering to hide his displeasure, Kappa pointed at Beerus and burst into laughter. You must be out of your mind. Ah ha ha ha. On the other side, Beerus's attendant, Whis, began conversing with Vados. With a smile, Vados inquired, Whis, what is happening? Sister Vados, it's like this. Whis proceeded to recount the events in vivid detail. After listening to Whis, Vados covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Oh, I see now. No wonder Lord Beerus has been so busy. He is indeed most fearful of the Omni King. However, Lord Kappa has grown exceedingly lazy, having not exercised properly for decades, which has rendered him rather sluggish. Whis remarked, Sister, you should guide Lord Kappa. I believe Gohan's words hold some truth. Long ago, our world consisted of more than just 12 universes. And you are likely more aware of what transpired than I am. Quite right. Vados nodded seriously. Kappa continued to pester Beerus, significantly diminishing Beerus's work efficiency. Consequently, Beerus lost his temper, and the two brothers collided heads, baring their teeth, on the verge of a brawl. Whis and Vados were compelled to intervene, forcibly separating Beerus and Kappa as if they were children. After this, Kappa returned to Universe 6 with Vados. Half a year later, in the realm of the Supreme Kai above the 12 universes. This realm does not belong to any of the 12 universes. It exists outside of them, a supreme dimension. From this vantage, the 12 universes appeared as round magical orbs floating in the sky, resembling toys, and seeming utterly minuscule. In the grand palace of the Omni King, the supreme ruler of the 12 universes, the Omni King awakened from his soft chair. As the ultimate sovereign, he should have been the greatest being in this world. Yet, astonishingly, the one who governs the rules of the 12 universes resembled a colossal eraser, and it was unclear how to express his thoughts. Perhaps it was due to the peculiar whims of the creator of this higher plane. The Omni King straightened up and, in a childlike voice, said, I'm awake. How boring it is. I wonder how long I've been sleeping. The two tall attendants standing beside him immediately bowed. One of them said, Your Majesty, you have only slept for 20,000 ticks. One tick is approximately 8 hours. And the Grand Minister? The Omni King rubbed his eyes. Just then, the space beside him trembled, and the Grand Minister appeared out of thin air. Your Majesty, you called for me, he said, placing his hands behind his back and bowing slightly with a gentlemanly smile. The Grand Minister, adorned with a circular angelic halo, was the father of the 12 guiding angels. The Omni King pondered for a moment before asking, Grand Minister, what is the current average level of humanity across the 12 universes? The Grand Minister replied with a smile, Universe 1 remains far ahead, while Universe 12 is experiencing remarkable growth, currently ranked second. The other universes show little disparity, remaining stagnant. However, it is noteworthy that the long-time second-to-last Universe 7 has surprisingly risen one rank, which is rather curious. The Omni King sighed. What? That hardly qualifies as progress. How tiresome it is to observe each one individually. The Grand Minister chuckled. Does Your Majesty wish to play a game? A game? Do you have any suggestions, Grand Minister? The Omni King's eyes sparkled with interest. If it's a game, I shall summon all the guides from the universes to join Your Majesty in play. The Grand Minister said with a beaming smile. The Omni King, looking somewhat dazed, exclaimed, they are rather dull. They hardly speak at all. After a moment, he continued. Grand Minister, there are still too many universes. Managing them seems quite troublesome. Shall we play a game of eliminating universes? The two attendants nearby gasped in shock. Are we to eliminate universes again? The Grand Minister bowed to the Omni King and replied, As you wish. I shall summon all the guides to discuss this matter. If they cannot propose a more entertaining game, we shall proceed with the game of universe elimination. As he spoke, the angelic staff appeared in his hand. Meanwhile, in Universe 7, on the Destroyer planet, Whis stood quietly by the lake, holding the staff, while Beerus napped on a stone, utterly exhausted. Son Gohan, Trunks, Broly, and Piccolo sat cross-legged, observing the fierce battle unfolding in the distance. The combatants were Vegeta and Goku, who, adhering to Whis' instructions, were prohibited from transforming and were to engage solely in their base forms. Nevertheless, their clash was nothing short of spectacular. At that moment, the black magic orb atop Whis' staff began to shimmer, followed by the resonant voice of the Grand Priest. Esteemed guiding angels, This is the Grand Priest. Please respond upon receipt. Such a scene transpired simultaneously across the 12 universes, with all angels hearing the Grand Priest's summons. Whis expressed his surprise. It is communication from the Grand Priest. He promptly replied, yes, Grand Priest. Beerus, who had been reclining on a rock, perked up his ears and leapt to his feet. Who is it, Whis? He inquired, rushing towards Whis, as if he had heard a name of great significance. Whis replied with a smile. It is communication from the Grand Priest. What? The Grand Priest? Beerus stood upright immediately. His loud exclamation caught Son Gohan's attention. Communication from the Grand Priest? Son Gohan was overcome by an unsettling premonition as he rose to his feet and made his way towards Whis. The magical orb, radiating a verdant glow, continued to echo the voice of the Grand Minister. There is an important matter that requires your attention. All guiding angels are to prepare for the arrival of the God of Destruction and the Supreme Kai at His Majesty's palace. Announcement concluded. Beerus, standing rigidly, momentarily stiffened. Are we truly to meet the Grand Zeno? Whis, undeterred, promptly initiated contact with the Supreme Kai to convey the Grand Minister's decree. Mere seconds later, Supreme Kai Shin was transported to the God of Destruction's planet by Jebit, arriving beside Whis. Son Gohan furrowed his brow. This familiar scenario, if his intuition did not deceive him, indicated that the omnipotent egg was preparing to engage in a game of elimination. For the sake of caution, he immediately invoked his prophetic abilities to glimpse the future. A fleeting image flashed through his mind, revealing the erasure of the seventh universe. Everything returned to chaos. Enveloped in an impenetrable darkness, a realm devoid of life. What could this signify? Were they to eliminate the universe outright, forgoing the tournament of power? A few beads of sweat, resembling small beans, trickled down Son Wukong's forehead. Indeed, according to the narrative, no one had suggested holding the power tournament. Consequently, the ever-impulsive All-Egg obliterated several universes, including the consistently low-ranking Universe 7. Fortunately, he had wished for the ability to foresee the future from the dragon, or else this situation would have culminated in an immediate catastrophe. No, he must take measures to save himself. Son Wukong wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and hurriedly spoke. Lord Beerus, Lord Kaioshin, esteemed Whis. I have just utilized my ability to foresee the future and witnessed a truly terrifying scene, the annihilation of the seventh universe. I trust you are aware of the implications of this. It is highly probable that the Grand Minister has summoned everyone to discuss this matter. What? The destruction of the universe? Both Beerus and Kaioshin leaped in astonishment, while only Whis maintained his composure. Beerus's eyes widened to the size of saucers, and Kaioshin trembled, his pupils dilating and contracting in shock. Is it true? Wukong stammered, his voice quaking with fear. Son Wukong nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. I have made a wish to the Eternal Dragon, granting me the ability to foresee perilous events within the upcoming week. Just now, I witnessed the harrowing image of the seventh universe's demise. What shall we do? The Supreme Kai exclaimed in urgency. Beerus also turned his gaze towards Son Wukong, for he often found Son Wukong's insights to be the most profound. Speak your thoughts, he urged. Son Gohan remarked. I surmise that the reason the Omni King seeks to eradicate our seventh universe is due to his perception of its inferiority, a notion that carries significant weight, implicating both Lord Beerus and the Supreme Kai. Son Wukong's son, Gohan, resolved to exert pressure, instilling a sense of guilt within them. Noticing their silence, he continued, however, there exists a remedy. The solution lies in showcasing the potential of our seventh universe to the Omni King, thereby dispelling any thoughts of eradicating our universe. Do you understand? The two dignitaries, if they heed my counsel, may find a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, they shall await their demise. Lord Supreme Kai, he instructed. You shall propose to His Majesty the Omni King the organization of a cosmic power tournament, allowing the Omni King to witness the potential of our seventh universe. A power tournament? What is that? Inquired the Supreme Kai. Before he could finish, Beerus interjected, is it not akin to what Kappa suggested last time? Each universe sends forth a number of warriors to engage in combat, with the last one standing declared the victor. Son Wukong nodded. Indeed, it is that kind of duel. Moreover, the universe that secures first place will be awarded a prize, which can be determined by the Grand King. However, I propose an additional reward. What kind of reward? Beerus inquired. Son Gohan turned to Whis and inquired. Whis, esteemed mentor, you must have heard of the Super Dragon Balls, have you not? Or perhaps, the Super Wish Orbs? Whis nodded in affirmation and replied, indeed, those are the Super Dragon Balls created by the Divine Shenron. Lord Zalama. There are a total of 7, primarily scattered across the 6th and 7th universes. It is said that gathering all 7 wish orbs and summoning the mighty Super Shenron can grant any wish. Precisely. That is the very essence of it, Son Gohan acknowledged with a nod. After Son Gohan finished speaking, he still felt a lingering sense of insecurity. After all, both the Supreme Kai and Beerus appeared rather unreliable. One was utterly clueless, while the other was indifferent, which was quite disheartening. The only dependable figure, Whis, was merely an angelic guide and typically refrained from interfering in such matters, thus it was futile to expect him to ignite the spark for the tournament of power. Son Wukong continued, Lord Beerus, please take me with you. That is absolutely out of the question, Beerus replied, shaking his head vigorously. It would be a grave disrespect for a mere human to set foot in the palace of the Omni King. Son Wukong implored, Lord Beerus, for the sake of the 7th universe and the lives of all, I beseech you, may I? However, you are merely a mortal. Stepping into the King of All's temple is against the rules and will surely incur the king's wrath. Beerus was equally anxious. Just tell him I am your apprentice, here to broaden my horizons. He surely would not fault you for that. Yet, there was no room for negotiation. It was too late. At that moment, the voice of the Grand Minister resonated once more. Are all the guiding angels prepared? We are ready, replied Whis. Very well, I shall summon you all now. The Grand Minister's voice echoed again. Amidst Beerus's struggles, Son Wukong clung tightly to his garment. In the next instant, Son Wukong felt his body being drawn by an extraordinary force, and he found himself within the King of All's temple. 2 rows of figures knelt on one knee, their eyes cast downward, hesitant to look up. Angels, destroyers, and Kaioshians were present. These were the deities from the 12 universes, 3 from each. Notably, the 7th universe had 4 representatives, as did the 11th universe. The destroyer of the 11th universe, resembling a circus clown and adorned in eccentric attire, was named Belmont, with his guiding angel, Margarita, a striking girl with twin tails. The Kaioshin was called Kai, and the additional figure was the apprentice destroyer, Topo. At that moment, the Grand Minister stood before all, his voice clear. Please raise your heads. The destroyers and angels complied, looking up. Beside the Grand Minister stood the colorful King of All, who greeted everyone. It has been a while. The Grand Minister surveyed the deities and curiously inquired, Lord Belmod, who is that behind you? Topo's towering stature made him conspicuous among the crowd, drawing the Grand Minister's attention. The Clown Destroyer quickly explained, in response to your inquiry, esteemed Grand Minister, this is Topo. I have been contemplating retirement recently. He is an apprentice destroyer currently undergoing my assessment and training. I deemed this a rare opportunity for him, hence I brought him along. Seizing the moment, Topo promptly introduced himself. I am Topo, your humble servant. I appreciate your guidance. The Grand Minister nodded, I see. Then strive to become a qualified destroyer. Thank you for your encouragement, Topo replied, astonished. Next, the Grand Minister's gaze shifted towards the 7th universe. Oh, Lord Beerus, you have brought an apprentice as well? Beerus chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, esteemed Grand Minister, this is Son Wukong, my disciple. Across from Beerus stood Kampa, who was making playful gestures. Were it not for the sanctity of the King of All's temple, Beerus might have felt inclined to retaliate. Upon hearing Beerus's introduction, Son Wukong smiled and said, Greetings. Grand Minister, greetings, King of All. Yes, good, keep it up, the Grand Minister nodded. Unexpectedly, the King of All remarked, Your name is Son Wukong, is it? You are quite interesting. He scrutinized Son Wukong with curiosity, for he was the first to extend greetings among all the angels and destroyers present, including Topo, who had not offered a salutation. Son Gohan chuckled. Indeed, Your Majesty, I shall present you with a gift shortly. Oh, truly? What is it? The Omni King immediately inquired with curiosity. Can you bring it out now? All the gods of destruction were taken aback. Who is this audacious fellow? How dare he address His Majesty in such a manner? This is utterly audacious. The angels also cast their inquisitive gazes upon Son Gohan. Of course, Son Gohan replied. Then please bring it to me now, the Omni King continued. Very well, please hold on a moment. Son Gohan rose to his feet, stepping forth from the crowd, and approached the Omni King and the Grand Priest. All the gods of destruction gazed at his retreating figure, swallowing nervously. Beerus, in particular, clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white, fearing that Son Gohan might inadvertently utter something that would provoke the Omni King to eliminate him with a mere gesture. The Grand Priest observed Son Gohan's approach with a serene smile, making no attempt to hinder his advance. Son Gohan smiled and nodded at him, then approached the King of All, crouching before him. He produced a toy truck and a vibrant lollipop, originally intended for his son, but never given. "Your Majesty," he said, "this is a large truck. This one is an excavator, and this is a remote-controlled vehicle. You can operate them with this remote. As for this lollipop, it is edible and quite sweet." As Son Wukong spoke, he unwrapped the lollipop and handed it to the Omni King. "Ah, it looks quite cool," remarked the Omni King, as he gazed at the toy cars with delight, taking the lollipop and putting it in his mouth. "Wow, this lollipop is delicious," he exclaimed. "Haha, isn't it? Watch closely." Son Wukong pressed the remote control, and the toy cars zipped around, circling the deities twice. Pressing the remote again, the toy cars emitted a series of clicking sounds and transformed into robots, akin to Autobots and Transformers. "Wow, this is fun." The Omni King's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Here." Son Wukong handed him the remote. "Thank you, Son Wukong," the Omni King replied. "No need for thanks," Son Wukong responded. The deities watched enviously as the Omni King and Son Wukong played with the toy cars for half an hour. The deities murmured to one another, "Is this a joke? We really might perish." After a while, Son Wukong said, "Your Majesty, I shall return to Lord Beerus now." The Omni King shook his head. "No need. Just stay here." All right then." The Grand Minister turned to the Omni King and inquired, "Your Majesty, may I announce your decree?" The Omni King, still preoccupied with the toy robots, raised his head in realization of the purpose behind summoning everyone. "Oh dear, I got so caught up in the fun that I forgot." "All right, you may proceed," he said. "Very well." The Grand Minister clasped his hands behind his back and addressed the 12 universes with a loud voice. "The reason for this urgent gathering is that His Majesty, the Omni King, is feeling quite fatigued from managing the 12 universes. Therefore, he wishes to engage in a delightful game for relaxation. Each universe must come up with an entertaining game. By the way, if no universe can propose a game that satisfies His Majesty, he will directly address the underlying issues and eliminate some universes that contribute to his fatigue. Now, you all have the duration of an episode to contemplate. The timer starts now." What is this?" All the angels and destroyers were taken aback. "Eliminate some universes that cause His Majesty distress?" Those universes ranked lower, whether Kaioshin's or destroyers, instantly darkened in expression. Kampa was drenched in cold sweat, as the 6th universe often lingered at the bottom ranks. Was this not tantamount to a direct threat to his universe? "We're doomed," he thought. Beerus was not faring much better. The two universes were nearly equal in standing, akin to brothers in misfortune. Kaioshin Asin whispered, "Lord Beerus, Wukong was indeed correct." "Humph." Beerus clenched his fists, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. With time fleeting, the Kaioshins and destroyers across the universes began to rack their brains for a game proposal. Yet, as is often the case, the more anxious one becomes, the less one can think. Only the 7th universe had prepared in advance. Kaioshin Asin quickly refined their proposal, presented it to Beerus, made several modifications, and ultimately submitted it to the Grand Minister, achieving the fastest submission among all universes. With the 7th universe leading the way, others began to submit their proposals as well. Soon, the time was up, and all universes had submitted their suggestions. The Grand Minister twirled his staff, projecting the game proposals from the 12 universes into the air. All the destroyers and Kaioshins swallowed hard, anxiously awaiting the results. The angels remained calm, appearing as if they were mere spectators. Now, let us see what delightful game suggestions each universe has prepared. Universe 1, Riddles. Universe 2, Number Relay. Universe 3, Card Role-Playing Game. Universe 4, Hide and Seek. Universe 5, Treasure Hunt Contest. Universe 6, Universal Fighting Tournament. Universe 7, Power Tournament. Universe 8, Counting Game. Universe 9, Universal Treasure Hunt Activity. Universe 10, Rock, Paper, Scissors. Universe 11, Fighting Tournament. Universe 12, Memory Challenge. 3 universes proposed fighting tournaments? Although Universe 7 named it a power tournament, it is essentially a combat game, complete with a detailed process. The Grand Minister smiled at the Omni King and asked, "Your Majesty, do you find any of these proposals satisfactory?" "The Universal Treasure Hunt activity appears quite intriguing," he replied. Hearing this, the Destroyer and Kaioshin of Universe 9 beamed with joy. In their universe, the average human level was the lowest, so if the Omni King chose their game proposal, it would surely enhance their standing in his eyes. The Grand Minister asked, "Then does Your Majesty wish to engage in the Universal Treasure Hunt activity?" "No, I merely find it interesting. But I am more curious about the power tournament proposed by Wukong's universe." "What kind of game is that?" The Omni King inquired, fiddling with the toy car. This game, as described, requires each universe to send forth several strong participants for an all-out battle within a fixed time, aiming to force opponents out of the arena to win. When time is up, the number of remaining participants in the arena determines the victor. The universe with the most participants left is declared the winner. The Omni King shook his head, appearing perplexed. I still do not understand. What is a fighting game? Oh, it seems His Majesty is unfamiliar with fighting games. I see now. Very well, let us conduct a simple all-out match right here. The chaotic battle between the 12 destroyers was about to begin, with his eyes gleaming with excitement. Son Gohan was eager to witness the battles between the gods of destruction. The mere thought of it sent a thrill coursing through him. Each of these deities possessed remarkable power, and when they were gathered on a single arena, an extraordinary clash was sure to ensue. Let us transform this place into an arena, declared the Grand Minister with a snap of his fingers. As the sound resonated, it felt as though time and space shifted. The palace of the Omni King vanished in an instant, replaced by a vast rectangular arena. Above the arena floated 13 circular viewing platforms. The previously clustered crowd was forcefully separated according to their universes, with each universe's god of destruction, angel, and supreme Kai appearing on their respective platforms. At the very center, on the platform with the best vantage point, stood the Grand Minister, the Omni King, and his two guardians. Son Wukong, who had initially stood beside the Omni King, found himself unexpectedly placed on the viewing platform of Universe 7. In the midst of this astonishing display of power, as everyone stood in stunned silence, the Grand Minister's voice rang out. Now, let us invite Mr. Son Wukong and Mr. Topo to the arena. Son Gohan was momentarily taken aback. Was the narrative not supposed to unfold this way? What was happening? He had anticipated witnessing the clash of deities. How had he so swiftly transitioned from a mere bystander to a participant? Hey, kid, don't just stand there in a daze. Hurry up and get down there. Lord Zeno will be displeased soon, Beerus reminded him. At that moment, Topo had already leaped into the arena. Well, all right then, Son Gohan conceded with a nod. Descending from the spectator platform to the stage, Topo and Son Gohan positioned themselves 20 meters apart, scrutinizing one another. Topo's appearance was rather peculiar. He was exceptionally tall, yet his legs were surprisingly short. A white bushy beard obscured his age, and his large hands, clad in white gloves, were more than twice the size of his legs. In summary, he was an exceedingly odd-looking human, particularly by Earthling standards, with an unbalanced proportion. The Grand Priest also arrived at the arena, standing between the two combatants. He proclaimed, "Fight to your heart's content and showcase the allure of combat to Lord Zeno. By the way, should your performance fail to satisfy His Majesty, you may face the end of your existence, erasure." Understood, Grand Priest, Topo responded promptly. Very well, Son Gohan nodded in agreement. Then let the match begin. The Grand Priest raised his hand and signaled the start of the contest, then swiftly returned to Lord Zeno's side. Topo fixed his gaze on Son Gohan, adopting an offensive stance. In response, Son Gohan clenched his fists and, with a resounding burst, transformed into Super Saiyan 4. Upon witnessing Son Gohan's sudden transformation, Topo was taken aback momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure. After all, many races across the universe possess the ability to transform. Humph, Topo scoffed, firmly planting his feet on the arena floor before rapidly charging towards Son Gohan. He resolved to strike first. Despite his bizarre appearance, Topo's speed was astonishingly swift. In mere fractions of a second, he closed the distance to Son Gohan, launching a colossal punch directly at him. This fellow is testing me, Son Gohan surmised internally, raising his hand to deflect Topo's massive arm. The force of Topo's strike was instantly redirected, narrowly missing Son Gohan. Topo executed a spinning kick as he flew past. But Son Gohan swiftly sidestepped, causing Topo's fierce attack to miss entirely. Yet, Topo's onslaught continued unabated, his legs delivering a relentless series of powerful kicks that reverberated with explosive sound. Son Wukong deftly evaded, maneuvering amidst his strikes, and then unleashed a powerful punch that landed squarely on Topo's abdomen. A dull thud resonated as Topo's body absorbed the impact, sending him hurtling backward. He spun twice in the air before landing steadily at the edge of the arena. His gaze towards Son Wukong transformed into one of heightened caution. Son Wukong flashed a smile and remarked, "Is this the extent of the candidate god of destruction from Universe 11? Do not be so pleased with yourself. You possess not even a trace of divine aura. What gives you the right to claim victory over me? Allow me to demonstrate my power." As he spoke, Topo's expression darkened. He clenched his fists tightly, his muscles quivering, and a layer of searing energy enveloped his body, intensifying his divine presence. "Come on," Son Wukong beckoned him. "Humph." Topo responded with a cold snort, suddenly unleashing a powerful strike. A fierce gust of wind surged toward him. Son Wukong leaped into the air, and the ground where he had stood erupted violently. "Now, you shall taste my power," he declared, as a crimson energy sphere was unleashed from his hand. Hurtling towards Tuapa. Caught off guard, Tuapa could not evade in time. The energy sphere struck him with a resounding explosion, engulfing the surroundings in a cloud of thick smoke and a wave of scorching heat. If Son Wukong were to unleash his full power, Tuapa would undoubtedly be defeated in an instant. However, such an outcome would detract significantly from the excitement of the battle, potentially leading the audience to perceive the martial tournament as lackluster, which could result in the abandonment of the power tournament altogether and the erasure of the universe, a dire consequence indeed. Furthermore, given that this is not a life-or-death struggle, Son Wukong has made a conscious effort to temper his combat strength, allowing Tuapa to feel as though the disparity in power is minimal, fostering a false sense of hope for victory. Emerging from the thick smoke, Tuapa's white beard has been singed, yet he remains relatively unscathed. "You are nothing extraordinary," he scoffs, recalling his earlier bravado. With a disdainful snort, he transforms into a blur and charges towards Son Wukong, launching a fierce assault with both hands and feet. Son Gohan endeavored to cooperate, engaging in a cacophony of strikes. The observing deities and the Omni King began to converse amongst themselves. Beerus murmured, "What is that lad Son Gohan truly up to? He could easily send that troop flying, yet he chooses to prolong the battle. The supreme Kai of the universe, Shin?" Interjected, "Indeed, such a display may not captivate the Omni King's interest." As expected, amidst the thrilling combat, the Omni King expressed his delight from the spectators' platform. "Wow. They are fighting splendidly, truly exhilarating." The Grand Minister, standing beside him, wore a subtle smile. He perceived that Son Gohan was holding back his strength. Yet since the Omni King was entertained, there was no need for further scrutiny. The other deities were equally astonished, particularly the weaker gods of destruction and supreme Kais, who marveled at the spectacle. "This is impressive. Has the battle ascended to the realm of the divine? Yet, that fellow named Son Gohan lacks divine energy. He is opposing a deity with mere mortal flesh?" Hearing the discourse among the other gods of destruction, the clown god of destruction nonchalantly remarked, "Impressive as it may be, it pales in comparison to Jiren." The dual-tailed angel, Margarita, exchanged a meaningful smile but remained silent. Meanwhile, on the arena, Troop grew anxious as he struggled to overcome Son Gohan. With a resounding roar, he unleashed a tempest of dark red energy surrounding his form. "Is this destructive energy?" Son Gohan furrowed his brow. "Indeed, I am the candidate for the god of destruction of Universe 11. For the honor of Lord Belmod, I absolutely cannot lose," Troop declared, veins bulging on his bald head. Then do give it your best shot," Son Gohan replied with a smile. Troop's right hand splayed open, launching a black-purple energy sphere towards Son Gohan. The sphere emanated destructive energy, exuding an extraordinary aura. Compared to earlier, the intensity had drastically transformed. Concurrently, a powerful aura erupted from Son Gohan, as he charged forward rather than retreating. "Troop, this ends now." With a thunderous shout, Son Wukong unleashed a powerful swing of his right hand, sending the destructive energy sphere of Topo soaring away. In the next instant, he had already materialized before Topo, striking with an open palm. "What?" Topo gasped in astonishment. He felt an overwhelming gust of wind, and his body was hurled away. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as if an unfathomable power had erupted from Son Wukong. Topo experienced a disorienting illusion, akin to facing Jiren. "This is bad." This fellow had concealed his strength until now. Realizing this, a roar of frustration erupted from Topo's throat. However, under the assault of such immense power, he found himself incapable of controlling his body, swept off the stage by the raging winds. The audience erupted into a cacophony of excitement. The clown god of destruction rubbed his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? How did Topo lose? "Lord Belmod, it is entirely plausible." For Son Wukong had hidden his true power, remarked Margarita with a smile. Cursed be the treacherous seventh universe. The clown god of destruction clenched his fists, seething with anger. As the referee of the match, the Grand Priest announced loudly, "Topo has been eliminated. Son Wukong is the victor." "Ha ha ha, splendid. Well done, Wukong." Beerus raised his right hand, clenching his fist in a gesture that seemed to proclaim the triumph of the seventh universe. "Mr. Wukong is truly remarkable, the Kaishin of Universe 7, Ashen, laughed joyfully. Son Gohan approached the edge of the arena, gazing down at Toppo below. Toppo, in turn, looked up at Son Gohan, his eyes ablaze with resentment and fury. In this battle for honor, he had suffered defeat. Universe 11 had lost, and it was a thorough loss. The strength of this individual was indeed formidable. Perhaps only Jiren could best him. After all, in terms of sheer combat power, Jiren's might had already surpassed that of Lord Belmont. There was no way this fellow named Son Gohan could possibly contend with a true god of destruction. It simply could not be, at least. Toppo was unwilling to accept such a notion. On the spectators' platform, Zeno stood up. Wow, this is truly splendid. What an engaging game, Grand Priest. Let us hold this power tournament. Yes, Your Majesty, the Grand Priest replied with a slight bow. However, Zeno continued, Grand Priest, what is a free-for-all? A free-for-all means that many individuals fight simultaneously on the arena, the Grand Priest explained with a smile. Very well then. Let the gods of destruction from each universe demonstrate it for Your Majesty. Yes, yes, Zeno agreed. At that moment, Son Gohan and Toppo returned to their respective seats. The Grand Priest's voice resonated once more. Next, all gods of destruction, please ascend the arena. What? The gods of destruction from Universe 12 were taken aback. Are we also required to participate in the battle? Wait a moment, Grand Priest, why must we fight as well? One god of destruction questioned. The Grand Priest, with his hands clasped behind his back, emanated an air of authority without anger. He replied with a smile, because Your Majesty does not understand the meaning of a free-for-all. As gods of destruction, we are residents of the 12 universes and have the duty to clarify any uncertainties for Your Majesty. A sudden silence enveloped the air. Sweat beads rolled down the forehead of Kampa. This is bad. I haven't trained properly in decades. This is going to be disastrous. Vados chuckled. Ha ha ha. Who told Lord Kampa to be so lazy? Now your body has grown soft. But fear not. You shouldn't perish. What a cunning woman. Kampa shot her a glare before leaping onto the arena. Although the remaining 11 gods of destruction were reluctant, they dared not defy the wishes of the Grand Priest and Zeno, and they all jumped onto the arena. Each god of destruction harbored their own thoughts. Some wished to take the opportunity to thrash an unpleasant opponent, others sought to fish in troubled waters, and some aimed to prove themselves as the strongest god of destruction. The gods of destruction eyed one another with ill intent, smirking coldly. The mouse god of destruction, Quitella, looked up and asked, Grand Priest, what rules should we follow in this battle? The Grand Priest, with his hands still clasped behind his back, gazed down at the arena and said, I prefer to establish certain rules after observing the match. For now, let us fight with all our might. The victorious god of destruction will receive a reward from Your Majesty. By the way, if any god of destruction deliberately holds back, they will be eliminated on the spot. The Grand Priest's tone was warm, yet the words were chillingly cold. The 12 gods of destruction trembled, their breaths quickening. I must face 11 opponents? How infuriating. I do not wish to be eradicated. This was the prevailing thought among most of the gods of destruction. They resolved to give their all and present a magnificent battle. Quitella, the mouse god of destruction, fixed his eyes on Beerus and remarked, Ha ha, this works well. Beerus, perhaps this time we will discover who the strongest god of destruction truly is. Humph, you insufferable rodent. Must you always seek to provoke me? Beerus retorted angrily. You lost to me but refused to admit it, Quitella grinned, arms crossed. Please, insufferable rodent, that was an arm wrestling match, not a combat competition. I would never lose in a real fight. Is that so? We shall see shortly. Who fears whom? Come on. Even before the battle commenced, Beerus and Quitella were at odds. Naturally, aside from the mouse god, many other gods of destruction had their sights set on Beerus, illustrating just how dire his popularity was. Almost all of the gods of destruction harbored resentment towards Beerus. On the spectators' platform, seeing several gods of destruction encircle Beerus, Kaioshin Asin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, concerned for him. It seems Lord Beerus is not very well liked. Beside him, was chuckled, ha ha ha. That is due to a rather unfortunate incident that occurred in the past. Oh, what happened? Kaioshin Asin inquired. Sun Wukong could not help but glance at Whis. Whis remarked, that was before you ascended to the position of the Supreme Kai. In the past, the Omni King summoned all the universes to participate in a hide-and-seek tournament. During the event, Lord Beerus secretly concealed himself and slept for 50 years. His prolonged absence forced the tournament to be called off, inciting the wrath of the Omni King, who nearly obliterated all universes. This incident elucidates why Lord Beerus harbors such fear of the Omni King. In an effort to placate the Omni King's fury, The remaining 11 gods of destruction racked their brains, and from that point onward, all of them held a grudge against Lord Beerus. Supreme Kai Xian added. This indeed seems like something Lord Beerus would do. Son Gohan chuckled. Rest assured, Lord Supreme Kai, Lord Beerus's prowess is undoubtedly the most formidable among the destroyers. Mr. Gohan seems quite confident in Lord Beerus, was remarked with a smile. Indeed, for we hail from the same universe. As the gods on the arena watched with keen intensity, the Grand Minister bellowed, the second round of the comprehensive tournament officially commences. With the Grand Minister's proclamation, all the destroyers, save for Beerus, sprang into action. This is not good. The 11 destroyers are besieging Lord Beerus. Austin exclaimed, his face filled with alarm. True to his words, atop the arena, the 11 destroyers converged upon Beerus, surrounding him in an impenetrable assault formation. Son Gohan's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the arena, envisioning himself transformed into Beerus. Facing the 11 gods of destruction, he couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Surrounding him, even high above, there were gods of destruction launching their attacks towards Beerus. Unfazed, Beerus smirked coolly and said, Come on, you worthless beings who can't achieve anything without teaming up. Whoosh. The swiftest god of destruction's attack descended. Beerus evaded it effortlessly, his body shifting aside. Other attacks from the remaining gods followed suit, yet none managed to strike him. He moved like a boat on the water, swaying but never hit. From the stands, Son Gohan squinted and murmured, This must be the Ultra Instinct. Whis, overhearing him, confirmed, Indeed, the body instinctively judges and dodges attacks. Though Lord Beerus has not yet fully mastered it, over the past 2 years, Whis had occasionally mentioned Ultra Instinct while training Son Gohan and Son Goku. This profound divine technique is employed by nearly every angel, though not all gods of destruction possess it. Beerus had merely scratched the surface, lacking full proficiency. In fact, this divine technique may not suit either Lord Beerus or myself, Son Gohan remarked, frowning as he observed the match. Oh, why do you say that? Whis inquired with a smile. Because during battle, we cannot maintain a calm state of mind, which is essential to truly embody the essence of Ultra Instinct. Our combat philosophy is one of madness, transcending all others, breaking through our limitations to become the strongest. Ah, Mr. Gohan has certainly matured, Whis smiled in response. Meanwhile, on the arena, Beerus was finally struck by Quitella's punch, momentarily breaking free from his Ultra Instinct. Damn it, you filthy rat. Taste this. Beerus roared, pushing off the ground with force and launching a purple energy sphere. Boom. The energy sphere erupted, catching several gods of destruction in its blast. Thick smoke billowed, engulfing the arena in an instant. Seizing the opportunity, Beerus pounced like a tiger among wolves, swiftly incapacitating 2 gods of destruction. The others began to quarrel, abandoning their assault on Beerus to engage in their own battles, for there could only be one victor. In an instant, the arena was filled with the deafening sounds of energy explosions, the speed of combat beyond the capacity of the naked eye to perceive. Had it not been for the Grand Minister's protective barrier, the terrifying energy fluctuations would have obliterated all the spectators. The god of destruction from Universe 8, Legil, resembled a yellow fox. With a mighty roar, his fluffy tail split into 9. The 9 tails fanned out like a peacock's plumage, continuously launching a barrage of energy attacks. With full force unleashed, the explosive might engulfed the arena, knocking down more gods of destruction. The elephant god of destruction from Universe 10, Lomzi, let out a long howl. Suddenly, the immense sound wave toppled all the viewing Supreme Kais. Most of the gods of destruction on the arena were momentarily immobilized by Lomzi's sonic attack. The elephant charged through, sending several gods tumbling in disarray. Son Gohan felt a wave of paralysis wash over him. The Supreme Kai Ashen collapsed, his pupils dilating, head spinning. Trembling as he stammered, What's happening? Whis explained, the Lomzi god of destruction possesses the loudest voice in the universe. Those who hear his roar may experience temporary paralysis of their motor nerves, even causing those of Supreme Kai level to faint. This is terrifying. Ashen struggled to rise but failed to regain his footing. Sun Wukong knelt down to assist the Kaioshin. The arena was ablaze, with the beautiful destroyer goddess launching arrows through the air, and the clown destroyer unleashing a flurry of energy cards that sliced through the chaos. Following a resounding explosion, a sudden silence enveloped the surroundings. At that moment, only the bruised and battered mouse destroyer Katra and Beerus remained standing on the arena. The 2 adversaries locked eyes, each gazing at the other's disheveled appearance with enmity. Katra kicked the fallen destroyer beside him and laughed heartily, ha ha. Beerus, it seems you are the last one standing. Now, I shall defeat you, the hairless cat, and prove that I am the supreme destroyer. Silence, you wretched rodent. The strongest is undoubtedly me. Beerus bellowed in response. The strongest destroyer, what a dire proclamation. Let us settle this once and for all. With that, Beerus and Katra charged at each other, their right fists colliding with one another's faces. They both went tumbling, crashing to the ground. Their already battered faces swelled further. Breathing heavily, the two destroyers struggled to rise again. Nearby, the clown destroyer Belmod lay low, stealthily opening his eyes before silently closing them again. Many of the destroyers remained conscious. They simply had no desire to rise and continue battling. Watching the feline and rodent squabble from the ground was quite entertaining. Curse you, you tenacious hairless cat. Katra spat. And you, foul rodent, you are far from ready to challenge me. The two continued to exchange barbs, their pride refusing to let either concede defeat, even as exhaustion weighed heavily upon them. In the stands, the colorful Zeno exclaimed, "Wow!" Though the details are unclear, both Beerus and Katra are formidable, having vanquished many destroyers. Unclear, indeed? The Grand Priest turned to Zeno. The battle of the destroyers is filled with immense power, shrouded in smoke, with rapid movements creating terrifying explosions. It lacks the elegance of the previous displays of combat between Son Gohan and Topo. On the arena, Beerus and the Mouse Destroyer exchanged another blow, both collapsing once more. Yet this time, only Beerus managed to rise, swaying unsteadily like a weeble, while Katra lay defeated, filled with rage yet powerless to act. Realizing this, the Grand Priest began a countdown from 9. He then ascended into the air, declaring loudly, in this chaotic battle of the destroyers, victory has been claimed by Lord Beerus of Universe 7. Hearing this proclamation, Beerus erupted into laughter, plopping down onto the ground. The 12 angels instantly teleported to the arena, wielding their staffs to heal the destroyers of their respective universes. In an instant, all the destroyers were restored to their former selves and returned to their viewing platforms. Lord Beerus, you truly are impressive. Son Gohan complimented, giving a thumbs up. Humph, winning does make you look better, doesn't it? Beerus replied with a grin. The other spectators echoed similar sentiments, with destroyers and Kaioshins murmuring amongst themselves. The Grand Priest and Zeno were also engaged in conversation. After a moment, the Grand Priest stood in midair with his hands clasped behind his back. Now, everyone, all destroyers, angels, and Kaioshins, direct your attention here, he instructed. The Grand Priest continued. His Majesty Zeno greatly enjoys this universal fighting tournament, so let us henceforth refer to it as the Power Tournament. Drawing upon the previous matches, we have established the rules for the competition. The deities fell silent, awaiting further elaboration. Due to the overwhelming power of the destroyers, they shall not participate in this power tournament. Each universe must select 10 participants, excluding destroyers, to compete. I shall simplify the rules further. 1. The total duration of the tournament shall be 100 tak, approximately 48 minutes. 2. With the condition of non-lethality. Victory can only be attained by knocking an opponent off the stage. Likewise, if an opponent faints, tossing them off the stage will also secure victory. 3. This power tournament will be a team battle, where all participants will compete simultaneously within the allotted time, with the team having the most remaining members declared the victor. If only one individual remains on the stage before time runs out, that individual's team shall be deemed the winner, and they will be recognized as the finest competitor. These are the 3 rules. Now let us discuss the rewards for the victorious participants. The finest competitor will receive a Super Dragon Ball as a reward, which can grant any wish. Hearing the mention of the Super Dragon Ball, Kampa swallowed hard. The Grand Priest turned his gaze toward him, smiling. Kampa, is this agreeable? Please hand over the 6 Dragon Balls you possess. I shall take responsibility for gathering the final one. Kampa chuckled nervously. No problem at all. I wouldn't dare to object. Some destroyers and Kaioshins were still unfamiliar with the concept of the Super Dragon Ball, known as the Super Wish Ball. It was created by the dragon god Zalama in the 41st year of the Divine Era. Each ball is the size of a small planet, totaling 7, scattered throughout the 6th and 7th universes. Once all 7 are gathered and the Super Shenron is summoned, any wish can be granted. Many Kaioshins and destroyers found this revelation intriguing, expanding their knowledge. At that moment, a particularly obstinate Kaioshin raised his hand. Excuse me, may I speak? I have a question. Please proceed, the Grand Priest replied. Thank you. The bespectacled Kaioshin of Universe 3, Aya, inquired, we understand the prize for the finest competitor. But what reward does the victorious universe receive? With a smile, the Grand Priest replied, nothing at all. The destroyer of Universe 3, taken aback, stammered, "Ah, I see. It is the honor of victory, correct?" The Grand Priest shook his head. "No, it is truly nothing." "What? Nothing at all?" Confusion rippled through the crowd of destroyers and Kaishins. "How can there be nothing?" The Grand Priest clarified, "Nothing at all is the prize for victory. The victorious universe will experience no changes, while the defeated universe will be eliminated by His Majesty Zeno." Suddenly, a profound silence fell over the assembly. Some destroyers and Kaishins thought they had misheard. What did the Grand Priest just say? The defeated universe will be erased? Only the victorious one will remain. In an instant, a storm of panic ensued. All the destroyers and Kaishins broke into cold sweats, their backs drenched. What shall we do? Even Beerus and Whis, who had been forewarned by Son Gohan, could not maintain their composure, a profound dread surging within them. How could this be? Some individuals found their composure utterly shattered. They recalled the words of the Grand Minister upon their arrival at the Omni King's temple. The Omni King oversees 12 universes, and his spirit was exceedingly fatigued. If none of the universes could devise a game that would satisfy His Majesty, he would address the root of the issue and eliminate those universes that caused him distress. The Grand Minister continued, stating that the Omni King had long deemed the number of universes excessive, presenting a prime opportunity for action. "Are you suggesting that only one universe will remain?" inquired a reluctant god of destruction. The Grand Minister shook his head. "Not quite. The 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes shall be preserved, as the average competency of their inhabitants exceeds 7, exempting them from this power tournament." Upon hearing the Grand Minister's words, the deities of the 4 exempted universes breathed a sigh of relief, their spirits lifted. They felt as though they had suddenly been whisked away from the center of calamity to a place of safety, transforming into mere spectators. This sensation was undeniably peculiar, imbued with a sense of secretive delight. At that moment, the gods of destruction and supreme Kai from the 1st, 5th, 8th, and 12th universes cast glances of schadenfreude at the deities from the other 8 universes. "Ah, salvation! How fortunate we are to have diligently fulfilled our duties," they rejoiced. The other universes, required to participate, glared back at them. The god of destruction, Ramses, questioned, "What shall become of us if the universes are annihilated?" The Grand Minister smiled reassuringly, "Fear not. Should a universe be eradicated, all deities, save for the guiding angels, will vanish along with it." The gods of destruction and supreme Kai from the 8 universes instantly felt a wave of despair wash over them. Bardos remarked, "So, this tournament is essentially a chance for those 8 inadequate universes to prove themselves. Victory would ensure their survival, when they were originally destined for extinction. Is that correct?" The Grand Minister nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, you are correct." Despair enveloped them all. Supreme Kai Asin timidly inquired of Whis, "What is the average competency level of our universe?" Whis replied, "The average for the inhabitants of our 7th universe is 3. 18. But no, thanks to Lord Beerus's efforts over the past year, it has risen significantly to 3. 81, placing us 3rd from the bottom. The second to last is Lord Compass' 6th universe, with an average of only 3. 58. While the 9th universe languishes at a mere 1. 86. Curse it. This is all your fault." Beerus glared at Asin. Asin weakly retorted, "But Lord Beerus, you are often asleep yourself and hardly work." "Ugh, how infuriating." Beerus lamented, cradling his head. The Grand Minister continued, "The tournament will be held in the Void Realm, where I will construct the arena. The event is scheduled to commence in 5 ticks. 5 ticks? The mention of the time left many gods bewildered once more. Converting it to Earth time, it amounted to approximately 40 hours. To find 10 contestants within such a brief span was indeed a daunting task. This was a matter of immense significance, concerning the very survival of the universes. It could not be resolved by simply cobbling together a few individuals. Would there be enough time? At this moment, the all-seeing egg inquired, "What is the matter? Is there an issue? I wish to witness an exhilarating competition." And no issue at all. The previously skeptical gods of destruction quickly retracted their doubts. "Very well, it is settled." The Grand Minister raised his hand and continued, "Once you have gathered your individuals, assemble at any location within your respective universes, and I shall transport you to the arena. Also, be punctual. Tardiness will disqualify you from participation. Please take heed. Moreover, I must add that no weapons or potions are permitted during the tournament. Any violations will result in immediate disqualification of the team." The deities, burdened with worry, fell into a heavy silence. "Now, dear ones, time is of the essence. I shall return you all, so prepare well for the tournament. the Grand Minister proclaimed, extending his arms. In an instant, all gods, angels, and attendants vanished, returning to their respective universes. In the seventh universe, within the realm of the god of destruction, Beerus clenched his fist in frustration. Why has this calamity befallen us? He seethed. Then, in a quieter voice, he muttered, I won the tournament, and yet His Majesty did not even grant me a reward. Ha ha ha. Lord Beerus is still preoccupied with rewards, which chuckled softly, covering his mouth. Now is not the time for such musings. We should be determining our contestants. Supreme Kai Asen urged, anxiety creeping into his tone. Ah, yes, contestants. Beerus slapped Son Gohan on the shoulder. Young man, it falls to you. Ha ha. Lord Beerus truly is an irresponsible overseer, someone remarked. What else can I do? I cannot enter the battlefield. You are far more adept at assembling a team than I. Beerus folded his arms, his words irrefutable. At this juncture, Piccolo, Son Goku, Vegeta, Trunks, and Broly approached. Until now, they remained utterly oblivious to the unfolding events. Son Wukong inquired, Gohan, what has transpired? It is as follows, Father. Son Wukong immediately recounted the events to everyone. Upon hearing his words, the group was taken aback. Competing against the masters of other universes? The news thrilled them. However, when they learned that a defeat would result in the annihilation of their universe, a shadow of dread enveloped their hearts. Such was the gravity of the situation, thus. We must now determine 10 contestants, Son Wukong stated. 10 individuals, that seems rather excessive, mused Piccolo, stroking his chin. We currently have 6 warriors here, which means we need to find 4 more. I know of one, the towering android, number 16, Piccolo remarked. Having fought alongside him, Piccolo held vivid memories of Android 16. Son Gohan nodded. Yes, that works. I'll leave number 16 to you, Uncle Piccolo. Is that all right? Absolutely. Although number 16 does not emit any energy, I will certainly be able to trace his whereabouts within the Heavenly Temple, Piccolo replied. Well then, that means we still need 3 more. Son Wukong gazed at the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, I wish to unleash Majin Buu and allow him to compete. Upon hearing the name Majin Buu, the Supreme Kai flinched. No, that is out of the question. Majin Buu is far too perilous, he replied, his voice tinged with apprehension. Beside him, Beerus crossed his arms and remarked. What is there to fear? If he dares to cause trouble, I shall be the first to obliterate him. Son Wukong continued, there is no cause for concern. Lord Supreme Kai, while Majin Buu was indeed a formidable adversary in the past, the current circumstances have changed. Here, apart from yourself, every individual possesses the capability to subdue him effortlessly. Furthermore, did you not mention that Majin Buu has become significantly more benevolent after absorbing the Grand Supreme Kai? Thus, it would be prudent to engage him in dialogue. However, should communication prove futile, we may resort to eliminating him directly. Son Gohan turned to Goku and Vegeta, saying, Father, Uncle Vegeta, I entrust this matter to you. Please seek the Grand Kaishin to unseal Majin Buu. You may inquire about the method from the old Kaishin. If he is unaware, then surely Whis will possess the knowledge. Beerus waved his hand dismissively. That old fellow knows, so hurry along. Thus, Goku, Vegeta, and the Kaishin journeyed to the Kaishin realm. Son Wukong turned to Trunks and said, Trunks, go seek Master Roshi and learn the Mafuba technique. What is the Mafuba? Trunks inquired, bewildered. It is a technique used to seal enemies. Master Roshi will explain it to you, Son Wukong replied. All right, I will. With that, Trunks departed. Only 2 remain. At that moment, Broly gazed longingly at Son Wukong. Everyone else had been dispatched, leaving him all alone. Is there anything you need me to do? He asked. Son Gohan glanced at the somewhat simple-minded Broly and chuckled. Come, let us seek out the final 2 contenders. Son Gohan, accompanied by Broly, ventured into the realm of the underworld, seeking the presence of King Yama. Upon spotting Son Gohan, King Yama chuckled and remarked, Mr. Gohan, Lord Ko has already informed me of the situation. You may proceed with the ghostly soldiers. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Son Gohan replied, nodding toward the ghostly soldiers who had been waiting nearby. Not a bother at all, please follow me, the ghostly soldier responded. Taken aback by the honor of guiding such a revered figure, he was well aware of Son Gohan's legacy. The incident involving the evil spirit wave had become one of the most significant historical events in recent years, with Son Gohan, the savior, etched into the memories of all in the underworld. Under the guidance of the ghostly soldier, Son Gohan and Broly soon located their target, Cooler, suspended from the reflection tree in paradise. At that moment, Cooler was encased within a large cocoon, revealing only his head, rendering him immobile. Surrounding him were enchanting fairies, their wings fluttering gracefully as they danced, their melodious voices filling the air with harmonious tunes. It was a breathtaking tableau. However, Cooler wore an expression of complete indifference, betraying neither anger nor joy, as if he had become numb to it all. Suddenly, he abruptly turned his head, noticing Son Gohan and Broly approaching him. It was at that moment that Cooler's fury began to surface. Son Wukong approached him and gently patted his round head. "Ah, Gula, it has been quite some time," he remarked with a smile. "Curse it, do not touch my head, get away from me." Gula protested vehemently. "Goodness, what kind of talk is that? Have you become so irritable?" "This is unlike you," Son Wukong replied. "Do you not understand why I have become so irritable?" Gula glared at him. "Why? Is it not pleasant for you to reside here?" "Absolutely not. Hurry and send me to hell," Gula retorted angrily. "Is that so? This is the first time I have heard such a strange request. Are you saying you do not wish to be revived?" "I have no desire for that," Gula shouted, only to grasp Son Wukong's latter words. What did you say? Revive?" "Indeed, revive. Do you wish for it?" Son Wukong chuckled. Gula fell silent for several seconds before responding. "You cannot be so kind-hearted as to want to revive me without reason. Speak your conditions," Son Gohan proclaimed. "Delightful. Come, let us engage in a match. Once it concludes, I shall ensure your complete revival." Guldo furrowed his brow. "A match? What do you mean?" "This is a cosmic fighting tournament," Son Gohan explained. "Only through victory can our universe continue to exist. Otherwise, it will face annihilation. Surely, you do not wish to remain suspended in this tree, only to vanish inexplicably, do you? So, what say you? Shall we take a gamble?" In essence, this meant that not only must I participate in the contest, but I must also emerge victorious, Guldo replied. "Indeed, King Guldo exhibits remarkable intelligence," Son Gohan remarked, gently patting his head. "Curse you. I have expressly stated not to touch my head." Guldo protested, struggling once more. "Very well, I concede. Remove your filthy hands." "Ha. Splendid." Son Gohan chuckled as he escorted Guldo back to King Yima. King Yima restored Guldo's physical form, an arrangement Son Gohan had made long ago to preserve Guldo's corporeal existence. Regrettably, during the incident involving the evil spirit wave, the souls of Frieza and his ilk had been completely obliterated, thus necessitating the search for another warrior. Lord King Yima granted Guldo a 2-day leave, accompanied by the fortune-telling elder as they returned to Earth alongside Son Gohan and Broly. "Broly, it is entrusted to you. Give him a thorough beating for a year, so he may witness the might of an irate elder brother," Son Gohan instructed Broly before arranging both of them into the hyperbolic time chamber. Meanwhile, Piccolo successfully located Android 16 and convincingly persuaded him to join their ranks. On the sacred world of the Kais, Vegeta and Goku utilized their energy to successfully unseal Majin Buu. Son Wukong possesses an innocent disposition, and surprisingly, he has formed a bond with Majin Buu. Presently, Majin Buu resembles an adorable, plump figure, exuding an aura of harmlessness. This sight leaves the King Kai utterly astonished. Son Wukong continued to impart wisdom to Buu, advising him against indiscriminate killing and mindless destruction. Buu nodded earnestly in agreement. After spending the better part of a day together, the two had seemingly transformed into long-lost friends. However, in order to assess Majin Buu's strength, Son Wukong transformed into Super Saiyan 2 and engaged in battle with him. Ultimately, he was playfully outmaneuvered by Buu's seemingly endless array of extraordinary abilities. It was only after transforming into Super Saiyan 3 that he finally triumphed over Majin Buu. Upon instantaneously teleporting to the realm of the Supreme Kai, Son Gohan directly approached the Supreme Kai and stated forthrightly, "Esteemed Supreme Kai, we are merely one warrior short. Would you accompany me to the Galactic Patrol headquarters?" The Supreme Kai, taken aback, inquired, "Is the final warrior located at the Galactic Patrol headquarters?" Son Wukong smiled and said, "That is about right. To be precise, it should be in the Galactic Prison. I am not well acquainted with that place, so I would require your esteemed intervention." Lord King Kai, Asen nodded in agreement. "Well then, let us make haste, Jebbet." "Yes," Jebbet replied. "To the Galactic Patrol headquarters." "Indeed, Lord King Kai." With a swift instant transmission, Jebbet transported King Kai and Son Wukong to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Under King Kai's meticulous guidance, Son Wukong soon found himself face to face with the Galactic King, who bore a striking resemblance to an octopus, as well as Mel's, who was diligently reporting on his duties. Son Gohan curiously observed the apprentice angel. Mela sensed Gohan's gaze and turned to look back. Their eyes met, and Gohan offered a gentle smile, and a nod. Melis returned the smile, taking a moment to scrutinize Gohan further. What is the name of the person you seek? The Supreme Kai inquired after a brief discussion with the Galactic King. Oh, it's OG-73. Supremacy, imprisoned in the Galactic Prison, Gohan replied. Supremacy? Very well, Melis. Please escort the Supreme Kai and his companions to the Galactic Prison and retrieve the individual they desire, the Galactic King instructed. Understood, Melis nodded affirmatively. Please follow me, he added, gesturing for Gohan and the others to accompany him as they proceeded toward the Galactic Prison. Thank you, Officer Melis, Gohan smiled. At that moment, it seemed that only he within the 7th universe was aware of Melis's true identity. Even Whis might not have yet noticed Melis's presence. Who would have imagined that an apprentice angel would serve as an officer in the Galactic Patrol? As they journeyed, Melis, who had remained silent until now, inquired, Are you familiar with Supremacy? He had been nearby and overheard their conversation about the Tournament of Power, thus he was naturally aware of their intentions regarding Supremacy. The Supreme Kai, Arshan, glanced at Gohan, for he was not privy to this information. Son Gohan chuckled. I understand a bit, but not in detail. Could Officer Melis enlighten us about this individual? A bit? Not in detail? Then why did you specifically mention this OG-731? Officer Melis cast a curious glance at Son Gohan before responding. Supremacy is an underling of Saganbo and was once a notorious member of the Galactic Bandit Gang. I personally captured them. But it came at a significant cost. Supremacy is quite a formidable character. However, he is not actually human but rather an artificial life form created by a technologically advanced planet, devoid of any emotions. We have artificial beings on Earth, Son Gohan remarked. Indeed, one might refer to him as an artificial being. Supremacy possesses the ability of replication. He can steal another's abilities by touching their neck, and the replicated ability lasts for 30 minutes. Moreover, Supremacy is inherently powerful, and combined with his replication ability, he becomes even more formidable. Additionally, he can store the powers of 3 individuals, switching between them at will. Yet, as an artificial life form, Supremacy lacks any emotions, functioning solely as a machine that follows orders. Impressive, both King Kai and Jebet exclaimed in astonishment. As Officer Melis continued his introduction, the group arrived at the Galactic Prison. Officer Melis, your prowess is remarkable, capturing such a criminal, King Kai Asin remarked. Could I be otherwise? I am an angel. Though I am merely a trainee angel at present, I am not someone of the destroyer god caliber that could be trifled with. Let alone these petty criminals in the Galactic Prison. Due to the regulations of the angelic race, angels cannot interfere in earthly affairs. Thus, Melis could not employ angelic powers against these offenders. Nevertheless, given his inherent strength, even without using his angelic abilities, he possesses numerous methods and techniques to bring criminals to justice. In this vast galactic prison, nearly half of the inmates were apprehended by Officer Melis, making him an elite among elite officers, highly esteemed by the Galactic King. Melis smiled. It was indeed a tremendous effort, aided by other officers. I did not capture them alone. Standing at the entrance of the Galactic Prison, Son Gohan sensed a nauseating aura approaching, realizing it must be the infamous Moro. Pretending not to know, he inquired of Melis, Officer Melis, I sense a most unsettling presence. Although it is not particularly strong, it instills a profound fear within me, as if many souls within it are crying out in anguish. What could this be? Upon hearing Son Gohan's words, both King Kai and Jebet immediately sensed it as well, their expressions shifting dramatically. Indeed, it is frightening. Jebet couldn't help but step back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Melis's expression darkened. What you perceive must be Moro. Moro? Who is Moro? King Kaiasan asked. Melis explained. Over 10 million years ago, a fearsome demon emerged in the universe, known as Moro. Over 10 million years ago. Such ancient history. King Kai paused, for he had only become King Kai 5 million years prior. This meant that Moro's emergence lay beyond his comprehension of history. Melis nodded. Yes, indeed, over 10 million years ago. At that time, Moro was known as the Planet Eater, capable of devouring planets and absorbing their life energy for his own use. Because of Moro, countless star systems in the 7th universe became desolate wastelands. He was a truly wicked demon. He was so powerful that we, the Galactic Patrol, were utterly helpless against him. Thus, Moro rampaged through the galaxies, his magic growing stronger with each planet he consumed. Eventually, the Grand Kaioshin intervened. He sacrificed a significant portion of his divine power to seal Moro's magic. The powerless Moro was finally imprisoned within the Galactic Prison. Jebet was taken aback. So, Moro has been confined in the galactic prison for 10 million years? Mel's nodded yes. The Grand Kaioshin is truly remarkable, King Kaiasen sighed. In his heart, the Grand Kaioshin had always been an extraordinary deity, his spiritual pillar and idol guiding him forward. Mel's nodded, indeed. The Grand Kaioshin paid a heavy price to seal Moro's powers. He is indeed an exceptional deity. But it is regrettable that due to his sacrifice, his strength diminished significantly, leading to his absorption by Majin Buu 500 million years ago. King Kaiasen's expression grew somber. I see. Thank you, Officer Mels, for sharing this history with me. As a Kaioshin, I was unaware of such events involving the Grand Kaioshin, and I feel ashamed. Mel smiled. You are too modest, Lord Kaioshin. At this moment, Son Gohan interjected. Why not simply execute such a heinous being? Why merely imprison him? Mel sighed. That is because, although Moro has lost his magic, he still possesses formidable combat abilities. We sentenced him to death, yet no one has the capacity to carry out the execution, so we resorted to life imprisonment. King Kai recalled Majin Buu, feeling a sense of shared experience, and sighed resignedly. Mels continued. With the Grand Kaioshin's passing, Moro's sealed magic is gradually regaining strength. I worry that one day he may suddenly break free from prison and wreak havoc upon the universe. Capturing him then would be increasingly difficult. King Kai and Jebit's pupils contracted, seemingly envisioning the devastation that would ensue if Moro were to escape, causing them to feel a surge of anxiety. But why does Moro's aura feel so terrifying? Jebit inquired. Mels explained, because Moro can absorb the life energy of an entire planet, converting it into his own power. In essence, his energy is a collective embodiment of the lives he has extinguished. This explains why his presence evokes feelings of sorrow and screams. And his prolonged vitality is also linked to this. Upon hearing Mels's words, Jebit marveled. What a terrifying being. He sounds far more fearsome than Majin Buu. Indeed. King Kai concurred. Son Gohan remarked, Officer Mels, you mentioned that you have sentenced the demon Moro to death, yet no one possesses the capability to carry out the execution. I would like to offer my assistance in eliminating this demon. Ah, is that so? Mels paused momentarily, taken aback. The Supreme Kai and Jebit also brightened at the prospect. Indeed, Mr. Gohan certainly has the ability to vanquish this Moro. If we can eliminate him in advance, we need not worry about the possibility of his escape. Son Wukong nodded. Indeed, I am a resident of the 7th universe after all. I certainly do not wish to witness him escape and wreak havoc. Very well. I shall consult with the Galaxy King at once, Mels promptly replied. Without delay, he produced a communicator to establish contact with the Galaxy King. Shortly thereafter, the Galaxy King arrived at the galactic prison, escorted by several galactic patrol officers. Mr. Wukong, is what you say truly the case? Can you really vanquish Moro? The Galaxy King exclaimed, his crown askew with excitement. Yes, indeed, Son Wukong affirmed with a nod. Gak, who had accompanied the Galaxy King, patted Mels on the shoulder and whispered, Officer Mels, who is this individual daring enough to claim he can defeat Moro? Mels responded, this is Mr. Son Wukong from Earth. Officer Gak, shouldn't you be well aware that Earth falls under your jurisdiction? Gak froze momentarily. Haha, I haven't been attentive to Earth for quite some time, so I am not currently informed about its situation. The Galaxy King glanced at the Supreme Kai, and then back at Son Wukong, excitement brimming in his voice, Mr. Wukong. We count on you. If you can eliminate Moro, the Galactic Patrol shall forever be your ally. His multitude of writhing tentacles betrayed his exhilaration, which was quite understandable. After all, the Star Eater Moro had been imprisoned in the galactic prison for a staggering 10 million years. The Galaxy King had seen several successors, yet had failed to resolve this predicament. If he could accomplish this monumental feat during his tenure, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement, potentially paving the way for his promotion. Son Gohan nodded and said, no need for thanks, just bring out Moro. I shall handle it. The Galactic King called out, Gak. Immediately, Gak leaped to the front of the Galactic King, standing like a javelin. He then saluted, at your service. The Galactic King instructed, go and bring out Moro. Upon hearing the Galactic King's command, Gak faltered, filled with trepidation. His fear was palpable, primarily due to Moro's notorious reputation and the chaos he had caused. Gak cast a desperate glance at Meruz, signaling for help. Meruz stepped forward, addressing the Galactic King. My lord, allow me to take care of this. Without delay, Meruz strode into the prison. Before long, he emerged with two individuals, both clad in the orange prison garb of the galactic prison. One was a towering figure, adorned with 3 orbs on his forehead, his expression vacant, unmistakably a synthetic being. The other was a hunched elder, his head crowned with two horns and a thick white beard obscuring much of his face. With half-open crimson eyes, he scrutinized Son Gohan and the Supreme Kai, making an effort to suppress his chilling aura. It was none other than Sabinsley and Moro. As Moro assessed Son Gohan, the latter reciprocated the scrutiny, while Sabinsley stood idly beside them, his expression inscrutable as a poker face. Sun Wukong glanced at Cyberman, attempting to speak. Cyberman, replicate Moro's abilities. However, Cyberman remained unmoved, disregarding Sun Wukong's command entirely. At this stage, Cyberman only heeded the words of Saganbo and the members of the Galactic Bandits. He showed no respect to others, completely ignoring them. Upon hearing Sun Wukong instruct Cyberman to copy his abilities, Moro's eyelids twitched involuntarily. He pondered why the Galactic Patrol had taken him out of prison and contemplated how to escape. His magical power had significantly recovered, and he estimated that the chance of fleeing during an opportune moment exceeded 80. Thus, he awaited a fitting opportunity to escape. Moro's cold gaze scrutinized his surroundings, continuously calculating the best position from which to flee and the highest probability of success. After being assessed by Moro's piercing eyes, Sun Wukong decided against attempting to replicate Moro's abilities. Such malevolent powers, unless wielded for nefarious deeds, would be severely diminished in the hands of a hero. They would prove to be of little use. As for the disobedient Cyberman, that could wait. First, he would eliminate this unsettling fiend, Moro. Moro, I hereby pronounce your death sentence. Sun Wukong grinned, his right hand splayed towards Moro's form. With a mocking glint in his eyes, Moro scoffed. Did he truly believe it would be so simple to kill him? If it were that easy, he would not have been imprisoned for 10 million years. As soon as you dare unleash an energy shockwave, I will devour your energy and convert it into my own power. Observing Moro's provocative gaze, Sun Wukong snorted disdainfully, and his right hand suddenly became enveloped in a layer of dark purple energy. As this ominous energy manifested, Meruz's brow furrowed slightly. Moro's pupils dilated in fear. Sensing an unprecedented dread, his instincts warned him that this energy would inflict unimaginable harm upon his very existence. Destruction. Son Gohan softly uttered two words. No, do not. Moro emitted a fierce roar, his massive body trembling violently. Yet, almost immediately, his hunched form began to dissolve like snow under the sun. Within merely a few fleeting seconds, Moro vanished into thin air. Gasping for breath, Son Gohan felt the remnants of destructive energy within him being rapidly siphoned away, causing him to breathe heavily. However, this state lasted only for a few breaths before he returned to normal. The Supreme Kai, Shin, gazed in astonishment and exclaimed, This is not Lord Beerus's technique, is it? Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, displayed a radiant smile reminiscent of a sun-kissed boy. Indeed, I have clandestinely acquired a modicum of knowledge. The Kaioshin, Ashin, and Jebet, along with Meruz, gazed at him with expressions of astonishment. The art of destruction, as wielded by Beerus, cannot simply be mastered through mere desire. It demands extraordinary insight. While one may harness their own strength to invoke destruction, the expressiveness of that power would be significantly diminished. However, if imbued with destructive energy, the sheer terror of the destruction technique would undergo a transformative elevation. It was evident that Gohan had infused his recent application of destruction with such energy. This implies that Gohan possesses the divine essence of destructive energy, akin to that of a god of destruction. It is remarkable that one who is not a god of destruction can harbor such energy. Meruz could not help but steal a few more glances at him. Yet, for the Galactic King and his companions, their minds were consumed with a singular thought. Moro is dead, utterly vanquished. The Galactic King approached with gratitude. Mr. Gohan, I cannot thank you enough. Your actions have eradicated a monumental threat. This is a significant event for the entire universe, albeit regrettably known only to a select few of us. This simply cannot stand. I must proclaim it far and wide, ensuring that all remember the merits of Mr. Gohan. I shall commission a life-size statue in his likeness to be erected at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, a tribute for all Galactic Patrol members to admire. The Galactic King continued to express his exuberance in an unending stream of words. Sun Wukong felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Was this truly necessary? Alas, it was indeed necessary. Thus, it was settled. The King of the Galaxy declared, and the decision was made. First, they should address the matter of Cybansili. Sun Wukong turned his gaze towards Cybansili, who remained utterly impassive. Even after Sun Wukong had obliterated Moro with a thunderous display of power, it seemed to have no effect on him. He remained unmoved, not even blinking. He appeared to be devoid of any emotion. How should this be handled? Officer Mel's. The King of the Galaxy inquired. It seems we shall have to consult Sagambo, Mel's replied. Cybansely, please follow me, Mel said, casting a glance at him. Obediently. Cybansely followed Mel's back into the prison, ignoring all else. May I enter? Son Wufan asked the King of the Galaxy. Of course, Gak, please escort Mr. Wufan inside. The king promptly commanded. Yes, Gak replied, hurrying over to lead the way. As they walked, Gak continually cast curious glances at Son Wufan, intrigued by how such a formidable figure could emerge from the remote Earth. As a patroller of that region, he was utterly unaware of this development, a grave oversight indeed. If the King of the Galaxy were to hold him accountable, it could result in a deduction from his salary. Mr. Wufan, are you truly from Earth? After a moment of contemplation, Gak finally could not restrain his curiosity any longer. I am from Earth, Son Wufan nodded, choosing not to engage further, prompting Gak to refrain from additional inquiries. After a brief walk of approximately half a minute, they arrived at the entrance of a cell in the galactic prison. Each cell housed only one inmate. A notorious criminal like Sagambo enjoyed VIP treatment, complete with handcuffs and leg irons. Mel's rapped on the fortified glass window, calling out, Sagambo. I have something to discuss with you. Following a series of metallic clinks, a burly man with a spiky blonde hairstyle approached, grinning broadly. What is going on, Officer Mel's? He asked. Mel's gestured towards Son Wufan. Sagambo, allow Cybansely to heed his words for the time being. And I can petition the King of the Galaxy for a reduction in your sentence. Heh, why should I listen to you? I'm quite comfortable in here and have no desire to leave for now, Sagambo chuckled, showing no respect for Mel's. He even raised his middle finger at those standing at the cell door. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong's figure appeared within the confines of the prison cell. With one hand, he restrained Sagambo, while the other unleashed a barrage of over 100 precise strikes upon him. Sun Wukong adeptly controlled the intensity of his blows. Despite the excruciating pain, they were not lethal. In no time, Sagambo was left battered and bruised, kneeling on the ground as he begged for mercy. I beg for mercy. I was wrong, truly wrong. Listen to him, Cybansely. Heed his words. Sagambo wept profusely. Moments later, Sun Wukong departed the galactic prison, accompanied by Cybansely. The warriors are soon to embark on their expedition to the Destruction God Planet. Son Gohan arrived here accompanied by Cyberman. Whis glanced at Cyberman and discerned the inherent issues with him. With a subtle flick of his staff, Whis discreetly altered the program, ensuring that henceforth, Cyberman would heed only Son Gohan's commands. Could this be construed as meddling in mortal affairs? Could it be deemed as employing angelic powers to engage in battle? No, neither. This was merely the intricacies of human relationships. This maneuver went unnoticed by both Son Gohan and Beerus. Beerus clapped Son Gohan on the shoulder with enthusiasm, exclaiming, Haha. Gohan, you certainly have a knack for this. Within mere moments, you've gathered 10 warriors. I dare say, this universe must hold the record for the fastest assembly of participants among the 8 universes. That mischievous boy is indeed reliable. Whis chuckled, Ho, mister. Gohan has always been quite dependable, unlike Lord Beerus, who only indulges in slumber. Damn it, Whis, silence yourself. Beerus retorted angrily, scandalized that his shortcomings were so brazenly revealed. Moments later, Goku, Vegeta, and Buu arrived at the God of Destruction's planet. Buu trailed behind Goku, his childlike spirit evident as he bounced with glee, finding amusement in everything around him. He even made a silly face at Beerus, observing this rotund pink figure. Son Gohan realized that the Supreme Kai's consciousness still lingered within Buu. The Galactic Patrol possessed professional hypnotists and staff capable of awakening the Supreme Kai's memories. Though that was not immediately necessary. Buu, allow me to show you something special, Son Gohan said, placing a hand on Buu's shoulder before revealing a gaming console. The two soon found themselves joyfully engrossed in the game. After a brief period, Son Gohan instructed Cyberman to touch Buu's neck, thereby copying Buu's abilities. Meanwhile, on Earth, Trunks diligently practiced the Mafuba technique under Master Roshi's guidance. Aware of the impending cosmic crisis, Number 16 proactively requested Bulma to upgrade him. However, with only a little over a day until the Tournament of Power commenced, time was exceedingly tight. Bulma could only manage a minor enhancement while discreetly dismantling the bomb within him. Simultaneously, in Universe 6, the God of Destruction, Kappa, was on the brink of explosion. In such a short span, where could he possibly find 10 powerful warriors to participate? It was utterly exasperating. The Supreme Kai, Fua, suggested, Lord Kampa. Why don't we split our efforts? You search for 5, and I shall search for 5. This will undoubtedly enhance our efficiency. Kappa clutched his head, baring his teeth. Fua. Do you already have candidates in mind? Fua replied with a wry smile. Currently, I have only one candidate, though I am unsure of his willingness to partake in this tournament. Is it Hit? Kappa inquired. Fua nodded. Indeed, it is the assassin Hit. Kappa continued. I had also thought of Hit first, so Supreme Kai, do seek out other candidates. Hehe. Fua stood momentarily stunned. Kappa urged Beerus, hurry and find Hit. No matter what it takes, persuade him to participate. Ho ho ho. Understood, Lord Kappa. Beerus chuckled, transforming into a beam of light that shot into the sky, vanishing into the ether. Ah, Lord Kappa is truly despicable, Fua muttered, before promptly disappearing to seek participants. In Universe 11, the clown god of destruction, Belmont, lounged on a sofa. Beside him stood the substitute god of destruction, Tulpo, the twin-tailed angelic guide, Margarita, and Supreme Kai. With a serious demeanor, Belmont asked Tulpo, what do you think of Son Gohan's strength from Universe 7? Tulpo, stroking his singed beard, replied, he is formidable. I am no match for him. Tulpo readily acknowledged this. Belmont further inquired, and how does he compare to Jiren? Without hesitation, Tulpo responded, of course, Jiren is stronger. Tulpo harbored a blind faith in Jiren, firmly believing that even if Gohan were powerful, he could not surpass Jiren. Belmont stated, well, your prideful team consists of precisely 10 members, perfectly aligning with the 10 participants for the Tournament of Power. Therefore, it is imperative that Jiren must be included. Otherwise, to put it bluntly, our universe is doomed. For there is no one who can contend with that Son Gohan. This much, you must understand, Tulpo. Tulpo nodded earnestly. Yes, indeed. Belmont continued. Inform him about the Super Dragon Balls. These can grant any wish and will surely entice Jiren. He has long harbored a desire to resurrect his master. Should he win the tournament, the wish will be his. Go forth, Tulpo, Belmont gestured dismissively. Yes, Lord Belmont. Tulpo bowed and departed in a specially designed spacecraft. After Tulpo's departure, Supreme Kai remarked, Lord Belmont, are you so confident that Jiren will agree to participate? After all, he is quite peculiar. If he learns that only one universe can survive, he may refuse to join this tournament. The clown god of destruction grinned. He will undoubtedly participate. Jiren has devoted himself entirely to justice, never acting out of self-interest, and clings to his absurd belief. Even when confronted with villains, he refrains from taking lives. Yet, there is one matter for which he would abandon his principles. Is that what you just mentioned? Kai queried. Belmont nodded. Precisely. To resurrect his master, Jiren will surely join. Belmont exuded confidence. Margarita, standing nearby, chuckled. Ho ho ho. Lord Belmont is using the Dragon Balls to lure him into the tournament. Belmont shot a glance at the twin-tailed angel, saying, Margarita, do not frame it so harshly. That is his wish. I merely offer him an opportunity. Haha. In parallel realms, similar scenes unfold across various universes. Universe 2, Universe 3, Universe 4, Universe 9, and Universe 10. The deities of creation and destruction within these realms have become increasingly preoccupied. They fervently search for 10 formidable contenders, endeavoring to identify the mightiest warriors from their respective universes within a mere span of 40 hours, driven by the pursuit of honor, the survival of their cosmos, and ultimately, their very existence. Amidst their frantic endeavors, time hastens inexorably, and before they know it, less than an hour remains until the designated preparation period concludes. In Universe 7, on Earth, at the Capsule Corporation, the friends and family of the Dragon Ball warriors gather to bid farewell to those preparing to embark on their journey. The 10 warriors stand ready, awaiting the Grand Priest's activation of the teleportation array that will transport them to the Void, where they will showcase their incredible powers. Charge forth. Heroes, the Grand Priest teleportation array is about to activate. Echoes through the air. Vegeta, stay strong. I await your return, Bulma declares, cradling Bra, who has yet to learn to walk, in her arms. Humph. Vegeta mutters under his breath, casting a discreet glance at his wife and daughter. His expression a tapestry of emotions. Trunks, take care of your father, Bulma instructs once more. What? Take care of me? Vegeta finally retorts, unable to contain himself. What nonsense is this? I do not require care. Bulma stifles a giggle, covering her mouth. Meanwhile, Gohan tightly embraces Videl, planting a fervent kiss upon her forehead. Wait for me, and take care of the children. Yes, please be safe, Videl replies, clinging to Gohan's waist, reluctant to let go. Brother, do you think Daddy will kiss Mommy on the lips? Little Shofang whispers. Show silly. There are so many people here. How could that happen? Daddy already kissed Mommy on the forehead. Goku interjects, leaning closer to Shofang's ear. Haha, you two little rascals. Unbeknownst to them, Gohan has crouched behind, his large hands gently ruffling the soft hair of both siblings. Hey, Daddy, aren't you still holding Mommy? Shofang exclaims, astonished, gazing at her embracing parents. Silly Shofang. Daddy must have used his clone technique. Goku replies. Observing the two, Gohan smiles tenderly. Shofang, Goku, cheer for your father. He gestures to his own face. Peck. Shofang stands on her tiptoes and plants a kiss on Gohan's left cheek. Go, Daddy. Goku appears bashful, yet blushes as he kisses Gohan's right cheek. Daddy. Return and take us to the amusement park, please. Goku insists, shaking his little fist. I want to go too. Shofang chimes in. Yes, I promise you both. Gohan replies with a warm nod. On another note, Chi-Chi leaps into Goku's embrace, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Sun Wukong patted Chi-Chi's back and exclaimed, Aha, Chi-Chi. We are certain to triumph. Prepare delicious dishes at home for our return, for Gohan and I shall not be defeated. Chi-Chi nodded, reluctantly departing from Sun Wukong's embrace. Subsequently, Sun Wukong lifted Sun Wutian high into the air. Time is of the essence, was called out. Everyone, please join hands and form a circle. A few individuals paused in surprise. Must we truly hold hands to form a circle? The expressions of those who typically did not see eye to eye were marked by visible discomfort. However, after a stern reprimand and threats from Beerus, they reluctantly grasped each other's hands. Whis stood at the center of the circle, poised to await the Grand Minister's summons. In addition to the 10 warriors participating in the tournament, there were also Beerus, the god of destruction, King Kai Asin, and the Old Kai. Altogether, there were 14 individuals. Whis, holding his staff, stood in the center of the circle, the magical orb atop his staff emanating a pulsating green light. He declared, Esteemed Grand Minister, we are fully prepared. Please commence the teleportation. Understood, the voice of the Grand Minister responded. Everyone, give it your all. Around them, friends and family waved in encouragement. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, chuckled. Everyone, await our return. We shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. Prepare ample provisions. Even at this moment, Beerus remains fixated on food. With that, they set forth. Whoosh! A radiant burst of white light enveloped the 14, ascending skyward and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Victory is imperative. The onlookers gazed skyward, their hearts filled with a singular hope. The Void Realm, as its name suggests, is a realm of utter emptiness. Indeed, it is devoid of any celestial bodies, with the sky shrouded in oppressive dark clouds that evoke a sense of heaviness upon looking up. The Grand Minister has conjured a small asteroid-like arena within this desolate expanse. Adjacent to the arena floats a semicircular viewing area, designated for the angels, destroyers, Kaiashins, and the eliminated contestants. On the opposite side of the arena, a unique viewing seat has been established, clearly intended for His Majesty, the Omni King. At that moment, several beams of light descended from above, heralding the simultaneous arrival of various beings from the cosmos upon the arena. Among them were the inhabitants of Universe 7. What a grand arena! Trunks exclaimed, surveying his surroundings in awe. Son Gohan remarked, considering we must accommodate 80 participants in this grand melee, it is imperative to prepare a more expansive arena. Piccolo approached the edge of the platform, gazing into the boundless abyss of darkness below. Falling from here would mean defeat, he mused. Humph, we are all capable of flight. It is impossible for us to plummet, replied Gula, adorned with a halo above his head, dismissively. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, murmured, I can no longer fly. He had attempted it. What? Unable to fly? The others were momentarily taken aback. They subsequently could not resist the urge to try their own aerial maneuvers. Indeed, as Gohan had stated, it was impossible to ascend. Vegeta, astonished, inquired, what is happening? Whis smiled and elucidated, if flying were permitted, the rule that states one is out of bounds upon being knocked off the stage would become irrelevant. Thus, the Grand Minister has decreed this place to be one where the laws of gravity cannot be defied, which is quite reasonable. Then why is he able to fly? Majin Buu pointed to a winged being soaring above. This creature was a contestant from another universe. Whis glanced upward and remarked, because he possesses wings. Much like the birds of Earth, this does not contravene the laws of gravity. But we can fly as well. Beerus and the Kaioshin attempted, and indeed, they successfully took to the skies. Whis chuckled, that is indeed the case, for such restrictions apply solely to the contestants. Moreover, to ensure fairness, The gravitational force each participant endures is tailored according to the parameters of their respective home planets. Remarkable, the others exclaimed in awe. The capabilities of the Grand Minister were astonishing, merely hinting at the vast extent of his powers, which were nothing short of terrifying. So strong, exceedingly strong. Son Wukong chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Aha, it matters not. After all, none can soar through the skies. Others are in the same predicament, which renders it entirely fair. As long as we do not fall beyond the boundaries, we shall be unscathed." His words, though delivered with a light-hearted tone, were indeed quite sensible. Amidst their conversation, several beams of light descended from the heavens, heralding the arrival of more beings from the cosmos. Son Gohan raised his gaze and surveyed the surroundings, discovering numerous familiar figures on the arena, yet there were also many unfamiliar faces. Universe 2, Universe 6, Universe 11, Universe 3. The latest arrivals belonged to Universe 6. Kampa, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, exhaled, "Phew, that was close. I almost missed it." "Hello, Lord Kampa," Son Gohan approached, raising his hand in greeting. While observing the competitors from Universe 6. "Humph." Kampa crossed his arms, letting out a disdainful snort, casting a sidelong glance at him, his expression decidedly unwelcoming. After all, Son Gohan's power was formidable, and among those he had gathered, there was no one capable of matching him. This meant that Son Gohan had become an insurmountable mountain for Universe 6, raising the question of how they could possibly secure victory in this competition. Thus, it was only natural that Kampa would not afford Son Gohan any amiable countenance, regarding him as a colossal antagonist. Son Gohan leaned closer to Kampa's ear and whispered, "Rest assured, Lord Kampa, given our relationship, even if your Universe 6 were to be erased, I would ultimately wish for its restoration from the Super Dragon. However, the prerequisite is that I must emerge victorious." Upon hearing his words, Kampa's expression softened considerably. He replied, "Nonsense, who could possibly rival you?" Gohan chuckled heartily. Perhaps there might be someone. The 10 contestants from Universe 6 cast curious glances at the individual engaged in whispered conversation and laughter with their god of destruction, their eyes brimming with intrigue. They scrutinized Son Gohan, who, in turn, assessed them one by one in his mind. Kale, cauliflower, hit, bergamot, Kaba, frost, yes. He recognized 6 of them. There were 2 unknown Namekians and another who, judging by his aura, seemed to be a scion from planet Salad. The last individual was rather unremarkable, a stranger he had never encountered before. Due to the variance of time, many circumstances had inevitably undergone some transformation. For instance, upon the stage now stood numerous unfamiliar faces. Notably, the steel giant Magetta was absent, replaced by an unfamiliar scion. In addition, there was another equally unfamiliar, rather unattractive man. Among the 10 contestants, Caulifla's attire resembled that of a rebellious youth. Petite in stature, she sported a voluminous, frizzy hairstyle, wearing loose, dark purple pants on her lower half, while her upper half was clad in a scant pink tube top that barely concealed her modesty. She scrutinized Son Gohan unabashedly and remarked, "Hey, are you also a scion? You seem like quite the rebellious social butterfly." Son Gohan turned to her and grinned, "Indeed, little one. What did you just call me? Little one? No one on planet Salad dared to address me that way. Who do you think you are, you fool?" Kelly Flaw was instantly enraged. How dare he call her little one? It was utterly outrageous. "Keep it up, bye," Son Gohan chuckled, turning on his heel and departing without a moment's hesitation. "Humph, that jerk. He doesn't seem all that impressive," Kelly Flaw muttered, hands on her hips, nearly driven to exasperation by Son Gohan's insolence. "Come on, let it go," Kale urged, tugging at her. In stark contrast to Kelly Flaw's fiery temperament, Kale appeared quite reserved, speaking in hushed tones as if afraid of being overheard. Meanwhile, it remained silent, fixated on Son Gohan's retreating figure. At that moment, Kampa interjected, "When the battle commences, do not provoke him, understood? Do your utmost to steer clear of that individual." "Why?" Kelly Flaw retorted defiantly. Kampa glanced at her. "Why?" "Because it would be self-deprecating." "Humph, ridiculous." Kelly Flaw clenched her fists, unimpressed. She found Son Gohan's arrogance intolerable. Kampa continued, "Though we are all scions, you all appear markedly different from those of Universe 7. Look at them, each one is a muscular powerhouse, while you lot seem frail, as if you've scarcely eaten." He added, "By the way, despite their current appearance, they can transform into super scions, significantly amplifying their combat prowess, undeniably formidable." The 4 scions from Universe 6 were momentarily taken aback. "Super scion? What is that? It sounds incredibly impressive," they murmured. "Ho ho ho. Lord Kampa certainly spares no feelings in his remarks. The resources on planet Salad are scarce, and indeed many scions struggle to find sustenance, Bardos chuckled. Kampa turned to Universe 6's Kaioshin, Fuwa, and said, that is Fuwa's concern. Nevertheless, after hearing Son Gohan's words, Kampa felt considerably more at ease. On the other side, Universe 11 had indeed sent forth 10 contestants, all members of the Pride Troopers, dressed in matching black and red form-fitting uniforms. They stood out as a unique spectacle amidst the crowd. Many from other universes gazed at them in awe. Among the 10, Jiren was the most imposing figure, his physique towering and robust. Unlike Toppo, whose large frame lacked any aesthetic appeal, Jiren possessed a well-proportioned form, his muscles taut and clearly defined beneath his attire, exuding an aura of latent power. Although his energy was inscrutable, he evoked a sense of extraordinary presence. At that moment, Jiren stood with his back to everyone, gazing into the abyss, lost in thought. "Hey, Toppo, who was the one that defeated you?" one teammate inquired. Toppo pointed towards Son Gohan. "See that fellow with the tail? His name is Son Gohan. He is the one, and he is incredibly strong." "Ah, he seems rather unremarkable," another replied. "Do not let his appearance deceive you. He can transform," Toppo cautioned. "Is that so? Then we can leave him to Jiren while we handle the other competitors. Let us avoid confrontation with him, if possible," Dispo suggested. "Indeed, that would be wise," Toppo nodded in agreement, then turned to Jiren. "Jiren, keep an eye on that Son Gohan." Jiren merely acknowledged, casting a fleeting glance at Son Gohan before lapsing into silence. He had always been this aloof, rendering his teammates powerless and influencing him. Jiren desired victory, yet he held no faith in his teammates' abilities. He intended to secure triumph on his own, trusting no one but himself, even considering conversation a waste of energy. At that moment, another beam of light descended from the heavens. The final universe had arrived, Universe 10. Their late entrance captured everyone's attention. The Destroyer God, Ramushi, the Angel, Kusu, the Kaioshin, Gavus, and 9 mysterious contestants clad in black robes accompanied them. Among these enigmatic figures stood one individual markedly different, tall, with green skin, white hair, and adorned with orange earrings. This individual exuded an air of disdain, maintaining distance from the others, embodying an unmistakable sense of superiority. As Sun Wukong cast his gaze across the arena, he could not help but squint his eyes. This fellow, who could it possibly be but Zama's? Yet, was Zama's not the apprentice Supreme Kai of Universe 10? Was he truly entering the fray himself? Indeed. The orange Pantera earrings adorning his ears were the unmistakable insignia of an apprentice Supreme Kai. The involvement of an apprentice Supreme Kai in the battle was akin to that of an apprentice destroyer stepping into the ring. Both occurrences were rare and noteworthy. However, it did not contravene the regulations of the tournament. The rules stipulated that, aside from the destroyers, each universe was permitted to select 10 contestants to participate in the contest. Therefore, the presence of both an apprentice Supreme Kai and an apprentice destroyer was within reason. Yet, the true intentions of this insidious character remained shrouded in mystery. Son Gohan clenched his fist, feeling a twinge of regret. After all, according to the rules of the power tournament, killing other competitors in the arena was strictly prohibited. Otherwise, he would have relished the opportunity to obliterate that individual right then and there. Zamasu seemed to sense Son Gohan's icy gaze and looked at him with a puzzled expression, furrowing his brow deeply while concealing his hatred for humanity. In Universe 10, Gausa cast a glance at his prized disciple and remarked, "Zamasu, maintain your composure. Do not let impatience cloud your judgment. This is an opportunity for you to grow." Zamasu slightly bowed and replied, "Yes, master." At that moment, the Grand Minister appeared high in the sky. He raised his hand and declared, "It appears everyone is present, so let us together welcome His Majesty, the Omni King." As soon as he finished speaking, the space on the independently arranged viewing platform trembled, and a luxurious seat materialized, upon which the Omni King sat, accompanied by his 2 loyal guards. The guards flanked the Omni King, ensuring his safety with an aura of reassurance. The Grand Minister bowed to the Omni King. As the Omni King made his entrance, the competitors on the stage were struck with astonishment, for his appearance was entirely different from what they had envisioned, creating a stark contrast. However, they dared not underestimate this seemingly harmless figure, as the gods of destruction and Supreme Kais from their respective universes had thoroughly prepared them for the formidable nature of the Omni King. The Omni King waved cheerfully at the contestants, saying, "Hello, everyone. Let us have a good match, and do your best." A profound silence enveloped the vast arena. One could hear a pin drop, The Grand Minister turned to face the arena and announced in a loud voice, "The match is about to begin. All non-participants, please move to the viewing platform. Listen well. You few from Universe 10, you must secure victory at all costs, or I shall obliterate you all," Beerus thundered before stepping away from the arena. If we lose, even if Lord Beerus does not destroy us, we shall all vanish together, Whis remarked with a relaxed demeanor. The Supreme Kai, Shin, raised his right hand, fist clenched. To rally their spirits, teamwork is crucial in this match. Please ensure you collaborate and fight together. Let us give it our all. The old Kai also chimed in. Fight with all your might. Rest assured, we shall unite as one, Trunks replied to them. After the deities finished their exhortations, they gracefully departed from the arena and took their seats at the viewing platform. The gods from the other universes followed suit, offering encouragement to their respective competitors before joining the viewing area. Now, only 80 contestants remained on the stage. The competitors from various universes sized each other up, assessing one another's strength with malicious intent swirling in their eyes. The atmosphere became rife with murmurs as each universe deliberated its strategies and plans. At that moment, the Grand Minister ascended into the air, bringing a hush over the expansive arena as the 80 contestants looked up at him. With his hands clasped behind his back, the Grand Minister spoke loudly. Now, let us quiet down. Many contestants nervously swallowed, having fallen silent. The Grand Minister continued. Let me reiterate the rules of the competition. The match will last for 100 taka. Note, 100 taka is approximately 48 minutes in Earth time. The central pillar of the arena will gradually lower over time, and when it reaches the level of the ground, it signifies the end of the match. The contestants turned to observe the enormous pillar at the center of the arena, finally understanding its purpose. Just moments prior, many had been curious as to why such a massive structure stood in the middle of the stage. It was, in fact, a tool for measuring the match's duration, though they wondered if it could be destroyed. The Grand Minister continued, in this match, the use of weapons other than skills is prohibited, as is killing. The objective is to knock your opponents out of the arena. Those who are eliminated will be automatically teleported to the viewing platform, so do not worry. Now, are you all prepared? Silence reigned as no one answered. The atmosphere on the stage heavy with seriousness. Among the crowd, some appeared anxious, others expressionless, some excited, and a few wore cold smirks, each displaying different emotions. All right. The Grand Minister raised his hand in a sweeping gesture. I hereby declare the power tournament officially commenced. With the Grand Minister's proclamation, the contestants on the stage sprang into action. In the arena of Universe 7, the battle was about to unfold. Son Wukong and Vegeta surged ahead, followed closely by Gula and Broly, who skillfully maneuvered into the throngs of adversaries. The rotund Majin Buu also bounced away, seemingly having found an amusing target to engage with fervor. Left behind were only 5 individuals: Son Gohan, Trunks, Piccolo, Android 16, and Sabinsley. Trunks paused, momentarily taken aback. The unfolding battle had deviated from his expectations. What had happened to the promised unity and collaboration? Where was the teamwork intended to repel the enemy? Why had it devolved into solitary combat? Sun Wukong chuckled heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, relying on them to unite in battle is nothing short of a fantasy." TSK. Piccolo could not help but spit in disdain. Son Gohan turned his head and instructed Sabinsley, keep an eye out for any teammates who were injured or exhausted. Use Buu's abilities to heal and restore them. Understood, Sabinsley nodded. Well then, let us each fight our own battles, Son Gohan said with a grin, his figure flashing as he charged forward, his target clear. Universe 10. Trunks was momentarily stunned. Was Gohan not going to fight as a team? Piccolo, speechless, observed the 2 androids, number 16 and Sabinsley, who appeared utterly detached, as if the unfolding events did not concern them. The competitors from Universe 10, witnessing Son Gohan approach them alone, could not suppress their derisive laughter. Is he insane, coming here by himself? One of the tallest among them scoffed, pulling back his cloak to reveal a muscular physique that shimmered under the light. Let me teach him a lesson. With that, he advanced toward Son Gohan. Zama stood with his arms crossed, coldly observing, intending to assess the competitor's strengths before intervening. Everyone, step aside and watch the match, Son Gohan sneered as he dashed forward, suddenly transforming his right fist into an open palm and unleashing a powerful strike. Boom. A tremendous gust of wind swept across the arena. Wow, what? The competitors from Universe 10 were left dumbfounded as the fierce wind lifted their bodies, hurling them off the stage. The first 9 nameless contestants were swiftly dispatched by Son Gohan's palm strike. On the stage, only Zama's remained. Struggling to support himself with his arms crossed over his forehead, his limbs bloodied from the wind blades. At that moment, Zama's lost his usual composure, his pupils constricting a shock surge within him. How could this individual eliminate 9 competitors from their universe with a single attack? Was this truly within the realm of human capability? The pain was excruciating. The throbbing in his arm was unbearable. Zama's was not alone in his astonishment. The other competitors on the stage also witnessed the scene and instinctively distanced themselves from Son Gohan, fearing they would be next to receive a punishing blow. The 9 contestants who had fallen off the stage appeared by the side of the God of Destruction in the Supreme Kai of Universe 10. Their faces etched with despair and innocence. Each lowered their heads, murmuring, "We're sorry." The Elephant God of Destruction, Rumsey, and the Supreme Kai, Gawasu, were visibly distressed. "It's over. It's truly over. Our universe is doomed," Rumsey stammered, clenching his fists. He desired to find stronger competitors, yet none could be found in such a short time. "Damn it." Gawasu sighed inwardly, glancing at Zama's, who was still struggling on the stage. Universe 10 was indeed beyond salvation. They had been vanquished by a mere ordinary attack. How could they possibly compete now? How could such a monster exist in Universe 7? The angel, Kusui, watched with keen interest as Son Gohan showcased his prowess, a smile lingering on her face, her thoughts a mystery. On the stage, Zama seethed with rage. How can a mere mortal possess such power? His forehead was beaded with veins, his eyes bloodshot with fury and resentment. Son Gohan's hearing had reached an extraordinary level, allowing him to naturally perceive Zama's furious outburst of impotence. "By what means?" "By the strength that I have cultivated through my own efforts." "What do you mean by what means?" In a flash, Sun Wukong appeared before Zamasu. "Practice more and roll away," he declared, unleashing a powerful punch that struck Zamasu squarely in the face. The impact contorted Zamasu's features, sending teeth flying in all directions and splattering blood into the air, while his body was sent hurtling off the stage like a tattered sack. It was over. Everything had come to an end. The hearts of all beings from Universe 10 were filled with despair, each person feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. As Zamasu appeared before the audience, the voice of the Grand Minister reverberated throughout the arena. "All contestants from Universe 10 have been eliminated and are to be erased." The fighters froze, staring blankly towards the direction of Universe 10. To them, that voice was undeniably a harbinger of doom. As the Grand Minister's words echoed, the Omni King raised his right hand and slowly closed it. Erasure. The decree of the Omni King reached the ears of all present. In an instant, Universe 10, save for the angel Kusu, along with the God of Destruction and Supreme Kai, was completely vaporized. 2 universes vanished in their respective battles. It's true. Universe 10 has been obliterated. The Rat God of Destruction, Katra, was momentarily taken aback. The Grand Minister, hands folded behind his back, confirmed, indeed. Universe 10 has been entirely erased, including all planets, living beings, and even the gods. Listening to the Grand Minister's words, several gods of destruction and Supreme Kais swallowed hard, wiping the sweat from their brows. The God of Destruction from Universe 1 placed his hand on his chest, a look of relief washing over him. "Phew. It's a blessing that our universe is exempt from participation." Beerus stood up, exclaiming excitedly, "Gohan, well done. You knocked out 70 contestants in one go. Universe 7 must win." His exuberant cheer immediately drew the ire of all the other gods of destruction. "That insufferable Beerus," muttered Kara, glaring at him. "Bah. What is there to be smug about? In the end, Universe 11 will surely prevail," scoffed the clown God of Destruction, reclining nonchalantly. Although Universes 1, 12, 5, and 8 were spared from the competition, their gods of destruction, Supreme Kais, and angels had come to spectate, witnessing the competition barely a minute in. With Universe 10 entirely eliminated and subsequently erased, sent shivers down everyone's spine. The Grand Minister glanced at the now silent arena and continued, "All right, everyone. Time is still passing. Please re-engage in the battle." On the stage, all contestants regained their focus and resumed their fierce struggle, their fighting spirit intensified. In his usual form, Sun Wukong charged into the encirclement of Universe 11. It was only after enduring a relentless beating from the proud team that he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Facing perilous circumstances, Vegeta confronted the apprentice destroyer, Toppo. Upon recognizing the presence of the warriors from Universe 7, Toppo unleashed his fury without mercy, leaving Vegeta disoriented and struggling to maintain his footing. With a thunderous roar, a surge of blue energy erupted as Vegeta ascended to his super blue form. Managing to regain a semblance of control, yet he remained at a disadvantage, forced to retreat repeatedly. Gula prowled the battlefield, coldly dispatching competitors with a mere kick. Majin Buu stood with his hands on his hips, inhaling deeply before exhaling with great force, sending several opponents soaring into the sky. A furious exclamation erupted as Majin Buu was sent flying by a kick from Dispo of the Proud team, nearly toppling out of the ring. Fortunately, Buu's body, akin to rubber, allowed him to extend his arm and grasp the edge of the arena, pulling himself back to safety. Incensed, Buu glared at Dispo, and a confrontation loomed between them. Broly, with his golden mane, descended like a deity of destruction, exuding an overwhelming aura. He bulldozed through the crowd, effortlessly dispatching opponents with a single punch. Several misguided individuals targeted the seemingly passive Trunks and Piccolo, mistakenly believing them to be the weak link of Universe 7. The outcome was predictable. By the end of the round, they found themselves on the spectator platform, left in tears of despair. The warriors of Universe 7 demonstrated their formidable prowess, dispelling any notion of weakness. Each individual stood as a formidable fighter, capable of overpowering numerous foes alone. The gods of destruction and Kaioshins in the audience were thrown into a state of panic. Universe 7's brilliance shone too brightly. If this continued, victory would be inevitable. Should Universe 7 claim the championship, their very existence would be at stake. How infuriating it was. Truly, the universe of Beerus was both admirable and loathsome. On the arena, Gohan had just eliminated the competitors from Universe 10 and then turned his attention towards Universe 9. The participants from Universe 9 were an eclectic assortment of bizarre creatures, all resembling anthropomorphic beasts. Among them were burly werewolves, several beastly maidens with elongated ears, and a violet-hued warrior whose arms dwarfed his torso. They stood poised, each bearing a distinct style, their eyes darting with cunning intent, plotting to ambush any isolated opponents. Sun Wukong tilted his head, observing them, and then marched forward, his fists cracking with each determined step. The werewolves, standing back to back, felt their hearts nearly cease as they witnessed Son Gohan approaching them. Son Gohan undoubtedly embodies a formidable presence that they cannot contend with. Just moments into the match, he eliminated the entire team from Universe 10 in a terrifying display of power. Oh no, he is approaching. Please, do not come any closer. The girl with rabbit ears has even covered her eyes in fear. How infuriating. We cannot remain passive any longer. We must confront him head-on. The colossal warrior with immense strength snarls menacingly. Son Gohan raised his hand, causing several warriors from Universe 9 to tremble, mistakenly believing he was about to launch an attack. However, Son Gohan merely smiled and said, "Greetings, I have come to escort you." Was he truly toying with them? How outrageous. A bead of sweat trickled down someone's forehead, and their back was drenched in a cold sweat. A werewolf directed a powerful energy wave towards Son Gohan. Whoosh! In an instant, the figure of Son Gohan vanished from sight. The werewolves turned to search frantically, only to find that Son Gohan had inexplicably materialized amidst their ranks. A collective gasp erupted from the warriors of Universe 9 as they began their assault on Son Gohan. However, what struck them as even more terrifying was the fact that, despite their relentless barrage of punches and kicks, 10 against 1, they could not even graze the hem of Son Gohan's clothing. This was utterly absurd. "How dare they underestimate us from Universe 9?" exclaimed a brutish warrior, his entire body cloaked in purple, as he raised a fist larger than his own frame and brought it crashing down towards Son Gohan. With a resounding boom, the arena cracked under the weight of the blow, yet it met only empty air. The werewolves exchanged worried glances, unable to locate Son Gohan's presence. "I shall not play with you any longer." Son Gohan's voice rang out unexpectedly. Before the werewolf brothers could even discern his form, they were struck with excruciating pain, sent hurtling backward with anguished cries, plummeting off the stage. One by one, the warriors of Universe 9 were dispatched, the scene becoming increasingly grim. A rabbit girl with long ears was met with a kick from Son Gohan, spewing blood as she soared towards the spectator stands, landing with a thud. At this juncture, Universe 9 had lost 9 contestants, leaving only a single winged warrior who had taken to the skies in a desperate bid for survival. "Oh no, this is bad," the red-bearded god of destruction exclaimed, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead as he leapt to his feet. Their universe's average combat power was the lowest, barely above 1 point, and it appeared they were on the verge of becoming the second universe to be eliminated. The Kaioshin, Lord Zeno's attendant, wiped his brow and remarked, "Lord Sidra, do not fret just yet. We still have one contestant in the air. Fool, what good will that do at such a height? The red-bearded god of destruction retorted. Indeed, as if to prove him wrong, Son Gohan leaped into the air and, like a soccer player, delivered a kick that sent the final warrior of Universe 9 flying off the stage. At that altitude, even without the ability to fly, one could easily jump. The god of creation's voice resonated once more. All warriors from Universe 9 have been eliminated. They are to be erased. Lord Zeno then raised his hand. Erased. With that, all of Universe 9, save for the Angel Mojito, vanished amid expressions of shock. Wow, Gohan is incredible. He has single-handedly eliminated 2 universes, Lord Zeno exclaimed gleefully. The Grand Priest smiled at him. Indeed, Mr. Gohan has acted decisively. Only 6 universes remain. How many contestants are left on the stage? Lord Zeno inquired. The Grand Priest waved his hand, and a gigantic screen materialized high above, displaying the status of the various universes' warriors. As it stands, no one from Universe 7 or Universe 11 has been eliminated. Universe 2 has 8 remaining warriors, Universe 3 has 6, Universe 4 has 7, and Universe 6 also has 7, leaving only 48 contestants on the stage. What an intense competition. It seems that nearly half of the contestants have already been eliminated. And we've only just begun, remarked Lord Zeno. The Grand Priest chuckled. Let us anticipate even more thrilling performances. In a brief span, 2 universes had been wiped from existence, heightening the tension in the arena. Meanwhile, after dispatching several opponents, Broly set his sights on Jiren. The clash between Broly and Jiren began. Jiren, observing Son Gohan's flamboyant display, contemplated rushing in to eliminate this conspicuous target. After all, Son Gohan was merely in his base form, his power not particularly overwhelming. He thought to himself that he, too, could achieve the same feat, perhaps even more effortlessly than Son Gohan. Just as he prepared to act, a massive figure, larger than himself, charged towards him with a roar. Who is this brute? Jiren frowned and unleashed a straightforward punch. Would Broly retreat? Not a chance. The word retreat did not exist in Broly's lexicon. He countered with a punch of his own, and the 2 fists collided with a thunderous boom, unleashing a terrifying shockwave. The arena cracked around them, and the violent energy radiated outward, sending nearby contestants reeling and nearly causing them to bleed from the impact. What kind of power is this? Jiren's expression shifted as he realized that his initial assumption of easily dispatching Broly was misguided. He sensed an equal footing in their clash. Though he had yet to unleash his full strength, something felt amiss. Enough of this. Jiren roared, unleashing a torrent of power. Broly responded with a furious bellow, his energy surging once more. Red and green auras erupted, enveloping the entire arena in a dazzling display. Almost all the fighters present were taken aback, particularly those from Universe 11. Who was battling Jiren? Quincy from the Pride Troopers widened his eyes in shock. Has Son Gohan encountered Jiren? The fighter engaged with Vegeta, Toppo, turned his gaze toward the source of the energy explosion, but could not make out the details. However, he could sense the immense power. It was not Son Gohan, but rather the brute from Universe 7. Is Universe 7 composed entirely of monsters? Toppo marveled, observing Vegeta, who was battered yet growing fiercer in battle. Quick, we must distance ourselves. Other contestants, sensing the peril, hastily retreated, fearing to be caught in the crossfire. The arena was engulfed by a terrifying energy that emitted a low hum. The Grand Priest promptly reinforced the arena with a protective barrier. Otherwise, the overwhelming force would render the spectacle impossible to behold. Boom. The 2 energies erupted yet again. In the eye of the storm, Broly and Jiren seemed to have lost their sanity, clashing repeatedly, their fists enveloped in fearsome energy, shattering the air and causing the entire arena to tremble. Broly's green hair stood on end, his muscles bulging, towering nearly 3 meters high, engulfed in a green aura. This was his unique Super Saiyan transformation. Jiren, too, had shed his calm demeanor. Broly's might had taken him by surprise. Now, Jiren unleashed his full power, his body radiating a vast crimson aura, muscles swelling, shaking the very fabric of the void. The ferocity of their battle astonished even the god of destruction Quitella. Are these 2 truly human? He pondered, as if witnessing a clash between 2 gods of destruction. The clown-like god of destruction, who had been lounging nonchalantly, straightened up, his expression turning grave. What is happening? Isn't Son Gohan supposed to be the strongest contestant from Universe 7? This guy. What is the situation? How is he able to contend with Jiren so evenly? The Kaioshin of Universe 11 remarked. Jiren hasn't even unleashed his full power, has he? The clown god of destruction, with a solemn expression, remarked, It should be fine. We still have a chance of victory. However, the twin-tailed angel, Makalita, doused the mood with a splash of cold water, stating, Lord Belmod, I believe the opponent can still enhance their energy. Instantly, the clown god became restless. Broly's ferocious form was so overwhelming that it left many spectators in shock. Jiren gritted his teeth tightly, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows with Broly, even tearing his shirt in the process. I must win. How can I possibly lose to you? Jiren's eyes blazed with fury. He had a compelling reason to prevail. His mentor, Jeeg, had been slain by a monstrous foe. Only by winning this tournament and securing the Super Dragon Balls could he hope to resurrect his teacher. Thus, losing was not an option for him. No, he would not lose. He was determined to conquer this battle, not merely against Broly, but against all challengers. He could not allow himself to be bested by this brute, especially when he had yet to face Gohan. With a fierce blink, Jiren unleashed a torrent of violent energy attacks directed at Broly, relentlessly battering his form. Broly bellowed, enveloping himself in a green energy shield that rendered Jiren's assaults utterly ineffective. Seizing the opportunity while Broly was on the defensive, Jiren leapt into the sky. With both hands raised heavenward, he conjured a massive orange-red energy sphere that billowed in the wind, resembling Goku's spirit bomb, albeit in a different hue. Embrace your defeat. Warriors of the 7th universe, Jiren declared, swinging his arms with fervor as the colossal energy sphere sliced through the air, plummeting toward Broly. Oh no, this could be deadly, cried a contestant, frantically attempting to escape Jiren's lethal range. Haha. Broly laughed maniacally, launching a gigantic green energy sphere to meet Jiren's energy wave head-on. The collision of orange-red and green energy illuminated the entire Void Realm. The arena, initially devoid of flight due to its constraints, now found itself in chaos as the energy waves clashed, forcing Jiren to hover against his will. Meanwhile, others continued their battles unabated. Vegeta glanced back, then burst into laughter at Toppo. Is that truly the strongest fighter of your Universe 11? Allow me to inform you that your universe is doomed. Infuriated, Toppo retorted, Fool. I shall first send you, the braggart, off the stage. With a mighty roar, he tore his upper clothing apart, enveloping himself in dark red energy. His previously awkward physique transformed, becoming imposing with rippling muscles and an unusual emblem appearing on his chest. He had entered his God of Destruction form. Prepare to lose. Nameless warrior of the 7th universe, he sneered, launching a punch at Vegeta. The impact sent Vegeta hurtling backward. You insolent cur. How dare you call me a nameless warrior? Remember my name, Vegeta? He seethed, rushing back into combat, only to be sent flying once more by Toppo's might. After assuming this form, Toppo's power surged significantly. You cannot defeat me, he stated coldly. Haha. We Scions continuously surpass our limits in battle, growing ever stronger. Though you are formidable, this time, victory shall be mine. Vegeta laughed heartily, his aura beginning to swell. A rich blue energy erupted forth, shooting skyward. Vegeta's aura transformed into a deep blue, his physique becoming even more robust, while his hair and eyebrows shifted to match. Stop your bluster. You seem to have changed little, Toppo charged forward. Ha ha, is that so? Then witness the power of Super Vegeta. Vegeta grinned wickedly, meeting Toppo head-on. The clash of their fists echoed as Toppo staggered back, astonished by Vegeta's newfound strength. What is happening? This arrogant fellow has indeed increased his power. Toppo reassessed Vegeta. Very well, I shall remember your name. Vegeta of the 7th universe. Humph. Now it is my turn, Vegeta declared. Ha ha ha. Do you think this will be enough to defeat me? How naive and laughable. They both erupted into laughter before abruptly silencing themselves and charging at one another. Their hands intertwined fiercely as they grappled, the blue and dark red auras swirling and colliding, creating a spectacle even amidst the energy clash between Jiren and Broly. Broly roared, his muscles swelling with power. As his physique transformed, the energy erupting from his hands grew increasingly formidable. Damn it, I can't hold on. Jiren grimaced, feeling the pressure mount as he struggled to contain the overwhelming energy wave. In a moment of desperation, unable to suppress the energy any longer, Jiren utilized the wave's recoil to redirect himself away. The intermingling orange-red and green energy tore through the air, shattering the Grand Priest's protective barrier and hurtling into the unknown depths of the universe, resulting in a violent explosion. A blinding light split the sky, illuminating the previously dim Void Realm. As the explosion reverberated, Jiren plummeted from the sky, landing firmly on the ground. However, before he could regain his composure, the demonic figure of Broly appeared before him, delivering a powerful punch to his face. Jiren's visage contorted as he was sent flying. blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. "You wretched fiend." Jiren rolled to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips with fury swirling in his gaze, before launching himself at Broly at high speed. "Ha ha." Broly roared with laughter, exuding an aura of invincibility. Their speeds reached a zenith, tearing through space and creating explosive bursts. Then, they separated with a resounding boom. Energy erupted, sending Jiren flying once more. It was evident that Broly's strength was slightly superior. Broly advanced, unleashing a relentless barrage of strikes upon Jiren, who struggled to defend himself, questioning his very existence under the onslaught. Broly represented the first true rival Jiren had ever faced. He could not fathom how such a powerful fighter could emerge from the seemingly inferior 7th universe. The demonic form and unparalleled strength threatened to shatter his resolve. On the observation platform, the clown god of destruction stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. The Jiren he knew was not this way. The Jiren he recognized would never be outmatched, needing to unleash destructive energy merely to compete. How could the Jiren on the stage now be the one continually battered and overwhelmed? Unable to accept it. Completely unable to accept it at all. In this moment, the god of destruction, the clown, felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. Perhaps, this time, Universe 11 was truly on the brink of defeat. The arena began to crumble. Compared to the onset of the battle, a third of the arena had already been obliterated, pockmarked, and in a state of utter disarray. Remarkably, only about 5 minutes had passed. One can only imagine the ferocity of the combat. During these few minutes, members of the Pride Troopers began to be eliminated. 2 assailants targeting Son Goku were dispatched off the stage by him. One individual who sought trouble with Trunks was swiftly countered and sent back to the spectator area in a single move. Seeing that Majin Buu was being suppressed by Tiz of the Pride Troopers, Piccolo let out a fierce shout, his golden aura erupting as he transformed into his orange form to assist Majin Buu. With Piccolo's intervention, Majin Buu immediately regained the upper hand, forcing Tiz into a defensive position, revealing signs of defeat. Sabbathly activated Majin Buu's abilities, maneuvering across the battlefield, casting restorative spells that revitalized his teammates like a gentle spring breeze. Android 16 confronted the technological warriors of Universe 3. The technology of Universe 3 was indeed formidable, pushing the power of technology to its limits, employing numerous remarkable tactics. Although Android 16 possessed infinite stamina, after eliminating one opponent, he found himself at a disadvantage, facing 2 adversaries. Gula, meanwhile, was stealthily eliminating competitors, currently ranking just behind Gohan in the number of eliminations, having dispatched 9 opponents. Observing Android 16 struggling, Trunks came to his aid, engaging with the technological warriors of Universe 3, quickly eliminating 2 more of their fighters. Consequently, Universe 3 was left with only 3 warriors. The current status of the competitors in the arena is as follows. There are a total of 25 fighters in the arena. Universe 7 has 10 remaining. Universe 11 has 5 remaining. Universe 6 has 4 remaining. Universe 2 has 2 remaining. Universe 3 has 3 remaining. Universe 4 has 1 remaining. Among them, Son Wukong eliminated 21 individuals. Son Wukong eliminated 2 individuals, while Vegeta dispatched 3. Trunks also accounted for 3 eliminations, and Piccolo eliminated 1. Broly emerged victorious over 6 opponents, and Android 16 eliminated 1 as well. Cooler achieved an impressive 9 eliminations, and Majin Buu managed to eliminate 2. The fighter from Universe 7, Cyberman, has yet to secure any eliminations. In total, Universe 7 has eliminated 48 competitors, a truly terrifying feat. Remarkably, aside from the eliminations from Universe 7, the combined total from the other universes amounts to a mere 7. What an overwhelming domination this is. The spectators from the various universes were left in a state of shock. Universe 7 seems to be mercilessly toying with their opponents. Under such circumstances, how could Universe 7 possibly lose? Is it even conceivable? The god of destruction, Quitella, wore a stoic expression, remaining silent. He observed as the final remaining contestant from his universe was cast off the stage by a member of the Proud team. A sigh of relief escaped him. As Quitella exhaled, he remained taciturn. With the last contestant from Universe 4 falling from the stage, the voice of the Grand Priest resonated once more. All members of Universe 4 are eliminated. Eradication is imminent. It was over. Everything had come to an end. Quitella cast a sideways glance at Beerus, sensing that there was little left to contend. Eradication. The voice of the Omni King followed suit. In an instant, Universe 4 vanished without a trace, save for the guiding angel. Another universe has been obliterated. The expressions of the gods of destruction, Kaioshin's And the eliminated fighters from the other universes turned ashen, for they understood that without a miracle, it would not be long before they too would follow in the footsteps of Universe 4, disappearing entirely from this world. A sense of despair and suffocation pervaded the viewing area as they awaited their fates. On the stage, Jiren had been pressured by Broly for a full 10 minutes. Yet the battle showed no signs of concluding. At that moment, the warriors from the remaining universes began to exhibit unusual changes. For instance, Universe 6 now had 4 fighters remaining: Caulifla, Kale, Kaba, and the Assassin Hit. With benevolent intentions, Son Wukong endeavored to teach the Scions how to transform into Super Scions. However, this well-meaning effort inadvertently triggered Caulifla's rampage. With her emerald hair soaring skyward, Caulifla became a captivating spectacle on the arena, reminiscent of a youthful Broly in a state of fury. Unfortunately, Son Wukong, in his Super Saiyan form, found himself on the receiving end of a brutal beating from Caulifla, compelling him to ascend to his Super Saiyan Blue form to match her might. Meanwhile, the ever-elusive Goku Black finally faced off against Hit. In a situation where Goku Black was outmatched, he unleashed his golden form, retaliating against Hit. Kale and Caulifla could not stand idly by as Hit faltered, thus joining the fray, engaging Goku Black in a 3-on-1 battle. The last 2 representatives of Universe 2 were swiftly dispatched by Gohan, leading to the complete eradication of yet another universe. The remaining 3 fighters from Universe 3 unleashed their ultimate technique, merging into a colossal entity that towered over the arena. Trunks, undeterred, surged forward with a fierce wave of energy. Perhaps all fusion beings possess the essence of the waves. Pepperoni, from Universe 3, laughed heartily upon witnessing Trunks' advance, confidently proclaiming that he was invincible in his fused form. Yet Trunks, with a disdainful smirk, utilized instantaneous movement to appear at Pepperoni's chest in an instant, delivering a devastating blow enveloped in fiery aura. Although Pepperoni sized dwarfed Trunks by several magnitudes, Trunks' audacious assault bore the semblance of a mere insect attempting to shake a mighty tree. But was it truly so? With a thunderous crash, Pepperoni felt a sharp pain erupt in his chest, his colossal frame trembling as he staggered backward, retreating to the very edge of the arena. Trunks, relentless, pursued him with blinding speed, executing a sweeping kick that sent Pepperoni plummeting from the stage. As his immense form fell, the fused warriors disintegrated, reappearing in the spectator area. What? How can this be? Gasped the Kaioshin of Universe 3, while the god of destruction, who piloted a robot, emerged from within. How could Pepperoni be eliminated in just 2 moves? The voice of the Grand Minister resonated, declaring the complete disbandment of Universe 3. At that moment, only the warriors from Universes 7, 11, and 6 remained on the stage, as the demon Scion Caulifla and Son Wukong engaged in a fierce back and forth. Son Wukong, invigorated by the battle, reminisced about the time he faced Broly and was utterly defeated. Although Caulifla lacked Broly's overwhelming might, her fighting style was reminiscent enough to ignite a fervor within him. Ha ha ha, fortunately, I have grown considerably stronger as well, Son Wukong exclaimed, effortlessly parrying Caulifla's frenzied assaults. The speedster from Universe 11, Dispo, proved to be extraordinary, showcasing astonishing velocity. Even under the pressure from Orange Piccolo and Majin Buu, he remained unyielded. His ability to amplify his speed 1,000-fold had saved him on multiple occasions. Meanwhile, the clash between the Deep Blue Vegeta and the God of Destruction form of Topo raged on, creating chaos and debris all around. Hit's time-skip technique was indeed a troublesome move. Initially, Cooler struggled to grasp his patterns and face setbacks. However, Cooler's defensive capabilities were remarkably resilient, enduring numerous blows from Hit without faltering. After deciphering Hit's tactics, Cooler unleashed a golden torrent of energy, pushing Hit back repeatedly. As for Gok and Kale's interference, it bore no fruit. The disparity in strength rendered their attacks mere trifles against Cooler. He swiftly dealt with them, focusing intently on Hit. At that moment, only Hit and the rampaging Caulifla remained from Universe 6. Boom. Jiren struggled to withstand Broly's relentless attacks. Is this the extent of your power? Broly roared with laughter, his emerald hair billowing like a demonic presence. After intensive training with Whis, Broly managed to retain some semblance of reason during his rampage, allowing for minimal communication. Yet his demeanor felt entirely transformed. Damn it! Jiren seethed at Broly's taunts. As he observed the dwindling number of fighters on the arena, his urgency escalated. Currently, Universe 7 fielded a full roster while Universe 11 had suffered significant losses, placing them at a considerable disadvantage. Am I truly on the verge of defeat? Jiren pondered within, his resolve intensifying as he witnessed his teammates rising again and again. I cannot lose. I must not lose. This battle determines the fate of the entire universe and whether I can revive my master, Jeki. Reflecting on past events, Jiren erupted with a primal scream that echoed through the void. The destroyer god, observing from the stands, felt a surge of excitement. Wonderful! Jiren has surpassed his limits. There is still hope. The gods were equally astonished as they witnessed Jiren's aura swell once more. At that moment, the latent potential within Jiren was fully awakened. His muscles expanded, and the flames surrounding him transformed from a mere orange-red to a dazzling blend of silver and rose, nearly materializing with an amplified presence. The members of the Pride Troopers felt a thrill of hope, as if victory were within reach. I will not be defeated by you, Jiren bellowed, charging at Broly. Broly laughed maniacally in response, and the intensity of their battle escalated. The arena trembled as they exchanged a flurry of punches, energy radiating in all directions, causing significant damage to the platform. With his newfound powers, Jiren managed to regain some control, no longer relegated to a position of passive defense. However, Broly's ferocity and strength remained unmatched, though the gap between their powers had narrowed slightly. With a mighty leap, Jiren unleashed a barrage of energy blasts, enveloping Broly in a tempest of explosions. Amidst the swirling smoke, a brilliant green light erupted, illuminating the sky. Unscathed, Broly emerged from the chaos, launching a colossal green energy sphere at Jiren. With a grimace, Jiren raised his hands to block it, redirecting the energy sphere away. Broly closed in, his massive fist descending with tremendous force. Jiren was forced into a defensive stance, his arms shielding his head as Broly's punch struck his forearms. The impact reverberated, causing the ground beneath Jiren to erupt and the arena to fracture further. As time progressed, the colossal timer above had diminished significantly. Universe 11 had lost 2 more members, leaving only Jiren, Toppo, and Dispo remaining. Hit from Universe 6 was eliminated by Golden Cooler, and the rampaging Caulifla could not withstand Super Saiyan Blue Goku's might and was kicked off the stage. Thus, only fighters from Universes 7 and 11 remained on the platform. Universe 6 is completely eliminated, intoned the Grand Priest. The members of Universe 6 accepted this fate with solemnity. Kappa jumped up, making faces at Beerus and flipping him off. Goodbye, brother. Then, his figure blurred and vanished. Bardoss sat alone, her demeanor forlorn. Beerus remained silent, staring blankly at the spot where Kappa had disappeared, letting out a low hum. By this point, the Destroyer God had relinquished all hope for victory. Even if they prolonged the match until time expired, Universe 7 would still prevail, as their team was intact while Universe 11 had merely 3 warriors remaining. How could they possibly win? What a sight. Look at Universe 7. Most of their fighters are merely spectating now, he scoffed. Why do we fight? Is it for bonds? Whis, do you believe we are destined to win? Beerus asked, his gaze intense. Indeed, it seems so. Gohan hasn't even entered the fray yet, and their side is dwindling to just 3, Whis chuckled lightly. Well done. Beerus clenched his fist. The Omni King then turned to the Grand Priest. Grand Priest, does it appear Gohan and the others are on the verge of victory? The Grand Priest, hands behind his back, smiled. It remains uncertain. There is still ample time left, with 50 ticks remaining on the timer. Oh, then we can expect some thrilling battles ahead. The Omni King's eye sparkled. Suddenly, Orange Piccolo extended his arms, lunging at Dispo. The winded Dispo was taken aback by Piccolo's unexpected maneuver, and in a moment of carelessness, his right leg was ensnared by Piccolo's grasp. What the hell is this? Dispo exclaimed in shock. Struggling to free himself proved futile against Piccolo's grip. Meanwhile, Majin Buu charged in. He. Majin Buu grinned mischievously, then unleashed a flurry of attacks on Dispo. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, thousands of punches struck Tispo. Yet fortunately, the peculiar abilities of Majin Buu remained within Tispo's capacity to endure, sparing him from a complete breakdown. However, such treatment felt utterly humiliating. Piccolo went even further, raising his hand to wield Tispo like a massive hammer, pounding him into the ground, leaving the arena floor in ruin. Those despicable brutes. It was no wonder I lost my composure. Tispo roared in fury, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that finally freed him from Piccolo's lethal grasp. In that fleeting moment of liberation, Tispo activated his ability, amplifying his speed 1,000-fold, becoming mere afterimages darting across the arena as if employing instantaneous movement. Piccolo and Majin Buu found themselves momentarily unable to pinpoint his location. What astonishing velocity! Gohan, observing from the sidelines, marveled at such swiftness. declaring it nothing short of the universe's foremost speed, at least within Universe 11. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Toppo faced each other, both breathless and unwilling to yield. When their teammates attempted to assist in eliminating Toppo, Vegeta firmly opposed it. He was determined to conquer Toppo alone, a matter of Saiyan pride that he would never betray. Suddenly, Sabin appeared, poised to offer Vegeta some assistance, but was met with a refusal. Sabin fell silent, contemplating whether to cast a restorative spell for both fighters to ensure fairness, but ultimately dismissed the idea, deeming it foolish. The battle between Broly and Jiren had escalated to a fever pitch, with Jiren fighting for his life, while Broly became increasingly frenzied and ferocious. The arena echoed with the sounds of explosions and the roars of combatants, the chaos rendering it difficult to discern whose voice was whose. Another resounding thud reverberated through the air as Broly's fist collided with Jiren's chest, sending him hurtling towards the edge of the arena. In a desperate attempt to regain his footing, Jiren unleashed a ki blast, but it failed to halt his impending fall. Broly's strike was formidable. Was this truly the end? As Jiren felt himself nearing the precipice of the arena, his heart twisted with unwillingness. Since his ascendance, he had never tasted defeat, consistently overpowering his adversaries with absolute strength. He had trained under Jakin, yet he had yet to graduate, for his master had perished at the hands of a monstrous foe long ago. The lack of recognition from his teacher and his failure to graduate remained Jiren's greatest regrets and burdens. Thus, to resurrect his master Jakin, he had chosen to participate in the Tournament of Power, intent on claiming victory and acquiring the Super Dragon Balls to restore his mentor. He was resolved to give his all, even at the cost of his own life. He only wished to win to emerge victorious. Yet, the unfolding events were not as he had envisioned. The emergence of Broly felt like an insurmountable mountain, suffocating him. The madness of Broly was strength Jiren had never encountered in his life. He found himself both astonished and exhilarated. The thrill of facing a powerful opponent invigorated him, and he was reluctant to let this battle conclude before he could claim victory. But now, he was on the verge of being thrown from the arena. Who could assist me now? For the first time, Jiren felt a flicker of desperation. A warrior who had always trusted in his own strength now yearned for even the slightest bit of help from others. With just a modicum of support to accompany his own strength, he could return to the arena. But it was over. It truly was the end. As his body neared the edge, Jiren let out a primal scream, releasing his pent-up anger and frustration. At that moment, a flash of lightning surged towards him with astonishing speed. Who was it? Suddenly, he felt a force propelling him from behind. Jiren, return and continue the fight. Tispo's voice pierced through the air. Upon delivering his message, Tispo was struck by the overwhelming force of Jiren's momentum, spitting blood as he successfully pushed Jiren back to safety. However, Tispo himself was eliminated from the arena in the process. Standing at the edge of the arena, Jiren gazed at Tispo's fading silhouette, fists clenched in determination. He understood that Tispo was not dead, merely eliminated and now observing from the stands. Yet, a heavy weight settled upon his heart. In the stands, within Universe 11's section, Tispo held his head in shame, lamenting, "What a disgrace. Now, we can only rely on Jiren and Toppo. I never imagined our proud team would encounter such a moment of insignificance." He whispered to himself. Tispo, the voice of the clown god of destruction echoed. What is it? Tispo wondered, lifting his head in surprise to see the clown god giving him a thumbs up, offering him unwavering affirmation. Well done. Back in the arena, Jiren turned to face Broly, his body enveloped in a swirling amalgamation of silver and crimson energy, his aura surging once more. Broly stood firm, observing him without launching a follow-up attack, recognizing the indomitable spirit of Universe 11, which deserved respect. Even the wild Broly found a measure of calm, eager to see what surprises Jiren had in store. Their camaraderie had been forged in the heat of their recent battle. Meanwhile, Gohan and the others from Universe 7 refrained from intervening in this clash. Presently, the numbers in the arena stood at 10-2, with Universe 7 firmly entrenched in an invincible position. Even if Jiren unleashed his full potential, it was inconceivable that he could eliminate all 7 Universe 7 warriors in the remaining minutes. Thus, with absolute victory assured, the fighters of Universe 7 chose not to collectively target Jiren and Toppo, a gesture of respect towards the last 2 resolute warriors. Jiren glanced around at the 10 fighters from Universe 7, emotions surging within him. Thoughts raced through his mind, some familiar, others foreign. The affirmation from Master Jakin, the solitude of his struggle, the strength of teamwork, the respect for his opponents. All these elements coalesced. Why was he fighting? Was winning or losing paramount? Did it even matter? Important. Yet, perhaps not. What he truly craved was a cathartic battle to unleash his emotions. If he was to fight, then let it be a fight. In a moment of profound intensity, Jiren, with his perpetually stoic expression, radiated a brilliant light from his eyes. Slightly nodding, he addressed the assembled warriors of Universe 7, proclaiming loudly, "From Universe 11, the proud team, Jiren, I humbly seek your guidance." With a hearty laugh, Broly unleashed a powerful surge, his feet firmly pressing down as emerald flames erupted around him. The arena quaked beneath his might as he charged towards Jiren. In response, Jiren's eyes blazed with fierce determination, his form enveloped in a swirling amalgamation of silver and rose-hued energy, distorting the air around him with its intense heat as he met Broly's advance head-on. Both combatants, towering figures of muscle, had their garments torn asunder, engaging in a breathtaking clash that left spectators in awe. The spectacle was so captivating that Gohan found himself yearning for popcorn and seeds to savor, yet he hesitated, fearful that the Grand Priest might misconstrue his snack as a tool for replenishing stamina, potentially deeming it a foul. Son Wukong stood beside Son Wufan, exclaiming, "This Jiren is truly formidable. I am eager to engage in combat with him and test my skills." Son Gohan chuckled, "Haha, Dad, it seems the novelty has gotten to you. Broly is even more formidable than Jiren. When you have some free time, why not engage in a sparring match with him?" Goku retorted, "Well then, why wouldn't I simply train with you instead?" "Ah, indeed. He surpasses you by quite a margin," Gohan replied. Yet, the primary drawback of such overwhelming power in battle lies in the experience itself. It feels as though you have exhausted all your efforts, toiling with utmost dedication, only to find your opponent utterly unresponsive, not even letting out a sigh. What is the point in that? In brief, the combat experience is exceedingly poor. Son Wukong's son, Gohan, smiled and said, "Father, Uncle Vegeta will always be your best companion. Please do not forget this bond." Although Son Wukong did not comprehend the meaning of bro, he understood Son Gohan's intent and wholeheartedly concurred. Indeed, Vegeta is a formidable opponent. Boom, boom, boom. Jiren and Broly clashed, each step accompanied by explosive sounds. At this moment, the arena of the void had been largely destroyed, and the match was already halfway through, with only 20 minutes remaining. On the spectators' platform, the clown god of destruction could no longer contain himself and shouted, "Jiren, stop hesitating. If you can't defeat Broly, eliminate the other contestants first." Beerus grinned as he glanced at the clown god. Yes, let him eliminate Son Gohan first." "You fool." The clown god glared angrily. Beerus provocatively raised his middle finger. "Ha ha ha, Lord Beerus is truly mischievous," was chuckled, covering his mouth. "However, Lord Belmont's strategy is correct. At least their performance won't be so dismal." "Humph. They are bound to lose anyway." Beerus crossed his arms and tilted his head, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. Yet, Jiren on the arena paid no heed to the clown god's words. Eliminate the other contestants? Please. If he couldn't handle the massive figure before him, what use was there in targeting others? Ultimately, it would lead to the same defeat. What was the significance of wasting energy on such actions? With these thoughts, Jiren's gaze sharpened as he distanced himself from Broly, resolved to face death. He placed his hands on his forehead, channeling all his energy, ready to burn his life force to unleash his power. As time progressed, Jiren's stamina began to wane, and his combat strength could no longer be maintained at its peak. Therefore, he had to take a gamble. He bet that by sacrificing his life force, he could surpass Broly, defeat him, and then swiftly eliminate the remaining 9 contestants. This was his last chance and his only option. With Jiren beginning to burn his life force, Toppo broke free from Vegeta's assault and rushed over, panting. "Jiren, stop!" Toppo shouted. However, Jiren's eyes glowed red, and he could no longer hear Toppo's cries. He continued to fervently expend his life force, striving to transcend his limits. Not enough. Still not enough. Far from sufficient. I need greater power. At this moment, Jiren's visage was twisted with rage, his eyes crimson, and his muscular upper body emanated wisps of vapor, his entire being enveloped in a silver-red aura while lightning crackled around him. Yet, it was still insufficient. He needed even greater strength, for this level was not enough to defeat Broly. After battling Broly for so long, he was acutely aware of this. Now, he was willing to risk his life for greater power. Strength. He craved immense power. Jiren roared within. Just then, an unexpected surge of energy flooded into his body. Initially, Jiren thought it was the result of burning his life force, but soon realized it was something else. Toppo? This was Toppo's power. At that moment, Toppo stood behind Jiren, his right hand resting on Jiren's broad back. Toppo's body radiated a brilliant light that flowed into Jiren. Jiren vaguely heard Toppo speaking. Jiren, I have learned a new technique over the years called fusion. I will share my power with you. With my strength, you will become an incredibly powerful warrior, and no one will be your match. Jiren, survive. Defeat everyone. Revive Lord Jiren, and save our universe. The rest is up to you. Farewell, Jiren. Jiren's eyes gradually regained their brilliance. Toppo. Then, with a tremendous explosion, an overwhelming light erupted, illuminating the entire void realm in an instant. Many shielded their eyes from the blinding radiance. What is happening? The Omni King exclaimed, unable to see clearly. The Grand Minister replied, Your Majesty. Toppo has bestowed his power upon Jiren. They have fused. The Omni King asked, Is that so? What do they look like now? Have they become formidable? Curiosity adorned the Omni King's face. He has indeed grown significantly stronger, the Grand Minister responded. The blinding light gradually dissipated. On the arena, Jiren's figure emerged. With a whoosh, waves of energy swirled around him, accompanied by crackling lightning. Jiren now appeared even more robust, his height increasing by an additional 20 centimeters, his muscles brimming with immense strength. The originally silver and rose-red aura transformed yet again, evolving into a deep purple. An invincible wave of energy radiated outward from him in concentric circles. A column of black-purple energy pierced the heavens. Witnessing this transformation, the crowd displayed a myriad of expressions. In Son Gohan's eyes, a fervent light erupted as he clenched his fists tightly, a hint of excitement in his voice. Has he truly merged? This is neither the metamorph fusion technique nor the Patera earring fusion. It resembles more the assimilation fusion from Namek. Now, this is intriguing. Gohan felt the warrior's blood within him begin to boil. Since the commencement of the Tournament of Power, he had yet to unleash his full potential. Observing Jiren's evolved form, Gohan could hardly contain his eagerness to engage him in battle. What immense power! Is Jiren a monster? Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. Jiren was significantly stronger now than before. Goku's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Gohan, Jiren now gives me the impression of facing a god of destruction, Trunks remarked. Indeed. For he possesses the energy of a god of destruction, came the affirmation. Jiren's strength had already surpassed that of several gods of destruction, and now, having harnessed their energy, he could be considered a true god of destruction. What are we to do now? Trunks inquired, glancing at the battle-hungry Gohan. What can we do? We must defeat him. Gohan responded, his knuckles cracking as he tightened his fists. You think you've won? Jiren's aura intensified, transforming him into a formidable presence. The Grand Minister smiled silently. While in Universe 11, the clown god of destruction stood up abruptly, laughing heartily. Bravo, Jiren. Quickly defeat these opponents. He was impressed, realizing that Toppo had kept such a skill hidden, leading him to believe victory was assured. This is not a rare technique. Many beings across the universes can perform it, remarked the angel Margarita. It is likely a skill Toppo acquired during his missions over the years. The Kaioshin, Kai, also expressed his excitement. Good. Let us swiftly defeat the warriors of Universe 7. The clown god of destruction chuckled. Indeed, with Jiren's current strength, I doubt I would stand a chance against him. Perhaps it is time for me to retire. Margarita stifled a giggle. Oh, Lord Belmod, you simply wish to take it easy. The 8 eliminated warriors of Universe 11 were tense, fists clenched, eyes fixed on the arena, swallowing nervously. In stark contrast to the lively atmosphere of Universe 11, the viewing area for Universe 7 appeared desolate, with only 4 spectators, Beerus, Whis, Kaioshin Asin, and the Elder Kaioshin. Sensing Jiren's overwhelming aura, Kaioshin Asin remarked nervously. Jiren's power has become formidable. Gohan and the others should be fine, right? Stay calm, the Elder Kaioshin replied nonchalantly. Yes, Ancestor, Asin nodded quickly. Beerus scoffed. Humph. Do not inflate his ego at the expense of your own. While Jiren has indeed grown stronger, it is not an extraordinary feat. Whis silently observed the arena with a smile. On the arena, Jiren gazed at his own fists, gripping them tightly, and declared, with this power, I will not be defeated again. At last, he comprehended the significance of teamwork and redefined several concepts: trust, responsibility, and bonds. As he radiated confidence, Broly let out a hearty laugh, followed by a roar that amplified his energy. His green aura exploded forth as he hurled a green energy sphere at Jiren, propelling himself forward at incredible speed. Jiren too elevated his energy, enveloped in a swirling purple-black aura. As the energy sphere approached, Jiren's eyes widened, unleashing an invisible shockwave that caused the sphere to detonate mid-flight. However, Broly, undeterred, tore through the air, delivering a colossal punch aimed squarely at Jiren's face, producing a thunderous sound as the air shattered. Jiren swiftly extended his palm, effortlessly blocking Broly's fierce strike. Broly paused for a moment, retracting his fist, then swiftly kicked with his right leg, causing the air to explode. Jiren raised his arm again, intercepting Broly's kick. The force of their collision caused the ground beneath Jiren to buckle and shatter, debris scattering in all directions. Jiren cried out, his black-purple aura surging as he launched his first attack on Broly after the fusion. A powerful punch landed squarely on Broly, who staggered back several meters, feeling the impact significantly amplified by the destructive energy coursing through Jiren. It felt akin to the legendary warrior Elbu being empowered. Even ordinary attacks inflicted true damage, bypassing defenses to strike at the heart of his opponent. Broly roared, gathering energy for a new assault against Jiren, who understood that time was of the essence. They exchanged blows with ferocity, the arena reverberating with explosive sounds. Purple, black, and green energies collided, sending thick smoke billowing into the air, further damaging the arena. With a resounding boom, Jiren's purple-black aura erupted as he appeared like a specter behind Broly, striking him at the nape of the neck. Broly grunted in pain, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed into the dust. His vibrant green hair instantly reverted to black, and his muscular form shrank to its normal state. Struck at a vital point, Broly lost consciousness in an instant. Upon witnessing Broly's fall, uproar erupted in the stands. The warriors of Universe 11 leapt to their feet, cheering jubilantly. Jiren, you're amazing. Jiren, go on, swiftly dispatch the remaining 9. Kick him out of the arena. Well done, ha ha ha. Then, an incongruous voice interrupted the celebration. Hey, what are you all doing? You don't actually think you've won, do you? Beerus stood up, hands on his hips, speaking loudly. Upon hearing Beerus's voice, the cheers from Universe 11 abruptly ceased. Not because they believed Beerus was correct, but rather out of concern that such loud exuberance might displease the Grand Zeno, resulting in dire consequences. It seems the excitement clouded our judgment. We became overly confident. The clown god of destruction chuckled, less concerned than his prideful warriors. Beerus? Is there really a difference between now and winning? Beerus pointed at the clown god, laughing heartily. Truly, you are a jester. Who told you Broly was our universe's strongest warrior? Belmod, you are indeed a clown, ha ha ha. Upon hearing Beerus's malicious remarks, Belmod's expression shifted dramatically. Yet he soon grasped the implications of Beerus's words. What did you just say? Is he not still the strongest? He chuckled mockingly. Can you guess why they're all merely spectators and haven't intervened? Beerus laughed unabashedly. Silence. The voice of the Grand Priest resonated through the arena. Beerus promptly fell silent, retracting his neck and sinking back into his seat. The clown god of destruction sat upright, refraining from further comment. On the arena, Jiren lifted his foot, poised to kick Broly out of the ring. Whoosh. Yet, he struck nothing but air, for Broly's presence had vanished from the ground. Jiren raised his gaze, spotting Gohan gently lowering Broly. Gohan, is it? Jiren furrowed his brows, recalling how this Gohan had eliminated 2 universes at the outset but had scarcely engaged thereafter. Had he finally succumbed to the urge to act? Nevertheless, whoever dared to obstruct his path would find it in vain. In his current state, defeat was an impossibility, not even for the esteemed god of destruction, Belmod. With a stony expression, Jiren let out a cold snort, unleashing a torrent of purple-black energy as he hurled a punch towards Gohan. In an instant, energy surged forth as the winds of the void stirred tumultuously above. 144. Beasts and Jiren, what an impressive aura. The onlookers instinctively raised their arms to shield their foreheads against the fierce energy waves. The attack had yet to arrive. Yet its momentum was palpable as the violent winds tore through the air, slicing through the warriors of Universe 7. The relatively weaker fighters, Android 16, Majin Buu, and Kaba, struggled against the pressure, staggering backward and leaving footprints in their wake. Witnessing this, Gohan instantly transformed into his beast form, delivering a forceful strike. With Gohan's transformation, the pressure upon his companions diminished significantly. 2 walls of energy collided with a thunderous explosion, sending shockwaves throughout the arena. In the blink of an eye, the once rugged and battered stage sank several meters, with large chunks of debris reduced to dust. Gasp! The spectators collectively inhaled sharply. The warriors in Universe 11's viewing area erupted into a cacophony. Gohan has transformed, they exclaimed. This is unlike Broly's earlier transformation. Can every warrior from Universe 7 transform? What other colors are there? He seemed less formidable than Broly moments ago. Surely he would be fine? Foolishness. His gust of wind matched Jiren's current might. The clown god of destruction widened his eyes. How many transformations does this guy possess? He wasn't like this when he fought against Topo. He vividly recalled Gohan's Super Saiyan 4 form during that encounter. Now, Gohan's silver hair stood on end. His silver-white aura surged with purple lightning, exuding an intense sense of oppression. Not only Universe 11's warriors, but even Goku, who had always regarded Gohan as a rival, felt his eyes widen in astonishment. This was the first time he witnessed Gohan in this form, which appeared even more imposing than Super Saiyan 4, radiating both power and ferocity. Jiren, momentarily taken aback by Gohan's sudden surge in aura, quickly regained his composure and resolved to take the offensive against Gohan. He believed that if he could subdue Gohan, the match would truly conclude. Elevating his energy to its zenith, Jiren enveloped himself in a terrifying aura, charging towards Gohan like a comet streaking across the sky. As Son Wukong observed Jiren swiftly approaching, he deftly moved his fingers, causing countless fragments of stone to rise from the arena, enveloping Jiren's form before erupting in a resounding explosion. Boom! The intense blast cascaded across the stage, halting Jiren's advance. This was the awe-inspiring technique of the god of destruction. Beerus grinned, knowing well that the young warrior would employ such a tactic. Destruction, a signature move of the gods of destruction, obliterates the very existence of an object from this realm. When an object is erased, it releases an immense energy, resulting in a violent explosion. This fundamentally differs from the Kamehameha, which relies on external force for annihilation. Destruction, on the other hand, eliminates from the source, inciting devastation from within and unleashing colossal energy. This energy is, in fact, the very essence of the erased object, manifesting explosively to herald its demise. Swoosh! Stones were propelled in all directions, each explosion reverberating with formidable energy. Jiren found himself forced back. Frustrated, he activated his energy shield and leaped into the air, wielding his arms to launch a barrage of dark purple energy spheres towards Son Wukong. A classic strategy reminiscent of a royal battle. Boom! The silver energy surrounding Son Wukong erupted, causing the entire arena to tremble. He glanced at the deluge of energy raining down upon him and, with swift motions, deflected the incoming spheres. The redirected energy spheres crashed against the Grand Priest's protective barrier, resulting in a tremendous explosion that echoed loudly, wreaking havoc. The Grand Priest exclaimed, raising his hand to enhance the defensive properties of the barrier. The energy explosion resulting from the battle between Son Wukong and Jiren exceeded his expectations. This was no mere confrontation between two humans, it was evidently a clash of deities of destruction. Witnessing the ineffectiveness of his widespread attacks, Jiren suddenly vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Son Wukong, delivering a swift knife hand strike akin to the technique that had just defeated Broly. The attack was directed at Son Wukong. Whoosh! The knife hand struck precisely at the nape of Son Wukong's neck. Jiren felt a surge of joy within, but in an instant, Son Wukong's figure blurred and vanished. This is bad, Jiren thought to himself. At that moment, he sensed the hair on the back of his neck standing on end. Was he truly behind him? Son Wukong was unaware of when Gohan had approached him from behind. Jiren's body surged forward rapidly, attempting to create distance and evade Gohan's onslaught. However, a stone suddenly floated before him, exploding with a resounding blast. Simultaneously, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Son Wukong had already delivered a powerful kick to his waist, leaving him besieged from both sides, with no escape in sight. Remarkable, Jillian thought to himself. Son Gohan's formidable strength exceeded even his own expectations, proving to be far more powerful than the Broly encountered moments before. Surrounded by attacks from both the front and the rear, Jiren found himself in a precarious position at the epicenter of the explosion. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a surge of purple-black energy, forcefully repelling Son Gohan. However, he had sustained injuries, a trace of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Having been violently thrust back by Jiren's energy wave, Son Gohan executed a graceful roll mid-air, landing firmly before launching himself like an arrow toward the erupting Jiren. In an instant, he delivered a powerful punch. Jiren, too, let out a fierce cry as he retaliated with his own strike. Both combatants resorted to the most fundamental of attacks, simplifying their confrontation to its essence. Their fists collided, unleashing ripples of energy that radiated outward. The clash of silver energy waves and purple-black flames sent shockwaves through the arena, which began to crumble under the intensity of their battle. The 9 fighters of the 7th universe quickly retreated. Boom! The shattered remnants of the arena transformed into floating debris scattered throughout the air. Son Gohan and Jiren leapt upon the fragmented stones, engaging in a fluid dance of combat. With each descent, a hovering rock would erupt, shrouding the arena in a thick veil of smoke. Observing the unfolding battle, the warriors of Universe 11 comprehended that Jiren would not be able to subdue Gohan in the immediate future. This realization signified a foregone conclusion. Victory was no longer within their grasp. The sheer numerical advantage of Universe 7 assured them of triumph. In this moment of clarity, they relaxed their tensions and watched the fierce encounter intently, as if partaking in a revelry before the inevitable end. The silvery and dark violet forms clashed repeatedly, moving with astonishing speed. The intensity of the battle reached unprecedented heights. Son Gohan raised his hand, concentrating his energy into a powerful ki blast directed at Jiren. In response, Jiren unleashed his own energy sphere, resulting in a clash of contrasting colors that erupted in a brilliant explosion, visibly fracturing the protective barrier once more. The intensity of the energy detonation escalated dramatically. Yet, astonishingly, Jiren's attacks, imbued with genuine destructive power, were thwarted one after another by Son Gohan. As time progressed, Jiren grew increasingly frantic in battle. Conversely, Son Gohan, firmly established in an invulnerable position, felt an exhilarating sense of ease, as if he were effortlessly gliding through water. Jiren relentlessly sought opportunities for a breakthrough, yet each attempt only reinforced the perception of Son Gohan's invulnerability. How could this be? I possess enough strength to defeat Lord Belmont, yet I cannot overcome Son Gohan. Is this fellow some kind of monster? Jiren was tormented, for time was slipping away from him. The stone pillar in the center of the arena continued to descend, now reduced to a mere fragment. His chances of victory grew ever more elusive. Jiren's mind became a tempest of confusion. In desperation, he clasped his arms around his forehead, resolved to expend his life force for one final duel. Tropo, he murmured. Even with your power merged with mine, I find myself at this impasse. This individual is invincible. With fervent determination, he channeled his life energy, consuming himself in the process. His eyes suddenly igniting with a crimson glow. In an instant, the aura of divinity enveloped the arena. At that moment, Jiren transcended his limits. A violet radiance soaring into the heavens. Was this the divine technique? The self-ultimate? Jiren's skin shimmered with an otherworldly luster, and his previously stoic visage acquired sharp angles, exuding an air of coldness. His once pitch-black eyes transformed into a fiery crimson, then shifted to a dark violet. The corporeal manifestation of purple energy swelled in magnitude, dense as a profound liquid. In that moment, he became the most dazzling focal point of the arena, radiant and resplendent. Observing Jiren's transformation, Son Gohan couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. Jiren had audaciously burned his life force to shatter his limitations, fortuitously breaking through to a new realm, achieving the self-ultimate. Truly, he was the protagonist of Universe 11. The author has bestowed him with extraordinary prowess once more. With an exaggerated aura erupting from him, Jiren, now in the state of self-ultimate, underwent a radical transformation in demeanor, becoming wildly ecstatic and laughing uproariously. In this moment, Jiren was ablaze with fighting spirit, his energy surging skyward as he charged towards Son Gohan. The arena trembled and erupted beneath him as Jiren's figure traversed the space with astounding velocity. Appearing directly before Son Gohan. Boom, boom, boom. His fists rained down like a torrent, crashing into Son Gohan with thunderous force, unleashing a staggering shockwave. Amidst the dazzling brilliance, Son Gohan lost count of how many punches Jiren had landed. This is bad. Gohan is being overwhelmed by Jiren, Trunks thought anxiously. Let us join forces and eliminate Jiren together. He proposed. I shall not engage in such a disgraceful act, Vegeta retorted, arms crossed, the first to oppose Trunks' suggestion. Sun Wukong turned to Vegeta and suggested, Vegeta, why don't we fuse? This would surely enable us to defeat Jiren. Vegeta retorted vehemently, I would rather perish than merge with you, you insufferable fool. He then continued, you two have yet to grasp the situation, haven't you? Although Gohan is taking a beating, he is not without the means to retaliate. If he were truly overwhelmed, Jiren would have sent him flying with a single blow. Yet, look at the spectacle before us. That lad is merely on the defensive, constantly retreating. How can you not see the issue at hand? Truly, a display of ignorance. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Vegeta is correct. Gohan must be waiting for something or perhaps testing Jiren's strength. The current circumstances still favor us, as long as Jiren cannot eliminate Gohan. We will emerge victorious when time runs out. Vegeta cast a sidelong glance at Piccolo, remarking, at last, the Namekian demonstrates some insight. Broly, fully awakened, stared intently at the clash between Jiren and Gohan, remaining silent in his curiosity. Goldo's expression shifted as he realized the severity of his current state. Even if the match concluded and he were to be revived, he must bide his time and refrain from provoking Gohan for now. The hyperbolic time chamber is an excellent place. Training there yields remarkable results. Perhaps I should consider spending a few years in rigorous training before confronting Gohan. Revenge is best served after preparation. Meanwhile, Cyberman and Android 16 observed quietly, their voices absent. Majin Buu yawned, nearly succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, Jiren landed a powerful punch on Gohan's face, sending him hurtling through the air, leaving a large imprint on his cheek and blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Gohan crashed into the arena, debris scattering in his wake. Son Wukong extricated himself from the arena, rubbing his face to restore his appearance, and then wiping away the traces of blood from the corner of his mouth. He twisted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. He gazed at the approaching Jiren, whose demeanor was nothing short of formidable, and suddenly broke into a grin, saying, "Jiren, it seems you are running out of time." Jiren glanced back at the timer and, with fervor, exclaimed, "It doesn't matter. All I desire now is to fight." "Ha ha. Splendid. Then let it be as you wish," Son Wukong responded with a hearty laugh. In an instant, the two surged towards each other, their fists colliding with a thunderous impact. Boom. They both sustained the blows simultaneously. Son Gohan's fist struck Jiren's face with tremendous force. In return, Jiren's punch landed squarely on Son Gohan's chest. A terrifying shockwave erupted, causing both combatants to stagger back several steps. An imprint of a fist appeared on Jiren's face, while the upper half of Son Gohan's attire was obliterated, reduced to mere dust. Once more, they charged at each other. Their assaults were rudimentary yet fierce, fists colliding incessantly, and their legs thudding against one another with relentless intensity. Each warrior absorbed numerous blows from the other. As Son Wukong was struck, his vitality surged, and after receiving a knee to the face from Jiren, he spat blood. "Ha ha ha, Son Wukong, you are no longer my match. My transformation possesses limitless power, only growing stronger with each blow. Any attack you land upon me merely fuels my strength. This battle is mine. Surrender now." Son Wukong raised his hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of his mouth and laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, you truly are audacious in your boasts. Humph. Accept your defeat," Jillian remarked, as an energy sphere was hurled towards Son Wukong. Son Gohan sidestepped deftly, yet Jiren had already positioned himself before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. A surging column of deep violet energy erupted from Gohan's back, soaring into the distance. Behind him, the arena was marred by a deep chasm, from which wisps of azure smoke ascended. Gohan coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body convulsing violently before collapsing to the ground. It was over. Jiren raised his foot, aiming to kick Gohan off the stage. However, to his astonishment, the bloodied Son Gohan suddenly grasped Jiren's foot with both hands. Jiren's scheme was thwarted. "You fool, let go!" Jiren bellowed in fury, lifting his foot to strike the ground. The entangled Gohan became a battering ram, crashing down with tremendous force. The earth cracked ominously beneath them. Yet, like an unyielding adhesive, Gohan clung to Jiren's leg, refusing to be shaken off. "Ha ha ha, Jiren, you're flustered. You're truly flustered." The derisive laughter of Son Wukong echoed, completely disregarding the severity of his injuries. After all, his body was in a constant state of self-recovery. He seemed impervious to defeat, exuding a brazen attitude that suggested, "What can you do to me? Son Wukong, do not overstep your bounds." Jiren, in a fit of rage, unleashed a fierce aura from his feet, forcefully breaking free from Son Wukong's strongman lock. Son Gohan executed a graceful aerial roll, coalescing a vibrant, crimson Kamehameha wave before descending. With a fierce shout, he thrust his hands forward, launching the attack towards Jiren. The audacity of Son Gohan's counterattack caught Jiren off guard. He had not anticipated such an onslaught immediately after being repelled. The relentless barrage proved to be an exceedingly formidable challenge. Jiren lacked the time to gather his energy for a counterstrike, with no means of evasion. He extended his hands to brace against the Kamehameha wave, which had already enveloped his face. Boom! The arena erupted in a spectacle of lightning and brilliance, illuminating the void. Jiren staggered backwards, his feet carving deep imprints into the ground. He scoffed, his deep violet aura flaring once more, and he rallied, pushing the Kamehameha wave gradually back towards Son Gohan. At that moment, a mischievous grin spread across Son Gohan's face. Destruction, he exclaimed. The Kamehameha wave, now propelled by Jiren's force, detonated with a resounding explosion. Jiren, caught in the blast's fury, coughed up a torrent of blood as he was hurled skyward. Damn it. He detonated the wave. Jiren's anguished cry echoed through the air. With the victory declared, Son Gohan jubilantly remarked, "Now that's what I call technique." He raised his hands to the heavens, unleashing a flurry of energy blasts towards Jiren. "You have no sense of honor," Jiren retorted, furiously swatting away Son Gohan's energy spheres. His frustration mounting. Despite his overwhelming power, Jiren found himself vexed by Son Gohan's remarkable resilience and an array of unconventional tactics, making it impossible to gain the upper hand in a short span of time. To his dismay, he had even been caught off guard by Son Gohan's Kamehameha wave. This insufferable opponent was truly infuriating. Jiren continued to deflect the energy spheres while successfully landing back on the ground, yet Son Gohan's relentless barrage rained down upon him. It was as if Son Gohan possessed boundless stamina and energy, seemingly unperturbed by the expenditure. In Jiren's eyes, he resembled a most peculiar adversary. Jiren moved with incredible speed, evading and countering the energy blast while closing the distance to Son Gohan. Ultimately, he raised his hands, unleashing a torrent of energy blasts in retaliation. The ensuing cacophony of energy collisions reverberated through the arena, engulfing the battlefield in thick smoke. Recognizing the futility of finesse, Jiren opted for brute force to conclude the battle. He clasped his hands together, summoning a colossal energy sphere that towered over half the arena, bearing down upon Son Gohan and the 9 warriors behind him. As they beheld the approaching behemoth of energy, Trunks and the others felt a surge of anxiety. In an instant, Sun Wukong raised his energy to its zenith, bringing his hands together at his waist, unleashing a Kamehameha wave in response. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong and the others could no longer remain mere spectators. Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously transformed into their super blue forms, unleashing the Kamehameha wave and the final flash. The orange Piccolo reappeared, channeling energy with his fingers pressed against his forehead, and unleashed the magic cannon with a resounding roar. Purple and golden energies intertwined, surging towards Jiren's explosive attack. Trunks ascended to Super Saiyan 4, executing the magic flash. Goku Black transformed into his golden state once more, countering with a triple nova. Broly, with a mighty roar, activated his full power in Super Saiyan Green, sending forth a powerful green energy wave. Android 16 and Sabin also joined the fray, releasing their energy waves. Only Majin Buu appeared to be in a state of slumber, breathing softly as a large bubble formed at his nose, expanding and contracting rhythmically. 9 energy waves clashed against Jiren's immense explosion. In an instant, 10 beams of varied colors intertwined, erupting into a dazzling brilliance. With a cacophony of explosive sounds, the arena crumbled at an accelerated pace, reaching a critical moment where a single strike could determine the outcome. The audience grew tense, particularly the warriors from Universe 7 and Universe 11, as their very existence hung in the balance. Even the gods of destruction and the Kais from other universes, who were not participating, felt the thrill of the moment, including the Omni King, who clenched his fists in anticipation as if watching a climactic finale. The energy waves continued to clash, maintaining an astonishing stalemate of 9 against 1, showcasing the immense power of Jiren. The fighters exerted their utmost strength, veins bulging on their foreheads and arms. Accompanied by the sounds of collision, the battle cries of 10 warriors echoed in unison. Jiren's muscles twitched violently. His expression twisted in rage as he pushed his strength to the limit. At that moment, he truly understood the essence of teamwork, pondering how different things might have been had his allies still been on the stage. Suddenly, Jiren's vision blurred, and he noticed Son Gohan, who had seemingly been engaged in the standoff, suddenly appearing at his side, raising his fist and striking him in the side. What? Jiren's eyes widened in disbelief. A clone technique? The sudden impact, amidst his intense focus on the clash, was devastating. Gohan's punch sent Jiren flying like a meteor, hurtling off the stage. A piercing cry of frustration escaped Jiren as he soared through the air. Boom. The energy wave erupted at that moment, with an overwhelming blast engulfing the entire arena, obscuring the scene within. As the explosion resonated, both Jiren and Toppo reappeared in the spectator section of Universe 11, their fusion undone by the fall. Their attire transformed anew, a result of the Grand Priest's formidable abilities, akin to a reset. Jiren lowered his head, murmuring, "I still lost." Toppo remained silent. They had not anticipated Gohan's formidable strength, which even their fusion could not overcome. Suddenly, the voice of the clown god of destruction rang out. Jiren, do you know why Jakeen did not allow you to graduate? Why? Jiren looked up at the clown god. Because you place too much trust in your own power and only in your own power. He wanted you to understand the importance of teamwork and to learn to rely on others. Do you understand? Teamwork, Jiren murmured, turning to survey the now clearer arena. Just then, the voice of the Grand Priest resounded. Universe 11, all members are eliminated. Prepare for removal. Following the Omni King's proclamation, everyone from Universe 11 instantly faded into obscurity. Before their disappearance, Jiren faintly heard a voice. Jiren, you have graduated, though he could not discern whether it belonged to the clown god or Master Jakeen. On the stage, amidst a series of violent coughs, the thick smoke gradually dissipated. Son Gohan supported a protective shield to safeguard everyone. Beneath their feet lay a mere 10 square meters of stone. The colossal arena, including the timekeeping pillar, had been reduced to dust. A collective sigh of relief escaped as joy visibly illuminated the faces of the spectators. On the viewing platform, Beerus and the two Supreme Kais rose exuberantly, raising their arms in celebration. Ha ha ha, we have triumphed, at long last. Unfortunately, few could share in their elation. The Grand Priest floated gracefully into the air and proclaimed, Congratulations to Universe 7's team for securing victory in this tournament. As his words resonated, a noble scepter appeared in his right hand. With a wave, the once destroyed arena reassembled, restored to its prior state, though the central timekeeping stone was absent. What a spectacular match it was, exclaimed Zeno as he leapt from his seat. All warriors of Universe 7 gazed up toward the Grand Priest and Zeno. Zeno continued, Grand Priest, according to the tournament rules, only the most exceptional competitor is entitled to the ultimate prize, the Super Dragon Balls. However, among the 10 warriors of Universe 7, who is the most outstanding? The Grand Priest smiled, replying, That, of course, depends on the number of eliminations. The one with the most eliminations is deemed the most exceptional warrior. Thus, the title of the finest competitor should be awarded to Mr. Son Gohan. Ah, precisely as I had envisioned, Zeno chuckled. Very well, let us proceed with the award ceremony. Where is my large disciple? After over 40 minutes of combat that felt like months, it had finally come to an end. The warriors exhaled in relief, while Mage and Bu continued to slumber, his unique physiology causing him to enter a hibernation phase for 1 to 2 months each year, a fortunate coincidence that allowed him to effortlessly win this match. The Grand Priest, hands clasped behind his back, addressed the warriors of Universe 7. You have remarkably won the match with a full team. His Majesty Zeno is exceedingly pleased with this tournament and has granted Universe 7 an additional reward, the details of which shall remain undisclosed for now. You shall learn of it in due time. As the Grand Priest announced the presentation of the award for the most outstanding competitor, he opened his right hand, and the scepter materialized. He then raised it, and 7 Super Dragon Balls appeared in the void, encircling the arena. Each of these Dragon Balls was as massive as a small planet, their orange-red hues exuding an aura of mystery that left onlookers in awe, unable to fathom such enormity. The warriors of Universe 7 gasped in astonishment. If the Dragon Balls were this colossal, how immense must the Super Shinron be? It was utterly inconceivable. They could scarcely suppress their anticipation for the Super Shinron's arrival, feeling as though their horizons had broadened. After releasing the Super Dragon Balls, the Grand Priest turned to Whis and said, Whis, you shall summon the Super Shinron. Whis promptly stood, bowing to the Grand Priest in acknowledgement. Yes, my Lord Grand Priest. He then approached Son Gohan and explained, Summoning the Shinron requires the use of the divine language. Hence my Lord Grand Priest has tasked me with this honor. The assembly understood. Whis then faced the 7 Super Dragon Balls surrounding the arena, invoking the divine tongue. Arise, Shinron, and grant my wish. As his voice resonated, the 7 Dragon Balls erupted in brilliant light, illuminating the entire void in a golden glow. The thick black clouds above transformed into resplendent golden auspicious clouds, regal and sacred. Though labeled a void, it now resembled a divine realm. Suddenly, a vast golden beam shot into the heavens, piercing the cosmos and swiftly coalescing into a massive golden dragon. This enormous dragon undulated through the universe, its size beyond description. Even its eyes rivaled the expanse of the Milky Way. Its body shimmered with stars, each a representation of different galaxies, a sight of unimaginable grandeur. It was awe-inspiring to consider the formidable entity that had created it, the dragon god Zalama. The spectators in the void could not perceive the Super Shinron's form, only a blinding golden light, as it was far too immense, obscuring the sky itself. What they could see might have only been a single scale of its magnificent body. Yet soon, the Super Shenron manifested a projection, casting its magnificent image across the void, allowing everyone to behold its visage. Once accomplished, it spoke in a resonant tone. "Hero who summoned me, please articulate your wish. I can grant any desire. Any wish at all." This was nearly identical to the phrases used by the Earth and Namek Shenrons, causing a momentary dip in the Super Shenron's grandeur. Whis glanced at Son Gohan, inquiring, "Mr. Gohan, have you decided upon your wish?" Son Gohan nodded, responding, "Please restore the universe to its former state, but exclude Zamasu from Universe 10. Is that feasible?" Whis looked to the Grand Priest, who affirmed, "Certainly. This is a reward you have rightfully earned, and any wish is permissible. However, Mr. Gohan, are you certain you wish to make such a request? And why exclude Zamasu from Universe 10? Because he appears quite detestable." Son Gohan replied, dismissing the need for further explanation. "How direct." The Grand Priest chuckled. "Very well, Whis, proceed as Mr. Gohan wishes." "Understood, my Lord Grand Priest." Whis nodded and conveyed Son Gohan's wish to the Super Shenron. The voice of the Golden Super Shenron resonated once more. "Very well. This wish is quite simple. Please hold on." Moments later, its eyes gleamed with a red light, and soon, all the fallen warriors, Kaioshins, and gods of destruction returned. Each was astonished, gazing at their own bodies in disbelief, utterly incredulous. "Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell," the Super Shenron declared before swiftly dissipating, with the 7 Super Dragon Balls transforming into streaks of light, soaring toward Universes 6 and 7. There was an overwhelming sensation of liberation, as if rushing home. In the viewing area of Universe 6, confusion reigned. What just happened? We came back to life? Did we actually die? How remarkable. Why is this occurring? Oh, it turns out Universe 7's warriors emerged victorious, Bardos explained with a chuckle. That is why everyone has been revived. Oh, could this fellow have truly done such a thing? Kefla gazed at the spirited Son Gohan on the arena, her heart racing with excitement. Upon closer inspection, it was undeniable. He was utterly breathtaking. She had always held a deep respect for the strong, and his combination of strength and handsomeness was simply overwhelming, causing her eyes to twinkle with adoration. He truly accomplished it, she mused. Kampa grinned widely, clearly pleased. What a reliable fellow he was. He turned to Beerus and made a cheeky face. In response to Kampa's antics, Beerus extended his middle finger in a gesture of playful camaraderie. In Universe 11's observation area, the angel Margarita elucidated the situation to the onlookers. Upon hearing that Son Gohan was responsible for their revival, a complex silence enveloped the crowd as they turned their gazes toward the arena. Among them stood Jiren, whose heart experienced an unprecedented upheaval. He contemplated that had he won the match, his wish to the Super Dragon Balls would have been to resurrect his Minner, not the wish he currently held. The restoration of a vanished universe and the revival of an adversary. What immense character that displayed. At that moment, Jiren's admiration for Son Gohan transcended mere recognition of strength. It transformed into profound respect for his noble character. He clenched his fist silently, vowing inwardly, "One day, I shall defeat you with my own strength, Son Gohan. You are truly remarkable." Toppo was unabashed in his praise for Son Gohan. Universes 2, 3, 4, 9, and 10 were all experiencing similar reactions as the guiding angels explained the unfolding events. Numerous female contestants cast flirtatious glances at Son Gohan, with some bold enough to blow kisses in his direction. Meanwhile, the god of destruction from Universe 10, Gaosu, upon hearing the angel Kusu's explanation, realized that it was indeed Son Gohan who had revived everyone. Yet, something seemed amiss. He pondered for a moment before being struck by a thought. What about my large disciple? Wasn't Zamasu revived? Does he wish to become a god of destruction? Kusa queried, noticing Gaosu's bewilderment. Zamasu was not revived, she replied. But why? Gaosu stuttered in shock. Because Son Gohan stated he did not like Zamasu, Kusu explained. What does that mean? Gaosu asked, perplexed. All right, everyone. I shall now send you all back, the Grand Priest announced with authority. Thus, the Tournament of Power concluded successfully, with the Grand Priest returning everyone to their respective universes. In Universe 7's Capsule Corp, the warriors gathered in celebration of their triumphant return. They feasted and reveled in each other's company, cherishing the life-affirming sensation that followed their near demise. Trunks devoured a chicken leg and then inquired, Gohan, why did you wish for that? Sun Wukong smiled and remarked, It is indeed wonderful that we are all alive. Otherwise, the existence of a mere few universes would hold little significance. Haha, you are absolutely right. Moreover, we must not allow the Omni King to have his way, that arrogant individual, always seeking to eliminate this and that. Trunks chuckled heartily. Beerus, upon hearing this, felt his brow twitch uncontrollably. Have these individuals all consumed the heart of a bear and the courage of a leopard? Guldo inquired uneasily. Son Wukong, when will you resurrect me? Once we finish our meal, do not rush, Son Wukong replied, engrossed in his food. Ho ho ho, Whis chuckled, waving his staff. And the halo above Guldo's head vanished in an instant. This shall not be a precedent, Whis remarked, continuing to enjoy his dessert. Whis, you are meddling once again. Beerus expressed his dissatisfaction. Son Gohan gazed at Guldo with a grin, remarking, it seems I need not make an extra trip. Why are you all looking at me like that? Guldo replied, a hint of embarrassment in his voice, unaware of his own resurrection. You have been revived, Piccolo stated matter-of-factly. Huh? Guldo comically patted his round head. The others could not suppress their laughter, erupting into joyous mirth. Amidst the laughter, the banquet drew to a close, and the guests began to disperse. Beerus casually remarked to Son Gohan, once you have rested, hasten to find me on the Destroyer planet, before departing with Whis. Majin Buu, having entered a dormant state, was left in the care of the Capsule Corporation under vigilant supervision. The two Supreme Kais were escorted away by Jebbet. Gula, with a bold declaration, abandoned his ship and soared into the sky, vanishing into the vastness of the cosmos. Broly returned to visit Paragus, while Android 16 rejoined nature, safeguarding rare flora and fauna. As for the somewhat peculiar Cyberman, he was taken to the other world by Piccolo, who assured everyone that he would diligently mentor him in the ways of humanity. Through a period of companionship and shared battles, it became evident to all that Cyberman's nature was not malevolent, bearing some resemblance to Android 16. Given Piccolo's willingness to guide him, the group had no objections. Krillin, Yamcha, and the other retired Z-fighters resumed their ordinary lives.